There are two types of people. The first are the naturally gifted, except they're doing a lot better, and the others are in the majority. A man was fighting a bunch of zombies at this point. Those others come about through hard work, then some girl appears on the battlefield. However, even trying brings results because the talent is always within you. The girl directed some ghost king to attack. The guy, of course, noticed this immediately and realized that something had to be done about it. He successfully dodged that attack, then decided to attack the man himself. He was really determined and ready to win this battle. Then he threw some kind of ball right under his feet, but he flew a little farther and stopped at this monster. Then, strangely enough, there was an explosion on the battlefield. Of course, the man was defeated by the guy in a second. Then he was ready to give him the final blow. He swung his sword and was ready to attack. After a few seconds, of course, he did. The monster began to seem to explode from within. Then there was indeed a powerful explosion. The monster was destroyed. The bandit, a great troll whose consequences were dire, was willing to do anything for victory, and to overtake her. He's #1 in Fantasy Online. At the final competition, frankly, she was impressed. No one expected someone, a blacksmith, to make it this far, all because it's a terrible specialty. Then why did he choose her? He said it was for fun. The girl couldn't understand what it meant. It's simple, but why do people root for the underdogs? Because when the weak defeat the strong, they begin to feel excitement and pleasure. You get a sense of satisfaction seeing the impossible happen right in front of your eyes. The thing is, you start to think you might be the underdog in the story because things are impossible, but it's still fun. Bragging about incredible science is too boring. There's no point in playing a game if you have no vocabulary. Obviously, it's hard to develop a business and choosing a useless major, and the fun comes from all the ideas and effort you put in to overcome those obstacles. She called him a real psycho. She doesn't quite understand what he's saying. He calls his willingness to maximize resistance as fun. A bit complicated. He really wasn't a normal person. He's the only one who's impressed. She surrendered on purpose to reduce his activity. The girl couldn't understand what it was saying. The pocket curse is unique because you have to use hand seals to cast spells. Or she thinks she'd started paying attention to his voice in the chat room if she didn't have to pick her time. 2 seconds was all he needed. Then her mask simply covered the top of her head. Then the girl slowly opened her eyes. After all that, she was really deeply surprised by the whole situation. She couldn't even understand why she wasn't dead and thought he was going to kill her. She was quite surprised when she saw her health status. Kim Da-hyun was also quite surprised by this information. He couldn't understand why it was a skill of hers. She then decided to use her flame. After that, it was as if the girl was ready to kill everyone in her path. Kim Da-hyun was instantly attacked by her at this very moment. He realized it was a curse, and things were going badly. Kim Da-hyun realized that everything was gone, and all his efforts were for nothing. Then the weapon flew out of his hand. Kim Da-hyun fell to the floor along with his weapon. Everyone was quite surprised at this outcome of events. They didn't expect the girl to win, and it was an awkward situation. The winner of the final PvP championship of Fantasy Online is announced as the leader of the Necromancer Guild, Se Young Lee. She really hadn't expected this outcome, and thought her heart would explode with worry. Using one of the other ridiculous sciences just to keep her going, even though it feels like she's lost 50 years of her life. It was a crazy blacksmith, but it certainly lived up to its name. After that, the girl fell silent and looked off into the distance. She didn't understand anything. If his last hammer attack had played a key role. At that moment, Kim Da-hyun interrupted her and told her to stop. There was nothing wrong with that hammer, even with a 98% chance of a critical hit. He had swung that hammer a million times before, but he was ready to miss. But the truth is, in terms of skill, he was removing her in a fair fight. Let him ask any person who watched the fights and no one will agree. If they ask the organizer, they can't even get a rematch. He was telling her to stop. She was good at the game. She's sweet, and even has a good personality. He would start saying it's just not fair to spit on luck in any game. The girl asked what he thought and suggested a rematch. Kim Da-hyun replied that there will be no rematch and maybe it's time to give up. The girl couldn't understand what it was saying. Kim Da-hyun then opened some kind of window. If even hard work is a talent, there are ways to forcibly develop it. The amazing thing is that there is no special training. In fact, it's a normal everyday emotion they all experience. It is the emotion of truth, talent, and hard work can't compare to him. At least he had fun. And it was fun and impressive. He just bought a young ancient ghost 2 days ago. Anyway, the point is, he's been sneaking around using his mom's credit card. The question was who their favorite player was. They said that Seon Lee. She's so cool, she's the best. She's been asked to look here, by big frame doctors, and everyone says they love her. The girl then went on to say that all Romantic Guild fans were grateful for the support, and from today the final matches were awesome. The girl never disappoints, but the match was great, precisely because the opponent was Daehyun Kim. With only a month left, open fighters can try to become tailors. Then she will be a bartender and can craft cool clothes. He'd already told him he was loaded. Better yet, isn't she the same age as their teacher? They aren't old enough to stop talking and hurry to class. Their manager, Mr. Kim, is playing this game with his son. The way he thinks, if he's inundated with donator gear, he'll pick him for a promotion. He thinks he can offer more swag to a man who spends half his salary on that very swag. Of course, the guy didn't expect that he was spending such a large amount of money. And as they prepare for the new season, several companies are testing the huge interest in Fantasy Align's fully immersive virtual body technology. They had preliminary estimates, but the number of players was much higher than they expected. To cope with the flow, they are preparing new servers to replace the old ones in Singapore. In other news, after winning endlessly for 3 seasons, world champion and professional streamer Seon Lee, still striving to take its place at the top, and has already marked Korea on the world map as an engine of development in video games. At this point, some guy didn't understand something. He read the message, he was congratulated, and he was selected as a Korean language and literature scholar at a Korean university. Have him confirm his acceptance on the 5th of the 5th at 5:30. If he cannot attend, have him inform the admissions committee. He seems to think it should have been brought home by now. 6 months ago, someone was dissatisfied with literature and language. The days when even AI can write fiction. He's got his head up his ass with this nonsense. The guy disagrees with him. He asked what was so wrong with specialized study of literature and language. Rather than the desire to study a language that binds the hearts and souls of people. So terrible. Is he joking? Seriously? Preaching to his father and not peppering it with nonsense. If he was so studious, how would he explain his poor performance on probation to him? But grades don't matter. All you have to do is graduate. If that's really true, then why did he want to go to the best university in Korea so badly? Even by the way he got booted out of the army, he still plays every day. People need to give themselves credit for whether they can pull something off or not. He needs to learn how to take care of himself so he can eventually become a decent man like his father. And where is the hard work like collecting rent to the future owners of the building? Maybe in playing golf day and night, playing cards. He's the hanja. He worked tirelessly when he was his age. The building that is in his possession, the results of his labors. He always says that detrimental work pays off and contains proof. He is about the immense hardship and massive stress that is heaped upon him during this time. He couldn't understand why he wanted him to suffer so much, as if he didn't love him. He said that's the way it is. He doesn't love him. Let him get out and get out of his house. Then he will go to his house. The man couldn't understand what he was talking about. It's not like he didn't think the guy wouldn't find the property he put in his name. It's his real property. He can do whatever he wants. He wants to burn it. He wants to tear it down. Whatever he wants to do. He's not at home. Let him splurge and pay right now. Let her just sell it back to him. He'd rather pay the taxes. Deprive such an ungrateful Sina of funds. He was a financial fraud. Used his name without authorization. Now he's threatening. Let him take the case to court. He has nothing to fear. Then a woman came in and asked if he was going to disinherit the guy. Everyone noticed her immediately and didn't expect this turn of events. He started to say he didn't mean it. He just wanted to scare him because he was slacking. It's not a problem if he's capable of more. He really is lazy, isn't he? He's out of line. He's against making him work hard. Better to teach him a lesson. Because they worked hard themselves so their kids wouldn't have to go through such problems. He thinks he's just overreacting. The boy must realize that there is a limit to everything, even his laziness. Mom doesn't tell him to get a job, but she doesn't explain what happens if he doesn't. Laziness breeds worthless people. Mom wouldn't want to see him as worthless. How's he doing on getting back to school? The woman then began to cut the apple. Let him live responsibly and not miss out on his share. Does it make sense for him to improve his grades? He thinks she meant it, but that doesn't mean that improving grades will help in this case. If he's serious, his long courses could lead to him becoming a respected author. This is also a good option. Let him prove himself, show results that can be established. She doesn't care how, but if he continues to do nothing, she might think he no longer respects his mother. After asking if everything was clear, his face changed dramatically. Nothing comes to his mind. He just says what he should get, but doesn't explain how. She's asking for the impossible. How about a marriage interview? There's a few candidates his mom picked out. Which woman he wanted to meet in the first place? Marriage is the quickest way to learn to take responsibility, she says. Don't worry, in his great-grandmother's time, people got married even earlier. She get a full scholarship to college. Everything seems to have arrived safely. Zira is a next-generation installation named Sphere. He left after giving his mom his word. He was greeted by a fully immersive machine named Sphere. The download has begun. In this new world again, he was asked to enter her character's name. The biometric scanning began. We should take a look. The guy is probably online. The profile is connected, but he can't believe he called her first. What was the occasion? Let him wait a second. He's calling her through Vivian. She's really going to get a full scholarship. Now he can play. At least for now he's a little late. She thinks the second-ranked realizes the consequences of starting 3 months later than any other player. He thinks it will all work out if you take it on. And yet, so many new features and quirks. I wonder if she could help us figure it out. She's about to join him. It's best to study everything very carefully. Let him choose either the Kingdom of Dumpling or the Kingdom of Islands. All the guides recommend these locations for starting. What about that location he mentioned? The place people choose is the Kingdom of Jules. Even the developers claim it's the worst location even in beta. Everything looks like a dump, all the quests are disgusting, and the key town is awful too. Character creation is complete. Let him choose his starting location. Kim Dae-hyun smiled and chose the jail's kingdom. After a while, Kim Dae-hyun appeared in the world. He noticed some jokes right away, and it feels pretty real. Then he saw the bird and started touching the tree. He spotted a settlement and realized it must be Hunter's Paradise, number 100 of this location. The quality of this game is on a whole other, divine level. If the mossy city looks like such a carrion, how amazing other places are. At that moment he saw the guy in front of him. Of course, Kim Dae-hyun immediately bounced back. Kim Dae-hyun was sure it was a mope. He just won't renew the subscription. It takes 6 months to create a new account. He tried to use his parents' ID to create a new account, but he has to go through biometric identification. Kim Dae-hyun noticed that everyone here was a little crazy. It seems the rumors were true. Kim Dae-hyun has a new quest: to find August, the hunter. Despite his appearance, August is a friendly guy. Newcomers should follow his instructions to get used to it. Kim Dae-hyun decided not to bother studying. To make this status window more important, he decided to look at if he chose an occupation. He is unemployed. Where Kim Dae-hyun got his weapons in his Europe. It was the shabby sword of an unemployed man, attack power 5, durability 10, and 10 swords measure of war, who managed to get out of his room. Better than nothing. Now what kind of specialty do you pick that everyone knows he's insane at once? After a while he came to some field, then noticed a hare in front of him. What is this little furry misunderstanding? If he starts killing these animals, he won't be insane. He'll be a sociopath. Just at that moment, this cute animal, in his opinion, attacked him. The impact was so strong that he flew several meters forward, then face-chased straight into the ground. Kim Dae-hyun, of course, didn't expect this turn of events. The damage was exceeded and the bleeding started accordingly. This game has a daily real field or irreparable health damage. What's wrong with that? Overly realistic damage descriptions. And by the way, what breed of rabbit is it that hands out choppers like a karate black belt holder? It's action. Kim Dae-hyun began to watch this hare in front of him. The hare taunted him and told him to approach and attack. He wants to dance, but that's no way to dance. The game should at least be exciting. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They don't give a shit about being called a psychopath. He's going to destroy it. Fucking rabbit. At that moment some man lit a fire. He was actually happy about it, judging by the look on his face. He's tougher than he looks. Fucking rabbit. but it's still a fight he knows when he was younger. Just thinking he has the urge to hunt one single rabbit all day, he's starting to realize why they all hate this place. Kin De Hyun, the game in general loot's raised level. Let him please distribute bonus points in the status window, at this castle gives so much experience. That's the moment he was typed, if he leaves her again, she block him. And he really went to this particular kingdom of jewels, Kin De Hyun said it was. He'll reveal that she sent him something. Kingdom. Bulletin board. We need to get out of here. Let him withdraw at his own risk. Let him abandon all hope. Here he enters need a patch for balance. He thinks about what he. Let him stop hiding his sneer. Sit down. Anyway he got bonus points. He is advised to allocate the basis to professions. Which professions are good? Professions are good. He asks, which jobs are really complete garbage? Get it? That means grasshoppers to the falls. Every guild recruits blacksmiths, even if he has changed professions, but he is no longer complete trash. He does not underestimate his former popularity. He himself has already faced the urge of his imitators. That's how popular a worthless profession has become. It's all his fault. He can do it. She means it's all thanks to him. But in that case he'll put an end to the profession at once. Just because he's still unemployed doesn't mean he hasn't gotten his stats adjusted yet. He chooses a profession after his stats are adjusted to fit his role. Sort of a bonus to his charisma. Electric thinking. To lead an army, if he decided to choose a fighting class, or training under magical protection for mages and love, undead resistance for bailiffs, that sort of thing. Then what's the most useless characteristic? But it was obviously luck at its worst. Kin De Hyun, I'm thinking about luck. Then he remembered how he had started attacking the girl, and then he had no luck at all. That last attack, if it had been a cross. Maybe because it's playing from quotes affects us a lot of things, but everything is not without useless. Even if he decided to play as a useless character, he still needs to allocate quotes wisely. Starting with choosing a profession, it will be a good start for his growth, then he will be unemployed. The girl couldn't understand what he was saying. The advice helped. Thanks to her, he'd solved everything. In the past, called. He was taken for that 2%, in which case maybe this approach will bring a pick. He fucking does. Let him do what he wants. Even if she tells him not to, he'll still do it his way. If he wants to talk, just have him call and go. What are these professions for? Nothing wrong with being unemployed. Me. And he bet on luck. Kin De Hyun really believed that such a strategy was the best. That's when some girls started being attacked. These were clearly the same hairs that were bothering the protagonist. Wanted to do obscene things to her, so they wouldn't come any closer to her. She was afraid of them. At this point some guy showed up and fell in as the girl was being turned on. Another idiot who wanted to die. The guy asked if she was okay and said he would deal with them. Let her leave. Confronting all these monsters is simply unrealistic. A nerd like her who felt nothing but hatred for this world. The reason he could laugh at ships that were worse than reality was her smile. Even though this world is unreal, it can't help if a dear one is in trouble. What is he talking about? He's a complete idiot. The conclusion really did look like a complete idiot. Even let her not think about it. They will happily end up together, flirting in a game where reality is virtual. Let him work harder so he doesn't have to beg for mercy. Too bad the rabbit took down 10 rabbits on his second day alone. The whole thing makes it look like he's a creepy asshole. By the way, why does rabbit meat taste like shit? Realistically the worst kingdom, no matter how they try not to get hot, because they're the ones who can't play. At this moment, Kin De Hyun raised his head. He noticed that he catches rabbits quite well. It was the same hunter. And August he looks like a novice. Why wasn't he looking for him? Kin De Hyun. He was surprised that he was the first person to talk to him. System alert, the original quest has been changed. The sheep quest has been changed. Have him find the hunter. The hunter is perplexed as to why a brat like him is interested in hunting alone. Let him satisfy his curiosity. Independent writings, isn't there some specifically defined algorithm? The quest didn't seem that meaningful. Should it be abandoned? Kin De Hyun said he apologizes. His abilities leave a lot to be desired. So he's been practicing to surprise him pleasantly, and they meet. He thought the interests were completely brainless, but it seemed there were still some normal guys left. There was a system alert that August sympathized with him. It added a plus to the relationship. Kin De Hyun was quite surprised by this. This kind of thinking seems like even the basics looks pretty solid if he's forever watching him hunt rabbits. It had been a long time since he had wanted to make an apprentice. How he feels about it. Whether he wants to learn a new hunting compote. It's his start. What he just said. The actual quest has just started, and it's already a rare profession. This wouldn't happen to be the ideal for a quick boost. He is grateful for such an offer, but has to decline. Tact itself. He's never even seen anything like it. He still has a lot to learn. He's sorry, but he's already decided to go the unemployed route. Hunter August, a member of the Tylum Hunters, asks if he is willing to accept the new knowledge. It's normal, they were all like this in the beginning, but he's so clingy. No matter how positive he is, he himself is not ready to accept it. He will stop respecting himself after this. How can he call himself a man after this? That's a real man. That's him drinking with a hunter. The more he looks at it, the more he likes it. However, forcing someone to contradict the hunter's nature is not a good idea. Let him train, and if he wants to become a hunter, let him come any day, any time. Newbies like him have some trouble preparing or marketing goods. He will be able to sell items at a good price from him. August's store is now available. The man has a trade option, but there was no information about it on the forum. He thanked him and asked if he could use it right now. The man was a little surprised at such insolence. Kim Dae-han asked if he could sell the item. The man replied that it was a different thing. Maybe he could use it, but instead of selling it, it's better to keep it. It's a symbol of good luck. Newcomers like him will find it very useful. If washed, he caught so many rabbits and only one foot fell out. That's some bullshit. Can he find something special? Item: rabbit's foot. Also known as a symbol of good luck among the hunters of Tylum. Hidden effect when used. Kim Dae-han was surprised that it was a lie. When used, he gains +5 to luck. He was surprised it was true. It tasted awful. The man was surprised by that. The man asked him if he was insane. The hero couldn't understand what he meant. He had to stew it and then eat it. What if he got food poisoning? At that moment, some girl attacked someone. She, too, attacked the hare, who at this point was puzzled. Then the girl stumbled a bit and tripped. Of course, her next action was to fall from behind that rock. She immediately began to feel very bad about the situation. She got a system alert that she wasn't ready yet. As it turned out, Kim Dae-han was sitting beside her and watching. It was the ultimate nub. Even if it cooked, it would still be crap. A one-on-one fight with a rabbit is something a solo player would do, expecting to observe amazing skills. But it was as if his muscles had failed. Health and blood always come first. Let it hit. At this point, the rabbit decided to show his true nature in front of the girl. At that moment, she closed her eyes, preparing to die. Then she realized that everything was fine for now and began to slowly open her eyes. The guy decided to go to her and help her after all. Why he fought with his eyes closed? Is the rabbit that scary, or is it just the size of the rabbit? Just at that moment, in surprise, the rabbit attacked the protagonist. Then someone told the rabbit not to move from its spot. The rabbit seemed surprised at such insolence. Some guy said there's no way the rabbit can escape now. Then he told the rabbit to get ready for battle. Beast against man, man against rabbit. It was a really difficult confrontation. One mistake could have been the last. The guy decided to use his weapon against the rabbit. Kim Dae-han clumsily followed behind that rabbit's back. The girl, of course, had not expected this turn of events. Then he sighed heavily and said it was a good idea. He told him to get up, because this is a game. Beauty won't help her here. Let her shut up and listen. Rabbits are pretty annoying. She should close her eyes and he'll finish her right off. Why is she fighting with her eyes closed? They're so scary when they attack. After that, they both immediately fell silent. Kim Dae-han couldn't understand what had happened. Looks like he goes to an all-boys technical school. If he's afraid of those rabbits, it's gonna get worse. Let him remember that. A guy who looked very much like a girl said his name was Yujisu. Realized that his physical science was completely worthless. He is going to level up in a group with other players to gain experience more easily. I wonder where that group went, since he was kicked out of there. He had been with his friends in the beginning, skipped his way to the village, and now found himself here. He just wanted to level up faster and move on. He got lucky. He always laughs about it. He's pretty nice. Let him think about it. He'll take exception and help. Let him accept the application. He'll pump it up to level 10, then he can get to the next city. He's definitely not kidding now. Reaching level 10 is easy. Kim Dae-han and his boyfriend went to the hares. Now he offered to concentrate, let him strike first, step aside, and finish him off at the end. The guy said he seemed to understand everything. Then the guy literally threw a ball that hit the main character's back. The main character didn't even have words to describe it, but the sword still flew right into the hare's head. The guy was glad he'd made it. Unfortunately, it doesn't go on like that. It's too hard to tank and hit right away. It takes too much energy. The guy said he wouldn't let him down, wouldn't forget, wouldn't turn a blind eye. Just don't let them kick him out of the group. He wasn't going to do that. There was just another way. He gave thanks for not being mad at him and asked what to do next. He thinks he's good for it. How about crafting? Work as a blacksmith, craftsman, tailor. If he pumps those skills, he will definitely be taken. The guy said it's hard to pump that alone, but he has a band. Up until they split up, the group had always been more fun until it came to battle. So this guy is a loner because he won't play with his friends. He understood him. But blacksmiths could level up alone as well. He hadn't played the last game, but in Fantasy Online, loners had always been at the top of the list. The guy didn't believe it and said there was no way that could be. Maybe he missed something, or he's talking about Kim Dae-hyun right now. He's a fan. Speaking of which, it wasn't named after him, was it? Of course not. He noticed that his own talents mattered in this game too, and he found a way to get pumped after all. He can become a ranged fighter or a hitter, like an archer or something else. But this location requires physical fitness. Apprentices are great. He just likes archers. It depends on the character though, but I'd better think again. No, he really likes archery. At this moment, Hunter Augustus stood and looked sternly at someone. Kim Dae-hyun said he liked it, but didn't know if he owed August something. He spoke too roughly to him as if he were a living being. Was there a problem with that? Hunter was terribly picky. If you were rude to him, he would retaliate. Even if you bowed, he would ignore. There was something else, though. He remembered the one that came up to him and said the weather was beautiful. Did he find it that way? He just got an ignore. He had caught a rabbit, but where to sell it? The hunter ignored him again. He greeted him once more, but the hunter told him to get out as he was fed up with him. Whoever he was cocky, but you could see he was confident, and he agreed. He needed a bow, so let it be a bow. He finally accepted it, and as if to start kissing him, the guy finally got his long-awaited bow. Why he said no, he certainly wasn't going to do it. These formalities were going to make the job a lot harder, but he was fine with that. Speaking of which, this bow was perfect for an archer. Augustus was a complex personality, but if you were persistent, he certainly wouldn't say no. Is it possible to track these rabbits? Is that even possible? The Bodiru is about to practice. He decided to really practice the craft, getting better and better. If his brother says so, he thinks it's worth a try. He remained silent and said to do as anger dictated. Has he ever shot this bow before? He went to the archery club at school. When they started practicing, the guy wasn't doing so well. Almost all of his arrows flew into the center of the target. Kim Dae-hyun certainly didn't expect such an impressive result. From that distance, his marksmanship was about 90%, and he said he went to a school club. He was a little surprised that shooting was easier than in real life. Looks like he found something he likes. Maybe we should go to August and see if he has any orders. He'd rather take care of those rabbits, but he doesn't need to. He offered to do the quests. The guy, of course, immediately agreed to the offer. At this moment, Augustus was glaring sternly at the bow, but he didn't even notice him. They came to see if August had orders, and it was about time. Recently insisted that the wolf spotted in the trespass of Tylum be caught. So much for the Tylum hunter. Why did the protagonist have a disturbing feeling at that moment? He couldn't understand it. Speaking of which, they qualified to become hunters, but refused the test. However, he is already remarkably well suited for the task. There won't be any problems, that's what he thinks. The townspeople should listen to the end. They need to become hunters. Augustus assigned them to hunt wolves to prove that their trust in them was justified. If they failed, Augustus might be upset, perhaps resentful. It was a strange assignment with such a reward. If he gets close to him, does that mean he will become a promoter? But he can't just leave him. If something goes wrong, he'll have blood on his hands. But it is said that their relationship could improve. First, they need to finish level 8. Wolves aren't that easy. If he succeeds, he will reach level 10 and can choose the hunter class. That's it. Kim Dae-hyun started fighting those rabbits. He had already learned, and he was pretty good at it. Something wasn't right after a club like this. He just realized what happened after that. After a while, Kim Dae-hyun dispensed with those rabbits. On the other hand, he ate all the paws and his luck went up, but crit is constantly flying out. And if he kills everyone in one hit, Jisoo won't get any experience at all. Kim Dae-hyun remarked that it looked like Wi-Fi sticks. At this moment, the guy was carefully watching the arrow. After a while, he let her out. Just at that moment, the rabbit turned around and saw an arrow flying straight at him in front of him. Because he didn't have time to react, the arrow hit him right in the head. No one expected this turn of events and everyone started running away. Kim Dae-hyun and her boyfriend clearly didn't expect this turn of events and were surprised. Why he's staring like that? He apologizes, but he shoots accurately and feels it helps him. He's really good at archery. Maybe he's some kind of falcon eye in life. For a kid, he's a real marksman. He seems embarrassed and is trying to hide it, perhaps determined to show off to his fans. Even if he's not popular in real life, no one here knows that, and this is his chance. Why not start a fan club? He can stream and gather his audience. At this point, the wolf was howling at the moon. Oddly enough, if she dies, she can just be resurrected, can't she? At this point, the wolf began to attack the protagonist. That's where he came from. The guy realized that he needed to act urgently and help his friend, so he started pulling out an arrow. System notification. The skill artful shot has been obtained. The wolf's movements slowed down. Kim Dae-hyun shouted at the guy to keep going because it's very helpful. At that moment, the arrow actually hit the wolf. Then there was some embarrassment between them. The guy couldn't tell if the wolf was dead or not. Wolf lurking means they have stealth skills. They need to kill 20 of these wolves. At this point, the guy got anxious for some reason. Wolves are smarter, but don't let him worry. They won't come in packs. They're not that smart on that level, just that some of them can get away with it. All the more reason for them not to leave their habitat. If you don't count the leader, there are no more than 3 wolves. The leader was waiting for the right moment, and a whole pack appeared before them. Kim Dae-hyun was waiting for the moment when something unexpected would appear, and that's what happened. While the guy was wondering what they should do now, the ringleader had already started to run away. They ran to the cliff of the mountain and screamed for help. The ringleader ran with all his might, but the guy, terrified, was much faster. Why is he so fast if he didn't put points into agility? Damn it, we need to stick together. Kim Dae-hyun, to see if his boyfriend is dumping him like this. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun noticed something very interesting. He started to fall and tried to figure out what was going on. He has entered the dungeon of the Talem Mountain Cave, lower level. The connection is disconnected. He will incur a penalty for disconnecting. What happened? It's like a dungeon entrance. It's hard to tell. These bastards either care about Talem or hate him. What a terrible balance. A dungeon is a place where random monsters appear. It's dangerous, but it's also their chance. They fell in here by accident through a hole, and finding a secret dungeon is hard. They haven't prepared, that's the problem, but they still want to test whether they'll survive or not. It would be nice to know what kind of monsters appear here. Kim Dae-hyun said there are goblins here, but the table didn't say goblins were here. If there are goblins here, there must be traps. I wonder what kind. Both felt out of place as they have no locating and recognition skills, so they need to be careful. If that's the only problem, the only thing left to do is just watch your step. Kim Dae-hyun didn't expect such events and didn't think the guy would fall into this trap so easily. At this moment, all the arrows flew right in front of his eyes. Then other traps began to appear along with arrows. They noticed that large rocks began to fall from above. Kim Dae-hyun tried to do something and the guy just fell to his knees. After a while, the incident was over. The guy apologized and said he was sorry. He had aged before his eyes. Not a single arrow had hit him, but if one had, there would have been a mental death. Then they heard goblin noises and the goblins started asking who they were. If you stay calm, you can handle it. Even though he was invested in the force, he's losing to some dark goblin. Kim Dae-hyun realized that something needed to change and started attacking them. At that moment, he pierced through the goblin's head. A system notification appeared. He killed the goblin and leveled up, gaining the skill luck throw. A gold coin flew right at him. It was a golden coin symbolizing good luck. System notification. Skills were doubled and the reset skills were restored. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what this failed throw was. System notification. Reroll. skills have been upgraded to 4 times and the reset skills have been restored. He was trying to figure out what that skill was. System notification. Third role. Skills have been upgraded to 8 times and all reset skills have been restored. Kim Dae-hyun realized his bad luck and was very angry. He couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. The guy was greatly surprised by what was happening and didn't expect this turn of events. Kim Dae-hyun looked at that with a smile, and the guy asked what he did. The incredible speed and critical damage were irreversible. He needed to kill the man. This skill was given to him. All of this happened because he only pumped his luck, so why can't they hit it? Don't let them get upset. They'll have a chance next time. They can pump their luck next time. After a while, all the goblins were defeated by the protagonist. At the end, the goblin said that the man was too strong. He cursed him with everything he could. Kim Dae-hyun was amazed that the goblin had called him Tailuma Hunter. Super pumped, and he'll soon be able to raise his luck to 500. As always, he puts everything into luck, and there was also a treasure chest. They were looking at this treasure chest right in front of their eyes. The guy was sure it was a trap, and told the protagonist to step back so he could open the chest himself. Maybe he'll find a way to disarm it, since the chest is locked, and he was given the key before going into the dungeon. Maybe you can open it with a needle like in the movies. Kim Dae-hyun looked at him at this moment. He asked if he could open the chest the way professional thieves open locks. Let him find what he was buying and hope the chest opens. Kim Dae-hyun was very happy when he realized that the guy had actually opened the chest. System notification. Found item Tylum Swordsman. Strength 45. Damage 40. System notification. Found item Leather Wanderer Armor. Strength 60. Protection 25. Found item Wanderer's Blade. Durability 30 out of 30. Damage 20. Kim Dae-hyun said he would only take the sword and let him put the armor and blade away. System notice. Outfit properties are improved. Residents will warm to them. Kim Dae-hyun realized that this was exactly what they needed. At that moment, some monster was sleeping in his kingdom. Kim Dae-hyun and the boyfriend were in the same room. Kim Dae-hyun realized that this was the most important goblin and wondered what to do. Where are his minions? The boy can't see them, though they should be with him. Kim Dae-hyun said that this is their chance. They need to act. The boy didn't understand what he was up to, but the chief said he would deal with the goblin and let him sit. When they start fighting, or the goblin moves to the next phase, his minions will appear from the tunnels. You can avoid the battle by finishing him off with a single punch. Kim Dae-hyun to use a successful throw. Fate fell on a tails. Kim Dae-hyun started flipping the coin again, and an eagle fell out. Kim Dae-hyun didn't stop trying and wanted to try again. The guy walked over and asked what he was doing, and Kim Dae-hyun told him to be quiet. At this point, the system notification told him that he was eagled out. Within 15 seconds, all of his skills were increased by 16,384 times and reset. He had 14 consecutive lucky breaks and decided he had to keep going. All shivering and in fear, he began to approach the goblin. He looked like a part-time noodle shop worker and was told to shut up because he said to keep quiet. At that moment, he presented the sword right in front of the goblin's face. The goblin woke up and couldn't realize who was standing in front of him. His friend realized things were bad, and the goblin noticed them. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised that it didn't work out. At that moment, there was an explosion in the room. The guy barely had time to cover himself from the blast. Surprisingly, Kim Dae-hyun survived and the goblin was defeated. He defeated the dungeon boss and the goblin that was ambushed retreated. The guy realized that this lucky throw was just an amazing skill. Dane's posthumous letter. That's how he's gonna die. It's surprising that a hunter would die this way without appreciating the goblin's strength, but even if he dies, his comrades will have their revenge. His wife Sophia is worried about him, and he would like to taste her soup one last time. The man who will avenge him will be a true Tailuma Ranger. Heroic Ranger. Story mission. Only the best hunters can become true rangers. Dane's death must not be in vain, and the one who avenges him will become his heir. System notification whether he wishes to offer to become a ranger. If yes, he will become a ranger. Heroic mission. Awesome. He had congratulated him long ago, but Umag would still beat him like a rabbit. But that doesn't concern him anymore. This time he'll refuse, but he offered to do the assignment together, since it's a job for heroes. He doesn't think the assignment sucks, though he didn't like being a ranger. Even if he wanted to become a terminal hero, it wasn't for him. After all, If he gets a legendary class, he will attract attention with his strength. The guy wondered if that was the reason it happened. Kim Dae-hyun reminded the guy that it was just a game. Chasing other people's standards let it stay in real life. Although it doesn't matter much, greed and capitalism are always dissatisfied with the prospects of heroes, even in a game. Don't just think about levels and equipment. Appearances are supposed to bring joy. It is only a way to escape from real problems. Even in this world, following other people's ideals is unnecessary. Why burden yourself even more? After all, one can remain oneself and enjoy the world. Isn't that right? The guy sees something in him despite his character. But he must complete this task, because experienced people know that without it, he will definitely not succeed in close combat. Even if it's just a game, he's going to go it alone. He won't regret his choice. He doesn't even have an ounce of respect. Hunter August was making some kind of fence. At that moment, he turned his head to the right to see who had come. That suit, he's here. I wonder what happened. At this point, they both saw a great many system notifications that many tasks had been completed. Augustus was very grateful to them. Now they were on better terms. They are recognized as friends of the hunter. Now task sharing group is available to them. A system notification reported the story quests for Hunter Augustus. At this point in the real world, someone was talking to someone else. Some girl was walking and looking at her phone. A second girl approached her and asked what she was doing here. It was one girl named Hannah and Xian. What happened? She's still in the Yul Kingdom. She also promised to go to the Elan Kingdom when she reached level 10. Did she really say that? She still hasn't reached level 10, but she's done a couple quests. What's another quest? It's nothing special, she just can't. She became a real mage and cleaned out the magic tower. She pitched in as a tailor, joined a guild. Fun sort of thing. She offered to come to their kingdom so they could meet together. And she ran, hoping they would see each other again. They were quite excited about this conversation with the girl. She said she was kind of weird. She was, after all, still down about her choice of kingdom not long ago. Apparently she was relieved. At this point, some guy was running down the street. After his run, he headed to the tourniquet. Then I started doing ABS exercises. Generally exercising. He was really working hard at this point, believing in himself. He was working to the point where sweat was running down the river. Still, it was apparently worth it. He was pleased with it. Then after that he went into some store and said hello. Some grandmother said she hadn't seen him in a while. She hadn't looked in. He was guilty of it. Lots of sundeco plates. He added more liver to it, just the way he likes it. Kim Dae-hyun thanked her for that. Skyrocketing prices and irreversible rents. Is life really that complicated? He will be treated today by a businessman who would like to warn everyone about the danger from landowners. What terrible news caught him? Such landlords writing about the missing. Why would that be? She's being manipulated. He's known for his generosity. But what she heard, he has a son, too. The guy wondered what was wrong with him. I mean, he knows their restaurant doesn't have a networking problem, but he came in one day and said something about his son for a whole hour. He said his son goes to a pretty shady university. He doesn't know what to do about it. The man is nice, but he can't get along with his son. Who knows? Maybe he'll close this restaurant just to pamper his boy. There's no such thing. It will never happen. How he knows all this stuff? Total son did not go to high school together. He has a great character. He tries his best. Plus he's pretty cute. A little weird. He's also a nerd who got into a Korean university. Knows nothing about cooking. He doesn't need to worry. Korea University is the most prestigious university in the country. So why his father said he was concerned about it? He lives in the same city, so he knows some rumors. He has a habit of drinking often and talking about his son. I mean, he started out as just an employee, but he started his own business. Maybe he's just condescending about higher education. The smart ones know that a preteen who is just concerned about his child's education wants to fulfill his dreams through his children. He doesn't think this approach is optimal in the current realities. Now his concern for his son seems excessive to him. After that, the guy ate the whole plate. Grandma asked if he had a good meal and he said she was pleased to see him doing well. Yeah. She wishes her daughter was just like him. And what's wrong with Hye-in Yu? So young but refuses to go out. She lives cooking. She's a little worried about whether she get to marry someone. Okay, it's just fine for her to stay home. It's responsible. But she offered to work for her to take a walk. But no. In such a case, it's best to take your time. Then she asked if he had any hobbies, and the guy wondered. He said he was a gamer and she asked what he played. Just at that moment, he opened the 8th fantasy tape online. A light quality dagger rare, he thought. Everywhere now the Sumtoha also knew it was his first realized item. Seemed so expensive thanks to his rolling luck. 3 days ago, don't let him say they found Dane's body. That's right, they found his husband. He was killed by a goblin. She was thankful that he had avenged him. Now he rested in peace. Sophia was happy. His fame had increased, and after a while he would be recognized even more. Not much here, but she asked to take the main game. Said he's not here in a day. Kim Dae-hyun asked to teach him cooking. Always cooked for hunters. This is the best opportunity. All he needs is her recipe. He increased his cooking skill. Sophia's meat soup recipe was studied. Sophia's secret dish was also studied. Sophia got this recipe from her grandmother. This recipe was only recognized by her. But since he found her husband's body, he will be able to increase it. No way, the soup is as good as Sophia's. He feels this pleasure too. His health increased by 5%. Strength increased by 5. Here comes the bath. All that was needed. Total elevated. Place and luck. Because can go with his job, and will not even notice the penalty. Because so. Rabbits are everywhere. With his culinary arts he will be able to level up indefinitely. Now that's what they call to rabbits in one fell swoop. He now let them gobble. He needs a new level. He's not only cooking stew for the king. Let Sophia save them. This guy wants to feed them to death. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun was looking at his characteristic and luck. He had 960 pumps. Half the heroine was saying that everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Soon he would pump his luck to 1000. He asked Sophia or Lena if they happened to know where the most famous blacksmiths were in Thailand. Let him fail before he wipes him out. He's an amateur, humbled by touching his tools. He said he would do whatever he wanted and give him a quest. After all, he's the ragamuffin who berated him, hiding when he reached level 10. He thought he wouldn't remember him. He didn't recognize him. After all, the great blacksmith. He's sinful and repentant. May he ever want to get it on again. What's going on here anyway? This guy is begging the blacksmith to give him an assignment. He's got some secret assignment he doesn't know about. Then the man switched to the main game, as if he recognized him. He's that famous hunter's helper. What's he doing here? Let him go. Maybe he needs something too. Who else is he? Why does the great blacksmith treat him like that? He's a celebrity. What did he do? At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun makes his sword. The man watched the whole process intently. He seriously doesn't want to work for him. Kim Dae-hyun, he said, apologizing. He waiting here, but he only wanted the knowledge of a great blacksmith like him. He really does have talents. I don't know if he'll even meet someone so gifted again. If he really doesn't want to become a blacksmith, then he has nothing more to teach him. That's the end of it. The man then told him to take this box. Kim Dae-hyun didn't expect such generosity from his teacher. This is just a gift from him for his kindness and education. May he not forget about it and come more often. Some man was also reading something about fantasy news online. Did he read that these idiots? It should just be a synthesis, shouldn't it? Such damage doesn't even require a level or certain skills. How could such a weapon be created with so many properties? It's sure to be appreciated. At this point, the guy who came in immediately fell down. Surprisingly, he immediately started crying right on the floor. Still, he sat down at the cup and was ready to share. But he never managed to get the sort of cold tears. He did his best but failed. It's just that the mobs were on par with the players. Oh, and that blacksmith he'd asked for help was out of his mind. A rabbit killer, a redneck. Even those villagers didn't appreciate what he'd done. The Skull Crusher didn't help. This is after all the stuff of the heroic clan, Blood of Madness Fallon. Out of a tiny number of orcs with this weapon tired a true hero. Wait, impossible that mission. Ranger, that guy was a hunter and a blacksmith. He thought so too. He can't even pick it up. Maybe it's better to give it away easier. What a heroic job he is with those stats. Maybe. And also that bastard Augustus. Doing something. Hunting redemption. You have to kill 10 rabbits. He will be forgiven. Because of this rabbit killer, he couldn't find any in this region. What the fuck is going on? He realizes he's sick of everything. Speaking of which, the blacksmith apologetically said he'd help him refill his sword. He said he needed to pump up his blacksmithing skills, and he could help with that by lending his weapons. Let him look at it now. His bloody Aeron could be sold for at least 300 or even 400. Could he fix it? There's not much he can do about the whole level. Have him accept this man into the guild. Effect characteristics after hardening. Damage 50%. Critical damage plus 10%. Luck plus 35%. The hunter who could do such a thing says he's only out for the evening. He's not lying. Is he? It was really impossible. He definitely changed his employee specialization to blacksmith. With skills and buffs he would be able to handle this heroic weapon. This means he has already surpassed it in this game. He might be the first heroic level blacksmith. They need to lure him here. If he needs money, he'll provide access to their hygiene bank. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun stood in front of a huge fence. Hunter Augustus asked him, or something was wrong. He said the rabbits don't show up anymore. He really didn't like their meat. It was appreciated amongst the garage. Now it seems so empty here. It's their feet. Their smell was quite pleasant. What if he could get more of their paws? Kim Dae-hyun was silent at this moment. He didn't answer him anything. A realization came to him. He asked the man to repeat what he had said. At this point, the hunter was ready to show him something. He kept them all in his warehouse. Exchanging the hunter, he can use his valor points to exchange them for the offered items. His points are 1200, 207. That's when the guy showed up. It wasn't like he hadn't added him as a friend, but he couldn't figure out what friends were. He then asked him to please add. Kim Dae-hyun asked him if he really wanted this. He doesn't want to be friends with him. That's not what he meant. The main friend agreed after all and said he would accept as a friend. It's to add him as a friend. It's not like he's there for guys, because he's his friend. He said, no, and he certainly has more friends here. Then he's not his first, he has friends in real life, their sleep. He's going to hunt those rabbits again. No, they haven't been showing up lately. Why? He must have overdone it. The guy offered to go with him. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand why, so he doesn't want to be with him. No, he's asking if he has an assignment. The guy told him he had an assignment for him. System notification, rare mission, subdue the orcs in Donjul land. Although a small but strong country, but recently, there had been problems with wandering orcs on the border with Fort Arden. A rare task, nothing they can't accomplish together. He'll help with it. It's a hero assignment, but it's better than waiting for those bunnies. Guy asked Elena if the protagonist was being nominated. She told him emphatically that she was. Fort Arden, an armored point on the border of the Kingdom of Dajels, is just where they are headed. The kingdom is bordered on the west by the Kingdom of Arons and the Kingdom of Austin. Its Dians are plains. Faji is in the canyon region, small but known for its impregnable walls. The land is being sent on a mission to subdue the orcs. Players from these three kingdoms are doubtlessly heading there to try their luck and show off their skills. In order not to shame the guild, they must use this opportunity. Everyone was in complete agreement. The women. Someone said they wouldn't be able to get through. At this point, they were quite surprised. This applies to everyone. We don't understand anything. He can't let them pass. Let them get out. The woman said they came to help get rid of these classes that are planting them. It's understandable that they would send some allies here, and she asked her if they needed their help. Men can't figure out which allies we're talking about. He was very angry with them. And what nonsense. Even if each of them never intended to vouchsafe the good names and kingdoms where they were from the beginning. They don't need the help of those who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Let them go. He spotted two people. Let them move. What are they doing here? What are they doing here? They just want to get through. Why they miss these two? This is a Tylum Ranger outfit. Only citizens aren't allowed in. Queen Jules, of course. Not everyone thought it was unfair. At that point, the woman yelled for them to keep going. The guy looked disgruntled. He asked, or is it something wrong again? Why he didn't help them? All because the guild leader is handsome. What he says there is only temporary. He may be a hero, even his luck. It's unrealistic for two people to complete this task. Though they don't stand out in any way, at least they have a clear plan. They need to get a grouping of tactics for such difficult assignments. Oh, and you can immediately increase your blacksmithing skill level by using their armor. That was his plan all along. Two birds with one stone. She didn't seem to have time to thank them. Shi Chai Han, the priestess of goddess Demer from the Aaron's kingdom, couldn't pass just because of him. She's grateful. By the way, speaking for getting their coupons, they will surely pay him. Let her forget. They don't have to worry about such little things now. Also got that assignment from Centrunion. not going out on patrol anytime soon. Is it true that they won't go with them? The man asked if they also wanted to help him on patrol. At that moment, a system window popped up in front of him. Kim Dae-hyun, that he was given a secret mission. A rare assignment, exterminate a captured orc. Surprise, trust him, he believes he can exterminate the orcs himself, but if he fails the task, people will be disappointed in him. He was quite surprised at this kind of assignment. Kim Dae-hyun realized that to exterminate him like that right away, he believes that you don't have to be able to handle the task. Just at that moment, they began to fight them. Fine, suggested we deal with the others and argue further. These guys in the kingdom, why do they need arms and heads? It's all weird. Here comes the 8th one. How do they take her head? It's not like they can cut it off, so it has to be sudden. She hasn't dropped one yet. Serious system sucks. Didn't get 3 more heads. He was worried about this secret mission. Screw it. In general, let him collect a fraction and that's it. Period. This extermination is more like a call to war, but they have to do it together after all. He sent them to certain death. The guy said it's already 5 down, which means 5 heads from 1 orc. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun started to run up to the same woman. I was wondering if you could share the hoops. They're not needed for the mission, but she's dying. They'll reimburse them in full. Let her take as much as she wants. He doesn't need it for the assignment anyway. That blacksmith just chops out every orc. He's like that in general. But at that moment, it was just the 2 of them. Just at that moment, someone began to surround them sharply. Surprisingly, it really did work out for him. She's like that. Man, didn't the man expect this turn of events? The woman also decided to resist in some way. They all couldn't figure out what else it was. The enemy was advancing closer and closer at this point. He said -1. Then he said they gave him his head. At that moment, he put his sword to the man's face. He said, if they didn't give up the head, he'd kill him too. No way, Seongjan. You're high level. You're brigands if not even taken unexpectedly. And he killed him with 1 skin. He's high level and was experienced. He was indeed an accomplished hitter and player. Why they're stuck there? Let them give it all to him. Don't let them say they don't know Korean. That's when someone tapped him on the shoulder and he turned around sharply. Kim Dae-hyun brought back memories. The guy couldn't figure out who it was. Of course, he came in furious and told him to take his hands off him. Kim Dae-hyun wasn't scared at all. He was ready to continue this battle. The guy decided to use axe throw, a level 5 weapon skill whose characteristics cause bleeding. Kim Dae-hyun easily dodged and joked that something flew in. It was really very dangerous. The guy didn't understand how he did it. He was a cocky bastard, relying on luck. Kim Dae-hyun looked at him confidently. At this moment, he was ready to fight him to the end. And the guy at this point started screaming loudly and attacking again. What the hell is this nonsense? Why isn't he hitting it? Is this a game bug or what? He ran into the wrong person. You have to fight like this. Kim Dae-hyun said that you have to use your skills in everything. He flipped a coin. Tails came out, activated a skill, flipped the coin again. After 12 tosses, finally an eagle came out. All skills were reset. He didn't know what it was. It was scary on him. Steel Resolve, level 54, defensive tax, inability to move for 5 seconds, defense increases by 100%, evasion increases by 10%, provoke all level 50 players. Just at this point, in his time in this field, the guy couldn't understand what happened at that moment. Kim Dae-hyun did a lot of damage to the guy at that moment. The guy still couldn't figure out what was going on or what the situation was, and a system notification popped up for him about bleeding and critical damage. Everyone was surprised that he easily defeated this guy. The woman at this point yelled for him to watch out, because just at that moment, a fireball began to form behind him. It was a fireball. Clearly magic, he knew. Player killers don't hunt alone. Just at that moment, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield that no one expected. It was indeed a mage, standing on a dais and picking them from above. There he was. He talked him into not being so presumptuous, but he's all sorted out now. It wasn't you he killed. At this point, the man began to attack again. To his surprise, the guy started attacking him back as well. He didn't want to give up at all and was ready to attack him. The guy didn't understand how it all happened. Dodged his fireballs. Just look on his side. That's all. He decided to ask what level the guy he was hitting was. If he told him, he'd let him go and let him remember. If he kept quiet, He wouldn't vouch for those guys behind him. The man realized that there really was a need to talk. Axe has a level 54. He has a level 56. Level 56. Then what is the level of this blacksmith? So he's 30 levels higher. If he hadn't dodged that axe or fireball, he'd be dead by now. Good thing he invested in luck. But if he made up for the difference in level with one statue, then that means something is wrong. He realizes he's going to escape, but looks under his feet. He's going to fall from there. Isn't he? Kim Dae-hyun. He said they'll see more then. He tricked him. He said he'd let him live. He's a complete idiot and believed him. He's a player killer after all. How can you be so naive? Absolutely nothing they learn. Let it stop being so peaceful. Build the foundation of the character, whether he hears it or not. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun was very much surprised. He had finally upped his luck to 2,500. He had achieved what he wanted. He's already getting goosebumps from numbers like that. But at that moment, something happened. He couldn't figure out what else it was, because the light had changed. Maybe it was a bug in his spreadsheet. The legendary calling, the incarnation of Axis, changed Kim Dae-hyun's class. He realized that this legendary calling was the god of gambling luck. Anyone who craves luck will seek out the god Axis. But he, unlike other gods, does not answer prayers. He has no temple. It is unknown if he actually exists. But the myth has become reality. He is an incredibly lucky man and she accompanies him everywhere. He is now the very embodiment of a god. He is Axis. The hero was really surprised by all of this. He must step into the throne, take the name of the god himself. It is now his destiny. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't figure out if the game was going crazy. What kind of calling it was that he couldn't give up, that the scum decided to call it off. Damn them. But it doesn't work. He can't refuse. He will accept the calling of incarnation. Not only that, he couldn't understand why he couldn't refuse. Just then there was some sort of explosion. After a while, Kim Dae-hyun started to wake up. The boy did not realize what had happened, for he was unconscious. Kim Dae-hyun said he was coming out and she couldn't figure out where he was going. He said he was getting out of this game. Everyone immediately fell silent after that. Why is it so drastic? Kim Dae-hyun said that now he is not unemployed. Now he has a vocation. What he means, he comes out to say, is that it was all for naught, even that purpose. What a destiny. Let him talk nonsense. He never wished it. What pisses him off the most is that people a little stronger than others are constantly exalted. If the game allows him to become the strongest with such shitty stats, how is it better than reality? Freedom is bullshit. Let him sorry. He got a little carried away with his legendary class. His level he's not going to miss. He said he enjoyed playing together and wished him luck. The guy tried to stop him. At that moment, the hero woke up in real life. He didn't look at his best. It bombed a little bit. Maybe overkill. So much time spent. But after all, there's an option to create a new character and start rocking it. At that moment, his father walked into the room, and Kim Dae-hyun realized what he wanted. He knows he was at Kang's restaurant. What the hell was he doing there? I mean, he didn't even say a word of truth, so he just ate and left. The father knew that things weren't quite as his son said, and waited for him to respond. Still, the man said he apologized for bothering him. Let him rest all he wants. What nonsense. He just got burned like that, and for some reason he got away with it. Mom then asked if it was okay to come in. Just as she was wearing her prosthesis, she had a willingness to talk. She did say something about her games. No need to hide. I've already told her everything, even though she's not good at it. But it sounds promising, because it's so hard to achieve something in just one thing. There must be a reason why he didn't like it. If it's his career, why not? Something his father told him was nothing serious. He just wanted to play. Then, if it's just toes, have him monitor the time he spends there. If that's not the reason, then he doesn't essentially like the game. Because he does. But if you like spending time there, why not try his hand at it? Let him become a professional gamer or streamer, or let him make money. He realized things were going badly. At this point, he was ready to get back into the game. He has to find his calling in this. If he shows he has accomplished something, she will support him. But if he fails, she will show tears. If he even likes the games, it all boils down to one thing. Let him make money. His father asked him how it was. Even in the mountains he would not find peace. It's more convenient in the military. Society is a scary thing. If he starts streaming, he can't have a beer either. He used it to force it. He wouldn't be ceremonious with him and told him to take it as a job. Kim Dae-hyun said that he's willing to become a game streamer for their sake. He can do anything. At this time inside Fantasy Online, what a guy to really latch on to. He just feels a little guilty that I left him alone in the house and didn't go out for a day. He won't be able to trust him again. He can get out at any time. Well, then he can get his number at Cocoa Puffs. He asked her if she could do it later. He had someone very important waiting for him. It was a friend. He said he plays solo. His only friend in the game is him. This is the moment someone approached him. It's been a long time. Keeps her waiting again. The girl asked where his manners were. The two guys were quite surprised from that. He says he asked who else she was. Could be a girl like that. He said it's a friend. He meant girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend. What kind of nonsense? He's not going to let go. He may be a friend from privilege such that often shows. That's how he likes to travel. Not really, she's just enjoying the game. I mean, she's pretty, but she's got a lot of guys. Because of her personality, she still doesn't have a boyfriend. By the way, and the guys mean it's even clear that it's a girl. But let him look at her. He's completely stupid. Then why she's hiding it? The girl asked if there was something she wanted to see. There were pics of the hero from his graduation. In any case, total at desire, flattening of axis. Unpleasant form. To achieve it you need to pump only luck. The distribution of points full random. The more requires a lawn and pumping balance. It's not any. This is definitely a legendary calling. Just another about the obstacles. In the way she knows him, he never said. He came back because his mom made him. After this task of slaying the prize, even with a level like hers, she wouldn't be able to handle it. It was simply impossible. If you lay only a slide, then it is quite feasible. But don't forget about the Guild of Fools Killer Raid Zone. He doesn't know that the Kingdom of Austin is having a civil war, so they abandoned their borders. They took advantage of it and started killing players near Fort Warden. They are happy with, though they are not that level through few because of these assignments with lessons did not split into small groups to be more effective output. And he thought she was interested in dancing for 6. But really, the great one should have all the information. But the streamers are not cancelled. Let him try the romantic saga Sayu or the twins. They really were and still are popular. It is also that here streams about everything in the world. Some foreign will perform a legendary test straight fuck hardy. It will kill 50 kinds of monsters, but here you can find anything. You make money just by playing. I mean, he could try it out for you. She thought this job was a waste of time. His vocation may be marketed in time, but as a farrier still shook. He'll open his own store someday since she's so popular. Let her bring customers to him. That's not why he called her out. He's kidding. It's just a temporary gear buff that will soon disappear. All the intricacies of blacksmithing he needs to get other specializations, but he doesn't want so much favor to fuck in that one. It's something else that the blacksmith of the starting village that trained him gave him this chest with this. If she had the stones, have her turn them in here. This is the only skill in which there are dance fundamentals. He just has to rely on his experience and patience. Skill boosts are accepted successfully. Now this hammer +1, his skill is boosted. The numbers don't lie no matter how many times he has tried to improve whatever stats he as if he fails. Finally guys, let them not miss this event. Lucas is trying to make a legendary improvement tonight. First, he would like to thank the clan and his audience for not gathering all those reinforcement stones especially for him. Reinforcement say goddess game in Costina here exception success on +2 about 25%, on +3 already 12.5%, and already on +7 less than 1%. He would like to thank the players who helped him, Hitomi, Kixon, Living One and so on, to all the viewers for their unappreciated support. It turned out to be easier, and he thought fame and marketing to gather all these materials was not difficult to even take the time to farm it all out. Today she will bypass the legend of Fantasy Online Kim Dae-hyun. He will be the new icon all-smith to leave her mark in history. On reinforcement successfully cheap leather boot +6 best to cheap leather boot +7. The guy was happy because he'd done it. Then really went on with his business. People couldn't understand what happened. Why he wasn't given the legendary tick. He's the first in history. What's going on there? He didn't give the stones. He lied to them. The guy could understand why nothing happened. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun finished his business. Reinforcement skill +7 reinforcement successfully. The ancient hammer has been improved by the family's share. For his merits, he receives a bonus rank of perfect smith +7. This rank was the first on the server, All his characteristics are increased by 25. Perfect Smith plus 7. To successfully improve the equipment of the family share, you need patience and luck. He increases his enhancement skill every time he improves an item. The chance is increased by 25%. He was the first on the server to boost a family item and earn a rank. They're fucking serious. But better than this young plus 7. So even without a single crafting failure, he's earned himself the title of top 1 on the server. Kin Dehyun. He asked for more reinforcements. He will improve it to 8. He doesn't have any more stones, and he has already used up 100 of them. He is lucky if he fails. That's okay. The hammer has a characteristic that will keep it from breaking even if it fails. That's the only reason he improved it. A patch will come out and the characteristic will be removed in the next game, so he knows. If it fails, it could be destroyed. Even the gods test their luck. Be he prudent. Kin Dehyun asked, or was it true? At this point something was noticed in his possession. They noticed that some golden goblin was interpreting the others. They all started making their way into the village together. He was a hero. He could figure out what was going on out there. The Red Zone Guild went on the offensive, barely able to escape, hiding here. Kin Dehyun decided to look out to see what was going on. The guild was really fighting hard. Apparently, this guild would be the first to manage to complete this orc extermination quest. So what should they do now? And he said he had an idea about it. At this moment, the knight attacked everything that moved. Who else is it? Let them take care of themselves. He's stronger than the others. At this moment, the monster began to attack them. Everyone else hurriedly began to attack as well, but the guild wasn't going to give up. Pan was ready to take this attack. Thanks to the tribal leader, the situation on the field had stabilized, so he showed up. Broadcast, because there won't be any problems. As expected, the changes have been long in coming. They have to listen to the audience. So he suggested following the plan. The man started yelling that he wasn't backing down even though he was being paid. But it was too much. Indeed, they must be thinking how they can save themselves. They couldn't realize what had already begun to happen. It's the Red Zone archers firing. What are they doing? They're shooting at their own. At this moment, the most powerful explosions on the battlefield began to occur. Then the mages started to get involved as well. In the system notification, his reputation with the Keltas missionary group drops dramatically. His reputation is down. He has earned a bad reputation. Now he can be attacked by the missionaries. They can say what they want. But after all, he's making a show for her. That's not what they wanted. They're using these orc slayings to elevate themselves above the rest. Orc leader Kazakh uses a battle axe as attention, but everyone is affected by the Paleo effect. The morale of the lessons is increased. A small amount of health is restored. Their chief went like this now. Let him use that spell. Indeed, he began to use spells. Then an incomprehensible thing appeared on their heads. Skill puts of darkness, chant of weakness, curse of Manhwa, torture of reason. Let them all disperse. He's taking over. He smiled and said it was just the right one. The one that had been stalking him. That thief stole all his money. It was definitely him. The man asked him if he was telling the truth. Of course, the man couldn't understand what the guy was talking about at all. All he did was steal his stuff and sell it. Even made him sign a contract to which he just stole everything. Money and stuff. He also called it the Kingdom of Jewels, found the parents to be barbarians, and said they couldn't even shoot. Who the hell is he? It's the first time he's ever seen him. The little fucker. Wipe him out. Of course, after these favors, they were immediately rounded up. Men can't understand how they all believe him. Side quest. The soldiers of Fordotten. And the word of the small mitten reached the people. The commander gave orders to arrest and take out, wanting to spend time in the prison cell. Let him get out of the fort. Of course, the men did not expect this turn of events at all. What the hell else? That's his grand plan. Let the filthy rumors do the talking. Dan. I feel a lot more sorry for him than it may seem. He's clearly got his head up his ass. Pure-hearted persuasion failed. Not everyone expected such a drastic turn of events. He really got wind of it. Let her cover for him. As agree. After so many years since their last battle together. What's the reason Sayu is here? What is this other freak beside her? Let them kill him. How dare they stand by their goddess? Of course, the orcs were already expecting them and were ready to fight them. But the woman didn't care about that, and decided to attack first. She really did crush almost everyone at once in one fell swoop, then stopped abruptly to regroup. That's when some drone got busy and watched. She sent an air kiss to her audience. This Kim Dae-hyun over here was standing right in front of the orc. He said he felt divine power in him. What a load of crap. How did he realize he was God incarnate? Don't let him look high. He has connections everywhere in the working world. No. One person can't compete with him. After saying those words, he actually flew away from him a few meters away. I mean, she told him not to be gentle. He started it in the first place. He couldn't figure out what it was. It was barely hit. Then still Kim Dae-hyun managed to come back from his attack. He had some very interesting skills. Or he thinks he's the only one so special. After that, the enemy was ready to attack him again. The chief mushroom was very much surprised that he used provocation. This was already really quite dangerous on her part. It was pretty hard to dodge. Let him try to duck this time. In that case, he won't be dodging on purpose. Fifth such luck, the player couldn't hold his own. In this situation, the orc couldn't understand how the human was able to grapple with him. I never thought it would penetrate such armor. And I had really good equipment, as Kim Dae-hyun pointed out. Then he'll try something too. This weapon is enhanced 7 times in a row. We need to see how it works. Let him show what it's worth. Silly man. How is this toe going to help him in this situation? Kim Dae-hyun used the luck attack. He used the 7th formula of this attack. After a few tries, the opponent's sword actually split into several pieces. He was almighty, but he couldn't figure out what had happened to his axe. The main character had his armor disappear, and he was given the title of Equipment Destroyer. His priceless armor was forged from meteorite ore. This blueprint was passed down in the tribe from generation to generation. Equipment Destroyer. What a marvelous hammer it was. Well, then this fight was completely over for him. His surprise was quite mild. They were both very much surprised. System notice. The ancients won't be able to harm living things, so it only deals damage to armor to inanimate objects. But why can't he find anything normal about this game? The girl said there was someone coming. The man yelled not to be killed, and the friend made it quick. His face looked very strange. It was unclear what was happening to him. Visually, they couldn't figure out what he was here for. And maybe he had escaped from the masters. He was even able to break his shackles. He used a bloody rage attack. Let them just look at him. He still wants to deliver the final blow to the boss. The man said it was his. He was the one who should kill him. Who the hell is he to decide who gets killed? Whether he authorized it or not. He's a little rat. Wanted to cross him. He's the only one crossing the row. He's the one who put all his effort into killing him. He didn't notice who put all his effort into this war. Now he wants to take it away. He won't even let you take a stab at it. So greedy. What's he even doing here? He wants to stop the Great Kane. By the way, he remembered when he started those dirty rumors about him. Tonight, these orcs will know the full extent of his wrath. Just at that moment, a monster appeared behind the man. He said he would destroy it like a pathetic knout. System notice. Orc generations. Phase 3. The man actually fell to the floor at this point. He was very much surprised. He hadn't expected such a quick strike. The orc was furious. The man was ready to tear him to pieces. The man couldn't believe he was going to die right there. All the names of the orcs they exterminated will accept their death right here. At that moment, he noticed something. Right in front of him, Kim Dae-hyun appeared and attacked him. Immediately afterward, the monster fell down. System notification. Player Kim Dae-hyun kills the leader of the Kazako orc tribe. Kim Dae-hyun thanked him for having his back. His level increased. He received a map of the orc village, a broken armor fragment, and an orc battle axe. The reputation of the great orc tribe is hostile. He got the title of Orc Nemesis. He is the first to get this title on the server, and his stats increased by 10. System notice. The introduction of the great orc, the great Luther Karak, the largest tribe, Kazak's father. It is understandable that he will be beyond furious upon receiving news of his son's death. Those involved in his death, let them be prepared for what awaits them. Son of a great orc, let them be prepared for what it all means. From the little asshole who took all the glory, he doesn't understand who was able to defeat their leader. He's looking for the killer. He became uncomfortable at this point. He immediately said he was the one who killed him. He definitely saw it. Let him look at it. He's standing right in front of his corpse. He's his kin. They did it all. He's right. Let her not believe him. He's lying. So it was him. The ruthless king. They would never forget it. All the suffering he had caused their tribe. He will know the full wrath of the orcs. Kim Dae-han put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to even say thank you. He won't say anything. Let him take this victory for himself. The man was furious with him at this point. Kim Dae-hyun then dodged just in time. It was indeed very fast and unexpected for the protagonist. He couldn't dodge. His health even decreased. The blood flood, a hidden effect that cannot be dodged, affects all nearby players, the user himself losing 10% of his health. Let him die, but he will take him with him. Yes, he's even more dangerous than the orcs. Gory started screaming to hit something. There it is again. He thinks he can fool him a second time. But he didn't come here alone. It can't be. Because that means that they want to drive him away. At this point he began to show something with his hands. Let him not waste his time streaming this numbskull. Let him go to her broadcast. That's where Fiona goes for them. Let him remember to like and subscribe. The man realized that he had fallen for the main character's tricks again. System notification. The conquest of the orcs is complete. He was congratulated for it. At this time in the fortress, everyone rejoiced and celebrated. The girl said goodbye to him and said they would see each other again. She did say she was a guy after all. She asked him where they were now moving forward next. Maybe he should go back to those rabbits. He doesn't know. Kim Dae-hyun then returned to Hunter Augustus. Just as he thought, the rabbits were nowhere to be found again. Where had they all gone to hide? Some old guy came up to him, apologized and said he thought they had met before. He doesn't know him, and he won't give him money either. Let him go. No. He asks him nicely. He asked if he was supposed to be access. Ask who he is and who told him. A personal quest to obtain access. The player Felmas has believed in a god all his life, though the god himself has no temples or ancestors. Kim Dae-hyun read the assignment carefully. System notification. Personal mission incarnation. Despite this, the player believes in the god and finds followers for him. Let him follow him to meet them. It's a mission of his vocation. After all, Kim Dae-hyun said he was partly right. He immediately fell to his knees and said he had been looking for him all his life. Let him stop. He was embarrassing him. At that moment, the girl turned back to him. Kim Dae-hyun says, ask how much she got for that assignment. 5 sciences and that set of armor. He was so happy, even though he didn't ask for it. Augustus was very pleased. To beggar's servants, for war, if he sees them, will all count towards his lore. He asked who else it was. Just an NTC who had given him an assignment. The man said he would show him the place. Tells me where they all are. That place is in the kingdom of Italy. The kingdom is not on his way there at all. No. It's okay. He'll help you find it. He's already got his assignment. The guy said he was completely right and should ask where he should go and the neighborhood of Joel's kingdom. Why he should go with him. To focus on his mission. But he'd helped him out so many times, so he thought he had nothing better to do. So he'd help. He had his quest after all. He finally has a heroic class, so let him not fail halfway through. Let George do his best. He'll be fine there. The guy got a little upset at this point. He asked when Elena would meet again. Kim Dae-hyun said not to say that. It's just a game. They won't always be able to socialize. Kim Dae-hyun said goodbye and said that they would see each other again sometime. The guy really believed that they would see each other. In an instant, Kim Dae-hyun and the old man were heading to where he had persuaded them to go. All the way the old man drove and just kept quiet. Kim Dae-hyun really was unbearably bored at this moment. He remembered saying that he would accompany him to the kingdom and he didn't need to worry about anything. Kim Dae-hyun remarked that he was convincing, but he should keep his eyes open. So they threw Katya on that spilling pose. 2. Attention! The wagon's left wheel is defective. He needs to stop and fix it. He can continue driving but it is not safe. Kim Dae-hyun told the old man to stop abruptly. He asked if he was saying something wrong and he needed to get his tire fixed. He was overly concerned. He was fine. He asked if he wanted a head instead of a wheel. There was definitely something wrong with him. That's the moment. He looked off into the distance. What was that sound? Apparently, there are some critters up there in the mountains. He thinks it was black striped wolves. Kim Dae-hyun wondered how much strength he had for one punch to kill the 2 of them. After that, Kim Dae-hyun pulled out his hammer. System notice. He's repairing a broken tire. System notification. Luck is on his side today. On a Choslook passive god power skill, he would be able to see hidden by the eye. Seems like the skill of showing places to pay attention to is pretty useful. So what happens if he taps the white zone? His frustration. He just broke a tire. Kim Dae-hyun says it looks like he's tapped the raid zone. System notice, all wheels repaired. Wagon walls repair, shelves repaired. And stacking repairs to his blacksmithing completed. The main character wonders who all these people who believe in him are, who they work for. Warriors, maybe knights, merchants, mages, there's one called McDon, but he's one of the royal guards. So he's from the elite, he comes from pretty noble people. What kingdom he's from? Must be the kingdom of Italy. So why didn't he just say so in the first place? Being in the guards, he still hasn't lost his skills. If you consider that since he left the guard, he has never once taken a weapon in his hand. First, it should be said that he was banished. He left his weapons and armor behind. And lost. He can't vouch for his skills at this point. Well, let him worry. There will be many of his followers there. And who else has been killed out of them that are being sought? The old man asked as he realized Kim Dae-hyun took him to understand what he said. A thief named Eden. He is known for stealing the king's treasure, much to his majesty's dismay, and then caught. He was imprisoned in a dungeon for months. He escaped by chopping off his own hands. There is nothing wrong with him. After escaping, he changed his appearance for the search. Now he is living his life gambling, because he has no hands. Maybe he should just run away from here. What a gathering. By the way, there's magic there. No mages, but there's someone like that. One of the men who took him in for training was a mage. Does she know the books of magic? But the ones that are perpetually carried by the battle mages, he means the book of skills. This man has carried over to this book. Kim Dae-hyun said that he had transcribed all the tomes of magic, and from the looks of it, he had reread many different books. It could be considered that he was already better than many magicians, considers books written by a mere student to be useful. At this point, they were both sleeping sweetly in the woods. The old man woke up, and he couldn't understand what had happened. He can't hear it, it must be wolves. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun didn't focus on it. They said there were only wolves here, and that's what he said. But he saw a man in front of him now. Kim Dae-hyun noticed that it wasn't a wolf. It was some kind of skeleton, and a very strong one at that. It was a death knight on his ghostly steed that was a high-level monster in such a wilderness. And he'll have to fight him. He might have realized, or he might even be able to. At that point some woman said he stopped. What's he doing here? She had sent him at least to the wolves. And what had he forgotten then? The two of them don't need to hide, and everything was fine. A high-level mage. If she runs death knights, she must be a blacksmith. Despite her equipment and skills, safe to say she's stronger. Well, if she's so powerful, she's also a witch doctor. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't figure out who she was. Kim Dae-hyun looked at her at this moment. There was a kind of fear in his eyes. He was greatly surprised that it was Lee Sin, and asked her about the death knight who had interrupted him. In fact, it's hard to believe it was her. She asked again if her death knight had interrupted her. He replied that of course he hadn't. For everything to be okay. Why is he acting like this? He's always like this. Why is he acting like this? This girl didn't show him the respect he deserved where she was ruthless. Let him laugh. She doesn't want to die. And if it wasn't for the assignment, he wouldn't have given her a plant volcano. Hala Gamma sent him out to hunt those wolves, but apparently, he got a little lost. She apologizes. It's true he's a blacksmith. She's not going to attack them. There's no need to be so worried. Kim Dae-hyun said that he's not worried one bit. He should have recognized her, but he had no idea who he was. He even has his own stream. If he looked in, he would be offended that she was always pre-married. She asked if he was traveling with Vadimovich. He said he would answer that, or maybe the company was unpleasant to him, but her company was quite pleasant. He has a good level. Why isn't he in a guild yet? He plays alone. He's also a blacksmith. He's comfortable playing alone. He reminds her of a man. His name was Kim Dae-hyun. Few asked who he was. He was a loner too. Also did blacksmithing. But that was in a different game. He was pretty good. Yeah, apparently, he was an amazing player. He really was amazing. By the way, she won then. She repeated once more that she had won after all. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand why she repeated it. After that, there was silence between them. But she smiled at this moment. He said it was the first time he'd heard it. She needed to say it twice, because it was important. Because it was a tough battle. But she almost lost, but still won. She spoke up, just wanting to say that she'd seen his kind before. Not a bad story, but she won in the end. So it doesn't matter if the battle was hard, but he was wrong, and she should definitely fight him again. This time she would make him surrender, and then how dare he ignore her and just disappear. If she finds him in this game, gets him to cede his guilt, she's sure why she has something personal for him. But apparently he doesn't play Fantasy Online 2 anymore, so he must have been scared of its power and definitely won't be playing this season. May he please not jump to conclusions about someone he doesn't even know. He's the kind of guy who doesn't just give up, but feels like those are the ones who love the game so much. He should definitely come back. Kim Dae-han couldn't understand how she realized that if he came back, she swore she would kill him. She make him not want to come back ever again. She's saying a lot of things to strangers today. I mean, she didn't even ask him what his name was, if he'd tell her his name. Kim Dae-han says he's Kim T. Of course, the girl could immediately suspect something, so he switched and said he was Kim Dae-han. She said they have a lot in common. If he's on his stream, have him post something in the chat room. The girl said she would be on her way. After that, Kim Dae-han immediately fell to the ground. He realized it was very close. He hoped that at least Lee Sen wouldn't be mad at him. Well, stay out of her sight. Then, of course, they continued on their way. The old man said it was fun, and Kim Dae-han said apparently it was just him. And so they were already in place. It was very light. They arrived in Genema. A silk garment created by an experienced tailor costs only 50 silver. Anyone want to join a group without doing the baker's quest? They should have the skill pumped up to level 3. A low-price sculpture seller will get characterization bonuses. An experienced blacksmith is willing to check his gear. Have him check his buffs before leaving. Kim Dae-han realized that he had entered the very real city. He said he'd passed through here before. After a while he found himself in front of some kind of gate. Kim Dae-han asked the man if he had talked about this place, but the man said it was wrong and a little out of place. Kim Dae-han thought it wouldn't work out, so he decided to walk closer. After a while, they entered the premises. Some man asked the old man where he had been missing all this time. They had been looking for him for so many days, thinking he had died somewhere, but he was in full health, greeting them. He's the one they've been looking for their whole life. He thinks this shanty town is going to fall apart right before his eyes. Kim Dae-han says he's a great access, but let him just call him Kim Dae-han. He's honored. He's a retired royal guard. The new hero said he understood everything and what they would do next. He needs to increase his power, divine tower. Just because he is an incarnation of God doesn't mean he is omnipotent. He will need to get the power of a god. Will he allow him to preach his religion and lead the pasta? He said not that. He couldn't understand why. Well, how to tell him, if he wasn't going to create a religion, you need followers for that. He better find a more sensible person. May he have mercy on him. He will serve him for life and never let him down. If he never failed, things would be a lot easier. Don't they find that? But they don't. Let him look around. He needs to work harder. Let it go out of his eyes. Let him stop whining. Only God decides. If the master chooses another man to be the preacher, they only have to accept his decision. Please let him realize that Felmaz is the only one who's been looking for him for so long, and it's because of him that they're all here. He'll consider who to be preacher to, but later, he thinks they have other problems to solve. Like he said, they have no temples, no commandments, not even a follower. How many? He hopes there are more than 10. He doesn't know yet, does he? Numbers are just numbers. He's absolutely right. It's hard to even call all of this a religion now. There are Demamur goddesses around here. There's no comparison to them. They have temples and novices in every kingdom. He knew that Danila, the man who also had the vocation of God incarnate, had long ago existed, an organ of believing in God. It is clear from the records that there was also the incarnation itself in ancient manuscripts. The man found a prophet. It was decreed that in the future, the man who carries the will of the god will rise above the whole world and fraternize with his followers. He asked her if she'd ever heard of pyramid schemes. Judging by his affinity for Kazakh, it was all about that. Well, be that as it may, they collected all the ancient manuscripts for him. Among all the documents can be found references to the power of power, apparently the sciences of the past incarnation. The power of power should be such a tax that he gets a certain profession. Now he will need to get this tax, which is written in the text for them in the manuscripts. Of course, will be difficult, but not all fun. He will be helped by the task. The incarnation is complete. His holiness has been increased by 50 and his reputation among followers is now maxed. He will receive the title of founder of a religious organization. He is the first to receive this title on the server. his stats have been increased by 10. Due to his characteristics of holiness, other people will recognize him. It's a bit alarming. Kim Dae-han asked where those ancient texts were, and asked if they would call him or if they had nothing left, and they were all times. There's an entry nearby, Kim Dae-han asked, wondering where it was. Tell me, casino nearby, that the manuscript containing information about God was forgotten in the casino. They bet it and lost. Oddly enough, Kim Dae-han had already seen it. Apparently only the rich and famous were here. Kim Dae-han wondered why there were more people here at once than in the palace. Some man was displeased that again nothing was forgotten. Penniless, at least begged they don't give them back those ancient descriptions, let them fuck off. It was guard Captain Lupo, the Wind of War. He asked who said I would have begging. He's here to institute and that's it. And who he is. But in reality, at that moment, the man was abruptly attacked by someone. He didn't really have time to react, it happened very quickly. Then the man pulled some kind of rock right out of his chest. He immediately dropped to his knee and apologized for his rudeness. Have him follow him. Someone wants to see him. Kim Dae-han strangely went after the man at that moment. And what's necessary is this whole ward. This factor responds to people who are not comparatively fortunate. The facilities help them select the people who will work for them in the casino or the people they need to keep an eye on. This time it didn't just glow, it turned blood red. So it was. He really is God incarnate. The woman was a pleasure to meet. Her name is Makrani, a great merchant of the city, also known as the one who will soon have the entire continent in his hands. She hoped Lupo had explained everything to her. She was looking for him. The two men were recognizing the gentleman was fine. Now they have unexpected proof that he exists. And whether or not he thinks it's better to team up with her than the Bluebirds, she has power and connections. Kim Dae-han said she did choose her. But how could she check in the chariot of those two fools? She didn't believe it. After all, she was claimed by those ancient manuscripts those ears had put up. And she lost safely. He's also very rude, taking risks. Kim Dae-han asked what Ri meant. In this country the church has a huge influence on people. It is supported by the royal family and all the nobles. But the church is afraid of losing its power and ignores merchants and traders. They are only interested in those who are loyal to Winter. The Merchants Guild has reached its limit, can't give them anything to maintain their status, shouldn't develop their sales, but the church won't let them. They only have to sit and wait. Looking for a solution, these idiots gave her a chance to get rid of all her problems. After reading all the documents, realized that his religion would help him finally get their business off the ground. Love, war, nature, these entities and nothing but the primal instinct. No matter what religion, it lives off money and society. Most religion is not considered another side of gambling and luck. The one who controls the changes in society. Only let him reflect. No one will refuse his blessing. With his religion and her money the future will be excellent. Does he not find one? Kim Dae-han player realized that she was a fan of chatting. Maybe there is a skip button. He's going to establish his religion as soon as possible. She's going to sponsor him. Yeah, then she had no problem with sales. What's in it for him? She just wants to help him. The consciousness of the church, that's why he came here. After all, and what'd she do if he fails? The woman asked, or was he joking? He said it sounds like she's only kidding here. He's the incarnation himself and he decides whether or not to start a church, so who is she to tell him what to do? Especially he's a god of luck. He doesn't have to worry about money or whether he'll stumble in the street. He has no problems, so why would he need her help then? He doesn't need his religion anymore. Then why do these two knuckleheads who blabbed about it at the first opportunity, up to something they don't understand? Let them not lie to her. Such losers don't exist. They are definitely fake. He was looking for this document. He would gain the power of power skill. By reading it, he would be able to create the entire religion first. After all, that was his goal. Kim Dae-han realized that this was the manuscript. He just came here to play, but it would be nice to get this document. He's easy to control. He thinks he's going to be with those two, especially since he knows they won't betray him. Kim Dae-han apologized for disturbing him and wished him a good day. She asked what he wanted in return, what he needed. So only she's at a disadvantage here. When else will he have the opportunity? But apparently she's ready to talk. Let's not help each other, but be fair to the operation, but still fair. She's a merchant, unfamiliar with the rules. He to her, she to him. All she says is let her take his money. Take the document, no fair deal. Maybe she picked the right man. She would have said goodbye to such an important manuscript by now. All he wants is a fair deal. So should they have a relationship? Does she agree? If so, he offered to work together. The woman, of course, immediately agreed to his kind approach. His reputation as the leader of the Merchants Guild was now high. His notoriety increased by 100. He could request exactly as much as he himself gave, allies in case of breach of trust. His attitude could deteriorate, and if he broke the alliance he would immediately receive a fine. He decided to see what these forces of power were and what they were. Quest profession, incarnation of a god. In order to become a true incarnation of the god, he must get hold of his scroll. It is said that an ancient incarnation used the scroll. Let him follow the footsteps of the incarnation and find it. This is what it looked like where the protagonist needed to go. Kim Da-hyun was surprised that it was an island, and the woman confirmed what he said, that this wasn't just any ordinary island. Hadn't he heard of Katarin Island? A gang of sea pirates, really ruthless bastards. The kingdom had tried to break them many times before, all in vain. She says they were convinced even from the kingdom's warriors. Yes, it was obvious. That island itself is like a fortress. You'll know it when you see it. There really isn't the slightest crevice to sail through. The inside is rock and cliffs. An impregnable sea fortress. It seems like it should help him out a bit, since today, such a happy day on which the alliance was formed. Kim Da-hyun was greeted and asked what brought him here. Kim Da-hyun said that he came to learn sewing techniques from start to finish. He wants to learn absolutely everything. Everyone was quite surprised by this innovation. Why is the head of the Tailors Guild going with him? This is some new event. He seems to be a complete newcomer, so why is he being treated like this? Wait a minute, he doesn't think they've seen him somewhere before. I think he saw him on some streamer. His face is remembered better than he thought by everyone. Because of that orc debacle, he needs to be really careful. In system alert, a robe is being made for a wizard's assistant. He has received corrections due to high luck. Divine Providence has made corrections in the making due to having a great tailor by his side. He has received corrections in the product being made. He produced a water-repellent robe for the wizard's assistant. It was truly magnificent. Maybe if others are interested in other types of sewing, he wouldn't want to change activities. Maybe it would be better to teach him how to make other things. When Kim Da-hyun was done, he said it was pretty fun. And the man asked if he had finished his business. Kim Da-hyun asked who cooks the best Hinjino. When he goes to the island of sea pirates, they say, because you should always fall in love only after eating. The man asked, meaning he wanted to learn how to cook. This cooking is said to be a joke. The only chef in the kingdom to receive 3 stars. His name is Christopher Poo. Incredibly, as if this fish is alive, he feels the power of the sea. I guess he's not a fence. He was incredible. Who he learned from. Just living among hunters, there's a lot he doesn't know. He mastered it without a mentor. Perhaps he has divine hands. The man decided to try it too. It was indeed delicious. The training would be interesting. He would teach him everything he could. And if so, he would be very grateful to him. But they had to go catch pirates. After all, the way to become the king's cook, the cook Christopher, working in the market of the city, is very ambitious and dreamed of becoming the king's cook, even if he does not become the king himself, so that his apprentice, if not the apprentice, then the apprentice of the apprentice, if not the apprentice of the apprentice. Christopher saw talent in him. He wants to train him and make him the king's cook. Let him follow him. Kim Da-hyun said that the job of the king's cook is respected. It's awake, rituals and helping in the kitchen. Kim Da-hyun and the man then went somewhere. The man asked if he was dissatisfied. If so, he offered to come back now. If he was such a famous machine builder, why was he living in such a place? Maxwell had only one incident, as far as he could remember. An item that was supposed to be given to the aristocracy exploded, and they made him pay for it. After that, no one commissioned anything. Was it handed to you? It's obvious what blew up, isn't it? Does that excuse him? At that moment, a man knocked on the door. A man came out to them and asked who was there. Kim Da-hyun asked if it was the same man, and as it turned out, it was. Kim Da-hyun heard that he was a good mechanic. Could he please teach him? The man immediately replied to get off his back. Kim Da-hyun wasn't ready to give up so easily and knocked on the door again. The man said not to be annoying. He wasn't going to educate the man. Kim Da-hyun told him to cut the crap and get to training faster. When the man saw this amount of money, he immediately thought about his offer. Of course he would say such a thing after that amount of money. Let him ask whatever he wants. Kim Dae-han said that there was something more important in the world than money. And what was it? Kim Dae-han said, it's even more money. If something doesn't work out with money, let him try with more money, then it will definitely work out. But there are those who can't be bribed. Kim Dae-han said, it's all because there's not enough money. A basic bomb created from getting rid of gunpowder inside, though made with conventional techniques, destroys the warehouse with enough care. A 10% chance it can explode on its own. An incredibly tantalizing black bomb. So dangerous, is it, as much as it is a great weapon when used correctly. When the man saw Kim Dae-han start juggling those bombs, he said it was dangerous to throw it like that. But it was as if Kim Dae-han didn't care at all. Due to luck, the probability of explosion decreases with control skills. The probability level continues to decrease. Divine providence decreases the possibility of explosion. And carefully the sphere itself can explode with a 0.01% probability. If he wants to work some more, let him come to them. If he does, he can meet him there. The man asked if they were all done now and said there was one more left. Thing is, he doesn't want him going up against sea pirates in one rookie suit. Item. Wanderer's Glouts, when worn add bonuses to attacking sciences, ability to use catch blades, ability to use disarm. Worked a little bit, it got much better. If there are items like this, it's better to prepare them in advance. Take the most expensive heroic gear in stock and even amped up his sewing, cooking and mechanics are all just hobbies to him. He's definitely a great person. Great. Now Kim Dae-han is definitely done. Then he sprinkled something on his hair, took some tape of some kind and right into his hand. Kim Dae-han asked if no one would recognize him now. Okay. Ask him. He looks great. The man told him that he looked like a robber. The preparations are finished. We'll go to gather people. The man couldn't understand what he was talking about. Kim Dae-han should just follow him. There's no meeting here that wants to go to mass graves together that the ghosts are leaving. There are already 2 tanks, so they're definitely not going to lose. He's a level 30 for blacksmith. He's looking for potty, sharpening, rust cleaning, all kinds of repairs. He can even Takovi if he wears heavy armor. Kim Dae-han always greeted loudly. Of course, everyone immediately looked at him. Kim Dae-han wished everyone a good morning. They couldn't figure out what it was, only assumed it was some sort of sudden assignment. Kim Dae-han said they wondered why he was acting like that. Let him not go around. Let's get to the point. He came here because he needed to tell them something good. No, just because if there's a good assignment, he wants to tell them about it. If he lets go, he thinks he'll tell everyone about the good quest. Kim Dae-han asked if it's hard for them to collect gold. He knows it's hard. To improve their skills, all they do is walk around and work for the NPS, so he only asks them for 1 gold piece. Excellent question. They do see this man, a merchant in that capacity, will need to go on a ship with him to the same island, and show the NPCs on the island their skills. Blacksmiths, chefs, artists, musicians, all will do. Builders and arts workers won't be spared either. The man asked what he was doing, like he was going to deal with the pirates. The pirate gang is like that. They just can't handle sailing with such weaklings, especially if they find out they have pirates against them. They'll all just run away. Kim Dae-han said that he is not worried as he has no intention of fighting. Pirates are human too, as long as they didn't live there in confinement. It's no wonder they had various desires. Wouldn't it be enough to just enter Yemi's dungeon? They'll stock up on bribes, and it would be nice to have a little drink, he thinks, and once again let these men in with an errand. He's going to steal their fortress or something. Don't let him think too much. The gathered here aren't that many levels, and so even after decorating it no one will notice. The question isn't whether it's good or not, why he's going to do something good for the pirates. Kim Dae-han asked why not. The man would of course be furious, because they were pirates. Kim Dae-han said that he's a traitor after all. Doesn't he care? Just as long as he gets his money. But that wasn't the case at all. If that happens in the future, he's sure he won't take the money. He'll negotiate. He's preparing for a secret meeting with the pirates. He promised to help. After all, he starts accepting participants from now on. Let them get in line. Here's 1 gold and 1. Everyone started signing up right away. He'd said that a man close to a woman wouldn't deceive them. I guess he was too trusting. It was a shame. Then they set off. The man asks when he'll tell them that they're sailing to the sea pirates. Kim Dae-han asks maybe when they arrive. They were in no hurry to go anywhere on the island. Kim Dae-han asked how the negotiations were going. He received a message with a promise of negotiation from a pigeon. At that moment they had just sailed farther away and saw some kind of ship in front of them. Kim Dae-han and the man couldn't figure out who they were. When you look at it that way, it was pretty scary. They were yelled at to stop there, then threw them a rope and told them to get in. Kim Dae-han and the man climbed into the ship. They were met by a great many pirates along the way. Kim Dae-han welcomed the great sea warriors. As they already know, they are here to make their fortress a little more lively and elegant. But they couldn't understand how they could trust them. It's not like they were up to anything, so why can't they trust them? They are just unarmed workers. They want to help them. Why would traders do this kind of thing? It's all about money. And so they know they're haggling. This is a person who is willing to do anything if he can make money at it. He doesn't worry about whether it's legal or not. And they, the esteemed sea wolves, have quite a lot of what could become money. Don't clean that money for them for a small fee. They say the Merchant Association wants to cooperate with them. At which point some Mr. Danielson showed up. It's the pirate captain. Kim Dae-han asked her who the man was. Why is he looking at it like that? He just says, it's beautiful. Surprised they want to cooperate with them. As far as he could remember, they weren't too decent. The situation could change at any time. The past is the past. The present is the present. The question is whether he can believe those words. He could believe him. They were poor now. He couldn't understand what poor meant. It's secret. All because their mistress lost a lot of money in the casino. Gambling. They say she's lost money in casinos before. She's more pathetic than he thought. They'll see what they can do. The captain of the sea pirates agrees to their proposal. Let things continue to go as quietly and smoothly. One worries with them. At that moment, the artist was painting a picture. But in a moment, a huge shadow covered them. As it turned out, it was a pirate ship that had come to them. Their ship has a combat wine, also has a magic cannon. Maybe it's security. The man noticed something. He noticed there was a pirate sign. And then they actually saw the very island in front of them. Great, cooks this way, blacksmiths, and let it go this way. Who else is left? Painter. There's a pole lover. Where to use him? Maybe he can paint them a new flag. He's a fisherman. Let him go cobra fishing. Buy it to see if they need to do as they say and what else is left, or if he suggests protesting. They all realized that they had really been cheated out of this assignment. They were furious that he sold them to pirates. The blacksmiths began to do their work. The artisans also began, oddly enough, to do their work. Exactly the same similar situation was true for the fishermen. And strangely enough, the woman sewed too. And Kim Dae-han at this moment stood there embarrassedly watching. Looking at the flow of the current during the hard physical work, it felt like there was good in everything. It's not like they realized who they were. Apparently they didn't. Even though they went around the whole island, it seems the underground floor can only be descended through this underground prison. Too soon he thinks might go unnoticed. They don't happen to have a good thief. He's a warrior, not a thief. And besides they're merchants. Let him not look for a cat in a fish store. The waves playfully watch and wonder if there was any way. Then everyone threw off their clothes. He hasn't finished repairing his ring gear yet. Let him hurry up. How is he going to work with such slow hands? They were indeed very fierce, vicious, but these pirates, he could barely wait to rest. Why they even plow through this place? He doesn't even remember how many hours on, and he held a hammer. Well, by the way, how much his level has increased. Maybe it's because the equipment is high level and the upgrade rate is unbelievable. It's no joke after all. If he continues like this, he'll soon become unblockable. If you think about it, it seems like this assignment isn't as bad as he says it is. Completely out of whack from work. In real life is so hard. Now he will get stress in the game when he will be able to find such a task. On the one hand, it can even be called a chance. Bottom line is correct. It is gentle to lean on Kim Dae-han's suggestion to think positively. At that moment, the man lifted his head up. At that moment, they were just about to notice the main character. The hero heard what they were talking about. Knowing how to enjoy the game, can't be honest. He offers them a special deal. Well, what other deal could there be after he cheated them? Let them look forward to it because they will lose nothing from it. At this point, too, they were going home. Two guys came up to them and said they were newly arrived blacksmiths. They'd like to patch up their gear. Everyone was surprised that they needed to patch up their equipment. If they don't want to, they can withhold. He's seen such do-gooders. They can do something. The basics at least he knows. If they want to become masters, you need to understand the psychology of the profession. It's theft, right? 100% theft. Kim Dae-hyun abruptly went to the dungeon. At this point he heard cries for them to be let home. At this point, someone was being beaten very badly. Let him work faster, or he needs dinner. Don't they keep slaves because they can't do anything themselves? That's what he thought. She had an easy deal. Physical prisoner labor is inefficient, so they decided to use these people. Kim Dae-hyun noticed another staircase down. That's where we have to go to find out. When he came down, Kim Dae-hyun couldn't figure out where the man lived. Why is there such a place on the terrace? At that moment, someone asked who was here. During his afternoon nap, he would tell them not to walk or stomp. When the man came out, he didn't notice the protagonist at all. As he was standing outside the door, the man came because he was just sick of all the no's. He didn't know what to drink. The next thing he was already out. As soon as he wanted to ask for more, Kim Dae-hyun immediately grabbed him. Kim Dae-hyun said he understood what he was saying. Let him blink. If he screams, he's dead. Persuasion by force was successful. He got the threat skill. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised and couldn't understand why the man was reacting like that. The man could understand why they were doing this to him. He did as he was ordered. He didn't write the letter or leave here. Kim Dae-hyun said he wasn't a pirate. The man was surprised that the man in front of him was not a pirate, which meant he came from the kingdom. Kim Dae-hyun says that the fact that he came from the kingdom is true. But who is he? The man said he was Count Marcellus. He was tricked into kidnapping, not pirates. He says he came from the kingdom, and he himself doesn't know his name or face. But because he came to rescue him, he just doesn't look like a prisoner. Even though he was kidnapped, he's still a grateful man. It goes without saying he can't accept being treated badly. End up catering to important and rich people. The man said they won't go the same. Rather, he was just in time. He was just starting to get tired of the steaming alcohol made by the locals. Taken hostage by the Count's pirates, he mistakenly believes he's come to rescue him, but it's definitely his chances. If he can rescue him and bring him back to the kingdom, maybe he'll get a reward. But Kim Dae-hyun immediately dismissed that thought. The man asked what he was doing. It just really pissed him off. The man couldn't understand what he had been told. How dare he say such ignorant things to him? Kim Dae-hyun asked what the man would do. When the man said that he would call the warriors, Kim Dae-hyun said, not the warriors who captured his pirates. He didn't seem to quite understand the situation he was in. But if they're going to call them out anyway, we need to start dealing with his bad language. He gained a bonus due to God incarnation. The threat's probability of success increased. He succeeded in intimidating the Count. He gained a new intimidation skill. Every now and then, some weird skills are added. If all of a sudden he tells someone he saw him, he'll say the pirate wrote a letter asking to be rescued. He figured it out, so just let him keep it. He's got bigger things to do here than this idiot, so he can't make his task even harder on himself. Here we go. By the way, there's no other road besides this door. System alert, very strong magical lock. It seems it can't be opened by normal means. When Kim Dae-hyun tried to open it with the key, the system reported that the key was not suitable. He would not be able to open the lock. He was only made to look similar. Or is it the kind of magic that fake keys don't work for? If his machine mood level was a little higher, a copy might work. Now he had to think about what to do. The only option left was to find the real key. At this point, the blacksmiths were working. Then they looked somewhere in the distance. Where did he learn to work a hammer like that? Wasn't he a thief? That's when the guy was holding his armor and yelling for some reason. It can't be. Can you possibly make such a perfect repair? And they went up to him and asked him if he was a blacksmith. He said he was something like that, some class unknown to him. He thinks, maybe the rare profession of a magical tower blacksmith. They will be very much surprised at what they see before them. They asked him to be their mentor, to do all the repairs for them, as agreed. They wouldn't bother him. Let him teach them something. The man asked what he was doing here. He was just in time. Let him unhook himself. No time to talk about it. The man said that Danielson was looking, and Kim Dae-hyun didn't understand what that meant. They came to the man after all. Kim Dae-hyun was displeased at everything. It was as if it was a sudden meeting. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised. After all he had called them, and what he was doing now. Kim Dae-hyun asked what he was so surprised by. What an incredible technique it was. He doesn't seem to be practicing enough. It looks different from the outside. Even though it looks like there are a lot of flaws, That's the way it was meant to be. The man really landed in the moment, as if that's what he wanted to do. Kim Dae-hyun agreed that it was grand. He's heard them say, they do a great job. There's nothing they can't do. From Martin to flag painting. Kim Dae-hyun says he won't push it, but the promise of the merchants is worth more than gold. He really likes their responsibility. If they continue like this, he will allow them free entry and exit. He suggests continued cooperation. The sea pirate captain has lifted the restrictions on merchant traffic. He has accomplished the task. His reputation in the sea pirate gang will increase. Kim Dae-hyun thanked for the permission. He hopes their cooperation will only get better. Just let them not become lazy because he praised them. If they doubt him, let them leave the worrying. When Kim Dae-hyun wanted to leave, the man abruptly stopped them. He'd heard the guy was a pretty good cook. Kim Dae-hyun was quite surprised by this. At that moment, some food flew from the table. He was displeased, for they call it a piece of carbohydrates, a dish of breeches. It's no muscle to put it on at all. This chicken is not ready. It feels like the meeting can resurrect it. And it's called a beef salad. It's a hamburger after all. He was very angry with them and told them to leave. Let him ask for help from him, the king of Genoma cooking. He is Christopher's only recognized disciple. So how did he know about it? His cooks don't cook well. He pressed them a bit. They said they heard it from someone. He's a man who enjoys good food, but flavor alone isn't enough for him. He needs quality cooking. Couldn't he satisfy the desire of his tongue, satisfying the tongue's desire? The sea pirate's Caden is known for his picky nature and strange tastes. It won't be easy to create a dish to please, but if he succeeds he will definitely give him a great reward, a chance the chef can't pass up. Let him challenge the impossible. What a crap quest, surely must be abandoned. But surprisingly, Kim Dae-hyun accepted the assignment. He told the man not to worry. Cooking isn't just about skills. Real cooking is created with their heart. He was just wondering since when did they have him as a chef? He was incredibly different from the shadows. Let him attack. He would meet his passion with his tongue. There's one more crazy person. By the way, he can't even cook. What's he doing here? And he looks like a baked egg. Kim Dae-hyun apologized and said it was his assistant. That's right. His only hobby is cooking. The man couldn't understand why it was like this with him. The perfectly sliced ingredients made it a bonus. He offered to make two. Barely one died, and the other didn't notice because it was delicious. No way. He's going to put poison. What will he do if he notices? Did Kim Dae-hyun say he was going to cook the heart? It's not proper for a chef to put poison in a dish. Kim Dae-hyun said he's slipping a reliable remedy. Why the sleeping pills? Let him think to himself. Willingly. The second floor, the underground floor. Who might have the key to it? Kim Dae-hyun would start cooking the dishes. He only put soothing and relaxing ingredients if he added the addictive extract from a hawk roots in there. His dish is great. To people ate. One died and the other didn't notice because it was delicious. The soup was cooked perfectly. Where he found it all, the crystals were full of everything. So he borrowed a little from it. The man asked, or was that it? Just some soup. Let him try it. He won't regret it. The man began to taste his dish. After that, he began to feel an inexplicable sensation inside. Amazing. Like going to space after trying this dish. He said that's so. That's enough. He can go. The man couldn't understand if he hadn't failed. Let him wait. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he could hear those sounds. Like him. Why did he tell the two of them to go out with his illness prince? He cared about his reputation in front of others. The captain actually, after they came out, literally started eating the lists where Kim Dae-hyun was cooking. Then they went in to check on the captain. After all, as Kim Dae-hyun expected, the captain was sleeping sweetly and soundly. Kim Dae-hyun began to slowly make his way to get the keys. Kim Dae-hyun then nodded his gaze at something. The naked friends noticed some kind of map. It was a map of the island. Kim Dae-hyun realized that he needs to redraw this record. Hey alert, redrawn map is not enough for him. On this map a little completed. Kim Dae-hyun realized that it was better than nothing. At this point he looked at the captain again, and noticed that he continued to sleep like that. Then Kim Dae-hyun noticed something after all. Kim Dae-hyun notices that the key he's looking for is just at the captain's side. At this point, the captain woke up and noticed the protagonist. Kim Dae-hyun looked at him fearfully, because he hadn't expected him to wake up so abruptly. Of course, the captain didn't expect to see him here either. But after that, Kim Dae-hyun noticed that the captain continued sleeping again. This man is different. The first time he's seen someone who sleeps with his eyes open. A man was, of course, watching everything and waiting for the protagonist at the gate. Mounties told him to keep his voice down. They would be spotted. The man asked how it went. Kim Dae-hyun showed him the key with a satisfied face, then opened the map to see. The man asked what he had that was so secret. A map of the secret passages and rooms of this island. It has everything behind it. It's all redrawn in a hurry so it might not add up a bit. He has two main plans for starters. 1. It's not going to happen to him on that underground floor. 2. While they're on the underground floor, they'll leave them a decoy. For starters, since they've already been cleared to leave and return to the organization. But it will only happen in words. She and he have to go underwater. The man asked if he thought the pirates wouldn't suspect anything, right? Tell at least one of them to stay. What to do? He told him not to worry. He's here. I mean, there were a bunch of hostages in here. The man became furious afterward. But won't people say no? You can do it in secret. With such a nonchalant face exploding people, he is not the embodiment of luck, but the devil himself. Did he really get misidentified? Kim Dae-hyun realized that he had complied. Hatching. And what? He seems to be a little tired, already catching glitches. First, have her send a carrier pigeon to the warriors of the kingdom. The name of the merchant association will help break up the pirates, so have her tell them to model all the fighters and send them to the island. Why is he suddenly requesting the help of the army? From the beginning he was going to use them whenever possible. He wanted to do without a battle. When he saw the scale of the camp he couldn't ignore it. He's not 100% sure that their plan to capture the skills will work, so in order to at least slightly increase the likelihood that their escape will be successful. If suddenly unlucky, they won't be able to escape, while the kingdom's naval army will attack the pirates, they will attack them from the back. In such a situation, even this rabble can become a Trojan horse. If that happens, he will get all the skills and smash the pirates. Two birds with one stone. He got the tactics skill. He got the extra bonus already during the battle. Bad and good reputation affects the skill, so he really is like him, the embodiment of good fortune, not the embodiment of evil. He is himself. The man apologized for suspecting him. Until that moment, Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what he meant. From now on he will believe in his abilities. The devil incarnate, no, God incarnate, he will prove himself to be. After all, Kim Dae-hyun asked which incarnation he just wanted to name, but the man ignored him. At this moment on the island, strangely enough, the blacksmiths continued their work. One of the men who was supposed to be watching them was just sleeping. They dipped very hot weapons into the water to get them. Just at that moment, to their surprise, Kim Dae-hyun appeared in front of them. Wasn't that Kim Dae-hyun, along with the merger guard? What are they doing in the water? He remembers saying to the pirates then, let's do it again. It's their orders. He'll do whatever he says. If they don't try hard enough, he will at least teach them a little bit about blacksmithing, but he won't try hard enough to excel at it. Kim Dae-hyun said he would tell them what he knows himself. The man couldn't understand who Kim Dae-sen was or why they called him that. They asked his name, and he tried to say it. At this point, someone on the island was having a drink. Not only did they bring a routine, but they made great food and booze. Looks like they'll have to meet with the bidding association again. These guys will definitely excel in the future and are proud to serve as an outstanding pirate. How long will it take for the drug to take effect when sprinkled into food and alcohol? About a quarter of a day to a day, so don't let him worry. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun roughly with the man started to descend. As the man ran through all these rooms, he noticed something. He immediately recognized the count and asked if he knew him. There's no man in town, and I don't know him. He disappeared on the south shore, so he must have been stolen by pirates. The man asked if someone was saving him, and what he had said. He can save him himself if he's sure he can stand up to all the pirates up there. He is too unscrupulous, incompetent for anything and doesn't know when to stop. People like him always lack manners. Even if they are rescued when they are drowning, people like him will start screaming for him to give them his stuff. No point in saving such assholes at all. But he's a bit of a jerk too. The hero managed to open that door after all. Kim Dae-hyun covered his eyes at this moment because it was very bright. The man covered his eyes as well. Turns out it was a room with a lot of treasure. The man and the protagonist were very much surprised when they share, for it was a room. The man asked if they would take anything with them. It turns out he is a man too. Finally said something intelligent. But first they'll get down to business. They need to find their way. Kim Dae-hyun immediately and into that pile of gold. His intelligence level is low, so he can't find anything. The divine providence skill had been activated. He had succeeded in his quest. His target had been revealed. Kim Dae-hyun told the man that he had found what he was looking for. Then he swung his axe. Then, to the man's surprise, there was an explosion of some sort. As it turned out, Kim Dae-hyun formed a huge hole. Kim Dae-hyun said there was an entrance here. He has entered the dungeon of the underground Lame Island. He will not be able to leave the game for a while. If he logs out, he will be forcibly removed to the dungeon and receive a fine. So what is this? Illumination magic. What kind of magic he can use? I actually just found something to brag about. He thinks he's the only one who's cool. By the way, it's hard to believe how an island dungeon could have such a place. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun turned his attention to his leg. They didn't notice that they were in a very huge room. The man couldn't tell if they had come to the right place. Then they heard a voice saying that the people who had invaded this sacred place must leave. If they did not leave and passed on, they could not guarantee their safety. Kim Dae-hyun didn't understand what it was, where that voice was coming from. They didn't invade. The incarnation of a god is here. Kim Dae-hyun understood why he was telling. Kim Dae-hyun says he was mistaken and the man is just a little off. If he is an incarnation of a god, let him pass this way. If not, let him go back from whence he came. The man asked if he was going, and Kim Dae-hyun said he could tell right away that it was a trap. He didn't need to go there. If it's a trap, he'll beat him later. Just at that moment, many arrows flew at the protagonist. It was amazing, and meant that the incarnation of the god had reappeared. But why was he so weak? It was quite surprising. As he had pondered before, the incarnation was stronger, so it was true. No one but him had gotten a legendary profession after reaching level 30. In front of him is the sweater left behind by the past incarnation, and he has the right to it. He can take it away. The man wanted to warn him, but the man said it was fine and don't let him worry. Even after all those arrows flew at him, he didn't get hit. He's the epitome of luck, and yet he's already shown so much. What rights he's talking about? Could have just given it away. Just at that moment arrows flew at them again, and the man saved the hero in an unusual way. The man asked if he was okay. Kim Dae-hyun said he was fine. He should dodge anyway. If arrows fly, let him dodge himself. Kim Dae-hyun realized that it was poison. They don't have time for that. The pirates will wake up and come here. Don't let him worry. They might die from those arrows. The poison used in such a place must definitely be of excellent quality. He obtained the poison of aconite. A poison created with the flower linens are often used because it loses its properties over time. Kim Dae-hyun said the man is even more dangerous to him. He could understand what it was. After all, it wasn't a trap. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun looked somewhere in the distance. Some creature was leading to them, and it told them to leave. He called them Torchman and told them to leave. Are they even going to submit to getting a god? He doesn't understand them. Let him be careful. He doesn't seem to be a regular person. Well, since that's the case, won't check how well he learned the fighting techniques he taught them. The technique he will teach them is called the Katakwa sword technique. Not everyone can comprehend it. Let him consider it an honor. This is serious. Any other technique requires strong discipline. Stop talking. Let him teach already faster. His sword level is too low, so he can completely dampen the ball technique. Let him focus on finishing it. Due to the outstanding ability of the person teaching him, he benefited greatly from the study. His position was wrong. One of the sword wielding has a deep history. The technique looks great as it can be used to attack and defend at the same time. Currently, after mastering the Great Master's technique, he received a bonus. It was an attack circle. Let him move in it as if he was fighting an enemy. That is, he will attack the enemy within that circle. He used a lucky bar. 5 reps. Just at that moment, the creature began to attack him. Kim Dae-hyun decided to immediately launch an attack. Still, his speed was faster, and he had time to get back from his attack. He decided to use the circle of attack. Then there was an incredible explosion on the battlefield. The man was watching all of this carefully from afar. Kim Dae-hyun landed after the explosion and regrouped. The creature thought the intruder was very weak. The man then decided to help the protagonist. He asked him if it was cool to work out. He agreed with him and felt that he had taught him for a reason. The creature was watching them at this moment and simply remained silent. The demon decided to attack them again. After all, the creature decided to use the cold of death against them. The man shouted to Kim Dae-hyun to hide behind him at that moment, but it felt as if Kim Dae-hyun didn't listen to him at all. This technique is useful when facing a large number of enemies. He will be able to react instantly to sudden attacks entering their blind spot. Have him draw a circle around himself, a circle of protection. At this point, Kim Dae-hyun has done just that and he needs to control the space. The man continued to fight and protect the protagonist at the same time. The man said it was easy. The creature kept repeating that they were insolent. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun felt a kind of coldness. He said there was nothing special about the attack, and the man asked if he dodged. He's a lot stronger than he looks and will stand up to him, so let him help him out a bit. It seems his help won't be needed. The man asked what he was doing there. He is something appropriate. He also thinks the creature is inanimate. At this point he decided to use his axe. At this point, it was obvious that the creature was frightened by this. He immediately started backing away from them and asking what it was. Kim Dae-hyun asked him if he was interested. Let him come over and he'll be sure to tell him what it is. The creature was really beginning to fear this weapon in the hands of the protagonist. The hero then proceeded to quickly attack the creature. Of course, the creature didn't like it and was furious. It was screaming with all its might. It was in pain at this point. Kim Dae-hyun then stopped and grouped himself together. Unbelievable, such a strong ghost. He really was right. He said it was easier than he thought it would be after getting the scroll. Now it was only a matter of time, but he didn't see any more ghosts coming toward him. When he returned, he clearly didn't expect to see only ghosts. They both said, in one voice, if they were joking about them. The man used the circle of the rushing wind. There were too many opponents, and the man asked the hero if there were any ideas. Kim Dae-hyun realized that he was definitely here to protect him, but he didn't even have an idea or a plan. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun continued his battle with those ghosts. The main character was in pain at this point. The arrogant creature dodged their attacks well. The things will be very different now. After that, the protagonist was sent to some obscure space. As it turns out, he was hit with a ghost curse, and he won't be able to dodge at this point. System alert, magical defense allowed, physical defense allowed. Ghost curse is cast on him. Magic damage due to divine skills is reduced. Kim Dae-hyun told the man to go to him. Just at that moment, Kim Dae-hyun pulled out that very bomb. Then he threw it right at the ghosts. Changed after a while, it exploded, as you'd expect. The man barely had time to dodge that bomb, and didn't see it coming. The man couldn't tell if he was crazy. It could explode at any moment, and Kim Dae-hyun didn't even think about it. Kim Dae-hyun says it's okay, he can dodge, right? But what will he tell him to do? He asked me to give him his shiny bracelet. Kim Dae-hyun used the cloaking effect. The man clearly didn't expect Kim Dae-hyun to leave him so quickly. He realized there was nothing left for him to do but one thing. He should have run away, but he didn't. Have him run toward the corridor they came from and guard the place, so they must pursue to there. He said it was all for him. I mean, he knows how he feels, and he curses him, sure to curse him. After a while, the man did break away from them. At that moment the door slammed shut. And even so, the man couldn't understand what Kim Dae-hyun was going to do alone. Seoul headquarters of Fantasy Online. Finally they got their food. Still, the noodles are better and the nightly snack is just as flavorful. He wished himself a good appetite, decided to look and get himself some more kimchi. And at that moment someone approached him. If he can't hear, he thinks he needs to go up to the office. He told me not to call him for nothing unless was something serious this time. He is informed that Kim Dae-hyun is on a legendary quest on the island. After that, the man actually went straight to the main office. He thought it wasn't even close yet because of the low level, but he was able to get there pretty quickly. It seems he tricked the pirates into using merchants. How did he know that? The guy showed him the ether, and the man marveled at it. He couldn't figure out who Kim Dae-sen was. The guy told him that it seemed to be Kim Dae-hyun's alias. How could he fool hundreds of players? An unbelievable plan. Now he realized, the older he got, the more he bullied. So honestly, he thought he was exaggerating. When he was just using rabbit's feet and pumping his luck, he thought it was crazy. By the way, he couldn't appear. No. Kim Dae-hyun with artificial intelligence gave out a diffraction. There was no provision left for that. Either way, He's pretty scary. He's gotten to the point of playing alone, but he can't get any further. He's only gotten here and there thanks to chi and items. His Rado can't get any further without a spa if legendary members. That's why they call him a rookie. The one who breaks such prejudices is none other than a Kim Dae-hyun. Why it appeared here, the right duct tape, the stone cave, the ghostly warrior fell, what it means to fall. This item is recorded, not yet tested. Have him check it quickly. It says it's also due to luck. They couldn't understand what it was. Kim Dae-hyun was holding his own so far. That sword. A heroic item, the Ghost Warrior Sword. He can use the reincarnation skill of Transparent Warrior. He could use the Ghost Her skill. He was glad that something with power had fallen out. What kind of penalty is this? Revenge used by Ghost Warfare. Hunting and strong men is too dangerous to be used by living humans. The reputation of the person using it will deteriorate. Luck will also decrease by -100, though it won't affect him much. The mood is somehow not good. But what happens if the luck is less than 0? Probably fall on your back and smash your nose. At that moment, some sort of creature appeared again. Kim Dae-hyun noticed it right away and wondered what it was. A very scary monster appeared in front of him. Smells like a living thing. He's definitely not what his past opponents have been like. He used the 7th form of luck attack. That's the reason he's going to end it all with one punch. The mounted player immediately attacked the creature at this point. The creature couldn't even realize what had happened to it. Kim Dae-hyun saw that there was no damage. The creature said that a living being had finally appeared. Kim Dae-hyun wondered if he wasn't dead. He looked like a non-dead. I'm gonna shoot this chest. My attention on something. Then he flew back a few meters. Then he started to group up. A curse hit him. Cursed Cape Yuli. My movement speed was reduced. My vitality was reduced. Kim Dae-hyun realized that things were going badly and not everything was working out the way it should. Thanks to divine skills, the curse is weakened. Because he can't dodge, he has the ability to attack from afar. He thought he was a melee attacker, but it seems he was deeply mistaken. He decided to try out a new technique, the counter-attack circle. After that, he would be ready to attack him again. The creature hadn't expected this turn of events either. Then there was some sort of explosion on the battlefield. That you're tortured, so why don't men use her? The weakness of the contour circle is that it has an abysmal probability of success. Great. This time the Foundation will choose home run. He was ready to attack the enemy. Kim Dae-hyun was able to use a circle of defense. After a while, he realized it was all for nothing. Come to think of it, you can only deal with him with one round of counterattack. It became a lot more of those that are hard to deal with. Good luck getting through. It became more of a lesson. At that moment, the monster noticed the bombs flying straight towards him. Then there was a massive explosion right in front of his face. What a living creature he is. As long as he's in any condition, he should definitely be attacked. How dare he run away? Let him go back where he belongs. The creature couldn't understand what had just happened at all. Kim Dae-hyun actually uses the creature's power sometimes. He turned out to be surprisingly versatile. System alert, he was able to dodge like a ghostly leap. Still, the creature managed to capture the protagonist. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun realized that things were going badly. The creature then said it wouldn't miss a chance to meet the protagonist. Kim Dae-hyun used the absolute escape skill and managed to dodge again. Kim Dae-hyun then successfully landed on the ground. Hungry as ever, the hero ran, realizing he needed to get away from the creature. When he stopped, something appeared in front of him. It was unclear what it was, but it caught his attention. He said it appeared to be the end of the dungeon. There seemed to be nothing dangerous here. At this moment, a voice was heard again, asking who dared to enter the sacred ground. If he was the true successor, he should return immediately. It was for his own good. If it doesn't go away, its veracity will be tested. It's their test and it's happening again. He's sick of it, but since he's gotten to this point it would be weird to turn around. Kim Dae-hyun stood in front of the artifact. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't figure out if he touched him, whether something would happen or not. At this point, he started to reach for something from above. Eyes ... the eyes. The bomb will show up, like that dude who was just there. You'll need to make a hole to escape through. Kim Dae-hyun then continued to stand. System alert, he's gotten the Axis scroll. System alert, holiness increased by 150. Reputation increased by 150. All stats increased by 5. He has accomplished the task of the profession. and now all lame will know his name. The level of divine knowledge is raised, the level of divine dignity is raised, and the professional summoning skill is obtained. With the receipt of the skill scroll, he's recognized as the true incarnation of a god, and an ancient ghost is awakened. At that moment, there was a cloudburst. Kim Dae-han couldn't stay on his feet and was thrown back by the blast wave. Of course, his head ached from the impact. Then he noticed something in the distance. The receiver incarnation was finally here, and he was waiting for it. He was infinitely happy to see the true successor receive the scroll. Kim Dae-han couldn't understand what he was talking about now. Well, now that I've seen it all, it's time to move on. But at that moment, his path is blocked, and even though he has gotten the scroll, he can't escape the ordeal. He put his name axis on it and swore, asking if he had the right to incarnate. Let him defeat him. If he is the true successor of God, let her try to beat him. Kim Dae-han was really nervous at this moment, and it was obvious. Then the explosions on the battlefield began. At this moment, Kim Dae-han could hardly stay on his feet. Then he saw the very creature he had been fighting. Kim Dae-han rushed toward him, but started to run away. He shouted for the living creature to stop. The man was out of place and didn't know what to do at that moment. It was then that he noticed the protagonist in front of him. When the man wanted to ask if he was okay, he saw the creature chasing him. He then noticed a second creature that was also here. Both beings told him to return immediately. Kim Dae-han, as always, was much further along than the man. The man offered to run together and repeated this several times. The man noticed that Kim Dae-han was rising quickly, and he himself couldn't keep up with him. The machine can't figure out who he is. At this moment, they were already met by the people from the treasury. There was a disappointed look on the crook's face. As it turned out, the count woke up to the banging of a hammer and told him to let the thieves be caught now. And that's how it happened. Kim Dae-han realized that I was advising because of that bastard count. After that, it was like some kind of earthquake started. The receiver chuckled and ran away from him. He got here. The captain clearly didn't expect this turn of events. The count couldn't figure out what those sounds were either. Indeed, an island-wide earthquake had begun. The entrance is completely blocked. Kim Dae-han said they were almost buried alive. The man then indicated to him that something was behind him. As it turned out, it was the captain, but he looked quite angry. Something seemed to be wrong. At this point, someone started saying that they must have helped, and if there was no one here. After all, Igor was able to get out. Now have them escort him back to his country. If he's killed now, won't everything think it was the pirates who did it? No, that's not the case at all. The feeling is that he'll just keep bothering them. The man said he was giving up. He was doing so because they were even ripping him out. Kim Dae-han says they need to ignore those bastards. We need to break through the encirclement and call the army of the kingdom. They will come forward after firing the signal rocket, where it is in the powder depot on the ship of the Merchant Association. Corey asked where the ship was. They had probably already captured it. Now let them drop their weapons and surrender. If they surrender, will they be left behind already? It wasn't that easy. They would just kill them. Kim Dae-han asked, if they don't surrender, of course they'll die too. Kim Dae-han couldn't understand what the hell. There was no difference. Let them shut up and not attack. At this moment, the man, like a hero, managed to hide behind a rock to avoid being hit by this rain of arrows. And the count is just caught in this rain. He says he's giving up. He's ducking. He's got a good physicality. But this is no time to admire. They can't stay here any further. Kim Dae-han asked if he's offering to walk between those arrows. He's fine. Here he's going to be hurt enough. And he has no other way. What about the god's abilities? He doesn't want to say he didn't find them. Kim Dae-han immediately thought of these abilities. The count couldn't understand why they were looking at him like that. He was just in time. Now he would write down what he would tell him. He was game. Sure to pay the man in charge for the fallen. If he didn't keep his promise, he would be trash, stripped of honor and everything else. When the man started to get indignant, Kim Dae-han grabbed him by the neck. After that, the man immediately understood everything. He would write, so let him go. How much he had interfered with their plans would make him shake. The captain said to go down and grab all of them. At that moment, there was a creature that came. The captain clearly didn't expect such an abrupt turn of events. The man couldn't even figure out what it was. Kim Dae-han started yelling that he believes in the ghost. It was great timing. The ghost couldn't understand what he was saying. There was such a monster on the underground floor. Let them kill it. Let the wizards prepare themselves as well. Let the ghost prepare for magic, don't aim at it. Ghost couldn't understand why Kim Dae-hyun was worried about him, because it's a real opponent, let it not lose to others. He succeeded in manipulating his enemies. The ghost was touched with joy and would do so. At this point, the captain was trying his best to figure out what was going on. He was actually pretty freaked out by the whole situation. Oddly enough, if he has no other choice, he decided to use a powerful sea sword. The chief realized it was a ghost. The ghost told them to go back to the other world. The captain couldn't understand what right they had to piss him off and on his own island. The guy at this point was watching the whole thing. Somebody might think he's the hero. Let him drink a Coke. The man was indeed furious at this moment. Of course, he wanted to remove this ghost in every way possible. Ghost began to take this battle out. Then the man turned around to see what the ghost wanted to do. He noticed the ghost start to swing at him right at that moment. Then he attacked the man with his fist. But the man was no slouch and was able to thwart this attack. The ghost was quite surprised at what the man was capable of. The captain was confident in his abilities and knew he could defeat the ghost. How dare some worm become between him and his incarnation? Let his warriors rise up and fight. Everyone was determined, telling the stupid ghosts to give up. Let everyone defend the captain. Then the legendary battle between the two began. Kim Dae-hyun was running away with the men at that moment, and he was kicking the count at the same time because he couldn't understand if he couldn't run faster or not. He forcefully drove the men. His actions became more efficient, and his tactics improved. He had a skill that made him run, and it was ruthless. A ruthless action takes away some health and mana, but increases other abilities. The man will do his best to make it stop. The man told him that if the count lost consciousness, Kim Dae-hyun would say that he was killed by pirates. At this point they had practically reached the shit. Let them all sit quietly. If they move, they die, which has already happened to Mr. Tae-hyun and Lupo. They're in trouble, and the ringleader is with the devil. It was at that moment that Kim Dae-hyun saw that man. They were glad the Lord and the others were okay. The man couldn't understand how they were able to get through. Kim Dae-hyun decided to use the luck attack right away. The man clearly didn't expect such a sharp turn and failed to dodge. He then began to use many more luck attacks. Horror stats increased. He gained a bonus of 1 blackmail point. He also gained the intimidation skill. He will kill anyone who attacks him. Of course, everyone was scared of him. He could use deception, but if the terror became too great, the enemies would flee. As it happened, they started jumping off the ship into the water. Speaking of which, his horror stats are already 80. Maybe it's because of the Ghost Warrior Ball. At that moment, they were just activating the missile to send a signal. A short time later, the rocket was in the air. Kim Dae-hyun says that Danielson must have seen her. He'll probably get really mad, and they'll probably turn around and run away. It would be good if they turned the ship around now and headed for land. This is their chance while the pirates are at a loss. Gory said the man made him change his mind about doing it. Lupo then told Kim Dae-hyun to look back. That's where he just saw the pirates. Cowardly people. How dare they run away? He can't die. Let them stand. They're disgusting. They could have quietly sorted out amongst themselves what they were doing here. The heroes don't know anything. He wasn't going to reveal it before he left the island. But he's got nowhere to go. So whatever happens, happens. The summoning of a sacred animal was happening. He thought it would be someone not so trivial. As expected from a god scroll, even the conditions of use associated with luck are used to 1105. If you use that much it will become 1500. 1500 is also a lot. It will be enough to keep it out. Then some sort of commotion was directed straight up into the air. It's like they opened a portal. The captain immediately realized who was approaching. The man grabbed one guy and told him to hold on to him tighter. Then the clouds above them parted and light illuminated their ship. They approached the man asking what it was. They all couldn't figure out what was in store for them. The man said that Kim Dae-hyun came to his senses. Kim Dae-hyun appeared to be very surprised when he saw the dragon in front of him. It was indeed some kind of golden dragon, and a very pumped up one at that. Everyone was very much surprised to see the golden dragon in front of them. Everyone was scared to death when they saw him. Let the host come to life. His name. The men couldn't figure out if it was the protagonist's dragon. Let him call out his name all the time. Kim Dae-hyun confidently started talking to him. Kim Dae-hyun called him dragon. Let Kim Dae-hyun choose a name for the beast. This time you have to pick something that means all of this. It's big but it looks unstable. On the other hand, it's albeit small. but it's stable, so what? And the basis of gambling is adventure. If so, he just about had a name he'd wanted to call someone for a long time. He decided to choose King God Emperor. He can't use such a long name. Dependence on a given name can change his level of relationship with a deity. He just chose random since he was too lazy to come up with a name. The system informed him that he had chosen random, and a name matching the characteristics is being selected. The name of the sacred beast is determined by the standard of the system. Just so long as something nonsense didn't fall out, he got Dragonlance, and he was surprised by it. He said he didn't even try. Even the neighbor's cat was so-and-so's chose. In 5 seconds, he'll be returned to the original world. Kim Dae-hyun tried to justify the decision in some way, but he failed. Kim Dae-hyun didn't want to believe that his name would be Dragon Man until the end. There's a limit to what a dragon bug can do. What kind of dragon? It's a golden dragon. Calling yourself a rare creature in the world of Dragonkin is a bit much. Dragonfish is an excellent name. You can feel the love in that name. Kim Dae-hyun asked, "You really think so? Too bad. If he likes everything, he should have called the king to king better. I don't understand what it is at all. There is no person in the world who can summon a dragon. It's definitely a simple illusion." Everyone really believed it was an illusion. The ghost, on the other hand, surprisingly recovered and did not attack. He started calling all the ghosts to him. The humans at this point began forging the dragon. He looked up high at them at that moment. He said there are quite a few scoundrels here. Then he was ready to face everyone together. They couldn't figure out what it was that started it. Then the dragon began to act in a coordinated manner. Then, strangely enough, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield. The captain was also caught in that massive explosion. Even Kim Dae-hyun and the other men felt the explosion. The dragon's strength was so strong that it made its way up the mountain. The men were quite surprised at what they saw at that moment. They didn't expect such strength from a dragon named Dragonlance. He was impressed. He's incredible. And this dragon let them sell him for all they want. Let them walk away from him. Then the dragon began to fly and smash everything in its path. When he wanted to use the power once more, Kim Dae-hyun noticed that he was unable to do so. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he didn't remember about universal pressing from the beginning. He just coughed. Either way, let him not attack people on the other side of the island. He may have faith in him. All the people were frightened by what they saw of the dragon. They couldn't believe that it was actually a real live dragon. The man on live TV said that's how he says it was a dragon. They can't figure out what it is, and someone has to explain that it's definitely not fake. If someone was able to use illusion magic to destroy half the island, they would have no business being there. As unfortunate as it is to be held hostage by pirates right now, so can't pass it on. Those assholes tricked them. It doesn't work that way. Even though they work their hardest, they're hostages from now on. What to do? He can't stay here. Maybe he'll die once. How would he propose to fight them? For starters, he suggested thinking about how they would get out. There are no fighting professionals among them. At that moment, someone said something, or someone was coming. The guy said that Mr. Kim Dae-san would definitely come to save them. The guy didn't understand why they all started laughing abruptly. So he's saying that the trickster will come and save them. He's very good at joking, but he's not joking, he's serious. He's betting he's not coming. It's just not fun to argue. How about the loser swims to town? The boat, of course, had confidence in his master. The captain at this point was furious at everything that was happening. Kim Dae-hyun wondered if he had gotten out after meeting the ghost. Maybe he'll live after this, if he's a monster. He was just curious. Who was he? Anyway, that he could summon a dragon. Kim Dae-hyun was ready to face him at this moment. The man couldn't figure out where he was going. He's tired if they fight now. Root assured that he could definitely win. The captain was confident in his abilities at this point. Kim Dae-hyun was also confident in his abilities and was ready to attack. Then they decided to beat each other up after all. Everyone was very much surprised at how their battle was going on. Apparently the battle was evenly fought and of equal strength. At that moment, the hero returned and saw the sword in front of him. His reactions were good. He easily dodged this attack. Then the captain decided to use some chains. It's clear that Kim Dae-hyun is caught in these chains. The captain said he would die alone and guide him to another world. The pirate captain uses the pirate curse. Because of the curse he cannot dodge. Evasion failed. He's not even a waterman. If he's gonna die, he's gonna die with him. He was able to duck. It worked out. Kim Dae-hyun then decided to use his sword. This guy with a strange sword was performing strange techniques. He began to attack and stubbornly aimed for his leg. The man told him to stop doing that already. He decided to use the chain wave attack. He said it wouldn't work and decided to use a counterattack round. It was a combo. System alert. Waves have been hit by ferocious waves. Stamina continues to decrease. How he's hurting him. This is no joke. Kim Dae-hyun put up a defense and his stamina increased by 1. His endurance by 1. He dodged. His critical hit didn't work, and his dexterity increased by 1. Due to the fact that this jerk is high level, the stats increase quite quickly. Due to this, and health fills up little by little, and the captain at this point was fighting like a madman. Kim Dae-hyun started to say that he was too strong. He fell to the ground and started saying that he was in pain, and it seemed like he was going to lose so much. He then defiantly started crying and was telling to be rescued. At this point they both fell silent, for they couldn't figure out how to react. Had he been faking it all along? He noticed he'd already accumulated a bunch of stats anyway. How dare he trick him and fight an outsider? Kim Dae-hyun wondered if he was dead. He went underground to come back. The two of them's attacks are really persistent. He has made up his mind. Such a despicable man has no right to become a receiver. He will kill him with his own hands. So, some village headman, to make things his way. He didn't actually mean to do it that way. It was forced on him. Let Dragonbite breathe on him one more time. But at that moment, nothing happened. The man told him to look up. At that moment, a ball of some sort began to form from above. He noticed that the orb ran literally towards him. Then the balloon was literally in his hands. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what it was. He was small and cute. It seems like he used too much power. Is it really that big and beautiful dragon? Kim Dae-hyun asked when he would be back. He doesn't know when he'll be back either. It can't be forever after all. He doesn't know that, and he apologized. Kim Dae-hyun was saddened by their reliance on luck. Kim Dae-hyun told the dragon to hold on tight, the sacred animal's devotion increasing. It seems that this dragon is no longer able to receive strength either. Finally his end has come. Fine, that's how he does it. The time has come, and he's going to muzzle him properly. At that moment, it's unclear what was wrong with Kim Dae-hyun, as if things started to change. The captain clearly hadn't expected this turn of events and didn't know what to do. Kim Dae-hyun was mentally thundering the captain at this moment. System alert, successful critical combo. I'm running all the checks again. And why is he pouncing? Just because he took pity on him earlier doesn't mean he's his opponent. He's built up his strength and can't die that easily, in my opinion. After that, the captain immediately began to fall. Strangely enough, Kim Dae-hyun easily defeated the captain. He eliminated the captain with a bad reputation. He was glad he could do it. Reputation was increased by 250. The NPC's actions were changed, and the operator's attitude towards him was changed. He was given the title of a man of the sea. Volgograd offered to talk and resolve things humanely, and he was pretty calm, but he's not human. He then picked the man out and started telling him to leave. Kim Dae-hyun noticed that he had come just in time. The man said he would help him as they battled. Let him order him around. He told the man to buy time and started running away. The man asked where he was running to and told him to buy time. The kingdom's army would be arriving soon anyway. Kim Dae-hyun knew he had somewhere to go then. Now he was left alone with the ghost. He couldn't understand why he was looking at a traitor, a man he trusted. How pathetic it was, this strategic retreat, but he didn't think so. He is angry because there is nothing to say. They were pathetic little men. Let them not be disappointed in their lord because he abandoned them. Anyway, soon none of this will matter. The man doesn't realize what it means. At that moment, the ghost began to form some sort of circle, and then actually give away all the land, the whole island, that the incarnation of the ancient god has covered the entire island. The main world is worthy of such. It was like a fog. What it is? Suddenly, there was an announcement about the cross. A sudden quest has arisen. Free the dungeon of an ancient god. When this formerly beautiful peaceful island turned into a cursed dungeon due to the appearance of the ancient god's ghost in the dungeon, have it added from the minions summoned to them, and send the god to a well-deserved rest. Otherwise the island will forever remain a dungeon. A quest to such and such a situation. Joint assignments mean they have to team up with them. How can that be? At that moment some man fell down. Something happened to the pirate warden. As it turned out, it was Kim Dae-hyun. Kim Dae-hyun reprimanded and asked if he was okay. Of course, everyone was overjoyed that he had come to rescue them. After all, great escape, saved the people. The people on the island are only his workers, those who are summoned to the island, the traitors. They are now being held hostage. Let him not abandon them and run away together. If succeed because of his nobility, they will remember his name for a long time. The reward depends on the number of people saved. His sainthood, reputation level and rank of the order will spread faster. He came to save them, whether he believed in himself. He believed in him at first. He came because of the mission, but his conscience even gnaws at him a little. Now it's time to get out of here. They're all good. They began to thank him. That's when someone called out to him sharply. Maybe he's faking it for nothing, feeling like when his dad praises him is starting to piss him off little by little. Where is the blacksmith who argued about swimming home on his own? At that moment, the man noticed something. He showed everyone and asked what it was all about. It was a horde of ghosts that wanted to attack them. Maybe it's because the ancient god's dungeon was opened. Even so, why did these ghosts appear so abruptly? Blacksmiths outside, artists, fishermen, let them go inside. Bards and cooks in the middle. Those who have at least one attack skill on the edges have them prepare. Cooks have them make what is not possible now and feed everyone. Blacksmiths let them check their gear and put on what is possible. Let them not say they can't fight, for the damage will come from a single fall. Blood guidance increases the ability to use people during combat. Skills nearby are temporarily boosted. They break through. Let them not scatter. They would set sail as soon as Mr. Tae-hyun returned. They needed to pick up. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun turned to the man. The man noticed that the hero had returned, but abruptly cut short his offer. He said he was gonna kill him. Why is he ignoring him? Stupid ghost. Why do they only hit him? The annoying assholes. Kim Dae-hyun told him to stop watching and came out to fight. They had sailed away from the shore after all. Thank goodness, they don't seem to be able to go off island. Kim Dae-hyun asked when the navy still hadn't arrived. He was told that they were on their way and would arrive soon. On they continued, strangely enough, to sail the sea, but to their surprise, their ship turned sharply toward the island. Kim Dae-hyun didn't understand why the ship was sailing towards the island again. The wind direction and waves had changed. It's a barrier that the ghost of an ancient god let them go so easily. First, we must tell the army of their situation and ask for help. Let him explain to them why they can't get out. If he tells, they might change their minds and save them. Everyone was quite surprised by the whole situation. He says the ship can't get out. And why didn't he report it sooner? There was a silence between them. He reported it, but the man was sending it. Didn't he report it? I think some of it got lost along the way. That's the kind of man he is. Doesn't he know him? Known to be the strongest in the kingdom of Italy. An invincible admiral of the 3rd Naval Fleet named Brunson. That's the famous Brunson. You can't talk to him. Let him look at those soldiers. They seem to be far above their level. They would die from a single blow from such a spear. The man finally spoke up and said, by the way, this is an interesting situation. The island of Catarant, called Spiked Fortress, was so badly destroyed. So how did they split up with Danielson? What method to use to accomplish this goal? The man says he has his own merits. He says he single-handedly eliminated pirates, and it was really incredible. The Count was just about to show up at this point. The man had heard that he had been captured by pirates, but fortunately he turned out all right. If he had known, he could have swam to his aid sooner, but the man said there was no way. Still, it was a great relief, so he had also contributed a lot to the Earl's rescue. He thanked him once again. It must have been easy to deal with his rescue in such a situation. He is a hero, and asked what could be more important than saving a human life. Although he himself was in danger, he could not abandon those in need of help. They were thrilled at how much of a hero he was and really wanted to clap for him. Brunson praised his reputation, which went up by 50. He respects those with power, and a member can introduce himself by mentioning his name in the kingdom. His name has become known in the kingdom, but he could have just taken that unless he signed that treaty. If he's suddenly interested, he was already in the military. Just at that moment they were ready to fire the cannons. The cannons were ready, aiming at the ghosts on the shore. And just at that moment they all fired their cannons. All those cannonballs flew straight toward the island. Oddly enough, that's some firepower. It's a good thing they called them. Keep his voice down. Comrade Admiral, the preparations are over. First, have a detachment move out to seize the shore. Oddly enough, at this point they all went to the island. At that moment, some man noticed something. Here is the kingdom about to land on the island to cleanse and occupy it. Although it has done a good job before, if he helps in the battle against the undead kings, the kingdom will thank him even more. So what will he do on his own? Will he refuse? He's not crazy to go in there again. He wants to ask him how he should bat better. Most likely, the warriors of the ancient god have returned to the dungeon. Although the fun on the island is covered by a curse, they used a lot of power, so obviously need to recover. If he's going to attack, he thinks it's better not to procrastinate and attack right away. It is best to select the most well-trained soldiers and go with them, for time is not on their side. The man suggested selecting the mages and priests and assembling a squad to mop up the underground floor. At this point, everyone began to gather. The man asked what's wrong with the guy. He's just touched that he'll be able to take over the dungeon for the first time with the assembled party. Who has he played with before that he says that? At this point, a girl at school had an itchy ear. She apparently realized that they and someone was talking at this point. After a while, the war had already begun. The protagonist remarked that it was incredible. He wondered just how high the level was. Speaking of which, why are they going after them? Won't they help him as much as they can? Oops, the kingdom will be fought on their own, so all they will need is help. They don't care if they take up arms or not. Why are they so slow? They need to move faster. Why did he come after them? He's here on a mission. The protagonist immediately recognized the man. She couldn't understand why she had come after them. The girl asked if she could follow them. The main character said he thought he'd seen her somewhere before. Did they know each other? But that was impossible, since she had only started acting a week ago. Although she doesn't know how to fight, she thought her cooking skills would help all these people. It's pretty good for gaining experience and improving skills. Actually, she really just wanted to help. The protagonist, of course, did not expect such a cook and events. He simply fell silent at that moment. She says she's here to help them. It's just so unusual. In her opinion, you can tell they have an ulterior motive. If she isn't, it doesn't mean she is. She's happy that her cooking can help someone. The protagonist is surprised that such a kind and sincere person exists. At that moment, the bright light went out. Jesus, they asked why he's using the glow. He's checking his equipment. At this point, they were already starting to go somewhere. One of the men was carrying a very huge piece of luggage on his back. The main character asked if he was glad he was helping her. He did not sincerely say that he was happy, but he could not understand how he was so kind. Some of the broken armor of the ghostly warriors doesn't add up. Where he will use it, he doesn't know. Maybe he'll need it someday. For starters, they take it. Even pieces like this will come in handy someday. A thing should always be treated with care. The backpack is too heavy. His movement speed is reduced. In such a situation, he would have difficulties during the battle. At this moment, the Czech warriors appeared. Everyone needed to hold formation. The sacred ritual would be weakened. The hand-infusing life force warriors all began to use their skills. The main character actually noticed that they were really fighting, so it felt kind of peaceful. At this point, someone started talking to the main character. How dare he stretch out his hands to such an important man? He wants to fight too, but that's okay. They can handle themselves. He doesn't need to get his hands dirty. At this moment, they had already reached the underground floor. The girl said she was going to cook here and asked if he wanted to join. She'd heard he'd gotten praise from Danielson. Chef Leon was an incredible cook, and here she was a cook. A plate and a profession called cook, specializing in soups. All she did in the city was cook. After completing the quest, she just changed her profession. Kim Da-hyun asked her if a chef specializing in soups wasn't a good profession. She just wanted to do something interesting. Doing it well, that's why she liked the kind NTC with the quest. Exactly, it's interesting to pick a good profession. Bad professions are the most fun. And that's not why she chose it. She says the island quest was interesting. She is capable and has no complaints about anything, because it was really fun. By the way, she is actually a good cook, and thank God. She is also a cook in real life, so her family often asks her if she is not tired of cooking in the game, but she cooks because she really likes it. The girl shouted that everything was ready and offered everyone a treat. They were only able to come here because of his services. Let them eat. Who knew he couldn't do anything else? The appreciation of his cooking among the Third Navy improved his management of the soldiers. It made them more efficient, the soldiers were very satisfied, and his cooking skill increased greatly. This was the first time he helped with cooking and he received a bonus. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun was looking at something very intently. System alert, he can currently take apprentices in oratory, cooking, blacksmithing, and engineering. His apprentices will increase their skill levels faster, and he will receive a bonus based on their progress. This training system and bonuses interested him greatly. The protagonist asked the girl if she could be his apprentice. After asking if it could be done that way, the protagonist looked at her snidely. With her innocent character, she will try to raise his level, and because of this, his, albeit small, cooking level will also increase. The girl learned that his name wasn't Kim Dae-san, but Kim Dae-hyun. She didn't expect such a turn of events. She couldn't understand why he needed a pseudonym when using his real name attracted so many people. Oh, yeah. But isn't it a pity? After all, he was famous for his good deeds. The broadcasting people are struggling to reach that level. But Armor is going to do broadcasts, and he's not interested in popularity. Popularity doesn't feed, and in the end, ability wins anyway. But he brought all these people here. Because of that, he was able to complete difficult quests, gain tons of experience. Also, when they were rescued, he fought the pirates single-handedly. He knows that everyone is ungrateful to him, but he can teach them how to understand ingredients and make poison. Currently, thanks to the incarnation of a god, he gains additional bonuses to his profession. If he keeps cooking, he can learn these two skills. The girl asked if poison is necessary in cooking. In real life, there are poisonous ingredients, such as fugu fish. The skill of successful cooking allows you to create dishes that will always be great, regardless of the ingredients. This is the true ability of a cook. Does the measure of luck make sense? Everyone says otherwise. At this moment, the guy couldn't understand how this was possible. Shouldn't he teach them first? After all, he had promised. Kim Dae-hyun told him to take the cooking pot. He won't do that. Let him take up blacksmithing. He apologized, but he already knows everything, so there's nothing to teach. Isn't that gender discrimination? After all, they've waited so long. At this point, the man said he felt like he just didn't want to teach them. At this moment, the main character came to a rage and glared at him. Let them come after him and take him away if he continues to talk nonsense. If he doesn't stop, he will be thrown overboard. The man tried to explain that he was joking, but the moment was lost. The rookie made things a little better, but the changes were minor. After they had eaten, they continued on their way. Just at that moment, a ghost appeared in front of them. He said the receiver had finally arrived and that he had been waiting for it. He noted that he didn't even swing his sword because of these sailors. Apparently his subordinates were not so easy, and yet he praised them for being able to get here. The girl couldn't figure out if she necessarily needed to listen to him. Wouldn't it be more effective to leave him and attack altogether? Mages and priests. The main character and the others were surprised by her words. It was brutal, and he liked it. You could compare it to the way the mafia is going to hit someone during their transformation. It's totally his type of thing. Now the girl understood. Cruelty and meanness were not his intentions at all. Let them see his power. No one in this world can hide from him. This island is now rightfully his. He will kill them with his own hands. At this moment, the protagonist and the others were ready to attack him. The cowardly receiver brought in some outsiders. Why does he keep talking about the receiver if he has no rights? He said so, but he still turned out to be a coward. He was already annoying. He was hiding in the island's dungeon, and he was forcing ghosts to fight for him. But he said it wasn't cowardice, it was his power. This was unforgivable to him, and he immediately struck out. At this point, the others were ready to engage. The girl tried to defend herself as best she could. The ghost noticed something. System alert. Critical hit. Kim Dae-hyun himself couldn't understand what had happened, but the ghost was laughing loudly at him at that moment. After a hit like that, he only lost 1%. The receiver got scared. At that moment, a dragon appeared from the ground. Why did it appear? He was told to stay inside. Kim Dae-hyun said he was busy and offered to talk later. Who does he think he is? Someone who shrank after a couple of punches. It was because he couldn't fully utilize his power. But it doesn't matter. It will tell him of his weakness. Destiny Kim wondered what the weakness was. His real body is hidden somewhere else. We need to find out exactly where. The ghost at this point was saying that they were very weak and it wouldn't be hard to capture them. The problem is that he doesn't know where his real body is hiding. At this moment, they were using a divine tower shield and high-grade magic barriers. At this point, they began preparations for the attack. They can never get to its true essence. The summoned protagonist hesitated. This was once again what his master was talking about. He would be able to find the body using his divine conduction skill. He was satisfied. He had a great golden dragon in front of him, and this was nothing to him. The protagonist realized what he needed to do and used his gift. Kim Da-hyun used the divine conduction skill and saw the supreme him. System alert. The enemy's level is too high. He has failed at finding his weakness. As a penalty, his mana consumption has been increased. He still has plenty of mana, and let him awaken the dragon. Kim Da-hyun used divine conduction. Their defense is about to be broken. The protagonist noticed that the shield was beginning to crumble. System alert. He succeeded in detecting the enemy's weakness. The divine conduction skill level has been increased. The weak spot is inside the sacrificial altar. That's when it all came crashing down. After that, the ghost decided to call upon his subordinates to deal with all the opponents. He ordered them not to stop and to continue fighting the kingdom's warriors. Kim Da-hyun said that it won't work that way. If they don't participate in the battle, let them leave. At that moment, Kim Da-hyun noticed something. He didn't realize what the girl was doing. She figured she could help with her cooking in a situation like this, but they don't have time to eat. Kim Da-hyun couldn't figure out what she was cooking there. Suddenly a realization came to him. Could it really be? Then he told the boys it was too early to retreat. Have them take off their backpacks and guard her until the cooking was done. Of course, they were ready to protect her with their lives. He shattered the Ghost Warrior's shard of success. System alert. He created a shard of a common pirate sword. He has added poison, but not enough gunpowder. Will he continue at the risk of being fined? Of course, for he has no time. The manufactured item may prove to be defective. The item is a fragmentation bomb created from various debris, lots of gunpowder and everything else. It is unstable and dangerous. The creator of this bomb would definitely not use it himself. The girl yelled that she was done. Kim Da-hyun said to give the leftovers to the soldiers. What is he going to do next? Let the mages spare no remaining mana and use it for one last attack right now. The flames boiling like magma and the piercing lightning blinded everyone. There was a massive explosion on the battlefield, and Kim Da-hyun started to provoke the ghost at that moment. System alert. Thanks to his amazingly brave act, his reputation has been enhanced. The protagonist began to fight the ghost and earned the title The Man Who Hates Fear. He was ready to end it once and for all. The ghost said, daring him to approach him again, that the protagonist was still willing to finish this battle. After that, he used his hammer. However, he also received a fatal wound at this point. The ghost told him to finally die. The girl began to worrying about him at this point. The blow was so strong that he didn't have time to react to it. He couldn't even dodge a physical blow, let alone a curse. But the protagonist pulled himself together and landed normally. He realized that if he got one more hit, he would die. At that moment, he started attacking from the back again. The protagonist realized that if he didn't go back on the attack, it would be the end. It reminded him of the incident with the girl. He gathered his strength and attacked. It felt like luck, or the chance of success, was 50-50ths. Everyone froze in anticipation of what was about to happen. The girl was no exception neither and was expecting something wrong. At that moment, his hammer flew to his feet. He then used the luck attack. He decided to use the 20th formula of this attack. Ghost said, it's a good thing to have a constantly stumbling receiver. He will gladly accept the end of his life. At that moment, the hammer hit the ghost directly. The surprised ghost realized that something had not gone as he had planned. Apparently, the protagonist's tower was too much for the ghost. The ghost still couldn't understand what was going on. He didn't realize what the hammer was. At this point, the ghost began to laugh. He asked the protagonist if he had seen the sacrifices of his loyal subjects. That cowardly bastard is now also breaking the rules. Not enough for him, he added. The ghost stated that the protagonist wouldn't make it. However, the protagonist didn't listen to him and went on the attack again. The protagonist said he tricked him. He decided to use a leapfrog to attack. At that moment he found himself on top of the building. His gaze was confident. for he knew he was doing the right thing. He threw the hammer down to move it. Ghost realized Kim Dae-hyun's intent and called him a bastard for deceiving him. That's when he noticed the bomb in the protagonist's hands. The ghost managed to knock it out of the protagonist's hands. Where did he get such a disgusting object? What absurdity is this? Marveled the ghost. Kim Dae-hyun realized how it worked. Ghost didn't expect so many bombs and tried to block everything. He tried to fend off the attacks, but asked Kim Dae-hyun to stop. Of course, Kim Dae-hyun had no intention of stopping the fight. He decided to let things blow up all over again. Ghost said he would get a kick out of these actions too, but the main character didn't care. He looked like a crazy person and said he'd be back. At that moment, the ghost noticed a bomb that was about to explode. Kim Dae-hyun began to push the bomb with words to make it explode faster. At this point, a system alert came in that the bomb had not detonated due to instability. The ghost mockingly asked if the bomb didn't work and suggested they check, because maybe it wasn't a defect, but just a delay. And indeed, a few seconds later, the bomb exploded. Everyone was startled and surprised by this turn of events. No one expected the bomb to actually go off. Kim Dae-hyun said that he calculated a good timing, because the bomb's instability caused the impact power to increase. Due to the instability of the bomb, the blast area was limited. The ghost realized that the instability of the bomb had moved the explosion to a random location. The protagonist did not expect such a turn and could not understand how it happened. He thought the bomb might explode among the soldiers. If that happens, it will be a great murder. However, Kim Dae-hyun calmed down, even though no one realized what he was talking about. The ghost was still alive and had something to say to the protagonist. He said it's not over yet. He stated that he would never just give up. Kim Dae-hyun replied that the ghost can say whatever he wants, but it's time to end this idiotic fight already. The ghost began to provoke him, urging him to finish the fight. Kim Dae-hyun, of course, didn't hesitate and attacked him. The ghost offered to fight honorably, at least towards the end. He said the battle will be legendary and will go down in the history of the game. So far the fight has been evenly matched and no one has won. Though Maya is his essence, he has never met someone as mean and unscrupulous as the protagonist. But there was one but. Ghost stated that there was no way he was going to lose. Kim Dae-hyun says that the ghost talks too much and it doesn't suit him. At this moment, the protagonist successfully attacked the enemy, but the ghost was not going to give up and attack the protagonist back. The battle was becoming increasingly intense and dangerous. Kim Dae-hyun deftly dodged the ghost's attacks. The ghost ordered Kim Dae-hyun to leave him alone. Kim Dae-hyun didn't reply and only smiled. At this moment, he started attacking the ghost again. The main character said it was an absolute escape. Kim Dae-hyun headed straight towards him, ready to finish the battle. The ghost changed, preparing for this turn of events, and waited for the protagonist. Then they attacked at the same time. After they collided, there was a massive explosion. Ghost landed calmly on the ground. The same thing happened to the main character. Although his body had lost its power and had limitations, it was once the body of a deity. He could have started with man's ignorance and folly, for he has the power to turn everyone into a handful of ashes. Their priests would soon be lining up to forgive him for his sins, and he should stop annoying them by fighting fair. How dare they even dare to interfere in their holy battle? Through death they can atone for their sins. The girl began to help in this battle. She had powers, too. Everyone was greatly surprised that such a girl was able to fight back against the ghost. The ghost couldn't understand what exactly the girl had done at that moment. However, before he could realize what was happening, he was immediately attacked. This made him furious at such an unexpected act. Kim Dae-hyun says that it's not over and that they're not done. The ghost hadn't expected such a harsh attack. Kim Dae-hyun wasn't entirely sure of his assumptions, but that's how it turned out. It was holy water. The ghost couldn't understand what exactly Kim Dae-hyun had said. It was hard to imagine that a creature like a ghost could be harmed by holy water, especially since he was an ancient deity and should have resistance to such elixirs. However, he ended up weakened by some sort of magic potion. The ghost was furious, realizing that this remedy could actually harm him. Kim Dae-hyun told the ghost to give up, to which the ghost literally started running away from them. He couldn't believe they dared to use such tactics. At this moment, the ghost spread its wings and tried to escape. Everyone was quite surprised that he could fly. Kim Dae-hyun told the ghost to stop running away and come down, because he wanted to fight himself. Kim Dae-hyun no longer believed his words. He stated that he would now do anything to prevent the ghost from leaving the place. The ghost couldn't allow anyone to say that he, the deity, had been defeated, and the people who helped Kim Dae-hyun wouldn't be able to return to the mainland. Their souls would become his loyal subjects, and he would love to see their faces full of despair. Karma has caught up with them. Everything is coming back to normal. At that moment, water started pouring down on the ghost from above. It turned out to be a golden dragon, an ally of the protagonist. The ghost exclaimed in despair. How could a golden dragon make him do such things? It was too much. He begged to be spared, for he was afraid of the dragon. Besides, the holy water had left him with no strength at all. As he began to fall to the ground, Kim Dae-hyun was ready to deliver the final blow. He still intended to kill the ghost. The ghost tried to talk Kim Dae-hyun out of it, but Kim Dae-hyun landed the final blow. At that moment, the ghost began to fade away, only managing to say that he couldn't lose like that. Kim Dae-hyun was glad in his heart that he had finally finished this battle. It was over, and everyone was happy about it. Everyone cheered. Hadan celebrated the victory. The system alert reported that Kim Dae-hyun had defeated the ancient deity. His subordinates praised him for his excellent work, noting that it was incredible. He was offered to join the Navy and take a position as an adjutant, but Kim Dae-hyun was simply thankful for the words. The man was so pleased that he accompanied him all the way. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun looked up at the sky and smiled. It was great, and now they can move on. A salute was given to all the heroes who maintain peace at sea with a wish for prosperity. Finally, they were free and arrived at the shore. It was the first time the NPCs treated them so well. They were happy to have completed this quest. Everyone was happy to see the main character, but he had a feeling he was doing all this for others and needed to hide first before he was recognized. Everyone was surprised that he was just leaving, since he could have said goodbye. Some players were unhappy that he didn't stay. After all, A2 had worked hard for the sake of completing this quest, but I guess that's just his nature. However, they realized that because of him, they were able to complete this quest for free and not lose a single person. Not everyone knows how to express their emotions, even if they seem indifferent. They are not. At this point, the game's developer was watching the whole thing from his office. Discussions and messages from players continued in the game's chat room. The man at this point apparently noticed something and thought about it. Some user wrote that players in the game often lie, but there are always those among them who don't believe. Judging by his clothes, he's either a thief or a man of the poppy ranks, but could turn out to be something else. The networks were in complete disarray. Smith's live broadcast with the legendary profession quest was displaced from the first place by the broadcast with the dragon. Even if you try to hide your talent, it will still get noticed, starting with streamers. He didn't expect television to be interested in the event. MBS was at the top of the event review and it was unbelievable. Maybe they were worried because of the connection with Kim Dae-hyun. He had also heard that SHS was preparing to launch a program about training. It was quite possible since it was one of the biggest foreign companies that spared no expense in investing. There were rumors that they were even going to set up their own team this season. At that moment, someone stopped Kim Dae-hyun and the man, asking them to wait for a while. They both turned around to see who it was. It was the same girl who thanked them for their help. She said she got a lot of benefit from their interaction, as he helped her and her students improve their cooking skills, and she decided to thank him personally. The protagonist didn't answer anything, just nodded his head, and she added that she would definitely use the skill he had taught her. However, she admitted that she couldn't make him porridge without a certain task, but if she pumped her luck, it might well be possible. The girl said she would go for it. The main character felt like he had seen her somewhere before. It was a strange feeling, but he couldn't remember where from. Honestly, he admired his ability to handle situations, though he wasn't entirely sure of his success. If he knew he couldn't save everyone, he probably would have abandoned them, so he used the mask, saving them by accident. There was something going on at the time that had to do with the creation of the casino. Brunson praised her, noting that she is never wrong about people. However, regarding the dragon, he was left wondering how it all happened. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun pulled out his dragon. It was a cute creature, and it was the first time the woman had seen it. She asked where he had bought it, because it was a dragon. The woman couldn't believe he was telling the truth, but Kim Dae-hyun assured her that he was. She noticed that if the dragon had been in its true form, panic would have gripped the city. Unbelievably, no matter what kind of scroll it was, His abilities are still limited, and he can't rely on the dragon too much. At that moment, the dragon woke up. He started asking the host what was going on and where they were. It turned out that this was the city of Genema, and they were in the territory of the Merchants Association. The dragon didn't like the woman, especially the look in her eyes, but she was a merchant, so she was interested in him. The woman asked if she could touch the dragon, but the owner said it was strictly forbidden. He explained that the dragon was sometimes in a bad mood, and then it was best not to approach him. At this point, a man approached them and said he thought he had been abandoned. Of course, that couldn't happen, and he gave them 3 seconds to leave or they would be thrown out to sea to feed the fish. First of all, he congratulated Qin Dehan and said that he had heard about his status as an incarnation. He asked if Qin Dehan knew where the other scrolls were, but, of course, he wasn't prepared to answer such questions. One of their comrades was already heading that way. They were going to contact him if they found anything interesting. Qin Dehan sternly asked where it was. When the man didn't answer, Qin Dehan repeated his question. This place was located in the city of Morao, which was the capital of the country. At that moment, a strange creature appeared in the city. Where was the next scroll? It was a secret, and the woman couldn't understand why. Qin Dehan said that there was no need to tell the woman everything, because interested people usually treat him better. And it all came at a very good time. He was sent to the king's castle to meet the king. The admiral of the Third Fleet told him about the ruined island and the pirates who lived there. He was moved by Qin Dehan's abilities and wanted to meet him as soon as possible. However, Qin Dehan was worried that someone was going to steal the scroll. His head was aching from thinking about it, because he had to leave with Brunson tomorrow. Qin Dehan had no idea it was here. As he swaggered toward the gate, a man told him that no outsiders were allowed to enter. They were informed that this was the person who had obtained the blast furnace permit. They greeted him. One was called Wu and the other Ju. Qin Dehan asked about the blacksmith's neighborhood and it was okay. They said he called them. Qin Dehan decided that they could help him, and if he needed anything, let him turn to them. But, like a long sword or chainmail, for which only one all said thank you to them in a good word, but he likes what he makes himself, let him wait a bit. That can't be. With my eyes closed, I couldn't do that with one hand. He seemed to be worthy of working together with them. Qin Dehan decided to get right down to business. I mean, what is all this, right? The man immediately recognized the bloodstone, and the second man recognized the black metal immediately. They couldn't figure out where he got it all. He defeated the orcs and took it from them. Such magnificent items, even though orcs are wild, not everyone can create such things. Won't they look for them? What difference does it make? Let them just need to make it so they don't find out. They float around and no one would even notice. He likes the fact that they can't hide, which means they say these weapons and armor can be used. Of course, though they're broken down into a lineup, still very good. Bloodstone is a very precious mineral. If given blood, it increases the power of its owner. It is also considered sacred by the orcs. Bloodstone takes away some of the player's health, but in return it increases the player's attack power. Well, black metal is even more precious. Bloodstone boss can mine, but there is no mine to mine black metal. Black metal absorbs damage, protects the player's body well. No one knows how such items are created. After all, it can only rarely be found mixed with other items, but here all the armor is made only of it. It's simply unimaginable. He's sure that even the orcs had a hard time creating it, so indefinitely, El Khan after him. He survived this because he got a quest on the mainland after killing Kazakh. It seems like he needs to be even more careful, but there's a problem. The volume will be greatly reduced. Minerals such as ferrous iron need to be processed twice each, which makes their quantity decrease. You have to stir something else in there. What does he want to add? Something very expensive, certainly different, the most expensive thing in the bargain warehouse. Objects of true silver are a very rare metal called the most silver. Items a high-quality steel ingot from MT aren't. An ingot created from iron or mined from Dora's mine, an additional and limiting physical attack power. A portion of the damage taken will be reflected, so how do they melt the ferrous metal? First, you need to heat the blast furnace to the highest temperature, then some created secret powders will be added. After that, the ferrous metal will be added and melted, and then the resulting metals will need to be combined to create lats. He wants a certain shape. He doesn't want a shape that completely covers the body. System Alert began making genome lats using multiple metals. The main character said that since they were all ready, let them begin. The ferrous metal melted and began to separate in the process into 3%. Let him add true silver. Added a completely different metal. His blacksmithing level increased. His blacksmithing level became the average level of the blacksmith palaces. Too high, so he can't fully learn black metal. Melted and began to separate process at 99%. System Alert. Separation done. Now not pouring into the mold. Cooling. Quick, or the mold will go bad. They were really in that moment trying their best to do as much as they could do. He needs to be careful. If their uniforms get messed up, they get messed up. Next to him is a blacksmith who has gained his skills as a great blacksmith. He gains a crafting bonus due to superior luck. He gains a crafting bonus due to his divinity. He gains bonus genomes lats made with multiple metals due to excellent crafting of heroic items. He can name it himself. His name is Iron Wall. Incredible lats created by two outstanding blacksmiths and a superbly young aspiring blacksmith. Sharing. Only they can already be blocked most of the incoming physical and magical damage. That's why it's called an iron wall, but because of the metal used, some problems may appear, cannot be used due to stat limitation. The creator of the lats can put them on while wearing them. Their properties will be penalized. Finally, they've finished manufacturing. Kim Dae-han said that now it's time to build weapons. They will help him while the furnace cools down. They worked tirelessly, day and night. When evening came, they all fell asleep together. A woman came to them, couldn't understand what it all meant. The man in charge saw her and wished her good morning, but she was furious. He really had used all the true silver that was in the warehouse. She said she had her full support, so he just took whatever he needed. So he used everything she had accumulated over several decades in one day. Mind-blowing. Kim Dae-han apologized and said that and everything is already because of it. He was able to create two masterpieces, a long sword of Genoma created using several metals. The item's level is heroic. Due to his personal crafting, he can name it himself. It's too conspicuous. No, something to put on top to cover its color. She doesn't care if it's a meteorite or what. Let him prepare. If he cannot get the rights of maritime trade for their association of merchants during the audience, she will make sure he gives her back every last bit of it. Let him leave only when Lupo arrives and more, and let him not touch items from the warehouse without permission. Kim Dae-han just waved at her at that moment. She says what else to watch. After a while, the main character said that something was ready. She used all the enhancement stones and apologized to the woman. He succeeded in reinforcement, increasing his blacksmith skill. Increasing it. He succeeded in reinforcement. His reinforcement skill increased. The item Iron Wall is pre-fifth. At this point a man came in and asked what he was doing here. The lady was just tearing up. What a cowardly peddler she is. Can't you put a little into it? Anyway, now they need to go. Kim Dae-han really looked with MOBA, so that means he can use the power of the aristocrats. Then he could do whatever he wanted. A man came up to him and said that it was a splendid garment, and continued to walk until he met the king. The protagonist thanked the man and said he almost didn't even recognize him. He was 100 times more handsome than usual. The man was here too and told the guy that he had become a different person. Kim Dae-han asks, or he wants to die, why he's doing this to him. The man told him they were moving out. Then they all traveled together to the kingdom. It was at this point that the dragon turned to him and asked him how he could do best. He said there were enemies in the distance. They're fighting over there, over the mountains. How does he know that? Who does he think he is? He is a great golden dragon. Does he ask enough how he knows? At that moment, the man noticed something. They couldn't figure out where Kim Dae-han was headed, so he recognized the presence by voice. Then how does he think enemies? Simply that at this point, everyone except his subordinates are enemies. That's just his opinion. Next time let him start with a report on who the opponent is. You can't do things the wrong way. What is he saying? Everyone but his subordinates are the enemy, not enemies. He would be happy to follow his orders. The protagonist asked, by the way, how one must do to have the power to defeat a strong opponent returned to him. After he is defeated, you need to absorb his power. Kim Dae-han hopes he'll ask to share the experience he's earned. Now the Red Zone Guild was coming to an end. Her members have been captured by the warriors of the Jules Kingdom. They are imprisoned in Fort Auten and cannot free themselves. After Gilma died, half of the guild members were issued a fine. They weakened their chance. They will retaliate with the same vigor they once lost. They will charge them for everything, rather than tie himself to this guild, bringing trouble upon himself. It's better to get out. He hates being with them. Wasn't the disappearance of the Ray Zone a thunderclap? Doesn't show what happens when you put greed before skill. Some man said it was all because of him. They are going to the kingdom of Italy. One of the guys couldn't figure out why there. As far as he knows, because of the commotion on the island. A lot of players are going there, meaning that even if they go there, no one will recognize them. And the more players there are, the better the chances will be. He used a blood and anger attack at this moment. Then he asked someone, "How's it going?" When he didn't get much of a response, he said he was now being spoken to disrespectfully. At that moment, he pointed his finger at some person who was approaching them in the distance. The man couldn't figure out who it was. The others didn't realize who it was either. Only one guy said it was some familiar face. As it turned out, it was Kim De-hyun. He was immediately recognized. They said to let the hunter from the kingdom finally die. The man used a powerful stalking flame. Kim De-hyun told the dragon to dodge on his own, and the dragon was against it. Kim De-hyun used a round of counterattacks. The man was surprised, for his spell was headed for him. He turned around, spellbound. Is he a wizard? Let him block and fly. Instant mana shield. A dip in the shadows. At that moment something surprised the man. As it turns out, the main character was in his straightforwardness at this point. Everyone couldn't understand where he had come from so abruptly. He was so far away. After all, he seemed to appear right out of Mano's shadow. Kim De-hyun used this moment to launch an intensified attack against the man. Of course, was hard to bear. He didn't know what to do. That asshole. How dare he do that to him? Kim De-hyun heard that the man wanted to kill him at that moment. After that, the man instantly started attacking the hero, but he was ready for it. Still, Kim De-hyun was stronger. He thrust his sword right into him as he stood back. The man had not expected such a turn of events, for it was the teaching of the furnace on his part. After that, he told them all to stop. The main character said they haven't seen each other in a while, and he's apparently still robbing people. Why is he here? Anyway, no way. After setting him up, his gel fell apart. He did say to stop, on his orders not to attack anyone. He uses strange skills, and he's likely to come back with any mediocrity. That's why you can't attack first. They'll surround him anyway. Once he's completely surrounded, Dolnikov won't add. He'll definitely lose. Kim De-hyun said he listened. He knows anyone can make good plans, as long as he doesn't ruin those good plans. The man immediately began to attack at this point. He said for the far attack and not to lift the siege. System alert. Evasion successful. Until when can he dodge like this? He told them to attack. Why isn't he attacking him? Kim De-hyun didn't react much to his words and just looked at him. I think that's the end of it. Did he realize his conversation and give up? But he won't let him go so easily. He'll wait for him to be resurrected, then kill him again once more. Kim De-hyun couldn't understand what the surroundings were. So what? Where do they come from? Where do the kingdom wars come from all of a sudden? At that point, the man was punched directly in the face. Kim De-hyun asked him how he got moved. Now he's wondering if it's real or not. Those bastards, the brigands who attack tourists, they are not to be pitied. At this point, he has apparently thrown his bomb right into his hands as he deals with a player with mechanical engineering skills. You have to put in a lot more effort. There was a huge explosion. System alert. He has been stunned and cannot move until recovery is complete. Let them smash the creep and the general, as he did the brigand in the Sacred Kingdom. Let them smash him to pieces. Let him listen. No matter what, he has tremendous power. How about we catch the others first and stock up on money? Don't leave them dodging him while they're dodging him. They might miss him. Race. You have to chase him and catch him if no one gets in the way. He can catch him. Is that a problem? You've got to let him go. You've got to win. Can he be trusted at all? What's the occupation of the time? The man and the protagonist were standing on some kind of cliff. Over there, visible in the distance, is the capital of the Kingdom of Italy, the city of Mora. There are more people and players there than he thought. Some kind of celebration or something. It's because of the competition going on in the kingdom. Everyone is preparing for a banquet in honor of his exploits. Because of the preparation of this banquet in honor of his players, a task came up. It's like he's turned into an NPS. Here is the bedroom when the king can have an audience. Tomorrow afternoon at the banquet he will formally summon him. One more thing. Does he remember the Adan he was talking about earlier? He's the one who did a lot of robbery. Yeah, right? He'll probably hear about it soon. But it has nothing to do with him. So don't let him take it seriously. It's none of his business. But this dude, if you look closely, looks the same. System alert. Shin's item has been sold. He had completely forgotten about it. Payment for the item will be made. It is listed on the Ziba invoice after commission and taxes have been deducted. Kim Dae-han got 42 billion won. There's no way he cost that much even with the epic effects added in there. How much, then, is the pirate captain's knife, which is fashioned from Danielson's item? As it turns out, this knife was sold for 89 million won. Why don't we sharpen a knife at Yotson's? Turns out he had that kind of ability. Maybe he should get into knife selling. He got a message from the beer. His name is Bae Chin-wook. He works at a TV station as a producer. He's writing to him because he got curious, not him. The person who auctioned this item is heading the assignment on the island. If that's the case, if it's okay with him, he'd like to meet him and talk to him. If this is the case, if he is okay with it, then he would like to meet and talk. Naturally, you should not feel any discomfort. He's worried. This item was bought by a firm that has nothing to do with him wanting to meet with him. He hopes for a positive response. Kim Dae-han thought he had heard that name somewhere. To his surprise, he simply deleted the email and ignored it. It was the same with another letter when he was batting. The winner destroyed former VP Dong-soo in 1/8 of the finals. At this point, he was reading an article about himself. This is the person who sent him so many messages to contact him. It's been a dark time of change of occupation for the #1 US nuclear player medal. It's about a rival finally showing up in Fantasy Online 2, and that's about halfway through the season. But off the southern coast of the kingdom, the greatest event of all time occurred, burying the issue. Someone destroyed the mage Catarant, whom no one dared touch. An unknown player appeared, using dragons as a workhorse. They tried to analyze who this mysterious character is, and their report begins right after the commercials. He immediately started calling to produce this moment. He replied that he agreed. That's the point, the main thing, that came to the meeting with. He could have made 100 billion just sitting in a chair. Let him vacate the rented space on the bare ground. Not even one won't make 1 won. The sacred corpse is clean. He only recently delivered it to work. After all, that house he lives in, it's all made with his blood. In this case, he showed the result he was talking about. Mom was very happy with him. By the way, the second semester of ARMS is very close. Wants to take a sabbatical. He's got some kind of plan for this. There's a vault over there and the royal palace. This is going to be harder than he thought. For shorter shifts, and a magical alarm system. Hell, he doesn't see a way in. The vault is located in the royal palace. For starters, you have to be satisfied that he's at least discovered the location. Kim Dae-han then began to climb even higher. To his surprise, he jammed right into someone's head. Kim Dae-han couldn't understand what it was. It really was some man, right from underneath him. Of course, the Thunder Chief mentally jumped down from the tree. At that moment, he realized that he was about to fight this stranger. Then they both grouped up and landed. At this point, they immediately asked each other if they had heard something just now. But they were lucky, for they heard nothing. They're kind of business partners. Maybe they won't fight and just pretend they didn't see anything. Kim Dae-han says that's a great idea, but he'll talk to him a little first. When he said the name Adan, he couldn't figure out who he was talking about. It turns out that he is in the incarnation of God. Kim Dae-han said to keep it down. Maybe he'll also advertise. He hadn't found an entourage yet, a royal guard. Very brutal, but it had taken him a few days just to get to this place. What a great guy he was. Until he got there, he had no controversy. It turns out that all the hardships he'd experienced on the way here had all been for nothing. Did it tell him that he was doing as he pleased? By the way, he acts and moves with such confidence because he has the key to the scroll. And this is one of the scrolls that the god has hidden in the farthest place in the kingdom. That's all he knows. So he hasn't even checked the facts and just acts like that. If he had gotten in, relying on those words, and was captured, he would have gladly given them his true colors. That's what he understood. He just wanted the fucking task. How could anyone expect to be hands-off stealing? Don't let him worry. It's the kind of hand the goblins made. He's got a restraining order on him now. Nothing. Let him not do as he pleases. Now he's a chaperone. Let him go ahead. By the way, Thelma's was already here. The next day, the king told everyone to be quiet. He greeted the smiths. Today is a joyous day because ... What kind of assignment is this? Why such a long introduction? Can't we skip it? So it is his decision that to congratulate him on this momentous occasion, he brings out an object. What did he just say? What other subject? The blacksmith who masters the item that will please the heroes the most will win. Let them do their best. The king is in good spirits. The operations that have been bullying the Royal Navy for a long time are gone. They will celebrate the Operation Destroy. They will try to produce a magnificent item to present to the person who puts in the most effort. If the king likes the item, he will receive a huge reward. By the way, who is this hero? Does he know who it is? Maybe it's that man Brunson. It was him. Only two guys didn't understand them at that moment. One of them asked if he had thought of it too. Of course, they immediately thought, aha, Mr. Kim Desan. Who is this guy? It's not certain, but it's possible, because he's made a lot of contributions. If it's him, it's even better. Plus, they already know each other. That's lucky for them. Let them get a grip on themselves, except those people who take sides. Present across Europe and listening on a joyous day like today. The musicians who are here today to light up this place. They've heard it all. The assignment can't be lost to other blacksmiths. They absolutely must win this assignment. Let a man go and find out what other blacksmiths are making. Have him make a temporary furnace. They'll put their souls in and make a ring. It doesn't compare to any paltry sword or chainmail. For the sake of such a task, it's not even worth competing. The best way to choose without fighting. Let them go to the market now and buy everything there is so that the rest of us don't even get breadcrumbs. How much meat do they have left? If it's still on sale today, they'll order it. Let them have all the fish they have here. Not even fresh fish. Those guys from the restaurant guild are sweeping it all away again. How are we supposed to cook without groceries? The master persuaded him to have a look. Their king had called all these men for him. Understandably, all these people are making items for him right now, and he will choose them. What good fortune! He gives him a royal reward. And so now, they are ready to meet the king, then let him follow. When Kim Dae-hyun walked in, he was a little surprised. The king at this moment was sitting on his throne. The king was looking at the boy intently. At this moment, the man greeted him, the greatest monarch and light of the Itali kingdom. The king also greeted them at this point. He told them all to raise their heads. The ranks of those who do not know horror do not fall into a state of horror. What magnification this is as King Itali. Damien too. The adventurer next to him was the same adventurer who had destroyed the pirates on the island. That was right. How wonderful! He had defeated the pirates who had kept them down for so long. They thanked him properly. He asks for forgiveness, but not yet. Let him listen to him. He called all sorts of people together today to celebrate, but I guess that's not enough. Maybe he wants some kind of reward. Let them be shy and say. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't believe it, or was it true? He was very grateful, had he decided. Kim Dae-hyun said, as he made up his mind. Kim Dae-hyun would be willing to say what he would be given. He wanted to be given the opportunity to be in the royal vaults. The vault, they'd already checked the vault once the night he'd met him. Most importantly, he asked who he was, why he looked so good. Now he realized what his powers were. If they'd already gone in there, they should have told him. He remembered the king's word that he could not fulfill such a wish. According to tradition, only members of the royal family could enter there. He originally couldn't get permission to enter. It was a good thing he wasn't there. There's no place for the sweater to be. So where is it, he thinks. The man said, he is where the king lives. Kim Dae-hyun fell silent at this moment. If he wants to die, let him go alone. At this point, the blacksmith was minding his own business. Mr. Steven does everything personally with his own hands. Who would dare defeat him? Everyone was screaming that they didn't stand a chance. Money decides. The number of people are not naked at all. That's really the problem though, whether they can beat them or not. Everyone immediately noticed the main character when he appeared. I think so, that handkerchief and the sassy look. What's he doing here? So it wasn't Brunson, it was him. In the role of an expert is not the inscription. The player himself develops. This is possible. And they do know him, don't they? Having come through so much on the island. He's the judge. Let them talk a little bit about what they need. Let them give a clue as to how much he wants. Are they asking how much he wants, or are they thirsty? Judge. He doesn't need money. If they want to win, let them try to produce a good item. That was the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. A position for everyone to focus on. Not making the ring. High quality or ingots, rare gens, and yes, also excellent blacksmithing abilities. What a masterpiece this is going to be. Cooking contest. No groceries. Those restaurant guild people have swept away all the groceries. Only second-rate vegetables are left. Let them bring in more food or distribute from the royal stockpile. Right, let the competition be fair. Kim Dae-hyun asked. So what? Everyone was very much surprised when they saw him in front of them. One of the men fell at this point. What the hell is he doing? He said he slipped out of my hands. He's out of his mind. He probably didn't know. When hands are slippery, that's what always happens. Why was he hissing into his cauldron? What happens on sacred ground? The contest does not disqualify. Never mind. But they were ready for it anyway. Those miserable bastards. Who went to the market first and did something else there? It's pathetic what he'll do. Let him try to attack them. He thinks if he's picked up the dishes, it's all gonna be okay. If you're so offended, you started it, you shouldn't have made jokes. Is it possible to expel all these people? The main thing, he said there was nothing to be done. Let them destroy all their cooking. At that moment they all immediately fell silent, for they had not expected such a turn. I mean, they purposely prevented them from cooking. Now they'll do the same. Let them think hard. If they win, they'll be bragging, won't they? Will they be able to erase it? Does he have to tell them how to do it? 2. Fine. Let them gather. There's a lot of them. There are some who love them. So, one of them will have to use a gun to destroy all their cooking. The man said he couldn't, and Kim Dae-hyun asked why. He can't do it that way. But from the moment he changed and said this is the way he wants it, let him go and gather people. Kim Dae-hyun waved his head and said, not to exclude everyone. All right. Now the jury will begin its deliberations. Curry. Let them bring their own dishes. I wonder if anyone will be able to satisfy his tastes. It was the famous gourmet Voltras. He was here too. His secret specialty is steamed buns filled with shrimp and pork. Kim Dae-hyun tried this dish. He noticed that it was very tasty. He tasted the dish prepared by the cook. His cooking skills improved with his mid-rank cooking skills. He learned a recipe for cooking. He got a recipe for shrimp and pork stuffed buns. Health permanently increased by 2 points, temporarily increased by 3%. They took it out for him to eat. Let them take it out on her and it's fine for him. He probably has a very picky palate. It's marinated meat, seasoned. It's just garbage. I'm ashamed of the products that go into it. Now, this is the moment they were brought food by that girl, Ruhan Yu. Gotta use the happy meal she learned from the master. It must not have been easy to get food from the isogelia of the restaurant. She thinks that for no food restrictions, you have to hope for luck. If she comes through, there's a bonus for him. 2. She introduced the dish and said, it was some potage. The man began to say that there is no integrity, starting with the food. How was it possible to make potato chowder that is eaten by simple peasants in a cooking competition? Is she kidding me now or what? Kim Dae-hyun could understand what that explosion was that had just occurred. This was a surprise attack. Everyone needs to get to safety as soon as possible. The protagonist couldn't believe that the attack had actually happened. And when the man tasted her dish, he said it was delicious. Then there was another explosion. Then the silhouette of some man in the distance was visible. He said that the nobles and the king's subjects would all die by his sword. He laughed and said it burned very well. He'll kill them all. All Kim Dae-hyun said was that he was the one who was going to die. After that, the man began to roll around. A man came running over to him, and Kim Dae-hyun asked what was wrong. He told him it was a chance. He says it's a chance when else to check things out. If not with all the no's. Did he really make all that no's, right? Not him. Does she have powers like that? He doesn't know who did it, but it's to his advantage. The business of attacking the kingdom is to stay alive or contribute. No one could imagine that there was an enemy plotting something against the capital of the kingdom. However, the attack happened. Many people were in danger. He, as an adventure boat, must intervene. Destroy the enemy of the kingdom or escape the danger. Escape the choice is left to him. He realized that to hinder escape meant that much danger. But in general, if someone decided to attack the wings, then they must be pretty strong. That's when Kim Dae-hyun said that he was in pain. The man asked what was wrong with him. Let him wait for his item. At this moment, the man was also fighting. Let them go. He'll kill them all. We need to get out of harm's way first. The man told them to kill everyone who was alive. How things are working out. They are the gods of fire and destruction, an order that serves Sodic. Not everyone can easily join their organization. They failed to fulfill an uncountable number of undercommissions until they became Knights of the Order. At last they will get their reward. At last they have attacked a kingdom full of jewels. He said they cut everyone in their path. This is no joke. He might believe he's gonna get all that jewelry. Dwarves, what were they trying to do here? That's when he noticed a ring of some sort. He immediately, apparently, recognized it for what it was. As he digs in, go no further. Let them find the king sooner. Kim Dae-hyun was troubled by something at this moment. Astonishment at that moment. He fell to his knees. A sinless man, grieved by the tragedy of the nation. He was a true hero. Kim Dae-hyun mourned at this moment for his subject. The man said that if not now, there would be no more chances like this. We need to sneak into the royal palace faster. Who are those bastards? If he catches them, he'll destroy them all. It was at this point, to his surprise, that he was dialed by a man by the name of Beaufort, now in charge. He's the one who's labeled as the aide to the king's uncle by the king's mate. It seems they are on a mission to kill the king. Not right now, they are live streaming. It turns out it's an NPC, some other force, just a player. That's right, you have to be careful. The order is not as simple as it seems. In the past, they did so much damage that they were attacked by the religious alliance. After that, they disappear. The players are all users who don't shy away from the dirtiest methods of fighting. Anyway, he told Beaufort that the dude who stole his ring, the main thing, the chest asked where he was thinking from. One must start from the farthest place in the kingdom. Isn't that the king's bedroom? How does he know all this well? Or has he forgotten who he is? Is he not the brigand Eat? At this point they arrived at their destination. The man decided to be the first to look at the area, or that was exactly what it was. Then they both went in already. And this is the room. The protagonist said they'd do a quick check and leave. Let him trust him. The man started throwing everything around and checking it out. Kim Dae-hyun just sat down. Then he noticed the letter on the table and couldn't figure out what it was. Kim Dae-hyun decided to take it and check out what kind of letter it was. At that moment, he felt some very bright glow from the side towards him. System alert. An ancient cloth has been discovered that hides the scroll of access. The god order is a vanished order in the past that has received a strong blow. To truly irradiate a god, you must collect all the scrolls and find the power of the god. The scrolls are scattered all over the world, with different shapes. Let them not pass by ordinary objects, for there may be a scroll hidden in them. Let them nourish themselves with the scroll, if the ability allows. It was a tablecloth. How could you be so careless with a scroll? Right now divine power is 760, so it wasn't that long ago. What divine tasks were there? The protagonist was looking for a man to stop. Let him wait here. The secret vault on the protagonist said he found. Kim Dae-hyun said it was this tablecloth. Didn't they tell him not to look at the tree for years? What a clever trick. I don't think that's the case. At that moment, they stood in front of each other, but then they heard some sound. At that moment, the king walked in on them. He asked why on earth he was here. The protagonist immediately began to worry and explain himself to the king. The man told him there was no need to make excuses. He who must die has no words. After that, Kim Dae-hyun immediately started beating him. The man says he was wrong. At that moment, there was again a tremendous explosion. Somebody found them. The king must have thought he had escaped safely. But that's not all. He told the king to surrender and humbly prepared his neck. He escaped beyond the inside of the palace. Of course, he wanted to cheat, but he dug a grave for himself. If he could humbly lay his head before it, he would kill him without pain. At that moment, someone appeared in front of the man. It was Kim Dae-hyun, who said that he himself had started reading all their minds. He had foreseen that they were hunting the king and would come here, so he had waited for them here. Of course, they were surprised by this turn of events. The king could not understand what he had said. Dan. All the more so, didn't realize what nonsense he was talking about. The main character then started beating him again and telling him to shut up. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun noticed something. The people of the mainland have always criticized the god of fire and destruction. His order has made many enemies with its destructive actions. However, despite this, the fact of the order's existence shows that the forces of Ness were going to kill the king, and he declared war on them. It remains to be seen who will destroy whom. He will destroy the order, or the order will destroy him. That's it. He destroys the order. So we have to fight until one of them is dead. It feels like there's a fire in the fire. There's no need to hesitate. There's only 2 of them. They'll kill them quickly. That voice. Was it really Uncle Antonio? How could it be? Really? He has no idea. Stupid nephew. The throne was originally his. The protagonist realized it was a struggle for the throne. Well, it looks like it was. At this point, they abruptly began to be attacked from the side. Oddly enough, it was Kim Da-hyun proper. What is this? Such a boring sword, and he was still yammering with such abilities. He's nothing special to him either. At that moment, Kim Da-hyun downloaded from him. Divine Shield won't be easy. That's why he says he's too lazy to fight. And he also has a challenging level. She can't say what, but there is no solution. The man marveled at the hammer he had in his hand. Kim Da-hyun told his partner to protect the king if anything happened. To run away with him together. How can he abandon him? Let him stop talking nonsense. Of course, you have to follow orders. These worms are hoping to escape. Kim Da-hyun took on the man. He called him a fool. The shield of the Great Sawk was invincible. There was no way he could do it. But surprisingly, the protagonist was able to deal with this shield. The 2 of them flew off at that point. The man couldn't figure out what it was about the hammer that destroyed the shield. Unidentified entities have attacked the kingdom. Let him provide security for his majesty and swiftly capture these scoundrels by the hand. The royal guard is approaching. At this point, everyone started attacking the protagonist. System alert. Evasion successful. It's pure luck. All that's left is to hold out until the guardsmen arrive. System alert. Evasion successful. He dodged all their attacks. He was no ordinary guy. The power of a magic spell. Kim Da-hyun wasn't nervous all at this moment. A clear new year. Impossible to dodge. If he drags it out for a long time, it's the opposite of a disadvantage. Kim Da-hyun decided to use his rage. Not enough health. Physical attacks go right past him. At best, they won't be able to deal fire damage to him. If you reduce the damage with divine towers, he'll be able to withstand it quite well. He will give them his raft and break their bones. Eventually the time of battle comes to an end. The best thing is to reduce the number of opponents. Sudden attack. He decided to use the circle of attack. Everyone immediately became afraid. Dan said to get this scientist away. He struck a fatal blow. At this point, it's still all over all the brave man who started attacking the protagonist. Kim Da-hyun used the bomb against him. Just at that moment, strangely enough, there was an explosion. Let him sacrifice himself and tie his legs. Kim Da-hyun realized that he had to leave soon. When he wanted to accomplish this, he was asked where he was going. A golden dragon. He decided he'd rather help his master. Everyone couldn't figure out what kind of pet it was. It didn't look dangerous. Let him ignore it. The enemy was deaf. I won't share that it was an unusual pet. Kim Da-hyun said to block those behind him by whispering incantations. At this moment, the dragon had already fully transformed into its normal appearance. He began to fight them just as his master did. He was furious at this moment, for he wanted to help his master. One of them called him a worthless beast and asked how dare he say that. Worthless people. Kim Da-hyun was watching him struggle with him at this moment. The dragon then began to tell his master to help him. He had not yet regained his strength, and the reincarnation would soon be over. The protagonist believed, for such things had to be said in advance. After that, Kim Da-hyun used a protective circle, the wrath of a fierce god, a cleansing flame, a curse that shatters the inability to dodge. Kim Da-hyun was able to group up for this attack after all. Curse that asshole. Keep them as far away from him as possible. He's under a spell. My eyes went dark and my body began to move badly. It's been a long time since this happened to him. To be driven into such a difficult position, they couldn't figure out whether he was a guy or a monster. He doesn't care, because he'll die sooner than later. Let them plunge the sword in. If he took a step back, he would lose. Kim Da-hyun decided to use a round of counterattacks. At that moment, someone yelled for him to stop. The king was embarrassed to hear this. At that moment, someone shouted for them to protect the king. And capturing the living didn't have to be left behind either. The master said there were too many of them. He's leaving. Let them cover him. The protagonist at this point was watching them all retreat. Lastly, the man said he would memorize his face. He had better be careful. He swore by him in Sadiq's name. He would surely finish him off. Kim Dahan said to give it a try. If he can. Let him look around. For the last time, they shouted that they would look at it some more. The king began to be asked if he was okay. So far it hasn't happened yet for health to drop below 20%. Seriously, don't underestimate either knights or high-level services. The king thanked the adventurer. He had saved his life today, and he was a traitor. He was just doing what he had to do. Warning, he has become an enemy of the order. Now they will hunt him down. King needs to figure out what happened to the protagonist. The enemies will hunt him down. Last time the destruction of the morgue was like that too. Why these bad endings don't end? They couldn't kill him, and left to their master, the best warrior of the order. There is no caption that rivals elite assassins, method player maybe. He also had a level. Look, anyway, this assignment, well, this is the first broadcast of such a failure. A trial version, or something. It's like a declaration of war. The adventure is just beginning. Everyone is not waiting. Appreciate the patience. Let him just admit he lost. Who will believe him? Come to cut the throat of the king. He will show him a hot show already saved in the archives. Okay. He should follow the knights for starters too. He'll see their valuable comments and opinions a little later. At this moment, the entire kingdom was helping each other after this battle. There were a lot of wounded, oddly enough. As a result of the attack, the buildings of the kingdom are destroyed and polluted. To avenge the king, to begin with, he must rebuild the palace. Do before. If he 300 destroyed buildings and make items to replace the works of art, a greater reward awaits him. He was disappointed that there was no point in this competition unless he won first place. And such an event it seems. You have to thank these order guys. How can that be? It's their fault for being so unserious about the defense. Why should they be the only ones to bear the loss? Let him refrain from talking. Other victims look at him. Reiterate again that there is no way they can reimburse them. He was mastering such a masterpiece after all. I say he invested all of the guild's resources. It could be said to have been done by His Majesty. But no one demanded to spend such resources on it. For the last time, they said they'd look again. Really? You never know how things will turn out. That's how it turned out. He already thought to himself that he wasn't choosing. They won't just stay that way. They'll probably rash with the Gayan sortie. They're only blacksmiths after all. No. Will it be hard for them to fight? Doesn't he know how strong the Punram volcano's connections are? They say they've already contacted a few people. It is true that the Vulcan Guild asked for help. The others agreed to get involved. Perhaps not just for that reason. As a result of the assassination attempt on the king, the order became the main enemy of the kingdom. Plus they are on bad terms with the other orders of the mainland because of the religious wars. How much honey does he think would flow from a grand conflict of this magnitude? To understand why others are helping the Vulcans, and really, with this situation of major guilds and top players, there would be a lot of interest in all of this. Something is suspicious. Let's say they manage to kill the king. But what are the benefits of that? No matter how openly the king's uncle claims to be the heir to the throne, but he committed a crime. Will the opposing army of the order stay away? Will he go to such great preparation? Isn't that right? Qin Dehan said that if he eats it, it will add to his experience score, but very little. Every time he uses the recovery power goes long. You need to increase in body, or else, when using magic, the strength is used up too quickly. It turns out that not using the powers to recover quickly, it turns out that, until he recovers, he can't do anything. It was overhead. He was so extraordinary. Looking at his eloquence, the king's suspicions disappeared. He was delighted. He asked the fishing hero if he had studied the scroll. Not yet. He lacked divine power. Don't let them worry. She has a good way. Qin Dehan was surprised that he was the one who had this good way. Let him not look at the fact that he was an outlaw. He was after all a loyal member of the order. It is sad that enthusiasm is proportional to incompetence. This way is to defeat the order. If you win in a religious battle, you can already increase your divine powers. Well, how was his idea? Wasn't it? Trivaz. It wasn't bad. They're just enemies with them for past deeds. The man couldn't understand what he had just said. Qin Dehan said enemies. Did he forget what Antonio said? When he left, surprisingly, the man just walked away. He didn't say anything. Let him regret, if he does not want to. I thought about it. They fought together. and suddenly in the hands of only he was left, somehow offensive. They are colleagues. In order to defeat the enemy, you need to do it amicably and together. At that moment a man walked in on him. The protagonist said His Majesty was looking for him. At this point, everyone was gathered in one room. A mainland assignment, or is it true? He says. For the likes of the order, a mainland assignment is already a sure thing. He offered to participate, and get a reward that is much better than some ordinary dungeon. Whether they can break them will be fine. There are already plenty of other participants without them. It's just the participation that's already you. He didn't just call them. It's a confrontation of the order. After all, call everyone you can. The adventurers were good for coming. They are all well aware of the incidents that happened yesterday. The devil-serving order was resurrected and dared to appear in the royal family. These evil, vile and cruel weapons, they must not tolerate their atrocities any longer. Winter remains, only to walk the gangplank of holy war, such as the command of the great Daimyon II, representing the sun himself. He ordered that the order not be destroyed. The order has always been an evil force on the mainland. In the past it is now, thanks to the combined efforts of other orders, but being underground it has gathered strength and has returned. Members of the order entered into conversation with King Atali's uncle and tried to kill the king himself, but were defeated, which infuriated the king and he ordered their destruction. The opponents of the order also responded to this decree. If he would participate and contribute to the cause, the king would thank him with an appropriate reward. Some are looking for a companion, primarily mages who can heal. High-ranked tankers provide them with protection. He was a defense warrior. Could he join the team? He apologized. They already had all the spots filled. He's a spearman above level 70. Linux 2. You've had enough. The present merit value of the assignment is 5,800. He is value at 0, and he is what? 17. Why is he 17 and starting? Maybe because he will be a Zil shooter for night attacked. Isn't that cheating? Even if he hit, he still bounced the ringlets. If he thinks so, you should have shot his vitals too. Already included that incident in the talus. It was this man. He is also involved in the task of destroying the order. It seems like it. Should we ask him to join the team? Would he join them? Just giving it a shot. Try. Let them listen to see if he wants to join the group. This is Lee Yunal, a popular streamer. And they were fans. You have to invite that person into the group first. But the protagonist immediately replied that he didn't want that. Judging by the group, they have problems there. Who has problems? What is he talking about? What problems? Among the team members are these two, kind of like the main striker and healer. They're new to the team after all. If they wanted a team, they should have chosen those who are on good terms with each other. Let them not make others look at the blood steamroller. What did he say? What does he know about them that he's talking such nonsense? At this point, the girl remembered the day on them saying that he would heal normally. Let him get cranky and go catch monsters. This was the first time he was seeing them, as he found out. Oh, and besides, Kim Daehan was planning to be on the team. He's going to go to the Royal Army. He has some special assignment. I wonder, well, he'll tell her the thing is. She thought he'd tell her everything like that. Let her back off. Kim Daehan called the man scum. Let him say that after he's had any use at all. The king asked the guy if he was asking to borrow them. Kim Daehan said he was. At this point, the king hesitated. One such as he can trust. And can he lend them? Let him bring the head of these villains. At that moment, someone was running very fast. The man immediately realized who it was. They were the king's personal guards. How many were there? Knights of the cloth. But a kingdom. They could understand how Kim Daehan had brought these knights. He had asked the king, and he had lent them. Told him he'd break the order, so he happily allowed it. The man asked if he was sure he could handle it. The protagonist couldn't understand what he was talking about. He talks about whether he can lead them. He already has that character of a fool, and he's sharply corrected that he means ordinary character. He just wanted to say he had a stupid temper. What was he talking about? He was saying that the gentleman would do just fine on his own. At this moment, some creatures were flying above the clouds. Someone asked someone if they had failed. He has nothing to say. He thinks he's realized what kind of fire he can lead excessive greed to. No matter, from the beginning especially did not expect such a limited method, and his desire to increase his powers with the throne. The abbot, didn't they find out that their resurrected order would soon attack them? Shouldn't we prepare for that? but the man said there was no need to worrying about that. After that, he pounded his stick on the ground. Then the dust over the castle appeared inexplicably from where. Then he went somewhere else. He said that he would soon be reborn as the great one who had once defeated the entire continent. Someone who can intimidate everyone in this place. It's just a moth that will burn before the world ends. At that moment, someone was fighting the creatures. Insanity. Boss level monster right at the entrance to the dungeon. Sodix guys have someone to trust. Dare to touch the land of the goddess Deemer. A medium level Manhwa shield. He wants to get his attention. Great, they're stepping up. Here was a man telling them to hold the shield. The second man at this point shouted for them to proceed now. Shelter figured out a vital organ. A surprise attack. A poison sword. There is a moment. Would lift up and notice him. In the moment ran the winner. When? It can't be. Why is that monster at the very entrance? How does it know? Let him get up. Keep him alive, vanguard the priest. It's a pathetic effort. So swiftly was the great Sodix's own stallion attacked. Every knight who guards this gate is worth a remnant and may be proud of it. But if they break through, they will have to pass through the valley of despair, grieving not a single person who can get out of this labyrinth of the devil, except the members of the order. But weren't they fools? The man agreed with that if you cross the Jurassic Mountains, wouldn't it be easier to get to the top by bypassing the maze? They stick to the plains for some reason. Don't let him worry. There hasn't been a fool to cross this steep mountain in the last 100 years yet.
The main character was saying that they need to cross this mountain and the other teams are taking a detour and he doesn't understand them. Let them take only what they need. They go light and fast. The man asked if this was the proper way for a knight to take only the essentials. Light-hearted behavior is more suited for an adventurer. For a knight, the most important thing is impressiveness. Haste and bustle is for rats. Unprestigious, that's the way to go. Increasing misery, trumpeting the trumpets, that's how it's done, isn't it? System alert. The knights don't want to follow his orders. The man asked if he now understood what he was saying. Do they see these players who can't get into the order's territory? This black monster. This is one of the quietest guys they have. They are able to slay most monsters. Such power is too much for them. There's no way they'll survive this tea and grief. And his rank is high in the order. One only has to say the word and his knight will respond immediately. When they told him they had to go, because they needed to help, he immediately ran after him. He'll show next time. If you do other things while on a mission, the level of intimacy drops. There's nothing you can do about it. At this moment, the knight launched an attack. One of the men said they had almost caught the monster. The other man screamed at them to stop them from letting him escape. They were not to leave anyone alive. The heavy bastards of Sadiq let them kill everyone. There is nothing righteous about them. They alone are shot down, but will wait at the place of resurrection. A strong monster fell at the entrance of the dungeon. They had already set themselves up for victory, but Kings attacked unmistakably. What was he thinking? And the gateway of their advance team said that the defense of the dungeon is very strong. It seems to be true. It's already a quarter of the day has passed. First, the task is not too late. He knew there was no need to rush. He should assess the situation first. If fighting together wasn't that hard, there was no point in getting into the fight first and dying there. He suggested waiting. A member of the royal army should join by evening. This character was called out by someone. As it turned out, it was a man. The man said it seemed like the wrong way, but Kim Dae-hyun said there was no wrong way in this world, just a little different. The man couldn't understand the nonsense Kim Dae-hyun was talking, telling him to be quiet, because they weren't ducking and going the wrong way. At that moment, they spotted a gray harpy. Kim Dae-hyun shouted for them to be careful. These creatures are very strong. One of the knights was furious, for how dare he brazenly act like a monster. He will show them an exemplary style of fighting. And at that moment, he attacked the creature. Everyone really marveled at how awesome his skills were, but they noticed there were a lot more of them. They didn't understand where the new ones were coming from, and they were not allowed to back down. When Kim Dae-hyun and everyone else started to leave, the knight couldn't figure out where they were going. The commander is gone. Shouldn't they follow him? How can you show your back when the enemies are here? Let him think what he says. They will destroy the enemy and move. It is the duty of a knight. At that moment, some kind of dragon appeared. He told the owner he felt a burst of strength. The man asked if he could help him. Kim Dae-hyun said for the dragon to eat a lot and grow bigger. And another man said it's not good to fight. Why else help them? When they returned, Go asked if they were done and was told that everyone was dead. Yes, they had only wasted their energy and he couldn't call it a proud act. If they had obeyed him and backed off when he spoke, it would have been much more comfortable. But they couldn't figure out when he had said such a thing. Leroy asked. Didn't you say to get out of there? One of the men heard, the other said. Kim Dae-hyun loudly told everyone to run forward. The man didn't want to, he heard it too. Of course, the knights couldn't understand why they couldn't hear. They ignored the commander's order in such a critical situation. He expected more from the knights. They disappointed him. But to show your back to the enemy is a disgrace to a knight. It is shameful to run away like that, so you don't have to fight when the enemy shows up. Fine, he respects that. At that moment, some very huge beast appeared. The protagonist noticed that he fights well. Now that's a knight and a kingdom worthy of his name. But they can help a little. After all, how can he invade the knight's battle? On the contrary, it will even make them angry. Right, he says it right. These guys just figure out what's more honorable. Denouncing bullying. Even if you make friends with them, obedience can't be achieved so easily. How slow. That's why he said to go light. Become less friendly. Lower morale and put them to draw. Because you don't eat without forks and knives. The conclusion hints that if you don't follow the orders of this adventurer you might as well die. Are they definitely knights? Why is the physical training at such a low level? The man asked if it wasn't necessary to act now. If they resist, the situation will get worse. They will be in trouble. In the case of the king's death, relations with the royal court may deteriorate. In the case of the development of the knight may receive additional bonuses. The knight is stubborn, but there is one plus. Because of their valor they will never stage a rebellion. Couldn't figure out if it's called a dish. Well, what it is. Kim Dae-hyun said that they're okay to eat. But this is different. It's not food. It's a pig's drink. Kim Dae-hyun became furious after saying they ate for the pigs. For those who perceive human endeavor, there is no food. They don't want it. Let them not eat it. They could not understand why they had to endure such insults. At this moment, the attack on the monsters began. That's what they say. That on Chano they get slapped on the cheeks, and on Hangang they get angry. Bear Mountain said they got a 5-minute break. They were very hungry at this point and couldn't eat anymore. When the protagonist provided them with food, he smelled a delicious aroma. They all did a good job. From now on let them not be so stubborn and obey him. When he gave them a treat, they immediately cried before his kindness. Otherwise they'll be left without broth. They brought it up. The submission level of the knights has increased to the maximum. He controls his subordinates through fear and intimidation. They have no choice but to follow his every order out of fear. Strategic skill strings, penalty for cheating while in command. Subordinates no longer protest. Increase in bad reputation. At that moment, the knight in death found the protagonist, turned to the main character and asked what was wrong. He replied that there was a man in front. There's another player in the damn place besides them. Apparently, he, the hero, was interesting. What an assignment. Suddenly some man ran out and no one could understand why he was naked. He started asking for help, and the main character couldn't understand what that meant. It was Gilmo in the red zone. Kim Dae-hyun looked at him carefully. Kim Dae-hyun said that he rolled over and is now a rogue pervert. The man couldn't understand why this was where the lad was. Small world, isn't it? He didn't know he was going to go rogue. He's busy. Let him go and steal elsewhere. But the man said he's not robbing. He then admitted that he had been robbed. He had been told a few days ago to stop messing with them. Those dumbass. If they missed again, let him shut up and listen to him. At this point he was shouted at to look at it. Tasked with destroying the Order of Sodic. Many will participate. Good chance of stealing. Let him give up on the idea. Right, there are plenty of other ordinary simpletons too. It's certainly a good idea. But revenge first. Have them stop talking and investigate behind him. They couldn't understand. It was already a disease. If they continued, they would become suicidal along with him. Whether or not a man is involved, there's nothing you can do about it. It all started with him. At this point, someone turned to him and said that, honestly, he recognized where that dude went. His friend gave him information. They say, he went to the Jurassic Mountains. What he's thinking about and which he's going to set this up is clearly a lie. If he attacks in town or nearby in a field and then runs away, they will be worse off for it. Whether it's true or not, he'll probably chase them afterward, so you need to decide right away. Lure him into the mountains, attack him, divide the items between them, and leave cleanly. Oddly enough, it was to the mountains that they went. The man was ready to forge Cain. At that moment, he turned directly in his direction. System alert, warning, he's been dealt a fatal blow. His eyes blur in front of him. If he falls, his vision stays the same. He grouped up and started asking what they were doing. The man told him he should have behaved normally and he thought they were his pawns. That's why they were following him around. Even though he robbed the weaklings, how can there be revenge when he himself is undone? That's why they betrayed him. Those freaks, who's to say? It was used on him by the damned pursuit of armament. This spell was designed to track location through a weapon curse. These things had been preparing in advance. The man with the stake thought he was just going to die humbly. That's all. He assumed he would just stand there and take the blows from them. At this moment, he realized that the distance was too small for a large sword, and the situation was disadvantageous. He then abruptly started running away, and this of course was noticed. They immediately began to pursue him, giving chase. All inventory items had spells cast on them. If he doesn't break the spell, they'll find him anyway. A system alert for weapon destruction has appeared. As usual, the man was naked at this point. He said they'd regret not killing him right away. At this point, the man was literally crying in front of the protagonist. Now the main character has realized what has happened, and though he feels sorry for him, he remains determined. Since the man had said everything, now he could be killed. But the man began to beg to wait. Even if he wallows in the mud, he doesn't want to die in this world anymore. The man admitted his wrongdoing and begged to be saved. Kim Dae-hyun asked him why he should do it and why he should save someone who hates him, persecutes him, and how can you trust a man who gave up everything, guild, power, and has now lost everything? It's none of his business. He's given up everything, but if he saves it, no good will come of it. Therefore, if a man wants to live, let him come up with a reason why he should be saved. If not, then let him die. He will serve faithfully and follow all orders. But the protagonist didn't stop at all. He continued to swing his sword. The man promised to do everything within reason, but was talking too much for someone asking for mercy. There was a cliff here, and if he didn't jump off, there was nowhere to run. They should have caught him to pay for the insults with his life, for he would not pursue them for revenge. If he comes, that's even better. Then they'll give him a funeral. His end was obvious, but he suggested that he think no more of it and notice the lights in front of the gate. Let him see how many people are out there, all that money, and think about which team would be best to join. At that moment, they sensed something. They couldn't make out what it was, but the sound seemed to come from the valley. Still couldn't figure out where all those sounds were coming from. At this moment, many large creatures appeared. Enemies have breached the gates. Let the monsters destroy the invaders. There were so many things here, even fake streamers. Live coverage of the last day of the order, the fastest on the continent, the first to arrive in the valley, desperate to eliminate the monsters, and need to decide what to do next. He had been on 6 teams before, with 2 of them being guilds known for their great achievements such as Acacia and Fighters. It seems the difficulty level is higher than he thought. This horned one with tentacles was very strong. He decided it was better to go against him with 1 tank, no support. The Holy Knight was ambushed behind a rock. It was good to know this on the approach to the valley. So everyone comes there just to observe the situation, but the tasks will still go on. After all, military reinforcements and kingdom troops would be arriving soon. Let them see it. It's the guild flag. The control point had been captured. Everyone needed to go on the attack. Those Sodic idiots were proving to be quite weak. With the help of the kingdom's warriors, they would deal with them quickly. At that moment, the man noticed something behind him. They couldn't figure out what it was. At that moment, the creature attacked them with its huge arm. They, of course, went up in the air because of it. They were begging to be saved. They needed to retreat. The monsters were much stronger than normal and the difficulty level was just crazy. At this point the knight attacked him and thanked him for the distraction. They were confused. The great Sodic had to show what they had seen, for he was quick to dispose of any fighter. The man realized he couldn't take it. At that moment, another knight appeared and helped him. The man was still trying to realize what had happened to him. He was better than the Holy Knight and the organization of Daimir, but the man answered him nothing, only asking if he was alright. At this point another man appeared and began to help. They came, so now you can't worry. Not only priests but also mages. The unification of the continent's organization has arrived. Tax sequence explosive flame, skill soaring mountain wave. The creature was really starting to take noticeable damage from these attacks. Some man, tirelessly, continued to fight his opponents. He started shouting that these were his enemies. Let them not touch them or he would chop off everyone's hands. After all, this is ranked Orc Vikingi Hansen, a professional gamer. Skill boiling wall of magma. This is a flame processor Cropod. Some girl ordered him to disappear and used the skill on frequencies. Everyone was very surprised at just how strong she was. They had no idea that now here is an incredible team unfolding, engaging in high-level battles. This is not a movie. What are they fighting over already? It's not exactly what he had planned. What happened? They're going through missions faster than expected. Those assholes from the Order left a profitable plane and went elsewhere for some reason. At that moment, something came to the protagonist. The fact that there's fighting going on in front of the checkpoint right now means there's no one in the valley, right? At this moment, the men of the Order were standing at the foot of the mountain. Kim Dae-hyun just appeared at that moment. Almost no guards. He thought you could easily take them down, which he was going to do. At this point he turned to someone. The man said he would do whatever he was told. Then he can get on with the task at hand. At this point, the knights noticed him and began to ask who he was, how he even got in here and why he's not wearing any clothes. What did he start to do? To the surprise of the men, he started singing Michael Jackson songs and dancing. Kim Dae-hyun said that if he goes there armed, it's understandable that he'll be attacked immediately, but if he's unclothed, they'll check who he is first. Well, what if they attack right away? Then there's nothing to be done, so we can only wish him luck. Have him look at it if he doesn't want to do something else, but he wants to do it. The man continued to dance and sing at this point. The knights realized that he was crazy, but immediately closed their eyes, for they couldn't look at it. At this moment, they abruptly began to attack him. Eventually everyone fell to the ground. One of the knights couldn't breathe at all anymore. It was pretty good. The man asked the protagonist what this technique was. It was an entry-level darkness arrow. It's the black magic he learned from the scroll of that ancient ghost. Magic, sewing, billet, engineering, and now black magic. What was his profession after all? Kim Dae-hyun said that studying is a thing that has no end. Especially, there was a reason why he absolutely had to learn this black magic. What that reason was, but he didn't need to know about it. Kim Dae-hyun told the man that he did well, because his role as a decoy was perfectly fulfilled. They needed to go faster. No point in stalling and waiting to be noticed. They would be counting on him in the future. Only one man said not to be ashamed of it. His dancing ability was amazing. At this point, the man walked away and the man did not say anything back to him. He contemplated just getting out of the game. At this point in the grief, after a while, they had already reached their destination. Kim Dae-hyun thanked the knights. Thanks to them they were able to pass through the gorge safely. They will go on their own next, so have them wait for them near the entrance. Are they sure of that? The men could not understand why they would go without them, for if they burst there in a crowd they would be noticed at once. The dungeon of the Gorge of Despair. Sadness. He entered, and for some time it is impossible to exit the coffin. If he does exit, the character will be transported outside the gorge and penalized. Kim Dae-hyun immediately used divine conduction. System alert. He anticipated the path. Kim Dae-hyun said they needed to go this way. Then, at another point, he said they needed to go this way. The man asked if he knew exactly where they needed to go. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he didn't believe him. Actually, divine conduction can only distinguish between good and bad. It can be used to avoid the wrong road, but it will not point to the right path. At this moment, the knights noticed them and couldn't understand how they were able to sneak in here. They started yelling the alarm. Let them report it. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun used a successful throw. Attack power doubled for 15 seconds. Cooldown cancelled. Strangely enough, Kim Dae-hyun immediately started attacking them by using a circle of attack. Then he started attacking them once more. Curse, Sadix flames will burn them to the bone. Kim Dae-hyun didn't listen to him at all and started punching him and asking him what he was babbling about. Skill, entry-level arrow of darkness. System alert. A critical hit has been dealt. He has succeeded in using an entry-level witch's arrow. His level in black magic has been improved. Kim Dae-hyun said they should walk faster and ignore it. They fought many more battles with knights along the way. As expected of a gentleman, he dealt with them in an instant. The man said he wanted to fight, too. He just got bored of watching, so he wants to die. He realized it all. Why didn't he say so before? Because he really enjoys just watching. Kim Dae-hyun suggested that they take a little rest. More is spent on divine conduction than he realized. Needing to recharge, the man began to ask about the potion. Why was it in such a familiar vial? It seemed he had definitely seen it in the Merchant Association warehouse, but the important thing was that he thought he had. At this point, the man was loitering for some reason and standing beside the guy. Let him listen. He's naked right now. He was once the head of the Red Zone Guild. fought fearlessly and was the epitome of charisma. But now he doesn't have any items. He leaves completely naked. If he appears in front of people like this, it will be very embarrassing. But compared to the drop in his status, the risk to this jerk is much less. Maybe he'll give him something to wear. Let him use what those knights are wearing. System alert, attention. If this is worn by someone who doesn't believe in the god Sadik, they will get a huge fine. That's how it was. Maybe he could make lats to wear. He asked for his life to be spared and now he's demanding things. Just a little more and he'll be asking for gold and then servants. You should ask after he himself gives something in return. What he was useful for. Besides that dance, maybe he saved the country or what? It's not like he didn't let him fight. If he just gives him a chance, he can show what he can do. If he only gives, he won't bother anymore. He's familiar with the development. Everyone has a first time. The main thing was telling him to sign this. What it is. Let him write that he is keen, and that he will receive the lats, belt, gloves and full body protectors and so on, undertaking to return an equal payment for them. The man asked how much it would come out to. 500 gold pieces, about 20 million won. The man, of course, did not expect such sums. Let him hear how he could give such a large sum. Let him earn it and give it back. Or he thinks he's doing charity work here. That 500 gold includes his armor, so it's also cheap. Besides, he was the head of the Red Zone Guild. Would he really be intimidated by some 500 gold? He really will forgive him if he signs here. Let him get his money back and don't forget that the interest rate is 10%. In order to get revenge on his former teammates, he has no choice but to do so. He hopes it won't be another mistake. After a while, his armor was ready. He got abs. He looked very strong. If you added rubber gloves, people would scatter, mistaking him for an ancient man. It was very impressive, but the man asked that he stop, because it was even worse. After a while, they were walking through a very low-lit area. At one point, the main character notices something in front of him. There was some building in front of him, the hero dungeon. He entered the underground temple of the order. He was the first player to enter this place. He received an additional bonus. His item chance and experience increased. His reputation increased by 300. The degree of support given increased greatly. The system alert. The hostility of the order reached the highest value. If he met the representatives of the order, they would definitely attack him. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun realized that something had already started to happen. He instantly recognized the sound coming from far away. At this moment, everyone outside also sensed something. They couldn't realize what had already begun to happen at that moment. Just at that moment the image of the volcano began. The devil beast belonging to the order awakens. The protagonist needs to figure out what to expect now. The man tried to say it was the boss, but Kim Dae-hyun already knew that. But more importantly, what's in there? Doesn't it look suspicious? Looks like it can't be touched. Maybe it would be better for them to just turn around and leave. But the protagonist said that they won't leave. Then just like that, the temple will remain intact. The man asked him if he was sure. After all, this is their chance when all the minions are outside on the battlefield. But still, if someone with a high level shows up, they will be finished. The main character said he had a good way. He started holding some kind of ball in his hand and said he was using this. It was an unsafe bomb, Crazy Flame, an improved version of the previous bomb. It added clots of flame. Without this, the clots would be unstable. There could be a huge explosion. He started creating the goblin-designed fire chain bomb, gained a bonus due to his mid-level blacksmith skills. His mechanical engineering skill increased. Item, an unsecured crazy flame bomb. An improved version of the previous bomb with added clots of flame. Now enough is enough. They can handle everyone with this, but it's not safe without it either. The clots are too compressed. Be careful. There could be a huge explosion. Invasion, strangers have gotten in. The knights started saying they should all be killed, while they distract the enemies in the center of the temple. Let Felmas look for a safe place and let Aiden find a place to set the bombs. Let them hold on until the end. The knight called them blasphemers who would not reach them. The man instantly tried to dodge and defend himself, but he wasn't doing well. And knights are pretty durable, probably because they're low level. After that, the man believed in himself and started fighting them. He began to taunt them and ask how they could do such a thing. Skill, whirlwind of rushing wind. While no one is there, let him remember to cover the rear, because someone has to worry about that. Watch your head. The explosion isn't that simple. Octopus is also capable of attacking. Let them attack from both sides. He could tolerate his parents being motherfucked, but not when they were motherfucking him. Filthy hairy animals. He'd torn everything that could be called hair off their bodies, and the attacks were even better. Maybe they're in a berserk state. But where are the others? I think there's only 2 of them. There was no way that some brave idiots could sneak in here. Have him report everything to the founder and block the entrances and exits of the temple. Kim Dae-hyun used that moment to sink into the shadows. The man he attacked had not expected such a fast movement. Kim Dae-hyun said he would help him. The patriarch. How dare someone like him barge in and kill him? He used Sadik's boiling hand, but the protagonist managed to dodge. The protagonist was continuing the battle at this point. He uses strategy and technique. Let them catch and immobilize him. At this point, they started using Sadik's burning shackles. Judging by the fact that he ignores simple attacks and avoids curses. That's his weakness. Altogether, let them attack him with curses. The protagonist noticed that it was very weak. To him it really did look like a very easy battle from the outside. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he thought he was avoiding them because he was afraid. No, it's because they're disgusting. At that moment, the man asked the god Sadik to accept his body. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun really got nervous, and it was noticeable. Just at that moment, there was a massive explosion. What are these lunatics? Suicide squads or something? System alert, attention, critical hit. He can't dodge. Got a debuff of Sadik's Rage Clan. Kim Dae-hyun started yelling that it wouldn't work for them a second time. After that, the guy used a circle of defense. Let him break the order. The degree of support given for the task, 10 out of 100. It doesn't seem to be enough to take the top spot. Little bugs, how dare they run and jump? Saints are not gods. Let them atone for their sins by dying in the fire. It was the abbot, the founder, who came. May they see the blinding flame. May the door so loved by no god awaken. Warning, the fiery devil beast summoned by the god will soon gain full power. Everyone was very much surprised and delighted when he showed up. Let him rise up and crush all of them. At this point the man noticed something, and it surprised him greatly. He noticed that some person wasn't there. Then 2 more disappeared as well. At this point, the man was drinking some kind of elixir. He never would have thought a potion could be so sweet. When he was in the guild, everyone extracted subordinates, and back then the potion was lighter than water. Where's his potion gone? There was still some left. It felt like there was some kind of odor coming from this side. What kind of potion could have an odor like that? They'll get here soon. It's time to go. What he's gonna do? Is there any way to stand up to that monster? Why confront him? He'll just drop the bomb and run away. What he's saying, if they don't stop this monster, the entire continent will be in danger. That's right. Now that they've gotten here, we can't run away. After all he's been through. What about his exploits and his reward? They're complete idiots. Even the holy knights and priests were difficult to deal with. How would they defeat someone who was head and shoulders stronger? We need to act fast before he wakes up. They had already gotten enough mission points. Now it was time to collect payment for the potion. Kim Dae-hyun asked him if he thought it would go unnoticed. Let the man stop. At this point, the man ran straight ahead with bombs in his hands. Let him throw these bombs at the designated place. But don't worry, they're not dangerous bombs, Crazy Flame. It's okay, they won't explode. What do you mean they won't explode? It feels like they're ready to explode right now. When Kim Dae-hyun drew his sword, the man immediately started saying that he would go with him as he pleased. How did he get in here and how dare he? Let him take his sword. At this point, the man said to better take this one. After that, he immediately started running away from the place. His partner started yelling at him to stay away. Let him stay away. Have them search the other side. At this point, 2 men were watching them. One man asked the other if everything would be okay. How can everything be okay if they get caught? We have to throw everything away quickly and run away. At this point, the man continued to run away. At this point the chase began and he scattered bombs behind him. The bomb would explode. He would run and scatter strange objects. Second and third squad, have them catch him. At this moment, the protagonist was using the stealth cancel skill. This opponent seemed to be the strongest he had fought before. He used fire magic. The Almighty will awaken soon. He must be worshipped. Kim Dae-hyun started to use a lucky throw at that moment. System alert, Eagle has fallen out. Its attack power is increased 16 times for 15 seconds. Skill cooldown time is disabled. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun was ready to attack them. The man immediately recognized the protagonist. Kim Dae-hyun, strangely enough, recognized him immediately as well. He told him they hadn't seen each other in a long time. What the hell was that? They all needed to head back. At that moment, there was a massive explosion. After this explosion, more of the bombs that the man was throwing started exploding. experience points gained, level increased, Order's ammunition depot destroyed, and support increased. He destroyed the Order's confessional. The degree of support given was increased. System alert, a bomb went off right in front of him. He successfully avoided the blast. Warning, he is hit by an incessant explosion, unable to dodge. Stunned. System alert, he gets hit by flying shrapnel. He successfully dodged it. Let them throw bombs. By this point they had all started setting bombs off together. The protagonist could see most of the explosions in front of him. He's been promoted to Crazy Devil. This is the first rank on the server that increases all stats by 7. Not everyone can handle machine-made bombs, given their danger and instability. But some who have lost their heads do it nonetheless, not realizing how much their lives are worth. Someone once said they would only realize this after death. But the holder of this title survives even after an explosion. When making a bomb, players who are skilled in engineering will have the added bonus of reduced damage from items related to the type of bomb and the ability to create a bomb that is more powerful and larger than previous ones. The main character only lacks 400 characteristics to access the scroll. What it is, let him ignore it. We need to take care of the intruders first. At that point, one of the men began threatening him. At this point, he immediately began throwing bombs around. To his surprise, the knight easily chopped the bomb in half. Of course, the man was deeply amazed at what he had just seen. The knight asked if that was all he could do. The man asked what he had done, what he's carrying, the bombs going off. At that moment there was a tremendous explosion. He was caught in the epicenter. He was stunned, took critical damage from the bomb. Boiling blood activated. The speed attack began. For a while, health will regenerate quickly and movement speed will increase. Kim Dae-hyun is strong, but everyone was alive. In fact, they almost died, and he needs to get out quicker too. They couldn't understand why the man looked so shabby. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun noticed something. Right behind it, the very creature appeared. The devil of fire has awakened. How dare they set fire to the dwelling place of the great god Sadiq? The chief was sure that he was not dead. There is no way they will be forgiven by the devil of fire. God will punish them. At this moment, the abbot of the order began to use his weapon and proclaimed the holy god zone. The skill will be active as long as the abbot is alive. System alert, pay attention. They are inside God's holy zone. And receive. They couldn't understand what was going on. At this point, the man was laughing loudly at them. Now everyone will be finished. But at that moment, to his personal surprise, there was an explosion right behind him. The crystal of his weapon began to gradually crumble. The moment he fell, the crystal disappeared altogether. The man clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Thanks to the powerful explosion, the rumored fire devil's controlling devil was destroyed and the devil was out of control. The man began to ask the devil of fire to calm down. He is a representative of God after all. But the creature paid no attention at all. The abbot of the order dead. The holy zone gone. Kim Dae-hyun was quite surprised by the whole situation and didn't know how to react. He clearly didn't expect this turn of events. The man noticed something at that moment. The man couldn't figure out where the gentleman had started running to. At this moment, the devil began to go crazy. Experience gained. The degree of support given was increased. He defeated the abbot of the order. Thanks to his plan, the skill level of manipulating enemies was increased. He came to save them. Why are they attacking? He told them to keep running. At this point, the creature began to break through their defenses. They had already broken through the east gate. If this continues, the boiling wall will collapse. What happened? Why can't they contact anyone from the temple? They don't know either. Their people are already heading there. Let them ask for help through the magic message. They're still not responding. He hopes nothing went wrong there. It took them so much effort to prepare the summoning of the fire devil. If something went wrong there, the man, having recovered, was in a tree watching the whole situation. And who the hell are these guys? When they appeared at the entrance to the valley. At this moment, the knight also noticed the kingdom and its warriors. The knights were pursued by the Sadiq order. They all said they needed to protect the Lord. Let them take care of themselves first. After all, he had only lent them a king. The main thing was not to die, but a critical blow had been struck. At this moment, one of the knights was attacked from the back. Who would have thought she would bring a devilish beast with her? The main character yelled for them all to disperse. This beast would be his last missing trophy. One devil beast controlled by a master was quite dangerous. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun launched his attack. Due to the critical strike, a new explosive critical strike is gained. Sword proficiency level has been increased to intermediate level, from 3 to 4. Explosive critical hit. This technique actually lifted the devilish creature straight up into the air. Kim Dae-hyun managed it after all. The Knights of the Order couldn't understand what had happened. The Knights of the Kingdom were surprised at how incredible power it was. The man started asking if he was wearing sundae, a Korean dish made from pork intestines stuffed with various seasonings and noodles. It seems you have to choose who to use it against. He's pretty sure it's the main attacking skillet that Outlaws used last season, and the conditions for getting it were to use critical hits 100 times. He was lucky to get this tank just when he needed to attack the area. The reserve knight began shouting to the Lord that the kingdom's army had come to the rescue. At this point, the Knights of the Order began to retreat. System alert, the Order has been defeated. The gates of the boiling wall are closed. He was incredibly surprised at how they were able to defeat the head of the act. They couldn't even guess how he had managed to enter the valley alone and attack the enemies. Now they would send an army through these dangerous mountains to break the main camp of the enemies. They didn't team up with other players to prevent the information from leaking out. This is truly an incredible strategy worthy of the hero who saved the capital. It is said that even the fact that he was helped by the Royal Knights was part of a secret plan. Kim Dae-hyun has figured it out, so they can't leave him alone for long. The man asked if it was Kim Dae-san she was talking about. Yes, it's definitely him, the one who dealt with the juices and the red area. He thinks he's the one who's wounded. He probably single-handedly defeated the island's pirates, and now he's defeated them. Who he is? He doesn't think it's for nothing. What does he think his level is? 90 or 100? But he's not above 110. It might be higher. Even teaming up with other guild heads, it's hard to level up this season. It's true that there are a lot of players, so there are some really outstanding characters appearing here and there. How did he become so strong? Maybe he has something special. Let them listen. The attack is not over. Tomorrow the capture of the volcanic temple will begin. That's when they'll see his real skills. They decided it would be necessary to follow him. Kim Dae-hyun was glad that it was finally much quieter. System alert, vest or he got his access license. Afterward, Kim Dae-hyun confidently replied that he wanted to get those rights. That's when he got that license. Sainthood increased by 150. Reputation increased by 300. All characteristics increased by 5. He realized that nothing could be gained for nothing. The skill level of Right to Sanctity skill is increased. The skill level of God's Ability skill is increased. The skill level of Sacred Beast Summon skill is increased. The recovery and development of the Sacred Beast is accelerated, so the improvement of the dragon will become faster. System alert. He has obtained the profession skill blessing of a god. System alert. A god's blessing can temporarily share its task with the person controlling the incarnation. The higher the skill level, the longer the application time. This is a way of sharing luck. A group buff. Maybe try using God's blessing for the sake of experimentation. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what was going on. Not that he could feel anything. Mana has been cut almost in half. Very little time is given. A decent amount of mana has been spent, and there's not much time left. It seems that this skill can't be used whenever you want. At that moment, the man and the girl noticed something. Kayan also went outside to see what was going on. They saw a pillar of fire in front of them. System alert, attention. The Devil of Fire has appeared in the Valley of Sorrow and Despair. The devil was clearly furious at this point. Warning, it would be better for them to avoid him. How could this even happen? Why doesn't he listen to them? He apologized. They're looking into the cause now. It's not enough. You need consciousness. Well, it's not gonna work that way. Once this attack passes, Order will succeed. He will become a famous streamer, start dating a beautiful singer and start a happy family. At this rate, his perfect plan for the future will become a reality. Sadiq's army approaches. All warriors prepare for battle. Battle readiness has been declared. There are even mercenaries here. Who paid them? Probably someone from a big guild, showing off their wealth. The man shouted that they would fight back against their enemies. They don't have a lot of time. At that moment, the devil appeared right in front of them. Let him do whatever he wants. Let him grab all the knights. What does he do? He was called by the order, so he must obey orders. Let him get the hell away from him. At that moment, there was a tremendous explosion. Why did the fire devil attack? Why did he attack them? They couldn't understand why he was attacking his own. At some point, they realized they needed to get out of the place faster. At this point, the devil became enraged again, and then attacked his own again. He is afraid and casts debuffs, a dazzling effect as he drinks up the hardness and technique of endless shadows. What they didn't notice was that he didn't care about all their attacks. It was as if he was preparing for some very strong attack. Let them run. Why are they being attacked too? At this moment, the knights were watching all of this from the mountain. The devil knows no mercy, certain that the goal of this quest is his head. Speaking of which, the idiot in the order made some kind of mistake. Why is the fire devil acting like that? Isn't he being controlled? Maybe they won't need to fight him at all. He's right, it would be to their advantage if they killed each other. While they wait, he offered to think about further tactics. There was something going on with Sadiq's power. Let it come down from heaven, so mercies will hear their prayer. The devil became even more enraged. How did this even happen? Jesus, we gotta duck. How he must dodge. First, we need to get out of here. Let him protect the Lord. Why did it turn out this way? They just became cannon fodder. Let him keep destroying those bastards. You asshole monster. At this moment, the devil stopped abruptly. He knew exactly why he was pouncing. They offered to catch him, and everyone needed to attack. They would have to fight him anyway. The ultimate freezing curse is the horns of frost covering the North Pole. At that moment, the curse began to work on the devil. Alright, we're getting results. They keep attacking. Can they beat him? Apparently, he's not as strong as he looks. They'll attack first. Let them stay out of the way. Don't make him laugh. The armor stays on him. The girl would ask him, well, how? He seems to have a clue as to how it will be possible to catch him. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun used dark magic. Quite a few bodies. Now's the time. System alert. Undead summoning attempt failed. Shadow show level ghost. Corpse of level families. His black magic skill failed to perform the summoning. He was given a penalty for failing to use the spell, but succeeded in cancelling the penalty due to his high luck score. Low black magic skill has reached a new level. Ghost level undead summoning has been started. He succeeded. At that moment, some sort of creature appeared. The summoning chat reported, ghost level show. He succeeded. The wave of magic has increased in level. 8 ghost warriors, archers and ghost mages, 1 each. He was used to it by now. They didn't look too weak after all. But the first pancake is always a pancake. Death in battle. Let them not stand in his way. How does he get out of this situation? Life is just a prelude to death. The protagonist told him to shut up. He decided to force the order to attack the fire devil, to direct it towards the players. Then the rankers and the big guilds would have to step up their game. The devil is attacking. Let them go. At that moment, a man was rescuing another man. Whether it's even possible to catch him. He was a little worried, but now he sees that anything is possible. They will all attack together after his next attack. He doesn't really like the way the jerks from the Eden Guild look at them. The Johanssons are here, too. They have no morals at all. Why do they say that? What it is? It seems to be the kingdom's warriors. At this point, one of them started making loud noises. The moment has come. They will fight for the kingdom of Atali. The creature clearly did not expect this turn of events, and basically, the Knights of the Order didn't expect it either. They couldn't figure out if they were suicidal or if this was a gathering of lunatics. Kim Dae-hyun also shouted that they were fighting for the kingdom. The kingdom. System alert. He used the knight's cry. He shouted that they needed to move forward, for this was their chance. Movement speed is temporarily increased by 10%. Attack power is temporarily increased by 10%. Kim Dae-hyun decided to use the god's blessing. At this moment, it spread to all the knights. What it is? They take no damage even while in this dystopian position. That is the Lord's blessing, and it was pretty good. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what they were admiring there. Let them run like crazy and don't stop. Radiant brilliance is the motto of the kingdom. The main character shouted for them all to head to the attack. At this point, they began to attack the devil. Since they were all together and attacked him with all their strength, a critical hit was dealt. Despite the near failure, a significant amount of damage was dealt and his reputation increased by 100. The fire devil is temporarily stunned, receiving the title of rushing to the windmill. A knight's pride is to rush away on horseback, even in a seemingly impossible situation. He excels at getting the knights on his side for an effective attack. That crazy bastard. No, this outstanding achievement would continue to improve. While on horseback, there would be a bonus to riding skill and the horse would not feel fear. The bonus to riding skill will take effect even when not riding regularly, imposing a penalty. Kim Dae-hyun continued his attack, and at that moment, the creature Divine conducting a circle of attack, but didn't have enough mana. Kim Dae-hyun clearly didn't expect this turn of events, but right after that, he started drinking some kind of potion. The protagonist then regained his strength and was ready to continue this battle, striking a critical blow with the fire of confusion. Afterwards, Kim Dae-hyun mocked him and apologized to him, but immediately afterwards said it was a joke. Let him be his unit of experience. After that, the protagonist continued the battle with him. The demon went into a rage after that. They couldn't figure out who it was. Maybe it's Johansson. He doesn't have such good powers. Though, Kim Dae-hyun started the countdown with 3 seconds. Let them retreat. The effects of the buff will wear off soon. The royal forces are retreating. Now they are attacking, not a step back. The final blow must be theirs. They used the Holy Warrior's attack. Hell's horns were also used. The body of the god Exilion was also used. The crazy beast leap was also used. All of these attacks combined into one at this moment to defeat the devil. And after a few seconds, all those attacks were headed straight for him. While Kim Dae-hyun was taking aim, an arrow hit him. Thanks to his divine ability, he managed to avoid the arrow. Those bastards are attacking everyone indiscriminately. The fire devil awakens with a critical hit, gaining Sadic's power. He still has some cards up his sleeve. They noticed that he was beginning to awaken at this point. Then he shoved everyone away from him. Of course, no one expected this turn of events. Not knowing what to be, they can't stand up to him, whether they can kill him, or if it's impossible. First they need to survive. Have everyone flee his area. It's too big. Kim Dae-hyun used divine conduction at this moment. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun noticed his weakness. He swung around and said he'd stopped pouncing. Kim Dae-hyun used luck in the 20th form. It was time to die. Kim Dae-hyun was ready to use the deadly explosion in his attack. Kim Dae-hyun was ready to use the deadly blast of his attack. After that, a huge beam was seen in the moment where the devil attacked. All the teachers were surprised when they saw him in front of them. What had happened? No one could understand. At this point, nothing changed and everything got brighter. Kim Dae-hyun appeared to have survived and was fine. He thought he was going to die from the heat. Kim Dae-hyun defeated the Devil of Fire, much more than he thought. He had gotten bonuses from this battle. Of course, everyone was overjoyed when they saw that the gentleman was alive. They all began to plant it and rejoice that they had defeated the devil. His faith led everyone out of that fiery road. It's a complete failure. They'd had their prey taken away from them in such an interesting way. Feels like they'd help him, doesn't it? Let her watch her mouth. If he couldn't complete his attack, all of them would be killed by the awakened devil. Kim Dae-hyun was furious and told them to let him go. He's nauseous. It seems like he's going to become even more famous now. He was congratulated on his victory over the Devil of Fire. At this point, as he was once again tossed around, they didn't notice him above them. They don't have time to do such nonsense. They had to run. We need to catch the bastard and get his stuff. Let them follow him. What it was, but no one even knew. The Knight of the Order said he was wrong and was running away at this point. This devil, the Devil of Fire, was defeated, and the horde came to an end. He ran without even looking back at that moment. No one should be left behind. That's why they're so persistent in their pursuit. At that moment, he felt and noticed something. The head of the squad was here, and he asked if he had already been. But at that moment he saw some dead man in front of him. Why did he leave without them? Did he betray? That ring is imbued with Sadic's unity. That's tenderness. Who made them like this? He started telling them to get away from him. At that moment, someone appeared beside him. It was Kim Dae-hyun telling him to give him something. Let him give back the ring he stole from the royal competition. Of course, he immediately thought of the ring. He suggests we don't waste each other's strength. If he gets the ring back, he'll consider letting him live. I mean, he'll make sure he gets thrown out of the game. At that moment, he realized that he had decided to destroy it. It doesn't look like much of a negotiation. He's got nothing. He didn't come for good. Now he's sure he's got the ring, because his face gives it away. Negotiations are off. He'll just kill him and take what he wants. He seems to think someone like her he can beat, whether he finished with his last words or not. Unfortunately, he doesn't think he will prove to be stronger than the Fire Devil. Even if he kills him, he won't be able to get what he wants. Right, because what comes out of him will be randoms. But he's still sure he'll get what he wants. Just let him die. He asked the protagonist if he thought he would take the measure so calmly. He used Sadic's eye skill. This technique allows you to see your opponent's actions in slow motion if they block an attack and then counterattack. He used full brain engagement. Just at that moment, Kim Dae-hyun received a critical hit. Of course, he couldn't stay on his feet after being hit so hard. The protagonist swung around and said his head would be next, but the man started to stop him abruptly. No, he'd rather hit the same spot again. Against such an opponent he was temporarily deprived of the use of them, but he would not forgive him. What was he looking at? How nice it would be if he gave when asked politely. What happened? Why isn't he hitting it? Kim Dae-hyun said he was a weakling and wished him well. At this point, he started to stop him and said they would come to an agreement, but the protagonist said he didn't want that. Then something fell off the guy after all. The important thing is that the sacred ring of Sodic, an item of the order that retains sealed power, fell out the first time. Under certain conditions, it can summon a god. If he does not believe in the Sodic, a curse may be cast. Kim Dae-hyun began to scrutinize this sacred ring. At some point, he realized it wasn't that ring after all. Damn it, it's a curse. It's not really a cursed item. Why do only such defective things fall out all the time? Wait a minute, just by the name alone, it's clear that this isn't a simple item. It's definitely luck proportional. There must be a reason for that. Still, it's better than what the dwarves did in that competition. Or worse, I'd hate to see it lying around, whether they go after the remaining sectarians or not. The protagonist said they had wasted enough time. He offered to come back, get the reward, and get some rest. At this time in some building, in an office, some man was looking intently at his watch. He thought about the fact that someone should have come by now. A man approached him and asked if he was Mr. Bae Chan-wook. The man looked at the boy at this point. I'm surprised it was Kim Tae-hyun. Yes, he is, but he's the one they agreed looks like a thug. He apologizes and is happy to meet him. His name is Bae Jang-wook and he's the head of the planning department at the game broadcasting station. He's going to get straight to the point. He doesn't know that lately, even among players, it's hard to find those who complete quests like him, no matter how perfectly created a game is. In the end it is just pouring sand in a sandbox. He believes that the most important thing in gaming, and therefore in the future of the industry, is not to follow an established game system, but rather an approach where the player can design and develop their own content. To that end, he is now signing players like him to an exclusive contract. Since the contract is exclusive, he is willing to vouch that their remuneration is unmatched by any other TV station. He asks what the man thinks about joining them, their leader in their own direction. The TV company cannot accept just anyone, because they will get more money after broadcasting on popular channels. At some point, mushrooms became the center of the market and content, so it's hard to find a player running their own channel lately. Consequently, he needs to gather as many players as possible to work with. Judging by his behavior, there is a lot of greed in the new island, so they are hoping for its success. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun cheekily yawned. He apologized and said he had just finished the assignment yesterday. He hopes his speech is over by now. After that, there was a dead silence between them. Apparently he wasn't very interested in it, nor was he interested. Among the players who signed exclusive contracts, there are some whose income is 20 million won per month. He must be unhappy. The man couldn't understand what was wrong with this type, how he could not react to such a high payment. Among the players starring on their channel is Lee Se-eun, a former top player from the first season. After that, the main character immediately came to his senses. The man immediately noticed the protagonist's reaction. He realized it had hurt him. He was right after all. Even if he didn't react to everything else, he couldn't ignore Lee Se-eun. He ended up just being a gamer. So why is he so uptight? Kim Dae-hyun said it suddenly got cold. The air conditioner was running too hard or something like that. He seems to be interested in this girl. This name is impossible not to know if he plays fantasy online where she is the world champion. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun tasted the dish from the table, said it was delicious, and asked if he could order more. He can eat as much as he wants. The macarons here are made by a pastry chef from France, so they are really good. He thinks mom will like it. He'll need to pack 30 pieces with him. He'll probably be surprised to learn that one piece costs over 8,000 won since he's not at all price savvy. If he's interested in girls, we can help him meet her in person. But Kim Dae-hyun immediately refused. The man started to say that there was no need to be shy. He wasn't talking about meeting the two of them, just meeting at the TV station. But Kim Dae-hyun said no, and that if he had to see her, he would just forget about the contract. Fantasy line player refuses to meet the 101 world. Judging by his denials, it's not a matter of lack of interest, it's that he's avoiding it. It's a new kind of tsundere. If they met now, he would definitely be a corpse. It was scary to even think about. These are the terms they are offering. I wonder how he will react to that. Kim Dae-hyun scrutinized these conditions. It's all good, except he doesn't really want to sign an exclusive contract. Has he already been contacted by other hotels? No, it's not that simple. It's their family motto. Never become a bail bondsman. Even if you stop communicating with him, if someone says something nice to him alone, let him hit him right away. Nothing is free. When he's sad, let him eat meat. Even if he is promised a fortune, let him not neglect it. Still he will become lazy. If no amount of baiting works, nothing can be done. He's not stingy and he's definitely human. Anyway, if they insist on an exclusive contract, there's nothing you can do about it. Apparently the company has their reasons, but you can have a non-exclusive one. The man said they would sign a regular contract. Of course, he realized it was better than letting the guy go for nothing. Kim Dae-hyun says he agrees. He's doing the right thing. And here's the deal. He was asked what his profession and level was. The main character asked if he had to answer, but he was just curious. He said his profession is the epitome of Axis, and the level of the protagonist's level is preserved, and the credits are also preserved. God incarnation, from the name alone. It's not really clear what kind of profession it is. He doesn't think it's an ordinary heroic profession. Kim Dae-hyun said it's not, so it's a rare profession. No need to explain further. Then what's he been up to lately? Yesterday he completed a mission to completely destroy the Sodic Order, which attracted a lot of attention. How'd he do it? No effort. Catch and shoot. That's how it is. Can I tell you about it on the air? It's like the main character doesn't care if there are videos. He said he'll send them now. Kim Dae-hyun said he would. The man thanked him and wished him a happy journey. Kim Dae-hyun said, "Do a good job." If you think about it, his name is Kim Hyun, so he has the same name as Kim Dae-hyun from last season. There's no way it was him. The girl apologized and asked if she could come out. At this point, she watched as the man did the editing. What's he so focused on? He's editing a promo video for a rookie. The rookie, the one he was talking about back then. How great he is. She saw on the news that she was starting filming a new movie. She's really decided to come back. It's all gossip. She's been retired as an actress for 3 years now, but she still looks equally beautiful. She thanks for saying that, but it has nothing to do with acting. At that moment, she quickly ran up to the man to say something to him. Last season, the newcomer she went with was destroying the ratings. It was Kim Dae-hyun who he tried to get for half a year, making a show out of it. This Kim Dae-hyun is not the same, and what a show he was making. So it's two people with the same name. It's definitely not him. She's even a little disappointed. If it was the same one from last season, would he be able to meet him so easily? Although it's not that easy either. She's getting the popular dragon video from the island soon. Have her watch it if she has time. The main host station. Of course, she needs to watch it beforehand so she can talk about it later. More accurately, she's just someone who quit acting because of her gambling addiction. That's saying a lot. To be clear, she and Se-yeon are working closely together, and he still can't admit it. Oh well, it's a little different from what he was hoping for when he accepted her onto the team, but it's not a bad result. He admits that. At this point, they saw the moment they threw the bomb. In 10 minutes she has to leave the office for work-related errands. Whether to buy coffee on the way back. She ran up to them to see what they were looking at so intently. No matter what it is they're looking at, she's jealous. If they have materials on the orders assignment, have them send them right now, as fast as possible. It's a bomb. At this point, they started putting up some tents. Low-level system alerting. It was excellent. He was able to summon even someone he had recently killed. And you can't do that here. He spent so much effort for the sake of the kingdom, and now he can't even be allowed to practice. And yet the god is watching them. At the very least he could have practiced elsewhere. It's all accomplished with mana, so better let Buffnet him. At that moment, the man began to apologize to the goddess Daimir. System room restored. He used the calls below those. A man ran up to him and said he had to hurry, wondering what was wrong. The awards were about to start. An award ceremony that will be personally attended by the king himself. The heroes who saved the kingdom of Antalai have returned. At this point, the man was displeased about something. Soon they will be rewarded. It's a happy moment after all. What's wrong with it? He's not in the mood. Don't let him talk to him. Kim Dae-hyun to him to understand what is. The man immediately began to say that he is wrong, and let him not be beaten by the guy. It's just that the guild broke up and he started looking weird. Thought people wouldn't recognize him, but after changing his hair, it seems they started to guess who he was. That's why he can't go wherever he wants. Let him wait a while. He wondered what Kim Dae-hyun was starting to do at this moment. Kim Dae-hyun vaulted his helmet. It's a helmet to help him hide his face. Grateful, right, make sure he wears it when he goes out. The man thanked him for it. The warriors of the outside who have invested the most in this battle will now be announced. They start in 3rd place. Let Lee Jun-seop step up. It's Acacia Guild leader in 3rd place. Even though he had killed so many monsters, how could this happen? He would be given the gold and treasures of their kingdom. Ophelia's green jelly. He was firmly convinced that he would take 1st or 2nd place. 2nd place is Johansson. Let him come up. Everyone was surprised he was in 2nd place. It's so unpredictable. He is granted an ancient object that shakes the Earth's axis, an Engelian horn, and a permit to reside in the kingdom. His companions will be placed in charge of the Guild of Kingdom Seekers. Although they are the players providing these opportunities, it's still the kingdom and the best participants. The 1st place would be the master from the Fighter Guild. If compared to the Acacia Guild head, no one would be able to catch up to him even in terms of the number of devil beasts killed. Maybe it'll be Crawford, since he's a rancher. He's a fire mage by profession, so it said he had a hard time during the raid on the Fire Devil. And at the top of the list, oddly enough, was the main character. Of course, no one knew who it was. Was there such a rancher? Kim Dae-sang really was just a pseudonym without a mask. Isn't that the jerk who went with Sayu? Right, who also fought the Red Zone Guild. So it turns out, the player who completed the mission on the island and the one who smashed the Red Zone are all Balone. He wants to know exactly what level the ranker should be. After all, the girl he likes is also a ranker. Sleep Conqueror. He's only barely above level 50 after all. And he doesn't tell anyone about it because he's ashamed. What does he think his profession is? Judging by the fact that he uses a sword, it's a swordsman or warrior. But the people he interacted with on the island were blacksmiths. He's probably a thief. He's heard he has stealth skills. Now this safe will be his. What's he talking about anyway? He heard he's a chef. At that moment, someone felt something, and yet it was him. Kim Dae-hyun said he was honored. His assumption was not wrong. There was one like him. Who could believe and trust his warriors? The best participant in the battle. The protagonist will be Dan. Those two before him had gotten incredible artifacts, which meant he would be given something even more outstanding. Kim Dae-hyun is given the title of Count and Lands of Governance. Kim Dae-hyun didn't understand why it didn't match the previous awards. The man in charge shouted his displeasure very loudly. What's he talking about? Is he going to be given the status of a city manager or feudal lord? That is, he will become an official aristocrat of the kingdom. It was really crazy. Kim Dae-hyun thanked and was led away. Mrs. McRae's bet won. Is it dream or reality? Better days are finally here. Brothers. He has achieved a reputation within the kingdom, an awarded status as an aristocrat, an earl of the kingdom. His lands are a gorge of despair and sadness. At that moment, someone started yelling his name very loudly. Everyone was delighted. Of course, and Iskandarova his name. Kim Dae-hyun shouted his thanks very loudly to everyone who thanked him. I think he just heard something strange. For the creatures of the Count's social activity, the place guarding his accomplishments is the place and knowledge. It is his land. He deserves to be honored in this way. The main player looked at him strangely at this point. An empty place, with no fortress, no wood, no people, not even the upset orders of buildings, and the more broken by his own behind it mountain crypts, volcanoes, river water mingled with sulfur, which he cannot drink. Kim Dae-hyun started laughing very loudly at this moment. He began to envy himself. This game of fishing and why on earth he's friends with a girl. What a bastard. This is the truest of desperate breasts. This seems to be the first time the main blood has been given any rights as a player here. What helium can use this? Still, the scope of the awards varies greatly according to merit. Sending them to receive awards at the kingdom office, doesn't he think they're putting them in anything? Red Zone Goadia. There's a dude dressed in primitive Lada. That's definitely Keen. Maybe he made a mistake. The Red Zone has collapsed after all. He definitely saw it when he got the award. He said his nickname was Keen, but the ambulation is completely different. He changed, I guess. Let him take his helmet off for a second. What's he gonna talk me into? Why does he have to take something off? He or they are going to be responsible for it later. Maybe it wasn't him. Why would the head of the Red Zone Guild be here without the other members? Isn't that the man who was the main character? Does he think he would walk the man who ruined his guild? And really, if she still had any pride left, he wouldn't do that. Armor removal. At that moment, his helmet flew off of him. The man was very much surprised when he noticed what had happened to him. It was the head of the Red Zone Guild, that was for sure. The man realized things were going badly. Everyone wanted to hang it up or bury it. For example, I'm you. At that moment, someone stopped them. Why are they all fighting on such a beautiful day? Keen, I mean a member of his team. He's a really bad person, so they wanted to talk to him. Kim Dae-hyun asked what a bad person meant, so he wants to teach a lesson. Then let him stick the flag in. Flag is a one-on-one fight. He wants an official fight. He didn't want that. Didn't he want a fight because he didn't like him? He says this man is the head of your horrible guild. Haven't done so many bad things. Isn't it obvious that he should get his punishment? So he says, what is it? It seems to him or Kim Dae-hyun is protecting him now. Well, it's true that he hates him. That's why he says, let him stick the flag in. Yes, that's what he was thinking. That he himself should do something for him. Why should he punish him? He had already done what he wanted to do. Let him deal with his own affairs. If he had to deal with something, let him do it here and now. He would not stop them. These words seem to imply that if he can beat the man, he himself will come out as his next opponent. I don't know what's driving them. Kim Dae-hyun has definitely taken a man as his companion. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. He suggested not to make a big deal out of it, and I'm not going. Then they could us. Then his people simply walked away. So far they had all been so determined. Why was there no one left? He was so eager to see how he was going to be beaten, whether he survived and spoke his mind really. The man said she was really impressed. He is said to have magnanimously stood up for the villain. Perhaps he recognized him as his high-minded self, having gone through the fire and brimstone with him during the mission. What other nonsense is he talking about? He really was incredible. I haven't seen each other in a long time. They meet for the first time since the battle with the orcs. They also participated in this quest. And there's something to pay that asshole for, too. They're right on time. What's he talking about? Let him not refuse. At least one offense. But there must be one. It was an attack on the order. He and the younger group after crossing the valley. And the moment they were worse was when they were surrounded by the Red Zone Guild. Just then, this man showed up. They were all confused by this turn of events. What it is. Now he's also attacking. Let him get his act together. It doesn't do him any damage. Of course, it was disgusting of them. The girl was also quite surprised by this turn of events, though they didn't realize what the situation was. He was cleaning that way. Let them pursue. Thanks to his help I wouldn't be able to escape them safely. She calls this help. After that didn't hear that they handed over their guild and helped Mr. Dae-hyun. The task was very interesting to him. His reason? Well, it seems they've already realized that the man who was once an enemy has helped him mend his ways, and now he's repenting for his past wrongs. He is not the evil it used to be. The two of them couldn't understand what she was even talking about. They did say to stick a flag if anyone wanted to fight him. Now he was sure. Calling each other companions. Why should he call that bastard that? No need for unnecessary modesty. Shouldn't he? On the contrary, be proud of it. Frankly, she was or would be very foreboding and surprised, so they hid their level when they were. Then it worked out that way. Why did his friends help him then? Really? Well, you could basically say, it seems to be a misunderstanding, but set all the sides apart like Nte. The main thing, the chest asked, or he repented. Let him help change the subject. Of course he repented. Really, even how bad he was. He repented. You can't believe it. He helped another player. They say if a man does something he doesn't normally do, he'll die. It's okay. Let him do his best and in the future people will know what's in his heart. Kim Dae-hyun is glad that he can use it with ease, especially since there's something he has to get in the future too, albeit not well. Work together. He had a great chance to run after that assignment. What happened to him? He doesn't know. Maybe he's so overjoyed. The Count isn't really an imposter. Wow. Oh fuck you. As you can see he doesn't need a castle or a single village. You can collect taxes from passers-by. Enough of this nonsense. Let those who were there tell us something. What kind of territory? What kind of authority he wasn't given? Something like the city of Genoma. Then it's a total head-scratcher. More importantly, why did he then call himself Kim Dae-hyun instead of Kim Dae-sang? There's a difference. Lots of people use aliases. Maybe he's afraid of being compared to that Kim Dae-hyun. It was entirely possible. What's wrong with that name? This was the moment the man couldn't understand what was wrong with her. He kicked her out of class and she apologized for it. At that moment, Kuznetsky sword, he asked. Or is it a sword of cold tears? The method of its manufacture he told his first and last pupil. It's been a long time since he went south. If he tries hard enough, he can catch up to him. He's finally here. At that point, he received a notice. It's a mission award ceremony, isn't it? He was greatly surprised when he saw that it was Kim Dae-hyun, so he was back in the city of Mora again. Why he hid who he really was and made him come all this way. Okay, that was just great. There's nothing to say about his past accomplishments, and he's a great advertiser himself, and didn't get exactly what they needed. All that's left is to launch a live broadcast, and people's attention will fall into their hands. They won't be in first place in viewer ratings. Rather, let him edit the video. What a success. She told the producer that they had a little problem. What a problem? Let the man look at it. The pirates are not happy. The players have arrived. What will he do if people are put in danger because of it? It doesn't matter if the pirates are happy with the deal or not. What's so important? He's forgotten their plans. They just need to find the relic. Players caught in the hands of pirates. Don't they have to worry? Just let them use them as hostages and get out. What a mission this is. We need to rescue them. He and Luca were surprised at that. The girl asked Elena if he was the one watching. She's almost a pro at TV shows by now. Re-editing doesn't matter if the pirates are happy with the deal or not. What then are the important players caught in the hands of the pirates? He has to save them. How great is this option for him? Let them put it that way. Remove the lines that spoil the atmosphere. He was a real fool to think I had such a rare profession. Doesn't know why he couldn't figure it out then. But now we're 100% sure the guy has nothing less than a legendary profession. The profession won't be hidden for now. We need to leave it as a piece of the puzzle that will be interesting to viewers. It was great. Please don't let them be a little quieter. He decided what to do with that land. And what? He said they'd just bail on her. Nothing good comes to mind right now. For starters, not just leaving her, calming her down. Let him wait. This territory, this land from the king himself. That is how this place is bored. Mobs without a single person. A land where the buildings of the order have been destroyed and are in utter chaos. No matter how much he thinks nothing good can come of it, there is no chance. The man says you can get people together, use their association's connections, or find some way. Bring in residents to build a stage to defend against monsters nearby. Who will pay the mercenaries? Maybe their association. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, we should get in touch with McCraney right away. You see, he has no way, not even allies. The whole village would go under. The cost of maintaining it would be even greater. Making something out of nothing is not easy. That's when the man raised his hand. The McCraney Association is a place that sells merchandise, isn't it? As he knows, a duty is imposed on goods being transported from one territory to another. By law and emergency to all goods, except those exempted from duty. About 15% of the value is added. This percentage depends on the type of goods, its level of danger. So it can reach a maximum of 30%. More precisely, only the storage of goods in a given area is charged. But because of the movement, also because of the safety of the transported items, that is, goods, scenes close to purchase, are more likely to be subjected to heavy losses. If it were possible to not pay for all taxes, wouldn't that be wonderful? Everyone looked at him very strangely, the expression on his face. They couldn't understand what he meant. They make a warehouse out of socialization and put everything in there. That way you can avoid paying taxes and store different countries' items during the day. He is now proposing to do smuggling. He suggests tax evasion. Turns out, even someone like him can be useful. The man said he was honored. Let him accept his praise. He's really going to do it. Kim Dae-hyun asked if smuggling wasn't a good idea. He thinks the woman would be happy about it. Smuggling is a serious liability. Minimum limb solution. It's okay, because technology has gotten better lately, so it doesn't really interfere with daily life. This is coming from a man who had his arm chopped off for smuggling. Of course, if they do things the wrong way, they'll get caught. What must be done to keep them from being caught? Why does he worry so much? Let him believe in the master. If he wants to hide a tree, let him hide it in the woods. Gorge, tea sadness. Let them follow in a ruined dungeon, a tour of the order, their time intimidating the world. Medium-level health recovery potion, set of 50 pieces at a 4% discount. The strength increase pills don't sell 5 pieces, so why did they show up? Isn't that too expensive? If you don't like it, take it somewhere else. They don't discount it. That's when the guards came in and said everyone stays in their seats. From now on, trading activities in the area will only be possible with the Count's method of authorization. This is the first time he's heard of it. Ignorant man. He dares to ignore the king's orders. The subject of a permit with the Earl's seal, the Earl's permit, which cannot be forged, grants authority for the territory in question. It's real. He can't continue the approved trade. Everyone gather their goods. This is the kind of land. There was a master. No, well, how is that possible? After kicking out the traders, begin to let the trade from me. Associations. He listens to what the profit should be. 50%. The leaf is just the opposite. Let him adjust the price to match the value. Trade is nothing more than a cover for a secret warehouse. A cave in the gorge of the valley opposite would be a good place to set up. Bovskaya has changed, and the host here is an NPC. It is said that the territory of the very count, so he drove out all the merchants, himself engaged in selling. Obviously he just wants to snatch more money, so let him look at it. That's half the price of 100. They really do sell at that price. Of course, did he see what the main character did after he became a landowner? He doesn't collect taxes, pretext mobs and merchants and sells items at purchase prices. True, he thought he would add tax, put not harmful huge prices, but he doesn't do anything because of that. Really, isn't he the least bit greedy? Isn't he unbelievable? It would be nice if the big guilds took an example from him. All this right now there aren't many buyers, so he's attracted by his kindness. Once demand grows, it will start to put on, but the onions are 100%. That asshole really is a merchant. Escort the heroes out, so he shouldn't have kicked everyone out. So he's a hot topic, and in all the forums that's what nobody is. Like the word comet appeared. A rookie player, a mystery player who was hiding behind the curtain. Their TV station contacted him, was able to sign him. They realize, after all, and the turmoil on the island, which has been much talked about, where there has been a tremendous amount of misfortune. They're filming in that situation. They'll talk about what they're interested in. An exclusive video belonging to them will be shown after the commercial break. They'll regret it if they change the channel. He was incredible. Does she watch this? If he warms up, be sure to let him support the protagonist. Spoke all the same protagonist. Early protagonist agrees. Leon, although he is a man, he seems to have fallen in love with him. Heard him speak. Even his aura is different. It feels like something edited out. Most importantly, this moment was occupied, but he didn't care about that. Still glad that university life is academe. I'm taking advantage of this opportunity. I'll need to get serious about sitting down to play. At that moment, someone called out to him. It was some really big and pumped up guy. He was asked if he was Kim Dae-hyun Sunbae. He said hello to him. He's his Huba in the Korean language and culture department. Korean culture language with no physical culture. He has some kind of thing going for him or something. He could have rocked it with him in Fantasy Online too. Why him? Because others said that Kim Dae-hyun is the best at playing computer games in their faculty, so he found him to ask for help. Honestly, he was very bad at picking. How should I put it? He's level 63 now. He still can't add to the team. Level 63 and still not on the team. Why would he want to play well? It's not like he's going to die from not being able to play. If it's that bad, he can let the situation go and just enjoy the game. Well, no way. He has a reason. At this fantasy line is the most famous game in the world and will be so in the future. This means that gaming channels are also very likely to focus on this game. Then for the sake of becoming a streamer, you need to become good at Fantasy Online. Is that so? Well, so that after he succeeds as a streamer, to become a star. Is that his childhood dream? Actually, no. If he gets fame through broadcasting, he will become very popular. If he becomes popular, even he can date a girl. Kim Dae-hyun told him to come to his senses and called him a jerk. The player Kim Dae-hyun is truly incredible. Isn't it on the footage? This is how the Devil of Fire in the video just looks. Well, really don't need. I'm also such in such a situation. That is two systems with the function of touch. Should become an addition to the ability of the real body. Even repeat dozens of times wants to say. It is a person with born ability. Is that Kim Dae-hyun really Kim Dae-hyun Sunbae? He started asking him to train him. Let him not stick to them. Man, after all, on the street, he'll do whatever he says. He knows he's missing a lot, but if he lets you follow him to learn, he'll do absolutely anything he tells him to do. Let him go first. Everyone was watching them at this point. After all, they did get on the same team, and the guy was a mage. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised. After all, shouldn't he be a warrior? And he wondered why they wouldn't take a mage into a raid, which is a mandatory position on the team. A definite problem in appearance. He thinks he won't be too weak at level 63. Judging by the average level in the game at the moment, he should be somewhere between a mid to high level player. What about the profession of Iran's Tower Wizard? let him wait. It's a common profession after all. Isn't the kingdom and not a huge number of players, so they probably have enough profession quests as well. He wasn't looking for a rare profession quest. He likes it. It was the one he had first, so he got quite attached to it. And isn't the most important thing how he will develop it? He likes his loyalty. Let the man come up. Well, again that. Let him try to fight him as he would fight a mage. Well, let him not hit for real. He knows what to do when a mage is countered in hand melee. For starters, put some defensive magic on himself. Use a quick attack, and increase the distance between them. I give it a 4-. It's too typical. Anyway, let him try to have a one-off with this guy. When our man immediately attacked him, the boy noticed that the man was very fast. After that, they're about to collide. He's got an additional mid-tier defense. The defense level is temporarily elevated. What is it? The man couldn't understand why on earth he was putting a defense on him. Kim Dae-hyun was very disappointed by this situation. He put a defense on his opponent, on himself with a prompting effect. There's no harm in doing live streaming with this concept. It's genius after all. The guy was using a skill called sleep, then used a skill called illusion, then the skill to unlock the it field. The latter after all is not magic at all. Where did he find such a person? He'd picked up along the way. He'd asked for his help. Well, it seemed like there was even a one pissing him off. So how can you help with that? First time in the entire game to see someone putting a mid-level on an opponent. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised at the mid-level overlay. Searching, he justifiably used such a shield. The guy asked if there were any problems. Certainly problems. How someone like him could use this complicated spell. It's probably because his magic level is higher. Right now, even among the frame, you won't find even a few people with higher magic levels. Even in Cancer, it's still average. Then what about the other fire or freeze magic skills? All nested in the main. He's not lying. Of course not. It's all because he gets penalized when using magic outside of his current profession. So he's only pumped them up to entry level. What kind of psycho is he? Just like Kim Dae-hyun. He decided to summarize. Young Soo Hyuk was accepted into the team from the very beginning despite his lack of skills even though he was a mage. Therefore, he continued to practice the basics of magic alone for 24 hours in the training room of the magic tower. The type of magic he had also chosen without any consideration for the future. And because they gave the most skill points for the base compared to other types of magic, Naked Lode asked, or so he upgraded her to a level. And that's just the way it was. Anyway, the guy in charge asked. He was bored. He just figured it would be a daily workout spot. Kim Dae-hyun told him he passed, and the guy couldn't understand what he was saying. Kim Dae-hyun lets him follow him, even though he couldn't teach him anything. And he can learn. Let him learn on his own. If he's not happy with it, he can consider it rejected. No way. He'll follow it to the end of the game. This is the moment. Kim Dae-hyun used his moneymaker again. The man was watching him at this point. One more country of type. They finally met. The girl couldn't understand what they were talking about. He was welcomed into the Guild of Trust. What's up? A newcomer came to them. The girl said she was very nice. She asked to wait a minute. She did say she was Appa, didn't she? She thanked them for helping someone as weak and unable to play as her to join this outstanding guild. After all, she had gotten a legendary profession. She doesn't think she can't play, but she still played for the first time and still felt out of place. Trust in striving for improvement. The most important thing to her is to allow the participants to enjoy the game without showing the right way to improve to people like her who have determination but don't know the ways of action, and she should be grateful, and she is rooted. He asked her to do so. She was very much surprised when she heard about the main character, although outwardly punish cold. In fact, if he trusts someone, he will not abandon that person, despite his skills. She after all will become stronger. I'm sure she will meet him. The girl was practicing at this point. She released the arrow, and at that moment, the arrow hit right into such a creature. Oddly enough, the creature immediately collapsed afterward. Everyone started saying she was better. She asked to stop, because she was throwing up. And then, after a while, there for them as well. Who would have thought that their guild would grow so fast? Tylus knowing the truth is pretty worthwhile. She likes it because of the fact that there is little competition. You can dry. You can only finish the raid. This is the first time she is enjoying the game so much. This is all thanks to their Goldie joining them. Today they went down to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. They are mopping it up all the way this week. After passing this building you could finish the quest Secret of the Forgotten Citadel. After that, let Taehyun wait for her. He asked the man if he didn't know where the next power was. There are many rumors about the powers of God. The problem is that it is very hard to distinguish between lies and truth. Well, that's the way it was before. They only succeeded because the resulting powers were relatively close to each other. But now they would have to go very far to check the rumors. How far? To the kingdom of Austin or Dongilt land? Or even to the kingdom of Espa? Then they would have to cross the sea after all. They'll still be lucky if it seems to be a kingdom. They can dress up in places they are in no way marked on maps. Do these rumors talk about the territories of lesson settlement hands? They'll have a lot of trouble if they get caught. Their leader will have to give it to them as a prima facie. Why did his body feel as if it had lowered? To begin with, you need to find the easiest place with the highest percentage of probability. Let him show more ways have achieved all this because of him. If someone else was in his place, he has some very important information. What was that about? He hadn't told him anything about it after all. If he didn't know, such matters should be handled alone. And he's worth a severed hand. And what's he talking about? A gambler. Let them stop wasting time. Let him tell them. If the information is obtained near the border, they say the dungeon is in the south and the kingdom has the power of a god. She should be there with a probability. Axis is the name of a forgotten deity on the mainland. Does not go away a lot of true and not so true gossip. He needs to recognize only the truth or that to become the true incarnation of the god. What are the real powers of the god and what are just false rumors? We'll find out on this one and help him rise to the occasion. What else is this bullshit quest? He has an offer. How about they build a temple on his land? What other temple out of the blue? At a time like this, with other orders watching them, they're only tearing into them for nothing, aren't they? You can build it inconspicuously. Wouldn't it be enough to just not say what kind of temple it is? The travelers who come here respect it a lot. They use it. They improve the shop. Make the building a temple of the god. Set up a statue of him in front of the entrance. And get the prayers of the people. He proposes to use the store building as a temple. In a word, a deception. Let him be careful with his words. Okay, I don't care about the temple, but what's the point of praying to his statue? He's the epitome of prosperity after all. Their faith, gratitude and bows will soon become the power of a god. Is it really necessary to still make temples out of a trading shop? Deeply religious people like him certainly want the temple to appear as soon as possible, but compared to opening a temple and strengthening his strength, improving his abilities is much more important to him. Speaking of which, the prayers people receive will increase and his holiness is not building right now. After a while, his statue was ready. The statue did appear. His sainthood would skyrocket if done properly. Before going to the store, the customer should greet the statue of the owner of this land. This is the master's land. The fact that they can trade here, make money and live on it, everything will be thanks to him. Speaking of which, if they don't greet and pray to the statue, they won't be able to enter the shop. Right after that, they really started praying to that statue. System alert, cheap, low-level statue, 14 people have worshipped. Holiness increased by 1. Cheap, low-level statue, 23 people have worshipped. Holiness increased by 1. Rises awfully slowly. If he knew, he wouldn't have made this statue. What is the number of public merit points he can use at the moment? Right now he has 5,208 points. If his stuff-enhancing development or accelerating establishment of everything follows him, he will guide him to the royal palace warehouse. The dragon asked the protagonist why he returned to the palace. How is it? Why? To restore it. It is a wise choice. If his powers are restored, he will be much more useful than those weaklings. Let him see. This fool says, remember he is more useful than he is. Item, a secret potion that restores energy. When Lagabizak's body became weaker he pondered many ways to restore energy. This potion is the result of his judicious use of 100%. Removes the penalty upon death. Restores stats and skills reduced as a result of the imposed curse. 4,900 public merit points required. It was pretty good and he took it. It was an excellent choice. The dragon asked if he was the one who should drink it, and the name was strange, and the color kind of ominous. Anything that's good for the body is bitter. She tastes good. In fact, that's what he told me about it. That's how. Then the dragonkin can see that cloud. He can see it, but what's behind it? He's not very good. Let him get a better look. Just at that moment, he started shoving that potion into him. Of course, the dragon tried to resist at this point, but at some point, he had already finished taking the potion. What on earth is he doing? It's all for his sake. Let him recover faster. A secret potion restoring energy was used. The state of the sacred beast, the dragon, is recovering. In a moment, the dragon began to grow before his eyes, and after a while, he's already fully recovered. At that moment, he was like Kim Dae-hyun. Why is it no longer increased? Whether it was just a type of used product. A friend received a penalty of too much consumption. The recovery with the product was not made to the end. At this point, something began to happen to him. Kim Dae-hyun started to ask what was wrong with him. It seemed to be a bad sign. After a while he started spitting that potion. Kim Dae-hyun set the man under it. The hardest blow has been struck. Health is rapidly decreasing. Latvia is destroyed. And that's already pretty good. Unevenly, the Dragonkin's ability is no longer important to him now. The main thing asked her. They all loaded. And cannot go. Cannot go. Cannot be shared. No way, let them not relax until the arrival point. A robe of bright brown color. Crazy flame. The robe covering from head to toe to the trees. He mentally says. He is a suspicious person. He says you can't stand out and keep it down. Wouldn't it be better to go to the city by ship? He still wants to sail after all that hasn't been experienced. It was at this point that the chief friend noticed a wagon in front of him. Very much surprised by the discovery of an approaching unknown hidden group, Kim Dae-hyun might have assumed it was the remnants of the Sadiq order. Let them all listen carefully. After he drops the bomb, let them go like this. That it's him talking. What do you mean attack? Is he really talking about that wagon? You can't. Why is he going to attack ordinary people? Why can't it be done? The assholes in the order did that. Especially he sees the count. What does that have to do with anything? Let them do as he says. The man tried in every way possible to stop the protagonist at this point, but it was too late, and the bombs were already flying straight into the wagon. At this moment, the man noticed the bomb right in front of him. Thanks to his black skill, hit the enemy's vital point. Throwing skill increased. Aiming vital point obtained. Skill. The aim of the vital point during throwing is determined by the specific target. The percentage of hitting the target is increased. The skill of mechanics is increased. How dare they do that? They were dove. Let them feel the curse of the order. Kim Dae-hyun says they are advancing. The sectarians are still alive. At that moment, they were in each other's midst. Kim Dae-hyun returned at that moment. They should know by now that it's impossible to harm him with such attacks. They started asking the god Sadiq to protect them. After all, they had something in store for them. Of course, everyone was fighting sports nicknames at this point. Kim Dae-hyun, hinting above them, called the man a god and told him to protect him, but the man didn't realize what he was doing. Just at that moment there was some sort of explosion. After this explosion, the man fell to the ground. The protagonist told him that he would not be forgotten. Swordsmanship skills have improved. Swordsmanship has been upgraded to intermediate level. He can use circle dodge swordsmanship. Evasion circle created a circle with the ball. It temporarily improves the ability to evade. He seems to have learned the evasion circle. It is a wonderful skill if telling about it. He doesn't need evasion. Let him keep the explanation and let him finish already. Take it down. The main man is still the same. Doesn't it usually start with an apology? Enough. Let him rather tell about his condition, how he managed to survive because his health has not diminished. He has fallen under the effects of the left hand of a god, a curse that cannot be released by normal means, and his luck score has been reduced. Which means luck, but they were going to block his most pumped up sciences after all. Now he sees they came well prepared. He'd be in big trouble if he got in. They were able to successfully forge an enemy that defeated the orders, destroyed the maid animal. Could it all be because of that ring? Also, it's very strange that they discovered the location so quickly. There's no way it could still be in his way. If it does turn out to be dangerous, you'll need to stealthily approach that asshole's ring. Had he seen him fight? This was the kind of thing he'd been talking about all this time. Because funny joke. Yeah, no, actually, seriously, did he what? Did he use that kind of magic? As he said before, he's not slow, so don't even let him think of simultaneously cast defensive magic as well. Let them attack, even if he dies. Let them attack. Fine, he'll remember that. He doesn't even question his words. If he did something wrong, he praises it. Let him keep it up. For a while, they set up tents and a campfire. Throwing bomb created. Mechanics skill increased. Kim Dae-hyun asked if there was anyone left in the forest. He's already full. Let him finish. They need to get a bonus. They can finish later. I don't care. We'll have to make a new one. Just let him eat. Still, it must be hard to eat plain, so he tried making fried noodles. Does he really want them to eat it all right now? After all, he'd finished everything before. This time let them. He's so skinny, let him eat more. A method of preparing a poison has been studied, the effect of which comes on in 4 hours. Learned how to prepare 2 different poisons that act at the same time. Learned how to prepare a poison that cannot be recognized by lower level skills. They told him that he would need to get used to it. He had survived taking multiple poisons. Stamina increased by a day. Resistance to poisons increased by a day. Obtained the rank of poisoner. Yadaman. The world is huge. It's full of perverts. He's a man who takes poisonous food, eats it, and it's a wonder someone like him hasn't reclined yet. During the effects of the poison, resistance is increased by 5%. Can be used in conjunction with some cooks. The inscriptions. It's such an honor to see black magic, but it's not magic after all. It's science. More like experience on people covered up by science. The man, of course, was not impressed by all of this. Someone is selling medieval holy water, effective against the undead, cheaper than that merchant next door. Someone will buy various items from the ancient fortress. It gives a bonus when selling in bulk. The blacksmith is looking for a team. Can toke, repair, and even has a bluff skill. System alert. The entrance to the ancient fortress of Martin. They finally arrived where they wanted to go. He told the man to go and catch someone and ask them what quests were here. A man began to walk up and ask others, but one of them was very unhappy that he approached them. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what was going on. The girl lived like that, he replied, so he decided to ask if she had a boyfriend. Let him just do as they say. Most likely that knight likes her, which is why she got pissed when he started hitting on her. He's been playing for so many years, that's for sure. He probably doesn't have any girls he knows because of the game. And there's not. And there's how he's going to start dating. Yeah, he's lying. He's no good. The man asked how much of a badass he was himself. He said they were disgusting couples. What was wrong with him? They will leave him behind and focus on the task at hand. The cursed fortress village has always been a very sinister place. The count and his wife liked that it was in the neighborhood. Territories to the count should come friends to this address to capture the ancient fortress. Even if they have to call for help from mercenaries. Let them clean out the dungeon of the fortress before the count's friends arrive. The reward is an increase in friendship with the count. At that moment, there were some creatures in the fortress. Some man asked to be treated faster. Let him wait. It's very dangerous here too. What a team these chasers were. And there were too many of them. Kim Dae-hyun ordered them to ignore and just run away. They hate the living for Marquis Martin. At this point, some ghosts literally started grabbing them by everything they could. They called them idiots and said that now they were caught. Every time he goes through an area, moves appear twice as many mobs. If he doesn't want to be mugged and die, it is necessary to return to camp and recover. Kim Dae-hyun continued the battle at this moment. He was surprised that it was undead. In one fell swoop. Yes, of course he wasn't surprised by his skills, for he didn't know it well. It was also because of the hammer he was holding. He was spreading them out with ease at this point. At that moment there was some sort of explosion. In amazement, the men at this point simply ran away from their opponents. He didn't hit. What does he do? Let him move. Only wasted mana on him. Let them run. Are they what? Turtles or what? Even those would be faster. Used brutal wood. Temporarily lowered healthymon. Other parameters increased. Why on earth would he kill her? Let him waste no time asking questions and run. Everyone was amazed at what they had just seen. Even so, they were all already inside the fortress. He managed to get out. He thinks this corridor is safe. From now on there will be no separate action. Aiden. He's probably quick at hiding while doing so. Have him check the top. Avoiding combat. Have him get information on the god's abilities. And keen. Even the man was wondering what he was going to give him again. He asked what kind of person the Marquis of Martin was. He was a powerful nobleman controlling an entire era due to the fact that he controlled strong warriors and rich lands. Of course the noblemen of other kingdoms also respected him. Children until a few hundred years ago when he abruptly disappeared. It is said that at that time it was rumored that the Marquis had gone mad after the death of his wife, either committing suicide or finding a way to gain eternal life. Just at that moment they noticed the opponents in their path again. He was saying they couldn't pass through here. The Marquis was resting. Let them stay out of the way. They say he's here, but he told me he disappeared. Either way, they needed to kill them all. They're coming at it from this side. What skills he should use? He can't decide what he should do, how he should handle it, if he doesn't want to die. Let him kill first time. He pumped magical abilities above level. Need to use them. Why is he fixated on fixing the disadvantages instead of taking advantage of the advantages? He'll try. The man at this point really started to try. He was getting good at it. He used Kaladin's lightning time, and the Dragonkin watched it. He said he wanted to help too. He could deal with them in one blow. How could he help being in this form? He is a lord of magic. The golden dragon can use a variety of spells. Really, it was. He can use it, but not now. He's already talked about it. Let him not worry about him. Let him better help them. At that moment, the three went down somewhere. The man turned to the boy at this point. He said there was someone sitting there in the hallway. Maybe it was him. But no, it seemed to be a player. She started telling them to stay back. Let them get the hell out of here and go where they were going. What is this? Did she buy her way out? Why is she ordering them around? It's not the road. They'd be better off going the other way. Is this the new popular way to kill players? Chet would be good if it was. So is she suggesting fighting or what? She has nothing against them, but if they get close, get hurt, that power is beyond her control, so no regrets after they get close themselves. They couldn't understand why she was saying it at this moment. It's clear, all the ghosts of 8th grade boy syndrome. I mean, there are guys who say something like there's a dragon sleeping in him. That's it. It was expected. He knows everything. I mean, he's so unbelievable. 8th grader syndrome, the age of craving attention, very confident or conversely thinks he is special. And you made them up. No good will come of it, so just let them move on. She's trying to show concern. So what are they discussing there? At that moment, someone grabbed the protagonist's arm. What was it that was so sudden? Let her step back. Let them take him too. He for once by the hand. Well, did he get the message? The main thing is for him to understand what the message is. There is nothing wrong with it. System alert. Haywire failure dive. All subsequent actions will be subjected. The man started to say that something strange was happening to him. It was a normal reaction. The girl introduced herself and said her name was Evangeline. Everything was temporarily turned off by the mage, until she became the descendant of an ancient vampire. Kim Dae-hyun and everyone else couldn't understand what vampire meant. She sells potions and stuff, also sells outfits at purchase prices. What is this? There used to be no shop here, because there were no such points along the way. Always had to go into the camp. Is there really such a place now? He too wanted to walk around the cave and earn trading experience points. What the hell was that asshole even thinking? Potions please. Maybe he has an expense for goods. He's short on arrows here. They have all that stuff. Let it fit. Evangeline. In her time she was a prominent mage not inferior to the guild. She made a name for herself leading various teams. So one day in an immense cavern she found a quest to change professions. This profession was the descendant of an ancient vampire. She was truly excited to get such an incredible and unusual class. Something she had been clamoring for in its name. For it was a profession that surpassed all stats and skills. But there was one but. She got the curse of the ancient volunteer. Warning, luck set at -999, all but failing. Attention, failures, level easier than a long ball. Falls quickly to -5 4 times. Severe failure causes the lats to be destroyed by -5 3 times. And the strongest failure, the blacksmith can't fix it. The outfit is irretrievably lost. The whole outfit is ruined. But the failures didn't end there. Started to pass to other team members, after which even those who initially tried to understand her left. In the end I had no choice but to become a solo player. So that's what happened. What's wrong with playing alone? Profession looks cool. Cool aka, not cool shit. She's bound to get revenge on that douchebag vampire that got her the damn profession quest. A few days ago she went on a quest where vampires lived. An elder vampire told her a story of a fallen vampire, talking about living in an ancient fortress back in the day. What she's trying to say is that these vampires are the missing Marquis. How on earth did he know that? He is an incredible gentleman. He had solved the Marquis' mystery. He was better than that. He's got a head for decoration or what? There's a bunch of clues here before we chat. While not chatting, there were even more monsters. Nothing to be afraid of. He said. He didn't know what to do. Let him attack. He used his lightning again. If he was using magic now. At that moment, he attacked the enemy from behind. As it turned out, it wasn't the opponent, but the girl herself. He turned back to her and apologized. At this point, they were ready for this hero. What a nuisance. Let them spare him at least from these obvious attacks of attention. Being around, he is hit by a severe setback. On the onset of bleeding, he has been exposed to the poison from Marden. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't believe that this was really happening to him. He pushed his opponent away at once and told him to go away, eyeballing him. Critical strike struck. The bleeding stopped. He came out of the poisoned state. After adjusting, the critical strike struck. He was startled. It had been a long time since he had been unable to do damage. The blood became hot. The protagonist realized what was happening. At this point, the girl was literally biting the enemy. She was drinking undead blood. To a vampire, it's shameless, since it's best not to socialize with him, whether he really thinks so or not. Aha, she's a little lizard. Who is he to mumble? Pet or what? Because of this nonsense. Judging, she's having a hard time finding fresh blood for her right now, and that's a luxury. And if you drink undead blood and your eyes closed, there's not much difference. It's even quite sweet. What do they know? They're just wasted, resentful vampires, walking around, so let them do what they want. If she wants them, they can be with her. The girl was surprised at this turn of events. He was against it, but why all of a sudden? He's been thinking of something. That's when he abruptly began to be attacked. Kim Dae-hyun quickly grouped himself together and bounced away. His attention was critically hit. He continued to fight and won despite being badly wounded. His stamina increased, and he talked about this type of such controversial situations that give bonuses. Just a little more. Let her thrash around. I might just get away with it. By the way, he has a familiar face. They met before she saw the broadcast. And what does she want to offer him? How rude. There is a vampire after all. No, she really has seen him somewhere. What country he's from? He said Korea. Korea, not the North Point. Depending on her actions, he could also be from the north. So it's from the south. She's from Canada, so she's American. If she doesn't want to be American, let her learn the difference between North and South Korea. He won the battle despite the low stamina gained due to the Walking Dead. He is a man who will continue the battle with no stamina even if he is hit by a flying stone. He will most likely only regain stamina after he dies somewhere. If stamina drops below 5%, a skill bonus will be gained. There is no such thing. Never heard or seen anyone with luck over 1,999 is not normal either. Isn't it nice that they can follow the path without traps thanks to her quest? At that point you flew away. Some bats on them all. The monsters aren't going anywhere. Let them quickly prepare for battle. The dragon wanted to help him too, and that's when it really took off. The girl noticed that the dragon was really good. The guy started using his lightning bolt again. Why he became an electric eel himself? There were too many of them. They needed to retreat. The girl said that at this turn they break the left wall and then into the hallway. They decided to just listen to her and trust her. She pushed back the wall and told them to run inside quickly. Kim Dae-hyun realized it was a secret door. Don't let him worry, it's safe there. Let them run faster. How does she know about this place? As it turns out, she learned about it from a map of an ancient fortress that was a reward from that quest. If they want to find the Marquis of Marden, they must go to the 5th underground floor. At that moment the girl saw some kind of very bright light. What was it? A light appeared in the wall. But it wasn't a wall at all. It was some kind of mirror with light coming out of it. What it was no one could figure out. The girl didn't know what it was either. That's when some voice said he smelled a disgusting odor. The man who disturbed his rest, who he was. Before them the Marquis of Marden, master of the ancient fortress. When he woke up from his long sleep, he was hungry for blood. He can still smell the foul odor. Everyone was very quiet at this point. The girl couldn't understand why they were looking at her. After all, she had washed herself well. Trash worshipping a useless god. He immediately turned his attention to the main character at that moment. He dared to set foot on his land. As a marquis sleeping on the 5th underground floor, he most likely woke up because of him. And those tattered masks hidden throughout the ancient castle are some sort of passages for faster travel. Kim Dae-hyun was fending off attacks, and at that moment, of course, the monster wasn't willing to give up on the man so easily. Well, Kim Dae-hyun wasn't ready to give up so easily either. They ended up running all over the floor and fighting at this point. Kim Dae-hyun tried his best to fight him in such a difficult situation. Still, at one point, the monster managed to launch an attack. It was quite strange, but the protagonist managed to dodge. He was surprised that he was able to dodge anything other than his master, the thief god Hank. Stealing doesn't really suit his character. Young, then, was the hammer god Fidos, but what did he even care? Kim Dae-hyun used the skill of diving into the shadows. He then decided to put his power to this attack. Just at this point, he was fired or bats. The creature began to say that it was quite useless. The main character really didn't like this situation. The protagonist immediately decided to use divine conduction at this moment. He had all the strength he could muster, and that's when he noticed the enemy after all. When Kim Dae-hyun noticed him, he immediately attacked and a critical strike was made. The existence of this moment made him bounce back from it. He uses strange powers, and he can't guess which god he worships. But by the way, what is a young vampire doing here? The vampire is acting with the followers of the filthy god. He has fallen very low. Demulia calls the others fallen. At least he knows what other vampires say about him. He doesn't care about the thoughts of an insect like her. He was the most noble. Kim Dae-hyun decided to make fun of him and asked him if he had heard that he was noble. He sarcastically apologized to them if he had offended them. He just didn't understand why bring in a family tree when a pumpkin wouldn't become a watermelon anyway. Even let him draw stripes on it. Didn't sound like the word of someone asking for forgiveness. I really wonder if he'll be able to do it again after he dies. Annihilation quest, have them eliminate Marquis, formerly known as a hero. Marquis turned into a vicious vampire, originally supposed to be in a long sleep, but who cares? He did wake up though, overwhelmed with anger. Marquis will be a disaster for this region. Let them disarm him before that happens. Sahad's level of friendship with the vampires was rewarding. The protagonist doesn't mess around, so immediately attacks the boss. This is the moment. A friend decided to help them too, although he was small, but his strength was considerable. Kim Dae-hyun knew that he hadn't eaten him that potion for nothing. He had done his best. Let him not worry about the remaining money. Let him use attack magic. Marquis started freaking out and said no small bugs. The guy was quite scared and told him to stay back. Used a zipper. Continuously so. With what he does it. Kim Dae-hyun told him to watch his back. Just as he was about to attack, something stopped him abruptly. He's under blood pressure. There's no way to dodge. Using the hammer became impossible for a while. What it is? He had many ways to block such weapons. It was his stupidity that made him notice the bomb in front of him. Swapped it out. Couldn't figure out what else it was. And when it exploded, the creature flew straight up. System alert. The enemy has been hit with a bomb. Where a silver blade with a built-in bomb. Immediately afterward, the protagonist began to attack the enemy. Attack circle skill, rage skill, strike skill, explosive critical strike skill. Kim Dae-hyun said that he wasn't done yet. This is the moment. He was just using his bomb weapon. Weapon blast skill, received a bonus to blacksmith skill. Luck, received a bonus to skill from this blacksmith. Weapons are made of silver. You get extra damage. The explosion was really very strong at this point. He put him through such an embarrassment, and he wasn't bad, but he thought he would not fall under such an attack. But when he came to his senses, he noticed that no one was around him anymore. Damn ragamuffin. How dare they run from him? He will tear them to pieces and bathe them in their blood. Iron. Let it come into his hands. He realized that nothing was happening at that moment. He told the rod to come into his hands. What the? Where his rod went. Kim Dae-hyun shouted to the man to quickly put everything down and run. Running outside the fortress, he gets weaker in the sunlight. Then he can stay and fight the Marquis. It seems to him, or there are more of them. God's blessing skill. The sun was very hot. The girl felt for the first time that the sun was not hot. So what happened? Simply put, the vampire's regenerating palm armor increased due to God's blessing. Efficiency restored. The girl couldn't express that it was really true. The guy was glad that his master was okay. And Kim Dae-hyun noticed that he was okay too. At that moment, he noticed the very rod in the guy's hand. Has he seen such a rod? Sir. He had done so again, and he was different from people like Felma's. The Marquis' staff, the staff that the Marquis used to control his subordinates in the times when the outstanding hero Marquis walked, held the staff in his hands. Joyful shouts erupted around him. So why did he bring it? It is the Marquis value. After all, it goes without saying that he will seek it out even to the end of his life. At this point, very frightening events began in the fortress. What the hell is this? Somebody touched something that didn't need to be touched. Demulia, who has been asleep for a long time, has learned of the Marquis rod, and she has awakened all of her subjects. Going to create an army of vampires from elsewhere. If he doesn't hurry up and stop the kingdom, disaster will overtake them. A reward in public service to the kingdom. But why didn't the brand die right away? Let them wait, isn't it for the best? We can get a reward from the Marquis and from the kingdom. What on earth is going on here? He spoke to find out about abilities, and he disturbed someone who didn't need to be disturbed. It was all thanks to him. She had believed the vampire who had given her the quest too easily, and hadn't been told that just killing the sleeping Marquis would be enough. Actually, he seemed to have woken up because of him. Warning, bloody shackles. 165 hours remaining. She won't be able to use it for another week. At this point, the Marquis became furious. He didn't even know how to react to all of this. He was saying they gave his rod away. And what is he talking about? Crazy. How to stop him? Keen didn't think he would stop. He needs to get outside the castle. Let him not tell him what to do. She finally remembered. He's Kim Dae-hyun after all. And this is Keen. Idiot. He doesn't do what I say. Only causes trouble. What did he even do? What he's going to do is not go to the count who issued this assignment. He probably didn't even realize there were still such horrible monsters living on Earth. He thinks he's got an army to deal with or something. Well, what if the count refuses? That's not going to happen. After all, if they go with that brand rod, he will naturally follow them. All means are good for him, but for pompousness. She'd heard she had good powers, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. What a jerk to say such a stupid thing. What's up with God's abilities? Perhaps Aiden's information was false. He just said ability. And no, he'll say no. She heard wrong, but she's sure she's thinking and she's weakened badly. She's been plagued by failure, and now the auditory hallucinations have kicked in as well. Apparently, she was going to tell everything she knew about these abilities. Let him speak now, if he didn't, and leave her here. For what reason the immortalized Marquis suddenly fell into a deep sleep? She once passed an assignment in which she had to solve this mystery. It said that the reason was the horrible wound received from this weapon guarding incarnation ability. What the incarnation is like, she doesn't know that. Weapons guarding incarnation abilities. Would he be able to learn those abilities? Apparently, their trip there wasn't completely futile. There seems to be a big quest in the southwest of the kingdom. What is he talking about? But he knows that the ancient fortress of the Marquis. He thinks a quest has appeared there. Marquis Fortress. Last time he went there with a team, but then they gave up and just left. It's all so confusing. This isn't a dungeon clearing quest. You idiot. He's awake. His master is the Marquis. Isn't he dead? The man who was thought to be dead is alive. They say the Marquis is awake and raising an army. Yikes, a whole army. What a powerful monster he is. He doesn't know. He's been looking around. He was incredibly strong when he was alive. Will he be as strong now? If he's even raising an army, could it end up not being a bit of a mess? It's behind the Count's castle. It really is a nice place. The people passing by here have very happy faces. You can immediately realize how peaceful it is. The castle with thick walls, the warriors' weapons and the guards on duty look very good. What is it? It seems the Count really is unbelievable. Get everyone out of the way. The Count is coming. It was the first time he had seen this Count. Hadn't he seen him when the Count went hunting? What happened? It seems that people have gathered to watch His Highness, his nobility. Of course, in a moment, he saw the protagonist in front of him. He began to shout to the Count that it had been a long time since he had seen him, and the Count had already begun to tell him to turn the carriage around. System alert. The Count is defeated in terror. Fear points increase. Why does he look like he's seen a ghost? The moment the horse saw the scarecrow, she stopped. Of course, because of this abrupt formation, the Earl lunged forward. Kim Dae-hyun was watching him at this moment. They ran up to him and asked him if he was okay. He started to say something dressed up. What he was doing here was rather offensive. He had already forgotten how they had fought together, but the island let him be glad he was an Earl and roll back to his land. They're friends, aren't they? Does he have to get the contract? Blackmail skill increased due to medium level. Storyteller skill gained. Of course friends. How could it be any other way? Just as they wouldn't ride in a carriage together. It was Kim Dae-hyun. He was in the castle, not in his lands. Let them tell everyone. Apparently there's some kind of quest there. At that moment, they started heading towards the castle. At that moment, he saw Count Anon. The first thing that came to mind was that he was very tall. A brave warrior of the kingdom, defending the borders, a possessor of incredible strength, who is also called the second foundation of the country. It's a distant relative of his, doesn't it? Looks just like him. They haven't seen each other for a long time. This man is the Count. The gentleman's fame had even reached this country, so he had also respected him all this time. He was honored to meet him in person. He is still young and had no skills, so he was very surprised when he heard this news. How can you achieve such incredible heights? He also wants to try and become like him. Such a one is not just a looker, and otherwise, though a distant relative. He is a pleasant man who has a different hunt for thoughts, so he says he wants to be a hero. That's when some knight was running away from the flames. He was very frightened at this point. Then in a moment some force grabbed him. The creature wasn't enough. It needed more. After this story, the vase fell sharply. Eden is subjected to a severe setback. The beautifully decorated vase was broken. A man came in and asked him about the food. Who broke it? This man accidentally broke it. Let him. I guess I'll understand him. This man also has high luck, but it's not the case why he doesn't get a penalty when he's near her. Maybe because he had a luck-setting curse placed on him. But there is such a curse. Where to get it? If it can be learned, how? Here's a moment with a man making music. Let everyone in the castle listen. Defend the castle from the attack of the Marquis, the Pasha. The Marquis is trying to revive his vanity, which was not in his former life. Inflamed in his lifetime as a prominent personality of the brand. Such an easy opponent. You meet him, his army, and count up to the castle a reward from the count. Increase the reputation inside the castle. From the ancient fortress of Marden comes a great danger, so they need their strength to overcome it. They waited, not for nothing. As expected, you have to bet on the main character. He wants to be involved. He definitely wants to be involved too. Participants, such a hotline at the fortress. A bright future, isn't it? This item by the compressed breath, the rightful god to the devil of fire. Let them be careful, for the moment it is revealed, everything nearby will turn into an ocean of flame. If he was a blacksmith, he could use it to improve the defense of the iron wall. But since he can't do anything, you just have to use it. He asked the Lord if they could accurately oppose the Marquis with the castle's army. Of course not. It would be better if he forced it to him. That's how. But how could he do that? To do whoever brought them in. Whoever is in that situation. That's who did it. Of course, he was very much surprised by this decision. But searched that well, a lot of people have applied. They are the ones who want to get rewarded on his assignments. Let her follow him. Got somewhere to go. Finally started wondering what the mission was already. They excelled at making traps by sticking in silver implements. He quailed a billet of traps connected by black iron bombs. These were traps and bombs designed specifically for the defense of the castle. Properly, let the specified place. If he is going to use them for defense, then why says to set them on the wall? These poking, is it really a time bomb? This is the moment someone approached the gentleman. He's here. After completing a mission, he's back, successfully relaying his message. As a reward for a good job, he will repair his worn-out arm. Nothing needed. He's perfectly fine. Moderating it a bit. It's a very nifty, expensive item, so it can't be added to the self-destruct function somehow or what? At this point in the fortress, he has an incredible ability to escape, so they couldn't catch him. He dared to make such a joke of the portrait his wife had painted throughout her life. There would be no forgiveness for him, and she's going to the castle. In the name of the aristocrats of the night, he will smash technically. Of course, all of his subjects were motivated by his speech. Everyone was burning with his ideas of revenge. He did assemble a very healthy and strong army, live-streamed the Marquis offensive, have applied for a mercenary squad created by a vampire. The count is looking better than expected. If he turns in from the start, they won't drink blood and will end amicably. They resemble the leader more than the bosses of their firm. He will soon go to battle with the protagonist. The hearts raging well of the power of the group of the dead. Wherever the protagonist goes, there appear NWT levels of real warfare. Wait here. She's his friend, that's why he cusses. Let him be grateful. Okay, thanks for the info. Then treat her. They will spend suddenly, so even before the Marquis arrives. Also with him, first let them take and look at everything in him. Let them name their highest profession stat. Level. He's from the Aaron's Kingdom. Profession Shield Fighter. Level 7. He flies over. He apologizes, but they can't take someone of a long profession with them, because it might cause him to die. The next one was a guy. Let him look at his defense. How out of the ordinary. Maybe he did it all himself. It's the first time he's seen someone using 2 swords. Maybe he's a ranger. But Kim Dae-hyun said he fucked up, and no one expected that. Don't they know him? He just passed through to meet him. The blacksmith in the village. That's how he ended up getting what he wanted. Or not. It was actually an item maker who knew a blacksmith named Grandel. He remembers. He was very kind. He said he went. He learned everything. And to see he had already passed his skills on to him. That's how. Okay, if he needs tech, he'll have to help. He doesn't know what will happen if the Marquis comes alone, but if he comes with an army, the choice of path for him will be limited. We'll have to pass through here. And they want to stay in ambush in this forest. Suddenly get on top of him. Almost they will set traps all over the forest. You need to lure them and avoid a direct battle. The brand with its motor separate character should easily give in to the provocation. Then what about the battle when they enter the forest? This is an immortal army. Now that the army has entered, not enough good meetings. It is necessary to get rid of their fighters with a guerrilla unit. Really, everything was going according to plan. They were going to make it work. System alert installed powerful piercing cast iron bomb. Improved mechanics. Increased mechanics skill level. Finally, the 9th starting level. Once get the middle level, will be much more convenient. You can only do the pet from the intermediate level. 2. People are easily fooled by the distraction of a cute appearance, but whether you can catch a marquee using lichen is, it's okay, because their goal is not to catch, but to bully and piss them off as much as possible. That if they get in trouble, a boss like the brand won't be a simple monster, but he doesn't care about that, along with the players here. Still, he relied on his comrades for evil. If anything, he would throw them out as bait and run away. This was the point at which the army continued on its way. Of course, the vampire was in the front as the leader. Just at that moment, seeing the side, some kind of spear flew by. They were very much surprised when they saw him in front of them. Marky clearly didn't expect such a quick turn of events. And then there was some kind of explosion. A well-made setup with built-in arrows. Arrows created by a chalksmith well versed in mechanics and blacksmithing. They have invested not only abilities but also special skill. Attack 55. Thanks to the silver arrows on the planet wound for the undead. Critical hit. Mechanics level increased. And due to luck bonus received. Successful use of incitement skill. Incitement skill level increased. Let them not be afraid. His followers are chasing them. Going. What are they to do now? How? What? Let them run away. As he was told. Where did they all run to? Let them give them their blood. Just at this moment, the girl abruptly attacked them. She was obviously pleased and said she had been expecting them. Let them shoot them and don't stop. In the moment, they didn't notice that the silver arrows started to explode. How dare the humans do such a thing? Kim Dae-hyun says they are retreating to where the traps are set. Due to the reprimand, the mid-level storyteller received a bonus. He excels at intimidation. The morale of enemies drops. Along with the fear increases, the storyteller's skill is increased. And it is not said that there are more traps. Right at this moment, the girl continued to attack them. And it was really great in that moment. She used her sword to the fullest in this battle. She used the sword of ice crying. It really helped in this battle. Then the monsters themselves started to run away from her, because they were afraid of her. One of them called them idiots. Let them ignore him. Let them deal with the cases first. The monsters really started attacking the archers at this moment, but their unfortunate silver net trap was used. The mechanics skill increased. Kim Dae-hyun thought that today he would pump his mechanics to an intermediate level. The monsters told him to wait at this point. Kim Dae-hyun decides to start hitting. A trap with explosives set was used. The entry-level mechanics skill was improved to medium. As far as the bomb was concerned, let him stay focused. The Marquis army was skirting his limits. Let him not worry. Not without problems will be able to break through the encirclement. Everyone was glad he had assumed this in advance. After all, great masters are disconnected. At this moment, the guy and the girl were fighting at the same time. Where is it he will believe in fighting? The main thing is that they can escape. He selected only the most agile. Let them live somehow on their own. Or maybe not, as he thinks, as expected. Lord, but he is so wise. At this point, the troops were skirting the forest. These blocked their path to entry. Let there be no one left alive to run in. They dared to mock him and will surely pay for it. At that moment, he noticed something in front of him. He kept wondering what that foul odor was. And these are just another of God's creatures. At that moment, they faced each other. Why the foul odor? The vampire was completely out of his mind. If he moved out of the way now, he would turn a blind eye to his rudeness. He woke up after a long sleep. It turned out that the times had come when he was constantly interfered with by insects. He gave it a chance. It would turn out that he wanted to die so badly that he had lost his mind. Well, then he just killed him. A demon who didn't have the blessing of a god. At that moment something happened that he hadn't expected at all. After all, it's not him at all. It's his. How dare that filthy vampire attack him? Marky told him to try to yell something else to him, and he will make them all his own flesh and blood. Their battle continued, but they were losing. He doesn't know why those who honor the power of the foolish god Sade came here, but they will need to make a plan to defeat him. There is no choice. Let them use what they brought to defeat him, but it is strongly advised not to use it now as he is their main target. God's inordinate patronizing power. At that moment, some sort of portal opened above our heads. Some creatures immediately started falling out from there. It was pretty good since they didn't summon ancient monsters. They almost fell into the clutches of those monsters. By the way, did anyone even hear Kim Dae-hyun order a retreat? Maybe he just left them and ran away. Well, the character would have an opinion of him. Just at that moment, he didn't notice the protagonist in front of him. Because of such weaklings he had to fight back. After all, people were right. On the outside he is rude, but on 3 let all those who suspected him repent. They fight well. After all, it is most interesting to watch the battle from the outside. Mark started to ask where he was running off to. I mean, he's just a big dog. Make him shut up, because he's stressed out by the sound of it. He really fought them easily at this point, and the man and everyone else was running away from them at this point. He couldn't even think that the order would help them so much, but because they couldn't lure the Marquis troops, the whole plan was ruined. At a time like this, you have to get on both. On those on par. Plus, with so many, he's sane or not. Why does he think they were trying to lure them to the fortress from the start? Just as the protagonist intended, Marquis will gather all his forces and come to attack the fortress. How about attacking the ancient fortress left unprotected at this point? It would be quite safe to break through the weakened defense line, but they're busy defending the castle after all, so assuming they won't have time for that, they will. Let him leave the Marquis fortress, they know it themselves. It was a great idea. Let them listen carefully, they don't have much time, so they won't get separated. Let Eden find something that has to do with abilities, do it right this time, and let Soo-hyun watch what he does, and the rest of it is broken up with him by Kree. Keen let him watch to make sure the bombs don't go off. Why him again? Nothing inside. Might not look elsewhere. He's incredible. Couldn't find the stash that fast. He can praise some more. He acted the same way when he stole the Marquis rod. Figures the jewelry will be hidden somewhere. He's a great thief, the owner of a castle like this one, rather the opposite of ostentatiously displaying the jewels. Although newcomers believe that the jewels will be hidden somewhere, he is a great thief. The owner of such a castle is likely to put the jewels on display. So he found the same fever stacked in the middle of the hall. Broken sacred band of the Mage of the Order of God adds sacred properties when attacking. It is possible to use the skill Reliable Hand Axis, as well as the skill Summon God, which increases speed and mana recovery by 12%. The level limit is 100 and the profession limit is Mage of the Order of God, illuminated by an incarnation of a god entering the order. It has been given an ability that makes it a powerful weapon for bad people. This item is currently broken, so it is not usable. You could say they found it together. Just as he was about to agree, the staff began to emit a bright light. At this point, inexplicable things began to happen. All conditions of the assignment have been met. Would you like to change your profession to a Mage of the Order? A real monster. They can't resist him, so let them hide in the fortress and attack. Due to the medium-level mechanics, there was a bonus to setting explosives and a passive skill, Science of Destruction. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun picked up the bomb. It was the last bomb he set. A man shouted that he had found a weapon containing a god's ability. Is it true? Let him take it, and they need to get out of here. At that point, the bomb began to go off. Then the light began to shine through the secluded and dark places of the castle. Oddly enough, there was an immediate explosion afterward. The level was raised through the use of linked bombs. It created an incredible amount of power. The mechanics skill was greatly improved. The initial level of the explosive skill was changed to medium. He would now be able to create even more powerful bombs. The starting level of the gunpowder skill was also changed to medium. The explosive force of the standard gunpowder became more powerful. He destroyed the Marden fortress with the explosives. His positive and negative reputation levels were increased and he was given the nickname Fortress Destroyer. The first time his stats were increased by 25% on the server. Explosives destroy many things, but it is rare to find someone who uses them to destroy entire fortresses. He blew up an entire fortress and will become a role model among many mechanics. Relationships with mechanic-related NPCs, palaces, and sponges have improved, as well as the ability to summon unusual reactions in battles with spirits. There were bonuses for personally crafting explosives, as well as additional bonuses for designing bombs. At this point, the ability is broken and cannot be repaired without the missing parts. It says you can't use the item because it's broken. Where's the rest of it? When Kim Dae-hyun got bloated, no one wanted to take responsibility for it. Kim Dae-hyun realized that she had stayed in the castle. He thinks the Marquis must have the other shard. He had heard that the Count was unable to recover and fell into a deep sleep, precisely because he had been stuck with part of a weapon containing some kind of ability. At that moment, some vampire was flying over the castle. In the afternoon, everyone needs to focus on checking equipment and regaining health. Everything will be decided tonight. No one can be left alive. At this point, the vampire continued to fly over the tents. The subordinates are taking over the fortress. The savvy guys passed by and headed towards the castle. There weren't many of them. Let him leave them behind. Even if he temporarily took over the castle, nothing would change. At that moment another vampire arrived and had something to say about the fortress. He reported that the fortress had been destroyed. They had attacked suddenly, and there were extremely few survivors. The Marquis then became furious and called the invaders insects. There was no limit to his rage. System alert, attention, Marquis Lucinet. What about them? I think they're coming this way. Let them prepare for battle. Let them prepare for battle. Ignore the little things. They will attack this fortress first. The monsters were furious and followed their leader. The Marquis army has begun the siege of the fortress. It will not be possible to leave the game from this territory until the siege is over. If you leave, you will be fined. He changed his profession to a rare one. What did he do when that happened? He recently proposed a change, and so he changed his profession. He has become a wizard of the Order of Axis. It will be an honor to follow him. A new interaction with an incarnation of his power increases depending on the belief in the god. Mana regeneration rate increases in proportion to the holiness of his incarnation. Hitting a wall filled with the powers of a god. Not bad, but why are such good skills given to him? God magic adds a special effect depending on the user's holiness level and influence. At this point, the foundations had already launched their attack. The archers acted as one, attacking everyone at the same time. Have them open the bridge leading to the fortress quarter. At this moment, the monsters began to break the chain. The passageway to the fortress was indeed open. The Marquis ordered them to attack and attacked. The archers realized that they needed to keep their opponents close. Someone dialed the game number and asked if he was busy right now. It was producer Bae Chan-wook. In the special, Kim Dae-hyun meets with the viewers. Was that his title? He came up with it when he had time. He's busy all the time, but get him in now. Either way, it will be the usual question and the usual answer. Can't we do this now? Okay, he realized. In an hour they would start. They've already sneaked into the fortress. Kim Dae-hyun told someone to step back, but they didn't realize who he was. The man was glad that the impression of the protagonist was finally deteriorating. At that moment, someone abruptly attacked him. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what had happened. Surprisingly, the man began to thank the protagonist. That man climbed the wall. Let them shoot that asshole. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun was marveling at the sight. Kim Dae-hyun decided to use his sword in this battle. He then applied a round of counterattacks. This technique really worked against these monsters. Arrows immediately flew at them from all directions. An arrow flew at the Marquis as well, but it didn't hit him at all. How dare someone who believes in an evil spirit such as Sadiq? How dare he try to deceive them? Let him try to come down and fight him. What did he say? Nothing was heard. He said if he believes in his god, let him come down and fight him. Let him plead, for no one hears anything. Let him repeat again, and so he speaks again. At that moment he realized that he was being mocked. He swore by his own name that he would destroy everyone on this continent who was a member of the Sadiq order. The Marquis' provocation succeeded. The storyteller's skill was greatly enhanced, and the Marquis sank into rage. His ability to think straight was diminished. Let him do what he wants. Good luck to him, you idiot. Confused him with the incarnation of Sadiq. Sherbak, that bastard, is looking over here. Is he going to kill those bugs? They said they weren't with him, but he wouldn't listen to them. Or did they think they could fool him? At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun could barely contain his laughter. He said that even if his comrades died, he would not retreat. May he be damned. Why the hell did he become her comrade? He began to cry, but defiantly called them brothers. He said he would avenge them, and they no longer needed to protect him. The Marquis then ordered them to be executed, and they did. He succeeded in attracting the attention and provoking the Marquis. The storyteller's skill as a storyteller has greatly improved. Kim Dae-hyun continued to cry defiantly, and Marquis believed him. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun was ready to address him. The Marquis couldn't understand what he wanted to tell him. The others couldn't understand what he wanted to tell him either. The Marquis guards were also waiting in suspense. The main character became very embarrassed as everyone looked at him. Didn't the Marquis just say that? At this point, Mark began to approach the castle. He was sorry. He wanted to say more quickly, I was wrong. No one would call the Marquis a Macrise. When he called him that again, the Marquis realized it was done on purpose. Kim Dae-hyun raised his staff upward. It was the staff he had taken from the fortress, and it did a fine job of destroying it, so let him do his best there. The Marquis in anger ordered these insects to be torn apart. Kim Dae-hyun, for his part, started yelling for them to defend the walls of the fortress. Kim Dae-hyun shouted for them to keep up the attack. Everyone began to work as one and fight for the fortress. They were really starting to get good at fighting monsters. They used every weapon and technique they knew, so they fought on until the evening. The Marquis asked about the offensive. The order realized it was at a disadvantage at night, so it retreated. Initially, it was just a small group of brave men who didn't stand a chance against a combined army with traps. What about the fortress wall? The defense is strong. The guards are strong too, so it will be hard to destroy. The gate took a lot of hits, and he suggested using a battering ram to breach it. The Marquis was glad it was finally her time. Let them destroy them. The ogres launched an attack on the fortress gate. Kim Dae-hyun, of course, was also fighting at this moment. At that moment he noticed the Marquis and said that he was cruel. He was very angry with him and said he would definitely kill him. At that moment, the protagonist was greatly surprised by something. He asked if the Marquis knew how many years he had lived, and how to deal with cowards who rely on their god. He sealed the flame of Sadiq, in which the latter piously believed. He proclaimed himself the mighty Cain and demanded that the foul flames of Sadiq be stopped. Kim Dae-hyun realized that the process of incarnation had begun. Kim Dae-hyun noticed that he was burning and started to extinguish himself. However, Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand why he didn't feel hot. Marquis couldn't understand why the spell didn't work on him either. Kim Dae-hyun tried to explain it to him. He said the man had again made a mistake in his calculations. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun began to attack him quickly and fiercely. Kim Dae-hyun said that he was much stronger than him, a vampire like him. The spell didn't work because of his stupidity. It might be a stat return skill. If he worships another god, the spell won't work on him. He didn't know how to trick him, but it really didn't seem to be easy. Let him not get his hopes up, however, for he would die before the end of this night. The fortress defense collapsed in the night, and the immortal army became even stronger. Let him feel his powerlessness in the face of carnage. At this point, the man was being beaten. Kim Dae-hyun told everyone to move away from the walls of the fortress. At that moment, a bright light began to come from the walls. No one expected it or knew what it was. Even the Marquis couldn't figure out what it was. Attention, 3 minutes to air. She asked if Channel 5 was ready. He was ready and plugged it in. They greeted the protagonist, apologized, and asked if he could go into voice chat. Kim Dae-hyun replied, and the producer asked again if he could go into voice chat. Kim Dae-hyun said of course, because he's a multitasker. The man realized he needed to get started and asked for the drone camera video to be connected. Everyone was surprised to see the image. They clearly didn't expect this turn of events. What is it? They saw a powerful and huge explosion. I wonder where it's all located. They approached the hero and asked if it was on his property. He replied that he was in a fortress and they were obligated to show it live. He was telling them to start the broadcast. Let them start. He was greeted and said she was Kim Soo-ah from the One Question, One Answer program. Now they are watching the video with the audience and he is doing missions in the fortress. She asked if the wall of the fortress had been completely destroyed and if it was due to monsters or magic. He said he had destroyed it. There were too many enemies, so he decided to get rid of them in one go by knocking down the wall. She asked if he had similar magic. The protagonist said he brought down the wall with mechanics. Is it possible to bring down a fortress wall with mechanics alone? Kim Dae-hyun said that we need to make bombs first. Kim Dae-hyun reasoned that he just made a lot of bombs. They then went through the most popular questions from viewers. He mentioned that he doesn't reveal his profession. He was about to talk about his profession. He was asked what field it belonged to. He replied that it might be blacksmithing. Ever since his time on the island there had been talk of his blacksmithing skills, but he didn't remember it well. None of his answers felt sincerity. Next question, is his profession rare or heroic? Kim Dae-hyun replied that his profession was neither. She was surprised again. The producer remarked that she missed the point. The next question was about how he was related to Kim Dae-hyun from the first part of Fantasy Online. He had a lot of fans because he was strong and made a good impression. He said he wore a helmet and didn't know he was handsome. He is said to be developing his land in Desperate Sadness Gorge. Is there an advantage to being one of the first on his land? If they come first, they will care for her more. You have to give him coins to get to the gorge where the honey rivers flow. Some popular ranchers used regular players as workhorses and then discarded them. It's nice to see a gentleman taking care of others until the very end. He said he shouldn't be embarrassed, but he didn't really do that. He said it was time to call it a day. She thanked him for his time, despite his busy schedule, and asked one last question. What are his plans for the future? Kim Dae-hyun said that he would do the tasks and level up. At that moment, Marquis asked if he thought it would work for him. Unless he wants to see Anon die, he offered to fight man to man. Kim Dae-hyun fell silent at this moment. They tried to contact him. At that point, the connection was cut off. Kim Dae-hyun said to some girl to give him a bow. He said that if he went out to fight one-on-one, he would save Anon's life. The man had already stopped crying. At that moment, an arrow flew past him. The protagonist was surprised that he ducked. Was he aiming? He said his shooting skills were terrible. At this point, he didn't notice the explosives and they went off. The man started screaming and thanking for being rescued. I think the Marquis misunderstood him. We must explain everything to him. Do I need to explain? Let the Marquis realize that he doesn't care about the hostages. Now he realized what it was. He finally realized it all. It was Axis. Kim Dae-hyun realized that the Marquis now knew everything. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun silently looked at the Marquis. Kim Dae-hyun played dumb and didn't realize who he was talking about. Let him not try to deceive him. He is certain that the god he honors is Axis. These unusual evasions and good fortune can only be explained by a jesting deity. What villainous fate! He met a follower of the god who shed his blood. Today, he will bury that god in the shadows of this continent. He asked if the man knew he was the most talkative enemy he'd ever met. Too bad. He had something else he wanted to say, but he realized things weren't going according to his plan. Then he realized he could no longer move. At that moment, the ground began to swallow him whole. Let him proclaim in the name of the strongest clan that will take away all his luck, and the god will not take him out of the incarnation back to the common man. Let him be the seal, the worm of Axis. The protagonist realized that something had to be done quickly, but how could he? His old enemy is no longer here. Let them be a glass of blood for him. A system alert warns that the luck indicators are back to where they were before. The man shouted that they would save the Lord. After saying those words, they immediately moved to attack the monster. But the Marquis was not frightened and, on the contrary, ordered them to attack. His longtime enemy is no longer here. Let them be a glass of blood for him. He was approached and asked if Aliona was alright, as he had a debuff on him. If she speaks for it, then it is so. But don't let her worry. Kim Dae-hyun surprised the Marquis by thanking him and asking how he could repay the favor. Of course, Mark couldn't understand what he meant by grace or what he was even talking about. This man seems to have fully come to his senses. After that, Mark was immediately ready to attack the protagonist. But Kim Dae-hyun didn't waste any time either and started attacking him. After a moment, they faced each other. Marquis grinned and asked if he wanted to fight him. Now that he's no longer an incarnation, he won't be able to receive the patronage of a god. He doesn't even know if he left him something he hasn't proven. Even as an incarnation, he was rarely lucky. At that moment, bombs appeared on the battlefield. Attention! Vampires and the unemployed are here. Kim Dae-hyun smiled widely and asked which one of them would be better off avoiding the bomb blast. It was at this point that the massive explosions occurred. No one expected this turn of events, and everything came to an abrupt halt. The vampire hadn't expected this outcome either. System alert, he's evasive. At that moment, blood spurted out of the vampire. Kim Dae-hyun thanked the Marquis. Thanks to him, he was able to free himself from this profession. She couldn't understand how he was able to get rid of the debuff. He was a user with no class. The vampire didn't understand why this was happening. Despite being left without the protection of a god, he could not get to him. Kim Dae-hyun said that he wouldn't be able to make it, because the technique had lost its meaning. At this point, they started the battle again. What if they are too close together and he can't aim? Let them wait. Because you can't accidentally kill the Lord, the method of manufacture will disappear. Kim Dae-hyun ordered them to shoot and called them idiots. How will they be able to do that? Let him order them to shoot if he wants a method of manufacture. And that's when the man actually ordered the shooting. There was a massive explosion. Arrows started hitting the Marquis. He felt his life threatened and went into an aggressive state. He stated that it was impossible using the Scarlet Spear of Cain skill. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what this nonsense was. Kim Dae-hyun then used the attack circuit. System alert. He had perfectly executed the attack circle. Skill level increased to 5th. After that, he decided to use a derailer blast. There was an explosion on the battlefield. He can't just disappear. At that moment, Marquis landed on the ground. System alert, Marquis Martin, the ancient fallen vampire, has been defeated. At that moment, it was as if the vampire began to completely disappear. He won, but did they not survive? Did they really win? They couldn't believe it was thanks to Kim Dae-hyun. His reputation level and popularity among the vampires increased. He became their main enemy. The protagonist was surprised he wasn't already dead when Mark grabbed his leg and asked him if he thought he was going to die at the hands of someone who had embarrassed him twice. The Marquis pulled out a part of the Order's staff, stabbing into it and destroying the abilities inside. Marquis stated that he would not die so easily. He also stated that Kim Dae-hyun will not get what he wants. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun began to worry about his abilities. At that moment, an explosion occurred and the ability-preserving items were destroyed. Everyone began to quickly run up to him. Kim Dae-hyun realized that his time had come. As an incarnation, he absorbs the powers left in the staff. His luck increased significantly. His luck level exceeded 3,500, and he received an additional luck effect. His luck had improved. This means that he is an incarnation of Axis, and he has to accept his fate. Though he is left without a profession, the Lord is destined to be their leader. System alert, Oracle received. His incarnation is awakening. He must gather abilities and increase his holiness to be known throughout the continent. Abilities and items are scattered throughout the world, and even if they are destroyed, they can be brought back through his incarnation. The Marquis, even after death, could not get what he wanted. Now they must head to the kingdom of Espa, for what he seeks is in the city of Avalab. Although the abilities were lost, it was too early to say that they had lost their luck, for God had shown the way to a person on the path of incarnation. At that point, a man approached the guy from behind. He's not a bad fighter, but using the double blade fighting technique is tricky. Kim Dae-hyun realized it and is going to give it back. The man was glad he had finally broken the curse that had lowered his luck to 0. The main thing is to move faster and have him smash the Order freaks. A lot happened, but it was fun. If they are lucky enough to meet again, let them team up. Isn't it time for them to move out in search of their next ability? One of the cities of the Kingdom of Espa is Avalab. Someone shouted for them to stop, for it was all the money he had. He had to be ready for it, for it was legal to kill players in this city. The nubs die, the strong survive. At that moment, the man fell sharply. Who dared to touch his brother? At this point, the assailant began to attack him. Let him give everything he has. The man realized he had no choice and said he would give everything, but she asked who he was emulating. Instead, let him become a member of her guild. At this point, the man was sitting at his computer. He was actively searching for something on the internet. Wait, who's that Marquis? He's a weakling. The Marquis was very strong. Did he try to fight him? If he didn't fight him personally, then let him keep quiet, because he couldn't participate in the quest and is now harming everyone. Kim Dae-hyun is unbelievable. Did they see how he handled the Marquis? I wonder what his passive skill in class is. He watched without a backwards glance, but it was really funny. He's going to study mechanics? The man was interested in the word mechanics. What are his plans for the future? Perhaps he will go on quests and develop. He's also going to find one man and kill him. He said in his interview who wants to kill Kim Dae-hyun. Even if Kim Dae-hyun has a great character, he openly said he wants to kill him. Doesn't that mean he is a really bad person? And it was true. If those who don't like him assume that this man's soul has taken to his heels, it's not that they don't like him, it's just that he's too weak. Their older brother is coming. Let them greet him. The brother is here. If one mortal says he'll kill him, what should he do then? What should he do? Shouldn't they smear him against the wall? Exactly. And what about the others? Why isn't anyone else saying anything? Kim Dae-hyun is the one who's against them because he's their son. Who cares? He won't blink an eye as he stabs him in the back. Kim Dae-sang, race orc, character created 3 weeks ago. Fantasy kid, fantasy middle-aged man. Have them move it to the office on the other side. It's probably been about 30 years since he became an online graph at that age. A long time ago he was also a town leader keeping the peace on the server. If only he hadn't met Yoonhee. Now already. Except that they were moving the capsule. I think he saw a worker setting up. Did he finally decide to start playing too? Of course not. It's definitely a machine that provides better sleep. Virtual reality therapy. He thinks he's as simpleton as games are. It's a waste of his life. Anyway, he congratulates him on his conversion to the world of games. He'll give him a good welcome. Let him look forward to it. I'm sure he guessed he secretly started picking this game, but it wasn't enough for him. So he also said on live TV he was going to kill him, because he didn't even point specifically at anyone. Isn't that his sense of inferiority? And isn't it said that a quarrel between father and son is the word to cut water with a knife? Isn't it just a quarrel between husband and wife? Let him pretend he's right. Who are they? The incomparable strongmen of the guild. That's how they are the strongest. Not a group where all the members changed their occupation in 3 days, and half of them now with rare professions. They are getting stronger faster than any guild on this server. Their equipment, weapons cost hundreds. This money that in real life cannot hire people who will work for them and pay their labor. Everything here is supported by Kim Dae-sang's wealth, so don't let them let his words pass him by. He's wrong. He only joined the man who wants to spend his money left and right. Although this kid showed his amazing cunning during the broadcast, he will never be able to build a tough guy in front of their power. Would it be so? He had seen the broadcast and he wasn't so easy. Still, the young ones are very different. Dae-hyun did well. He wasn't an ordinary kid. Even he had seen him practicing his punch in his gym. Fools think he will only threaten him. His guild members are threatened too. That's right, they shouldn't go up against him one by one and shake with fear. They should all stick together. At the very least, if they fight as a group, they will have a chance of winning. That's right, if they act as a crowd. At that moment, someone was watching them. Those are the tags he was talking about. Exactly that. From the way they're having fun, they just seem like ordinary, slightly older men. How could he lose to old men like them? They're almost ranchers. He can't believe it. They don't say they're not that simple. They have incredible items. He attacked them first, but they suddenly had instant health regeneration, then an automatic counterattack. He got it. He got it. I think he'd bought some smooths for cash. But still, they remain only beginners. Why is he smiling like that here? He was the head of the orcs. When did he have time to show up? Who were they to peek at them? He started to say that he was just being passed around. After that, he immediately used a double accelerated cut against him. He laughed and said he was screwed. Surprisingly, the guy couldn't understand why nothing happened. He kept wondering why they seemed suspicious, but they were going to attack him. Who is he? Dae-hyun's debtor or something? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? It was unexpected. Lately, just when he sees young people, he immediately thinks they're your boyfriend's friends. Let him shut up and listen to what it is he is winning by playing at such and such an age. Let him accept his death humbly. After that, he used a lunge called the Spear Whirlwind. What odd habits he had. He used the rumbling spirit of a great orc. After that, there was a battle between them, and still some stone fist grabbed the guy. He was caught by the spirit of a great orc. A temporary stand on him, a weapon that summoned the spirit. His technique and the fact that he couldn't wound it. He asked, "It's his turn now, isn't it?" After that, he actually attacked him and literally kicked him into the ground. This is a nation that cannot be evaded. He underestimated it too much because he is an old man. Did he think he could dodge? He was no match for him. To fight him? Skill rumbling spirit of a great orc. The fact that he tried to use a few deceptive designs means he can't be face to face with him. At least he knows how old he is. He was wrong if he thought he was going to play with him. The guy at this point wasn't even trying to fight. The monster was drinking potions under him. At that point he threw the bottle to the ground. It's a full recovery potion from Jarm. It's a heroic item after all. What's he doing here? Some man has an item worth hundreds of gold pieces. He bought it with real money. He himself had just asked why he was playing at such an age. Well, what? To try with his parents, with men in their age. How dare he speak to them like that? Men like him didn't dare even open their mouths in their direction. That's when a group of people were walking through the desert. Kim Dae-hyun realized that they had finally arrived. They arrived in the city of Awalab. He's a dead player, died on the dudes. They'll pay for it. How he was going to avenge it now didn't seem weak. It was strange that they had no knowledge of it. I had a hunch, so I thought I'd give him a little taste of who he was. It can't be that he was talking about that very couple. Come to think of it, on the broadcast he mentioned an enemy to be eliminated. Right, this is it. They'll see who's who. He says the competition in the city will be restarted. The man said that's right. This is not a team quest. Everyone pursues personal motives. One round of 10-15 people, a true battle royal. Then they need a scapegoat. He's totally moved. What's he talking about? The battle with a scope. There will be a lot of conspirators. In addition, you do not have to collect a team. They can come from their guild. Will not be too scorching. They'll make sure they don't get burned in this battle. Notoriety is no good at all. Let him present 15 players in front of him, and one of them is a known ranger. His actions, of course he will choose him as his target. They've been in the media. There's no way without a disguise. It'll be even more suspicious that way. Don't let them panic. Just throw in a cool grim. At that moment, the man saw something and immediately realized it. Like the feeling of the outfit. It's a bit too much. Transformers or something. The subject of a highly suspicious person's network. Doesn't like it, wants him to redo it. No way. The armor is awesome. All to avoid a big embarrassment. The skills are quite good, and that's why it's hidden. A hidden option. They say if you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest. Let him imagine. He is in the arena. Some jerk looks, but very suspicious. The equipment is top class, but the appearance is completely hidden, which immediately comes to mind. A high-level player disguised himself so no one would bother. That's right, with himself as an opponent no one cares much anymore. At that moment a dragon came out to him and wanted to tell him something. He needs to disguise himself too, he thought. He said it just wasn't possible. He would no longer hide as a sacred animal. At this moment, he put on his armor as well, and everyone laughed. As if a dog was picked up. Let him count. The dog is. Let him not laugh. These are the lats of a low-level robot. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun headed for the tent. Then he immediately lay down, for he was very tired. He decided to see what kind of gift their bloodsucker had left behind. Item scroll of bloodsucker bat swarm summoning. Sends a swarm of bloodsucker bats into the neighborhood. Lasts for 6 hours at a certain distance. Allows you to control the swarm. Item sweater curse roofing. Vanishing components applied per curse spell without roofing. Item scroll imperial sight. The ability to apply magic into vampiric sight. Able to find enemies hidden in the shadows. Ancient vampire seal. A tattoo used by ancient vampires. Dyed amusement at the moment of appearance on the body. Rubs randomly the ancient vampire's ability. Busy attributes. Kim Dae-hyun said to apply everything. He used the seal of the ancient vampire. He gets the ability. He gets the monster control skill. Monster control blinks the nose of the ancient vampire. Allows you to lord over living things. The higher the skill level, the stronger the controlled monster will be. The current skill level is 1. He is able to control small animals like rabbits. Item secret book curse. Sealing incarnation secret knowledge. Curse seals divine simplification. Minimum skills high level magic required. Book unavailable due to low level magic. He kept wondering if it could be and used on an opponent with a similar class. Geez, when he'd pump up the magic skills. Kane's right hand. Bracelet used by the counselor. Ancient vampire maker. Despite sinfulness, he was a great Magneto. Wouldn't dare deny the fact that he created tennis. Magic using vampire. Unavailable skill reincarnating into an ancient vampire. Using the bracelet on sends a curse. Bad reputation limit 1000. This is the thing. You can put an ancient vampire and beat someone else's chest. He can become a vampire for a certain amount of time. Cool, even with the luck of soccer. He's like Evangeli's current stats grab. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun realized something, then continued to move through the desert. Items reviving marquee mask item condition item strength 99 out of 99. This marquee mask was used to hide his identity even after his conversion. He continued to twirl in the circles of the aristocracy, which would have been impossible without the presence of the mask. Using the mask allows you to change appearance, blood and any displays of emotion. Long use increases a bad reputation. The man asked his mentor if he needed to disguise himself as well, but he didn't have to. They just won't go separately. The men shine a long broadcast. What else is a broadcast? By the way, how did he change professions? No quest was given. They definitely gave it to him. He demonstrated this task to the boy. System alert. Good news. Available professional quest for the order mage. In each kingdom of the continent countless orders are difficult to evict. The faith of the new and other orders will not be left out. The solution will be Pondi, dwelling in an unknown land. Let them blow them a new god. Make them believe in the god. Gathered everyone in the quest, and generally the land of Urk. It's the same thing. System alert. A tribe of people from the lands. This is a tribe of strong humans who survived a battle with hordes of orcs. Even orc spellcasters are afraid of their magic. A band of fire sea brigands, dark Ifa pirates, dominating the sea in front of the Ord lands. The orcs fear them so they don't go to sea. Goblin tribe. Ancient cave tribe of goblins living in a cave beneath the goblin lands proved to be fiercely resistant to the orcs trying to capture them. Artificial masters in mechanical technology are able to survive in the orc lands as well. These lands are drowned in strife. The orcs will be far more enemies than he thought. Then that's where he's going right now. If Suhek manages to make more connections in the lands, it will help a lot to cope. Awesome. Fail. Nothing to lose. At that moment, an arrow flew straight into the orc's helmet. Man, that was a lesson. Thought it was a mob. She really thought he was a mob. What a wretch. Let her not lie to him. Murdering. Isn't she ashamed? At this point, the guy had already driven into town. At that moment someone addressed him by name. Uses similar technology. The bomb was created by a blacksmith specializing in mechanics. The mechanical trap is used by the guy himself. Nasty. While skewering the monster to the ground. He himself couldn't understand what this had to do with him personally. Just at that moment, there was an explosion. How do you use a bomb that can go off at any time? There is usually no more than a 40% chance of an explosion. He won't take it. He thought he was a master mechanic. In fact, he's a simple charlatan. How does the main character not have anything explode? Clearly they are on different levels, and yet he tried. With the subject monocycle with acceleration. Old parachute. 50% chance of opening. What an Inspector Gadget. I wonder if he designed them himself, though they will not be needed. However, does he want to acquire this bomb? No need. He begs, let him buy it. He's sure to need it. Why is he putting it in? He said he wouldn't buy it. Well, Kim Dae-hyun said he'd take it. The man was pleased. The other was surprised. Now he's free. What's this garbage for? Everyone immediately began to tell him to buy in from them. Let there be no need to hurry. He will buy everything, but on the condition that it's at the purchase price. A mid-level mechanics skill he had learned. A way to create a monocycle with acceleration. System alert. Medium-level mechanics skill. He learned the way to create an old parachute. 50% chance of opening. He's willing to be a sinker for the experience. At that moment they both noticed and heard something. At this point there was some kind of fight. I like it. Let him join the guild. What was stopping him from listening to them? Kim Dae-hyun asked where the guards went. He's apparently not from around here. Where the way there? In the city, murder is authorized by order of the Governor General, as a regular contest. Scratched. Still, the rewards for it are not small. This time the Governor General added PRI for a special item. What a special item it was. At this point, the man was approached by someone. He sees someone else. Let him name his level. Let him take it and don't go already. Why does he look pretty powerful? It would be a ringer with such a lousy pet to race, and rightly so. After the dragon was named as a pet, Kim Dae-hyun said to put up with it. Counts will lead and won't say aristo. Blind. That the certificate of the kingdom. The official license of an aristocrat. Here let him go back to his kingdom. The date of what came. Make a noise what? He has an important conversation. Here he comes. Well, nothing. He has given everything to the Governor General as soon as he sees him. That he is not familiar with the Governor General. He apologizes. He was only following orders. Did he apologize? Then the matter is hushed up. There are many seekers to claim here. He was instructed not to let anyone in. He has already said goodbye to the place of protection. System alert. For lying to an intermediate level orator he received a bonus. He convinced an Earl title. He receives an additional lying bonus. Increased per rogue. The rogue skill level was increased. An entry-level rogue rose to an intermediate level rogue. He says he's an earl from the kingdom. What did he owe the earl? The royal guards had completely relaxed and didn't let anyone in. So how did he get through? He said he was an earl, and the guards were moved, cried, and rolled out the red carpet for him. He doesn't mean to insult him, but the kingdom needs to realize that no one owes him anything here. Here's the thing, think of it, the countries are different, they are united by blue blood. Aristocrats, all the little wanderers at the entrance, and we're in step with him. There's some truth in what he says. At this moment the dragon started to approach him. He couldn't understand. Couldn't he see that he was making a connection? He could feel the bad aura. From who? Keen? Knew this blowhard couldn't be trusted. Deal with him right now or what? But he told me about it. He's talking about that Governor General. And Kim Dae-hyun was very surprised by that. His aura is imbued with malice. Quite in the spirit of the aristocracy can only appear evil. Suddenly they will get together. It's not about that anger. This man has a devilish aura. He may be a strong spirit in the way of the devil. Maybe he would be a devil himself. Altered in appearance. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised at this information he had just heard. The Governor General is a devil. Let him say as much. Of course, he has a hidden policy, maintains an arena and home games, forcing the residents to kill each other, looking for excuses, but something went wrong. To hear him talk about it, he definitely made the devil's question. It turns out, did not get into the lair of the devil, not even properly prepared. The devil power shot, the eyes. He himself brought him into the clutches of the tiger. In such a case is necessary. In such a case, the work of a master craftsman is necessary. After that, he immediately grabbed a diddle. He offered to try his brothers, aristocrats and the devil. Then friendship wouldn't hurt them. This is him as a god declaring or what? No, he is also a man. He what? Every time the continent saves, should the devil too? Something to live peacefully. Will disperse like a sea of ships and do with the ends. The master devil is dangerous and will be even more dangerous if he takes possession of the abilities. It takes a devil, an object of divine power. He wouldn't be surprised if he destroyed it. Maybe he himself doesn't know he has an object of deity. If he does, why does he not feel his holiness? His mask hides his ability as well. Marquis was a cool vampire, a real role model. He apologizes for interrupting, but he's world class at all. So he talks to him and thinks they'll get along. He likes him. System alert. Let him exterminate the devil in the name of justice. And no one will believe in the truth of the ordinary devil essence to the general governor of the city. But the incarnation of the god sees through the general governor. It is unknown what kind of deeds the devil is doing in the city. It is hardly worth waiting for good for the sake of the continent. For the sake of justice, let him reveal the truth, the face of the devil, and destroy him, barring killing the inhabitants. He's quite the management talent. Afterwards doesn't apply to the devil. If it's not evil, then what is? Let him be quiet and behave himself. In him negotiating with the governor general. He heard us competing to make a grand event, got interested and decided to participate, even as an earl, whether he spared his reputation. And what is it? The more money, power, the better. Money is one thing, but what power he gives birth to in the city. He also has his own estates. There he is king and god. A king like that has nothing to boast about. Well, anyway, he was interested. The reward heard it is impressive. He apologizes, but he must judge fairly. Let him not try to bribe him. Justice, because of this, says okay, whatever. The important thing is to get the item. He wasn't going to bribe him. He's the opposite of that. Outside the gates, it's all barbarians, degenerates, without lineage, and whether they swallow drugs to fight in the arena. And that's right. It's wrong to put a number of advance and no kind of what he wants. Let him stay as far away from the wanderers as possible and let her enter the same arena with the servants. At this point they left the governor general. Should be more serious. After all, on the spot rake trimmed, if still leave the kingdom, will be in danger. That's when someone stopped the man. He had just come out of the governor general's palace. The man asked what if yes. How on earth did he get there? His tongue is well-tongued. That he's jealous. What nerve! Does he even know who he is? Then he knows who he is. He asked who he was after all. The man replied to him that he would be famous someday. What a fool, almost revealing his nickname. Everyone said, let him follow him. Who is he to follow him? Just let him look at that shining armor and not very famous. Don't recognize the guild mark or what? Their guild is the Paladin King. The man marveled at this. The guild is royal. A member. Let it not count as emerged. Split word. It was their own fault for hearing such a strange name for the first time. Perverts like him dared to make fun of their guild name. Let him come here. He looks. They have only prideful people in the guild. There are restrictions on joining the circle. Let her just follow him. He'll take one of them down himself. I know there's a lot of eyes around. He'll write as soon as he finds a quiet place. Just at that moment, someone started abruptly. That's it. It was actually Kim Dae-han. Let him not waste his powers and send help signals and can say goodbye to the character. He and this guy are both top-ranked and decided to enter the competition, painfully when tempting. They are the scum of the guild, blocking the way of the loner. Kinda like they can be done like that or not. He killed him, then finds him and kills him after resurrecting him. When he resurrects again, then finds him again and kills him. Got to the point where it will be on the players. He prefers to confound all levels or humbly answer his question. He will answer his threats while slaying players. More kindergarten. Here he is the king of running. Familiar names of the participants. The strongest warriors. Somewhere he heard on them. And in the comments to the broadcast they were mentioned. So they are known not to hear their commercials. Who are they that their commercials are running 24 hours a day? About the paladin. He's strong and would persistently like to face him in the arena. Plus it's not like there's a fight in town without a riot. You can't stick your head out before the battle starts. Nothing to blister your eyes. That's when the man started to pass. Who is he? Kim Dae-hyun knew right away. Took off his mask and wow. Even so he recognized him. His uncle says he seems to have mistaken who he is. If anything, he'll just kill him. He's so happy to see him. The man asked who it is. Let him get acquainted. This is the owner of the gym who taught him hand-to-hand combat since middle school. Over there. Suddenly his father. There is such a thing. This is his friend. Nice to meet you. That's him. Big guy. Looks imposing. You can count on him. Friend of my dad's. Hand to hand. Is that why he fights so well or what? Let him look in on them in the hall if he wants. They'll move on to her. That's where his father is. He clearly hadn't expected such a harsh question from him. It was at this point that the man gave an audible sign. Then they all gathered at the entrance. Kim Dae-hyun asked the man if he was ready. Fine, let them pretend to know him. Who would recognize him with that face? Wow, that's Lee Daly. A famous player. Someone from the ranks of Kirov. Of course it's famous. It's the leader of the strongest warriors guild. The strongest warriors. Let them die. At this moment, the girl was saying thank you to everyone. Let the stupid Holy Warriors Guild. All of his flyers swarmed over. If they concede right now, they'll get gold and a first-class sword. Belly button away. Already for God's sake it was necessary to make such a dirty advertisement. He asks to enter the participants from Group TS. There are 20 people in the first round, more than he thought. At least Kim Dae-hyun is in a different group. Well, dear travelers, the battle begins. Let the boys take that player down. You can tell, high level, the sooner they disarm the better, or they'll cause trouble later. He's right, let them look at the equipment. They look powerful. Which of them rank if he were? To him he would race in such armor. Let him not lie. To him he is just talking teeth. He does not want to pour. Let him not laugh. A battle of two starts. Vajya, he's already got him double jammed. Suspiciously Nizya or Nekazawa. He realized. They decided to slay one at a time so that the two of them could emerge victorious. Heard their conversation before the battle. They looked pretty friendly. The main doctor's persuasive thinking will be afterward, when already caught. Damn, he's catching on that now they're going to attack him first. At this point, the man literally started running from them. He really isn't high level. You can keep him, but then you don't smudge that couple first. Then immediately used the fireball. But let them stand and wait. The next one will be Mac. Sure, he's Mac. At this point, a battle really began to take place. The man immediately hid behind a rock at that moment. The man decided to look out, to see the general situation. And there are only 5 people left. The man offered to attack the knight. At this point, some of the men began to be attacked. Nava's giant punch of suspicious Wa. What the hell is he doing? He said to attack the knight. Thought he didn't know the 3 of them were a team. How did he know? That bastard. He was only pretending to be weak. Bastard sounds like praise to him now. Let it stand still and stop wobbling. Isn't he from the Royal Members Guild by any chance? Great, so it's time to die. The host was told that the first round was over. There were too many players. More were needed. He loves to watch the lowly bugs have a pathetic fight. Let him leave 20 people on as he wants. 1-on-1, 2-on-2. Yeah, that's right. Just let this guy do the finals. Important persona or what? He's still not sorry, but he had to like his words. The kid knows how to control lowlifes. He asks to gather with the wanderers involved in the finals. The surviving wanderers didn't do a great job. Will go far. Kim Dae-hyun remarked that he was just spent the finale. Good ideas was to be friends with the Governor General. Get closer. Mature very spirit of the protagonist. Good luck in the final. What a final. He'll be surrounded in the first few seconds. Come on. He was doing well with the expectation that he would fail. There are a lot of celebrities in the finals at the beginning. He might not get noticed. By the way, all members of the same mediocre league survived. They can't be ignored. Let him get to the end and prove to everyone who the strongest is. He suggested that his uncle would make it to the finals on his ability. Still Zaga. The glasses of the great Governor General let them accept their honor. Drinking to the prepared by the Governor General to pay homage to the wanderers who have reached the end of the contest. In case of refusal, the Governor General's mood will be spoiled. Of course, everyone didn't want to ruin the relationship with him and immediately accepted drinking those glasses. Here's Mango's hero wondering if it's worth it. He then immediately used divine conduction. He told the man not to drink. From now on does whatever he says. But when has he ever not done such a thing? Immediately afterward, he threw the glass on the floor. There's a bunch of wimps here. He'll take them all out single-handed. They were very much surprised, and that he had gotten so worked up with her. Nothing and just kept quiet at this point. Then someone started laughing loudly. System alert. The Governor General. Very annoyed by his thrown glass. System alert. The Governor General's attention has increased hostility toward him. At that moment, he immediately turned around. Why did he hide the glass in his bag? Do you recognize him? Of course, not the first day they know each other. He does not like alcohol. Fantasy online cannot be explained. What can you do if they are not compatible? Does he remember if they didn't talk last time? He saved on it, spends it, knows what he's talking about. By the way, he's in the battle too. He was worried about the others weaving intrigue. Come on, they'll help each other if they end up together in the arena. Kim Dae-hyun said uncertainly that he remembered everything. What's the matter with them? Aren't they friends? Kim Dae-hyun was surprised that they were being overheard. Kim Dae-hyun said, she went off into the mist. Strongest online. Let her have fun with her high-end sword. It's more like spam according to their ads. How many have they sent it to? And she's what? A hacker? Let her put those little things behind her. They have more important things to worry about. For example, catch the head of the strongest warriors wiping cryptocurrencies, and what for it does not recall in which broadcast they are better. If she listens to him, he attack her will be good. Does he see your hand? It's the guild leader of the Paladin King. To the side also a player from Paladin King who pretends not to know him, and others also left guild members behind to reach the finals. It was already clear, only a fool doesn't know, so they need to unite too, otherwise they are the only ones who will think it through. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun became silent and thoughtful. Uncle was also silent at this point. Since when didn't they become a team? Let him not say. I don't recall him joining the family Bujins, and I'll assume from now on. Their player is so awesome. They say he kisses the crowd by mashing up alone, which means he's on par with Lee Se-young and Smith. The Governor General almost said to call them and anyone else a lowlife, but abruptly corrected himself and called them adventurers. Let them defeat the other adventurers and prove their strength. The winner gets this box and a special privilege in the city. They just got called a lowlife. They're gonna get that guy, the first one to start calling all of them. He has to disagree. Isn't he the first challenger? Rumor has it that he tangled with the restaurant guild, sent food in the qualifier. They have nothing in common. What do you mean nothing? He's their leader too. You were born in divorce country. You're born in one. It's so much easier to make friends that way. Now they're going to eliminate the paladin leader. What does he have to do with anything? That's it. Let him cover it. Let her leave it to him. Those assholes. Do they want to die or what? Let them stall for time. He used the honor vortex. Here he is. Here he is. Here he is. Drinking or tickling him. Chef's ear attack he can handle. Period. But at that moment, he abruptly realized he couldn't take it. Kim Dae-hyun decided to use the theme of immersion. Endless forks, infinite damage, reduced strength and equipment. He's immobilized. What the hell? Is he a monster or something? I had time to ask him who he was. Health lower. Down. Eliminated from the contest. Who is he really? What's the matter? Saw him as a nuisance, even if she didn't even think about it, because friends can add to each other. That's it. What's next? Are the four of them now a team or what? He used a rage punch, a triple tack shot of power. They will eliminate the others while the strongest are busy with each other. Great ideas. Let them stand. They got the guild mixed up. They are not with them. It's just a matter of doing the little things. At this point, there weren't many people left. Kim Dae-hyun asked, or could deal with who now? Sunin or the Roaring Hammer? Just in that exchange of surprise, he attacked him sharply. Kim Dae-hyun told him that he was the one who needed to be dealt with. A critical blow. He was planning to stab him in the back himself. He might not even deny it, but at least he waited until they were done. Such a confession. At this point, the man is like this, right off his back. Let them not give it for donation. Let it hit the ground running. He called them assholes. No herd, no conscience, but he killed him after all. System alert. He logged out. The girl was very much surprised at this turn of events. The others clearly didn't expect this turn either. The Governor General continued to watch the contest at this point. What to do now? What they'll do here? It's too late. The girl was frightened by the guy's behavior. Kim Dae-hyun said that the disguise was no longer needed. What did she step back just like that? Or what? They're friends. Let them come closer. She'll defend herself. The girl offered nothing or not. She would give up the win and offered to cooperate. Go ahead. He wins. He gets expelled. He shouted to Null to be careful, for there was a leader behind. Just at this moment, she's like this. He's a cancer. Why use such sneaky tricks? Melted gold curse skill. Warning. He fell under the curse of molten gold and without. What is it? Thought it looked like salt. Forgives. Now victory. Let him give her the gold and let her go right away. He just freed her and will kill her. His spells can't be broken. Well then he'll kill first. Then he'll think about what's next. Let her go to him, who he said. Let her chase money. Money. At that moment, the man pushed her right from the back. Those sneaky rats. She's out of the system. What now? He's going to fight this thing. Dodging will still work. No time for jokes. Sunin Guild has won. 3 players left. Don't be shaken. He's got a plan. And attack them. No need to defend. Just attack them. Their main thing is to reduce the health of the enemy. I'm in favor of Tso if he explains. He used the blood and rage skill. 2 boiling scarlet blood. Battle cry. Blood price. We have a lot of skills, but it didn't help him much. This asshole's out of his mind or what? Let him chicken out. He then used the bullet coke skill. What are those mechanics and more? They realized that it was definitely Kim Dae-hyun. When would it end? Confident that Kim Dae-hyun was in front of him, he immediately began to attack him. He then used the rocket salvo skill, ringing hidden bombs. the goblin's laser gaze, spinning slashing hand skill. What a psycho, how many things he has in his pie armor. They surround him. What to do? He's used it all up. Good for him, he knows what to do. He can just stand there. The remaining time to detonation is 5 seconds. Kim Dae-hyun showed up in town. Battle in the arena of the city. Everyone started following this situation. Viewers could only assume they were in for another show. Kim Dae-hyun is just after a reputation with a raid and a quest. Raki only knows how to kill other players. Vodka, of course. Let him dream more. Skip the preliminaries and straight into the finals. Did he see his armor? Here comes the water blast. Let him go and cry. It hurts. Motherfucker. Kane has changed. He attacked the leader to cover for the protagonist. He wants to give up Ken's place and do quests with the protagonist. But it's not Kane. He's got a past Red Zone leader with him. He's rumored to have reformed. What it took to make the man likable. Not even sure exactly what the guy did that. Let him no longer turn down the crooked path. In Fantasy Online 2 cannot particularly play, and just enjoy the spectacle. No longer kill, even if he did not resist the ardor of the guy's heart. At that moment, the man shouted that Kim Dae-hyun was a bastard. What happened? There was an explosion. It was unexpected. He blew himself up. Didn't he just call the main character a bastard? He definitely didn't hear that. It's him, Gildies, and there's no way he's giving him up. He can't believe it. Let them learn how to weave conspiracies. Wow, they're going to freak out if he wins the battle royal. He'll be recognized as a pro ranker. Won the city's competition. Reputation increased by 500. Name obtained. Winner of a competition in the city. Level up 1. Level up 1. Level up 1. Now that's lucky. The winner of the competition in the city is not the strongest survives. Not everyone is able to stay alive on the brutal battlefield and emerge victorious. The battle with the PCs associated with Arena arises a special reaction. Kim Dae-hyun is an asshole. How could he do that? He flooded the whole broadcast. Didn't he get banned? He has dozens of left accounts. May the great Kim Dae-hyun improve his art of mechanics and do whatever he wishes. It was worthy of the praise that was expected. The lowly trash, adventurers, are uneven to him. They couldn't understand. Or did they hear all this? He was calling them names again. The features of this NPC or what? The host has shown his true colors. Shipped no longer important. He is happy that the winner of his lease is a worthy man. This box is rightfully his. He will accept with gratitude. There is also a place for him in the city. He will accept gladly. He is an aristocrat as it is. The more posts the better. And that was right. With this blade he recognizes it as his adiudat. He can't believe it. The award has become that person's place in the city. Crazy. Then Kim Dae-hyun has already 2 aristo titles. However, I have to disappoint him. He didn't like him. He can't disrupt the plan. There would be no problem if he joined the ranks of his army, so wouldn't upset him and would do him a favor. He's not going to shred his essence right now. He offered to take his time. He's going to leave town right now. He's not going to leave this until better times. Soon everyone will know who he really is. He's the devil of Idar. Everyone was very much surprised, and when they saw it, they couldn't understand what was going on. Even the uncle and the girl herself couldn't figure out what it was. At that moment, he showed his true colors. He looked at everyone very fiercely. At this moment of attention, the devil calls his army. System alert. Be advised. A gateway to the underworld has opened in the middle of the arena. At that moment, the devils began to appear. System alert. Attention. Everyone needs to avoid what the fuck. They drank alcohol. The devil escape is impossible. He forcibly joins the devil's army. There is no way. What is it? He asks. They joined the army. Let them bear their contribution. Follow his orders. Prove themselves and get the devil's reward. What happened? The leader. What should they do? He fell for the ruse and on his family joined his army. It is unknown what will happen next, but now he is a servant of the devil. Let him succeed and prove his worth to the devil. Not a bad sucker. Let him take a couple lives and come back if he refuses. He is under the oppression of the devil and cannot resist him. He wants to do it. Let him allow him to fulfill the order. If he fulfills the devil's order, he risks getting the beginner's balls. Be careful. Resistance. The girl immediately realized that she was a wife, and began to pray to him. According to the devil, she is worthy. March, let her shout louder. The arena teems with emotion, the real delicacy of his slaves. Let them take their remaining lives and make them sink in misery. Sounds interesting, but needed a drink too. And what does he think? As a deity, maybe serve the devil. Globalization. Depending on what terms the devil offers, he thinks there is a way. Let them give him a subordinate and he will kill every living thing for him. Count, what does he think he has to do with anything? Kim Dae-hyun realized that he thought he had drunk the drink as well. He immediately started talking, praised the devil. Great, he's better than all the destroyed humans. He tricked the devil and joined her army. Reputation enhanced. The devil highly values unspoken loyalty. He'll get furious if he finds out he didn't drink the drink. Friendship level increased. They didn't drink it. Why don't they run away? They don't see that the devil has taken everyone under his thumb. They can't even leave the city. What a look, they're friends. Friends don't stab you in the back. Rosebuds can be forgiven. Plus he's clearly better than those guys. Works well together. Knew he could be relied upon. Who would have thought alcohol would work? His aunt told him to stop drinking. He should have stopped drinking. He would have stopped, and now he wouldn't be caught here. It's safer than running. He'll kill a couple of people first. What was he up to? He didn't drink. It'll be hard to finish the quest if the devil kills everyone. Come on, they'll only kill the ones they can. He'll understand if the look. Have the count take his demons into submission. Collect the remaining lives. Part of the devil's army under his command. Strategic skill raised to medium level. Gains commander bonus. Increased number of subordinates. Able to control low-level horned demons. Low-level huge demons. Low-level winged demons. Low-level magic and dark spellcasters. Can control soldiers from medium level. However, the size of the army will be reduced in this case. Kim Dae-hyun can't believe that he became hasty in doing how he managed to get a devil army. The great devil has ordered the taking of the lives of wretched men. He doesn't know what to do. Who asked for it? He looks up to the Paladin King's leader, disliking him. Then he would be the first target. Let the demons prepare to attack. But that wasn't what he meant. The knights will come to the demons' liking. Let him hear what people have to say. Why attack his guild? Because he doesn't like him. That's not true. So where does he get that from? Really? Then let him choose who he wants to forge. He immediately started saying that they would attack the Saninians. Of course, and they didn't like that. I mean, they wanted to unite. He'll regret big time. Don't let it make him laugh. In truth, Kim Dae-hyun is more reliable than them. He served that he spilled poison at the preliminaries. In a moment, Kim Dae-hyun noticed something behind him. It was a girl and she asked if they were friends. He doesn't recall such a thing. It's not like he's going to touch her guild. Let him. If it keeps sticking to him, he'll start strong. At this point he turned to the winged man and asked if he could lift him. Of course he could. At this point, they all sat the devil down. It remains to be seen how to deal with the devil. It would be foolish to attack now. The reward would be thwarted. You could just run away. He didn't seem to be doing anything intended. Oh wait, there could still be the devil's plan to absorb the negative emotions of the residents and level the ground. Under the opening of the general, the governor would organize and gets the emotion of the players and recruits outside. So go ahead. A couple of lives will be taken from them, and for G12 gentlemen's sake, his words contradict his actions. He said that tangling with the devil was highly undesirable. Even he doesn't know that. People couldn't understand what had started it. Well, what else? That guy is not just a cosplay devil. Devil incarnate. He took a life in the name of the devil. His prestige within the army rises. The devil is satisfied. Let all guilds run and shun. They run to the west gate of the city in pursuit. They need to be circled. And the attack comes from behind. What? Some bastard attacked them from behind. It's a demon. He, Kim Dae-hyun, brought in demons. Bad reputation increases. The devil trusts him. His army's numbers increase. He gets the adjutant position. Kim Dae-hyun hype. Allah is with him. A leader of warriors and a bellicose body. So what does? For starters, have him contact the guild leaders, the Paladin King and Sunan, alone and unstoppable. He'll know what's coming to him. They are already corpses. They want to drag them behind them too. What idiots. Can one be so blind? What's up with the knights? They're attacking them too. That's when he really started attacking. Let him destroy the roaring. Well done. And no one else in the city can harm them. He will become a big shot in the devil army. The main thing is the first place. It does not matter whether you are a knight or a devil paladin. Remembering those words, he started attacking everyone. What a jerk. Is he out of his mind or what? Are they next? They couldn't understand why Kim Dae-hyun was killing the players. He can't believe it. It's definitely a conspiracy. His eyes are for what? Let them be memorized. He's really shit. Let him see in what place he is virtuous. He doesn't care about a bad reputation or what. Well, much more importantly, he's going to be shown on the broadcast. Let him collect items. They'll clean it up. They'll fire everyone here. When the girl wanted to pick up the bag, she was abruptly left by the guy and told that it was his. She was just passing by. So would go on. Let her hand. She's a subject matter expert. Let them trust it to her. Still can't outdo her. How can he be so confident? He obviously doesn't know her profession. It's her profession to wastefully reveal it for nothing. Whether she likes the 20 question. One question for 100 gold pieces. And she'll be honest. She'll tell you everything. She's a gold dealer in death. What kind of profession is this? He thought. Warrior. Characteristics similar except for a couple skills. Merchant. Nobben gold mortra. She's paying for her own skills. Now it's clear why she's scrambling. The merchant has his perks. Even without holiness he can give orders. Therefore, they are best suited for collecting items. Ring of Kandat Matab. Only wizards at her ears of great contribution can possess this unique ring. If it's on the day a person unbound, it can cause his displeasure. Deception recovery rate increased by 15%. When using magic, spent mana will be restored by 2%. Bracelet. You are a blacksmith who possessed an outstanding magic technique. If you have the bracelet, magic regenerates faster. Mana recovery speed increased by 8. The Lord was incredible. He is rightfully worthy to be their leader. Great Devil. Be in glory, Lord. He looks like something more than an unclean. The bad reputation has increased a lot. He gets the title of brutal killer of the city. He gets the place of the right hand of the devil. He has raised the level. At the moment in the army, he takes the place of the devil's right hand, has the strongest interest in him among the representatives of humanity. He is able to control horned demons of medium level, huge demons of medium level, winged demons of medium level, mages and dark spellcasters of medium level, can control soldiers of high level. But in this case, the number of the army will be reduced. Wow, bad reputation. How will they get the award? He's one step away from death. I mean, he's always been a creep. Then being a villain is cool too. Kim Dae-hyun's notions, or he's over it. Sir, could he please give him a name? Most experienced, and in fights not on his side. Asking for promotion. Gave him a name. He can promote him in rank. It is a demon passed on. Us follows him. Kim Dae-hyun, the one who faithfully follows him. If you increase the number of followers, he will have his own army. Then maybe he can pass it on to the devil. Kim Dae-hyun said that his name is now Tailed One. He's straight up very grateful to him. What is he staring at? Names are his thing. They even have a cooler spam ID in the guild. The best in prostatitis. You can find number 2 and 3 later. If he fixes the demon, it'll be awesome. He knows. He'll ignore you like that. He was planning to deal with the enemy guilds, but he got subordinates and a reward on top of that. So you can mate. They won't help him escape. With their tails only saving their own skin or something. They were forced to drink by him. Can't run in alone. Then he has a plan too. He will go to the devil and ask him for soldiers. Good idea. Have his uncle take him with him. Won't stop them or what? Why would he need those two? They're no competition anyway. What's in there? And why go into this bedlam? Who knows? Isn't it for wishful thinking? Not a good place to join the devil's army. Look, it's a man to him. He was looking for the main character. His name is Roy. He's a huge fan. Kim Dae-hyun didn't even know how he should react to this. Isn't he from the Ro H Dan Guild? Like a small Taihumir goes on missions around the city. Or rather it was him. Until one day a ferocious guild of peerless forces led by Vinde Sano killed him and his friends. They managed, without a clean takeover of the entire team. Horror. Fantasy. Such a peaceful game. How can you kill others? He suggests he catch them and ask them. He gets it right, alright. He just destroyed the rigs. Asshole. Only he doesn't care that he's hurt. Coming here hoping he'll help him. This man threatened to catch him and teach him a lesson. Swearing at him. His concern brings tears to my eyes. Not a drop of sincerity. Is this a ballet of actors or what? If he doesn't mind joining his battle, let him go exploring after him. He asked if Kim Dae-hyun knew him. A fateful connection. And he owed them a favor. He knew it. They'd see who was who. At this point, the man was quite surprised that everyone was talking about glory to the great devil. He welcomed it. His return. These bugs had already given him everything. He drove all the adventurers out of the city and destroyed it. Commendable. What does he want? He followed him faithfully. Orders he'd regret. He didn't expect anything else from his right-hand man. He didn't even demo the goods. Kim Dae-hyun, Deputy Devil. He was greatly surprised by this information. At this point, everyone was flying the carpet, and literally Aladdin himself was saying he was selling the carpet. He was asked how much for just 2 gold pieces, just for the disposable bead. If you don't like it, let him go somewhere else. That's their drink. What happened here? Kim Dae-hyun is the truth of it all. Yes, he couldn't do it alone. The Sultan took the devil and threw everyone. Well, you can do that. You have to be smart. Let them stop making excuses for him. How could you go for such a betrayal? It was the same in the arena. That's the true face of the guy. What's good about the main character? Take at least his victory. Strapped a bomb to his subordinate and made him blow himself up. Would be a normal person. Such a thing. It gives him goosebumps. Is there anyone else left from Sunan's Helion or Roaring Yun? It's already been said that Kim Dae-hyun's move was made for him. Definitely doesn't seem like an order. Yes, when he said such things, let the devil be, for the whole city was now at his feet. Kim Dae-hyun apologized. Delayed sleep. Can he name a city for the next attack? Why not? There are some. How about Vardo? The sea is close, lots of gold deposits, the city is big, the devil army will have people deployed. The city. It's a port city where the base of Peerless Forces is located. Usually Dae-hyun increased his influence by going through different missions, but for some reason now he was suddenly precise. Kim Dae-hyun forgot. He was going to ask them where it's going now, and behind us in the city of Gartha. Then she'll be upset if she doesn't work another one. What an asshole. He's got his horn in the city with him. He knows everything. Where he gets his information from. That guy. What's he doing here? He said he's a Vardo fan too. He advised. Yeah, that scumbag attacks players like he breathes. He seriously believed all his bullshit. They're all in the killing business. Plus people can change. Like Kane. The port city of Vardo. At that moment, the man noticed something. People walked the streets, chatting skillfully to themselves about their topics and laughing. Guys try. They are not great weather. He wishes for a rich catch. Who is it? Isn't that an orc horse? He asked the elder. Or is he feeling better? Their kraken reward was very tasty. They are grateful to them too. After he destroyed the scorpions on the caravan, and no one else attacks, things are looking up. Have dealt with the pirates. As soon as they disappeared, fishing became a pleasure. All thanks to their leader, he brought peace and tranquility back to the city. At that moment, Sungyu called him and said they had a problem. Crazy. This is the popular one their brother was. What, the current one? What does that mean? Let go. He'll do it again. Item. A secret book of skills. A secret book that collected all the skills of the profession. He gets to hold the blacksmith Raisdan. He marveled that it was the blacksmith Raisdan. Forced equip skill ignores restrictions, can forcibly put on the equipment. As the skill level increases, the useful skillet decreases regardless of skill, level and profession. It can put on the equipment. Fake equipment skill. He can fake the appearance of equipment. As the level increases, the production speed and quality of the fake increases. He is able to make equipment that has a low level of stability. Such equipment has advanced functionality but can be easily destroyed. Great for traps or deceptive maneuvers. Item. A golden chest. It is unknown what lies inside. Let him trust his luck. The sacred dagger of the Axis Order. One shouldn't even doubt whether you were a dagger personally created by the hand of a god. And in other words, the god himself had descended to create a dagger with high interest. He gets the sacred dagger. He gets the power revealed in the dagger. In that dagger the power is centered. He gets the right to the sacred land of the god. The skill sacred land of god in the name of a powerful god to declare the territory as his domain. Within the territory there are laws set by the god. The skills are unaffected by magic and the current skill level is 1. The application of the laws is good. He is not affected by the Page-Eye skillet. But while he is vaguely aware of what's involved, the Order's antidote counteracts the insidious poison of the fiends. System alert and individual quest of the Order. God villain Devil decided to destroy the entire continent and turn it into his property. God unraveled his essence, sent him as if a divine incarnation in the chest, which the devil used as a bait for the traveler. Turned out to be a blade capable of defeating him. Let him destroy the devil in the name of the divine incarnation. The curse, the reward, and the power gained motivate to capture the villain. Fight or flee? That's the main question. But against the Valley Army huge Re. Well, let them wait. He's the devil's right hand. If he kills him, he can control his entire army. What did he call for? What with him? Though if you think about it, there are so many topics of conversation. Really she remembers what they are. he'll tell him right away. Threats won't work on him anymore if he's already dead. At least he'll leave the ranks of the devil's army. So don't even let him think of using him in his brother's downfall. Kim Dae-hyun asked when he expressed to him, yes, literally just now, soon to destroy the devil if they don't want to be with him. They were very much surprised to hear such a thing from him. This was the moment the devil was surprised by something. Who dared to plot an escape? Escape, escape. Where's that lowlife in a real palette when he caught him? So surprised. The devil said that apart from him, all mankind is useless trash. The devil's confidence is elevated. He has successfully talked the teeth of a strong opponent. The level of oratory is elevated. Kim Dae-hyun said he tied it up tight and put it outside. It was a great job. The devil said he would personally wipe him out. Going to catch the devil now. What was he thinking? If he was going to attack the devil, the plan he sent to his brother was a sham. They really think he is capable of poisoning the National Vol army. Quite in his spirit, he did not believe Roy's sob story of murder from the beginning. But not to return to the main point. To destroy the devil-level boss, you need to mobilize all the forces and finish in one blow. They are still under the effects of the poison if given the order at the time of the attack. But there is an antidote. He kept quiet about it the whole time. But he just got it himself. It's definitely an antidote. It was as a reward for winning the arena. He would be able to use it on Eater, a skill that held him back in the arena. It requires a lot of gold. How much depends on the strength of the enemy. Uncle Sungyu let him have the gold. But why him? He let him think for himself, where the army will go if the devil is not the mind. He really was going to attack the devil. It's not a mob for him, usually the boss. You'd think she didn't know about it. You shouldn't even question whether you were a gel columnist. Personally, the hand of a god. In other words, the god himself descended to create a dagger with a high percentage chance of instant death, shattering after use. Kim Dae-hyun believed that he would be able to destroy him. It's a shame, of course, but they can't be used without daggers. They can't be allowed even a % chance of failure. He remembered how he had lost to Lee Se-yeon too. The girl in the moment was something she wasn't. She hopes the rest of the guild will help her exist. Plans if it works out all the mojitos are on her. But the devil's guard is tight. So how do we draw him out? What does the devil love? Blood or people? So it's him. Well, he wouldn't care about that. Why is he the only one who gets these roles? Sick of it. He doesn't want to obey anyone anymore. He misses the freedom. The weather was good at the moment, and Lavushka was right beside him. He agreed to it so easily. That's loyalty. I wish the guild had people like that. Too bad. But the insects I wanted to pick up after drinking his alcohol, and these people are too dumb. His punishment will serve as an example. Is there anything to say last? He's on his knees, lying down for the one. To improve the moment, he prepared for action. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun used a new skill called Axis Blessing. Everyone couldn't figure out what it was. I mean, she was warning about a localized buff. Is it a signal to attack or something? Then why? Why are all the bumps getting to him again? At that moment, strangely enough, there was an explosion. The Molten Gold Curse skill activated. At that moment, the girl grabbed the devil. The Orc Projection Cord skill was utilized. How dare they betray him, hoping to get away alive and unharmed. It's no use, they've already taken the counter. They successfully dodged the bomb. The man called them bastards. They will pay him for the humiliation he suffered. He immediately set about attacking the devil, at which point he would be stern. He decided to use the purple punch. It would chop him in half. He had no emotion at this point, just staring at him. The man continued. He was very fierce, a seething fiery aura protecting him. The man realized it was too early to rejoice. Just at that moment, he was ready to launch his attack. The impact was so strong that the man flew several meters into the air, but successfully dodged. To the system's surprise, he successfully dodged but continued to take damage. There's not a scratch on him. Let him stop pretending and stand up. His influence is too far gone. The devil couldn't understand why he didn't have a scratch on him, and assumed it was all because of the strange saint-like light. Kim Dae-hyun used the god's sacred ground skill. At this point, the girl was surprised, unable to figure out who the new clergyman really was. The leader was told that something was in the back. The girl at this point noticed that she was beginning to be attacked by demons. Since she was no slouch, she immediately started fighting them. What the hell? He didn't do it on purpose. Trying to use luck on the god's sacred lands had failed. He was cursed. So that's the impact of the barrier. The devil was literally toying with the man at this point. He beat him any way he wanted. he told them to help. They won't stand for long, and Talitza is busy. Let them hold on and don't give up. The skill of Warsish frosting on the skin was used. What a pushy little bug. Let him die to hell. They're buffs. Let him better kill him. Kim Dae-hyun started yelling to the devil to help him. The devil knew he could only trust the count. Don't let him worry. He'll kill that bug's ears himself. Well out of line. At this moment, Kim Dae-hyun thrust his sword right into his throat. Of course, the devil did not expect this and was very much surprised. He couldn't believe that the count had betrayed him too. He was in incredible pain. At this moment, the instant death skill was activated. At this point, something started happening to the demons too. Not just him. System alert. The sacred dagger has been destroyed. Surprisingly, things began to kneel at this point. He can't believe he's been betrayed. He can use the weapon of divine incarnation. As a deity, he can control demons. What? A god can't hire a devil? What a stereotype. They'll see who's who. He'll come back from hell, and then they'll sort it out. Kim Dae-hyun started to listen to him and told him to butt out. When he wanted to hit him, the one disappeared from his eyes. He defeated the devil of Idaris Arena. Everyone was very much surprised, and his reputation increased. His level went up. Got a new item, Death Atom. That's useful. That's the level. It went up 4. Finally the magic went up to 60. What is it? Have them look at the level increase. You can nail the previous quest with that. He had double the level increase even though he was just looking. How many bonus points do we have? He asked. Or is this the first time Uncle is also gaining so many experience points for tasks? Why is everyone but him lucky? The devil is defeated. He inherited part of his army. Okay, who cares? All he needs is an army except for his part. The rest of the army has been divided. Worthy demons have been promoted. He can't run an army with his current tactical knowledge. What does that mean? He can't run an entire army? Just at that moment, apparently some opponent appeared. The devil of hammer and axe led army of reapers. Let him get off in a good way. He will not kneel before him. They probably still have loyalty to the past master, which may understand it all. They can't believe him. He will deceive them again and betray them. He will do it just as their past master did. How infuriating that shrewd bastard is. The devil was a complete fool. Since they believed him, he won't admit even after death that he undermined trust. Because of the devil's deception, his reputation has been reduced to a minimum in the ranks of the devil army. The demons are afraid of him. The other demons no longer obey him. Let him fail the plans they plotted together. You want him destroyed. Let him go. Goodbye. His minions will fight to their last breath. Let them go. Even the devil is less evil than them. Happily stay. Why did those demons get away? Did you order them to or something? His tactical skill is not enough to control an entire army. Most likely they were not sent to do the devil's last orders. What and where did they go? Kim Dae-hyun told him that they had gone to Wardo City. After that, he immediately rushed there, for the leader was in danger. Just at that moment he was met by demons. What the hell is that? Why is he blocking his way? If he's going to walk, he should let Daddy walk too. Just have her pass it on to him in real life. What does that mean? He had it all planned out from the beginning. Let him see his uncle off. They'll see who's who. All told, the demons are about 200 heads. Too bad the tactical skills were broken so the army would be bigger. But okay, it's basically fine as it is. He's sure he should have sent on Yang Sungyu. Don't they know each other? He's his father's friend, and his father's friend he attacked anyway. Nothing. Soon his father will be sent after him too. Speaking of which, they can't leave without loot. Have him call the guys from his guild, as you can use high-level fighters and quality porters. Vigil, no one compares to him. Let them. If it's about money they won't even listen to him. Even the networking companies are better than this one. Kim Dae-hyun thought they were just in time. He contacted Mac Craney to catch up with the merchant ship. Where will they go? It doesn't matter, as long as they can sail out of town. What would people think if the demons holding them in fear came up on the ship? The woman cares about that. Let them pretend to be a pirate ship, as long as they don't reveal it. It is unlikely that Our Lady has given her consent. If he doesn't get the ship after he sinks the whole city in flames, he'll be running around the world about what a warm relationship he and the woman have. The tight scarlet devil blade is a weapon used by the devil himself. It contains the mastery of the ideal, so it can't be picked up in a normal way. You just touch it and the devil will come for it. The devil will come for her brother soon. He sent him away long ago. The left horn concentrates the essence of the devil, leading the countless army of demons. Using it, you can improve black magic skill. Learn demon summoning. When used, bad reputation increases by 1000. Luck decreases by 150. Kim Dae-hyun said that they would try it. He used the left horn, but the initial level black magic increased a lot, and the black magic level rose from initial to intermediate. The skill of summoning the dead, ghosting, has increased from entry level to intermediate level. He got the ghosting skill at intermediate level. The number of controlled demons has reached the limit. He can summon more demons. It raises the level. Dragon said he shouldn't get into bad things like black magic. The protagonist thought about fetching the Blade of Contentment. Soldiers also march on the city. Let them burn and ravage the land. System alert, demons rejoice and obey. Movement speed increased. The man apologized to his brother. He told himself not to mess with the protagonist. How could he fool him? If he meets him again, either run or let him fight. Don't talk to him. It's only to his detriment. That asshole's gonna get here soon. The demons were on the horizon, already so fast. The demons were indeed coming closer and closer to the city. There really were a lot of them. A man came out to them and said they were waiting for them. Users who were watching the fight in the city said they were heading here. So it was true. How many of them? It gave me goosebumps. One of the demons told them to die. They would make the city blaze. It's a chance to get rich. That's no way to glorify the Lord's name. The head at this point was watching all of this. The guy couldn't understand why it was him. The protagonist would feel more comfortable with someone like him leading his ranks. He led the army, thanked the Lord. He trusts him. The main thing is, let him not overdo it. The guy was excited and said he would prove his loyalty. What are they doing? Maybe they'll just run away. Exactly. What's the benefit of them sticking around him? Smash it or kill it. Now everyone, from the user to the royal army, is getting overexcited with the onslaught of demons. How are they going to interfere? He's got the ad space knocked out. Maybe just let him get rid of it. Seriously, how did he do it? Someone liked it and the company asked to do the same kind of advertising. What kind of sports delivery firm is this? Some small office. Is it legal? Come on, something like that. It's just that they don't have everyone's permission to degrade everything. Broadcast advertising. Yes, anything. It's not enough. It needs more. More gold. Need more gold. What's wrong with her? Overheated or something? If Kim Dae-hyun really lives in the city, it's unlikely he'll be able to skirt the city cleanly. How much booty can he take from the city? As much as she will carry, so much as hers. Of course, each taking care of his own. The girl thanked and said she would try harder. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun apparently called out to someone, and at one point a bird actually flew to him. Kim Dae-hyun said the enemies, but they couldn't figure out where he was. Said they hid because of the hill. He told the guy he was his right hand. Have him take a demon with magic. Order them to strike. Afterward he would close their escape route. He's gonna need more minions. Let him take those bombs. Kim Dae-hyun was too trusting. He'll make it look good. A little Leon told him how they would bat. They wouldn't do it. Kim Dae-hyun said they would go skyward and as high as possible. What do you mean by the sky? Really? At this moment, the flying demons appeared. Kim Dae-hyun rumbled the devil. Of course he won't miss the opportunity to brag about his devil army. He bribed a kid named Roy to play the role of decoy, while he himself chose the safe route by air. An impeccable tactician. Kim Dae-hyun told him to hold on tight. They thought he was just not human. At this point the guy started fighting them and saying he was going to destroy everything. Is it true that Kim Dae-hyun came with an army of demons? Someone like Sky didn't take on such an epic quest. That one, is all about Dae-hyun. Well, then let them get a bomb from their favorite guy. This is the moment with them after the waist. They're not hats. He activated the voice device. The form of the bomb grew, a skill of mechanics. It was a puppet in the form of the main character telling them not to attack whoever they could. It was indeed very loud and audible to everyone. Everyone immediately took notice. Couldn't figure out where the guy was. They believed he was really here. Let them go ahead and capture him. The guy was almost alone at this point. Let them wait. It wasn't in the script. That's when he realized that Kim Dae-hyun had tricked him and called him a bastard. At this point in the war's sat, they will ambush. They were waiting for the moment to attack. Just at that moment, their leader appeared. He told him to try and fool him, just like he did to his brother. They couldn't figure out where he was, and there was only one guy left. It was him, that kid who originally bragged about everything and then died. It wasn't him, so no, he remembers his guild well. He asked where is Kim Dae-hyun. Let him answer and tell him if he will be spared. Even if he knew, he wouldn't tell. He doesn't see an army of demons at his back. He's not that weakling anymore. If he tells me, then let him die. I don't know why they're not attached. It wasn't a battle the travelers had put up. Didn't he think the demons that didn't break through the main gate were somehow weak? What's in there? Demons from the air were not in the air. Beamer gave the command that they should attack. Kim Dae-hyun decided to use Axis Blessing. In the moment, there was an explosion. What kind of magic is this? Let them dodge. Shooting away also destroyed the wall of the fortress. Kim Dae-hyun told the demons to start forging this. Strangely enough, they obeyed his orders and began to destroy the city into molecules. Can you stop them? System alert. He looted the shop for drunkenness. Bad reputation increased. Looted the forge. Garda. Bad reputation increased. The man was telling Kim Dae-hyun not to push too hard. Since they came, what's the big deal? They're outdated. Devils in the city. He's sure he can find something suitable in the kingdom. But if he decided to smash the city, let him relax. It's okay. There's only ocean around the continent. Thinks they won't send him an army to get him back on the rake. Then let him wait for war with Elance. We'll take only the most valuable things, and that will help his domain prosper. The guy never fails to delight. His thoughts are higher than the heavens and deeper than the seas. Let him think of his reputation. He's a divine incarnation. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't realize that he was like the first time. He was only robbing for justice. It was as if his words had opened his eyes. Let him get the hell out of here. The damned thief. Didn't he want that beautiful knife for himself? Even if they don't get out of their seats. Who are they? Kim Dae-hyun in a moment where he defiantly asked who he was. He's Kim Dae-sang from the incomparable Strongmen Guild. Whether he fears finding his demise in the city, time will yet tell. At that moment, the whole town, the city has been attacked. You need to hurry. If they run and are late, they will dispatch someone with teleportation or movement skills first. But the protagonist of Nemon's armies will not be divided, only suffer in vain. If they're late, Kim Dae-hyun might just escape thanks to his tricks. Kim Dae-hyun has succeeded in robbery. However, this time he won't be tied up at the feet. The diamonds are on the front lines, with players in the city behind them. Only one entrance, and only one port to leave the city. However, due to the devil's attack, the Kingdom of Espa confiscated all available ships. Now only fishing vessels remain in the port. He dug his own grave. Kim Dae-hyun, like a mousetrap. The girl couldn't figure out where the very ship Kim Dae-hyun was talking about was. Let it rub off. Let it come together and arrive at the harbor warehouse. But she didn't care about that right now. The gentleman was then informed that they had arrived. Just in time. It was a great job. The man asked if it could be sorted out. Like with the disguise. Does Kim Dae-hyun see the flag? Yes. He was just giving an example. They did disguise themselves as pirates. It was the best option in his case, because they wouldn't be able to justify themselves if the loot was found on the ship. These are the same caterpillar pirates. They have pinned a dangerous thing on top, but they took their time and prepared the spoils of past campaigns. I don't have time to think. Let's all get ready. The girl at that moment was running with her loot with a smile on her face. But at that moment, Kim Dae-hyun abruptly asked what was wrong. He said that only the Solovki is free and you have to pay for everything else. The girl couldn't understand exactly what the fee was for. Kim Dae-hyun said for the fare and of course half of the loot. He'd said he'd just let her go without any payment, and she'd haggled, dragging more demons from him, but the girl agreed to 30%. Kim Dae-hyun said it was too little. When she offered 40%, he declined, and when she offered 45%, he declined as well. What's the matter with him? Let him take half. Kim Dae-hyun agreed and thanked her. Negotiations are over. Let the demons continue to work. There is no way out, because life is most precious. The man asked the lad where she would swim with them, for it was dangerous to keep the loot in case anyone saw. Let him not be afraid. The gorge is full of places to hide. The main thing is not to be seen. He'd say that even the gorge wasn't an ideal hiding place, but it was too hard to think of anything else. In the meantime, he'll bring in players and open a marketplace where trophies will be attached. Everyone was greatly surprised to learn that their opponents had sailed away in a ship. As it happened, there was only a fishing boat in the harbor. At this point, the man became aware of the pirate ship. Could they give chase? For he couldn't have sailed far. There aren't even any ships in the harbor. The enemies have fled the city. You need to rebuild all the camps, because they are not retreating. The demons were slightly surprised that the humans started to retreat. At last the wanderers were stronger than they thought, for if the battle had continued, their troops would have been defeated. This fight has cut their ranks in half. Why don't they unite? After all, he accepts the offer. Where did the devil-like man go? If they don't unite, they will lose an important position. Let him not talk nonsense. This pallet is ready to stab him in the back at any moment. Even if it's hard, you can't call him out. For starters, they won't back down and think about what to do next, because there's no way to approach the city. At this point, everyone else was still sailing on the sea. Kim Dae-hyun was lying on the deck with a smile on his face. At that moment he noticed 3 men watching in the distance for something. Kim Dae-hyun asked why they were making noise, and the guy replied that there was a ship on the horizon. Kim Dae-hyun decided to see what it was all about on his own. It looked like pirates, and one had to prepare for battle. No, after all they are pirates too. They hope they won't be touched, because they are colleagues, or something like that. The main thing is not to be the first to attack. In any case, the ship is the same, so you don't have to work too hard. System alert, Pirate Captain Kaldu has learned from the pirates of Cateranda the dominant input of the kingdom. At that moment, something began to appear in front of their ship. At that moment, a pirate ship literally appeared out of the water. And then they could watch as many more ships appeared. They certainly did not expect such events and were surprised at what they saw. They were so surprised that they didn't know how to respond. The man suggested that the gentleman should just run, since it was only a disguise and they weren't even armed. At that moment, someone shouted out Danielson's name. Kim Dae-hyun wondered why on earth they were looking for him. He assumed it was because of that incident. At this point, the captain of the ship stood watching everything. He couldn't understand why there was no response. He was told it was Danielson's ship. There could be no mistake. It was definitely his flag. At that moment, someone started waving at him, confirming that everything was correct. Everyone was deeply surprised that Kim Dae-hyun started acting like this. They clearly didn't expect this turn of events from him. Kim Dae-hyun introduced himself as the very man the pirates were looking for and asked what they wanted. The lord used magic to transform himself by wearing a vampire mask. Either way, no sound was made. Totally naked. Where are his manners? He doesn't look like he has any friends, or means this man is more influential than Danielson? They probably heard him. He just asked how they were doing, because the carefree asshole only knows how to talk and they know why he's being followed. Of course they do. How could he not? He gets a mid-level oratory skill bonus and a mid-level rogue skill bonus. The pirate captain mistook him for the captain of the Cateranda ship. If he knows why he's taking his time. Because he warned me. He warned me. If he doesn't bring the cursed map of King Operato, the captain will personally slit his throat. Most importantly, he remembered that the fairies had the map after defeating the captain. Apparently the man had ordered him to find it and bring it back. He doesn't know what the map is, but since the pirates have it, it must be something serious. At first he made all sorts of excuses, but now he confidently shows up and asks if he brought the map. He replied that he hadn't brought it yet, because he was here on other business today. But don't let him worry if he gives it some more time. What did he just say? Did he lose his fear? The captain used anger. The strength of the pirate ship was reduced. He was gripped by fear, which was successfully concealed thanks to the title of Fear-Seerless. He asked to hear him out to the end, for he had come to report on the current situation. The ocean is huge, but everything has eyes and ears, and he doesn't want his plan to fail. The map is important. Given a little more time, he'll get it. Since he had come himself, it didn't look like he was lying. The captain was convinced, and his reputation had grown immensely, as had his oratory skills. He's been given 3 months. Don't let him drag it out. Let him not even think of deceiving him, or the invincible armada will blow his little island to dust. He'll know what hell tastes like. Kim Dae-hyun said, not daring to argue. They then concluded their conversation, and the captain announced that they were turning. At that moment, someone turned to him. He asked what else. He was told that the Espa Kingdom's army often appeared in the area. At this point, the pirates kept moving. Peace and quiet. Whether he wants a mojito, let him be quiet, for he recognizes the magic. How did it occur to him to ask for security? He was becoming more and more convinced that he'd fit in perfectly with the guild, and if he didn't stop talking, he'd be thrown overboard. Really, they won't broadcast it. Are they kidding? Maybe we should hold off. They'll think it over first. How many times can I say it? Let them pour it on, but let him think again, because it could hurt him. His reputation is very good right now. Broadcast player Kim Dae-hyun, at the sight of this, did not prepare. Special edition of Day Dancer. Player Do Dong-soo, who made the corrupt king shake. Is it worth pouring on the air about the raid on the kingdom? Nothing is decided until the city wins the contest, and while none of his deeds can be called good, everything can be covered with a magical editorial. Even though he had destroyed many people from the enemy guild, they were future subordinates of the devil, and his rivals had a bad reputation, so public opinion would be on his side. The problem is different. He sent an army of demons into the city and looted it. Not even God has his back. The man in charge said it doesn't matter, let him pour it in, but if it ruins the image, it's better to spoil it in advance. Anyway, he really doesn't care. Don't let him bother. Just upload it. If it's worth putting on the air like he said, so be it. By the way, have him add an announcement at the end. He will be opening a major auction in the High Alley of Despair where items of those murdered in the city will be on display. All are welcome to attend. So, all preparations complete. He offered to discuss what was missing from their lands. Maybe the man said he knew there were not enough gambling houses. Everyone immediately ridiculed him for the idea. Maybe a blacksmith store or food stores still need to be protected from the outside and reinforce the palisades. You have to start from scratch if you ask the traders for a furnace for the forge. Won't have to pay tax. No bean flour either. They can't hit the dirt. In a field full of monsters, can it be advertised as a hunting area for travelers? At that moment a man appeared at their door. Let them just look at that blush, shaved beard, whether it suits him, whether he's asking. He's racking his brains. He's chilling. The man decided to read the messages in the group chat broadcast. He was so loyal to the main character. Looks cool. He blew himself up for Kim Dae-hyun. How touching. The man was happy that she was starting to have fans again. He admits, jumping under the guy a bit, but not that much. The main cargo asked cheerfully to him, so let Valia out of here. CHN Tashily. He just wanted to ask. Anyway, rumor has it that he's the crazy blacksmith from the first part of the fantasy online. They wrote in the comments saying it's a cover-up. Why did all the rankers from part 1 start with his move? He'd be bragging to everyone on the spot. He's different. Not sure how many enemies Kim Dae-hyun made in the first part. He'll be upset. Himself, they would have attacked him by now. Immediately sounds logical. I mean, he's my namesake. Some way to check. Here's the intern. Kim Dae-hyun went to the girl and she said she'd give it back. Even today. She's delirious in her sleep. Let her wake up. He's asking to rig public opinion. Although they are spammers, but they do not oppress anyone on the internet. Not a serious organization, such nonsense. After that, the head game offered her money and she said that sometimes you can pull off. Yes, hers of course, whoever she orders to attack. Let him spread the comments that he's not Kim Dae-hyun from the first part. The girl couldn't figure out what to talk about next. Kim Dae-hyun that he couldn't hear the answer. The girl immediately said it was nothing like that. She thought about it too, but let her say it out loud. She'd be swatted here. Naturally, it's not a reward. She's a tradeswoman on friendly terms with the Ghibli merchants, but the groups can't interfere in their affairs, so they don't have to control the situation here. What does she think? Trade runs the economy of an entire neighborhood. I wonder how many experience points that would add. The girl was really interested in all this. When she realized how much money it was, she immediately agreed, calling him Lord. Wow, the development is in full swing. I say, it was already necessary to reserve the land in advance. How will give up such possessions? This is the point Kim Dae-hyun wanted to address. The reason he has gathered them today is because he has something important to tell them. Once upon a time there was a god who threw the world into chaos, made a terrible mistake, basketballed and shared his good fortune with humans, and God did not divide people into faith, nation, once having poured all the people equally. They in this life, the main star, what he does, they do not know, suddenly came out, began some sermon mashing. He'll take credit for pretending to be a representative of Axis, the god of luck. What he just said. They were surprised that he was a representative of God. What does that mean? Today he will proclaim the rebirth of their order. System Alert announced the revival of the Order of Axis. He gets the title of Reviver of the Order. He gets the title of Ruler of the Order. Reputation greatly increased. Holy greatly increased. Orders of the continent clearly felt his existence, did not receive pre-action, decide how to proceed in the future. The ruler of the order, he gets the right to choose. He can appoint to a position related to the order, the number of limited, respectively, with the current influence and reputation of the order. Revival of the order. So what does that mean? Let them explain who Axis is. Isn't it the god of gambling, a major casino? There was a crippled NPC associated with this god. Primarily he is the god of luck. But importantly, Kim Dae-hyun belonged to the order. He doesn't think if he announced the revival of the order, then takes the day wait, my place, some knight leader or archbishop. Isn't it a legendary profession? There can't be a legendary profession. It's not like anyone asked the guy if his profession was a Lu or not. As the head of the order, must set the level of his brutality. The higher the level, the greater the degree of hostility towards the order. The man advised him to brutally squeeze to the fullest. Let everyone fear their might. A mighty order, led by iron, blood, a great order, unquestioningly obeying the first follower. And in this horde he, Kim Dae-hyun knows that he dreams of being king. He misunderstood him. He would choose the minimum level anyway. Level is also a power to him. Since the order is new, it has no greatness. The new body should show its power and steadfastness. Right, wrong. Then he should kill them both to show everyone the object of ruthlessness. Though if you think about it that way, they need this greatness. And the people of the continent need water that will lend a helping hand. They will go strategy 1+1. Worship a friend of the order. Let him believe in them. Soldiers of some country go to a Buddhist temple for soup, to a church for chocolate. Don't divide the religion. You can eat both. Let them themselves think. Someone is already a member of the water, and they have the benefits of their religion in front of them. And then all of a sudden the Order of Axis shows up out of nowhere and declares that they have been reborn. Let them believe. Believe in them. They think they're going to change their religion right away. Plus, to get more bonuses, they won't be doing all the quests correctly. If they make you choose only Axis, everyone who already has the order will try to avoid them. And that's true for an order that doesn't even have anything to offer. A policy of cruelty will only be detrimental. Then they take aim at the knights and followers of the other religious order. Their mourn don't get shot in the middle no matter how hard they try. But they can't step up a notch. In which case they can't lend their faith so they don't lose at least basic advantages. That let a man give them a comparison of their god and their religion, and spell out their advantages. Best of all, it won't work for gamblers. There's something in your head other than games. You have to talk about the effectiveness of the profession. The entire middle class believes in the goddess Damara because she has cool buffs and healing skills. He should tell them all that. It's true. Belief in this god will add to your luck. There is no profession it will hurt. Indeed, luck shares the atmosphere. In that case, it's like an unclean spirit. The task of changing occupation. Does it have anything to do with the order of God? Maybe you can get a profession as a hero, knight, warrior, or whatever. Maybe this is the blessing of God. They say a person is given 3 chances in life. This could be one of them. You'll need to suck up to the guy. The man started to say that he would try to even wear self-exploding armor. Let him finish his profession of order. He was perfect for it, but still he was hesitant, in case he didn't like it. Kim Dae-hyun is incomprehensible to him, or is he listening to him at all? But at this moment he got a notice that the guy was giving him the profession of the order. Once he accepts it, a bunch of professions will be replaced with the corresponding one. There's no way to return. Let him consider well the change of profession. Not lord to him the profession of God's servant. The lad did not read all that was written at all, and accepted at once. System alert. Profession has been successfully changed. Some skills of the main professions are unavailable according to the level. He gets new ones. Increased strength, increased stamina, increased reputation, increased holiness. It feels like a new profession. The profession of Scarlet Blood Warrior has been changed to the profession of Axis Slave. When he realized that he was now a slave, he stopped being so joyful. He obviously didn't read this. He is a fervent follower, filled with sincere faith, with unshakable faith and a body as strong as steel. He takes on all the attacks of heretics. The conditions for changing professions: long time believing in God and following him, strength 250, stamina 250, also God's permission. Statistics then turns out a different effect on a slave's stamina and defense. Wow, if he'd known he'd be so happy. At least he wouldn't be so guilty. But the profession is just made for him. I agree. For him on that he challenges him to a duel. At this point, the blacksmiths were minding their own business. Everyone was busier with construction. And what good is this order? He does not know. In any case, he loses nothing from his faith. His order is very strict. He can only choose one. Isn't it better to believe in what he really believes in? And to the tasks past is pathetic. He's stuck on his own, so he might as well switch. He gets the God prayer buff. Due to matching gets an all-day luck bonus for every prayer the order gives this luck. Luck will get you everywhere. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun asked for some attention. Some man was saying, "Wow, this is just incredible." He got a prayer buff. He made armor and it turned out better than normal. He usually failed to create items labeled as high quality, but getting this prayer effect makes the 3rd item in a row. And he also today, as he couldn't add the option and attack speed, immediately succeeded. Is there really such an effect? He was starting to believe it. Let him try to do something about it. It was really true. He was very much surprised at what he had gotten. One of the men decided to go try it too, and one of them didn't succeed at all. What kind of effect is it if it works out every time? It's a fraud of sorts. Now he's going to run a reinforcement. What a reinforcement? He's gone roof at all. It's not suddenly going to work. He had failed. The durability gain was reduced. The weapon was unrepairable. He guessed it would be. What was the count of having benefited from this effect? Let him make room if he's going to make a fuss. That's why nothing goes away. Fabrication should be done with the heart, not the mind. Joining isn't going to happen. No, let him get off. He should fit those who aren't part of the order, and the strongest warriors, the most skillful. Of course, it's their guild. What other atmosphere? He doesn't think. They're not here. They'll just leave. Kim Dae-hyun said that he was happy to see them gorge on despair and sadness, judging by the outfit, not from the artist class. Vocal artists don't want to participate in the assignment. Their job is to draw a fake map. They were not enthusiastic about such an offer. And it's not like this assignment is cheating them out of what he expected from the art profession. They're excellent draftsmen. Shouldn't they just give the map to the captain? He heard something. Let him just give it away. He seems to work with merchants, and such a naive. Right, man doesn't know anything about the world yet. They had gone to so much trouble to get that map. Just give it away or what? He was right, but it was too dangerous if the captain found out. They'll just delegate the handing of the card to a man. If they catch him, he'll get out of it somehow. Let him stand. Delegating it to a man is a bit wrong. Kim Dae-hyun asked him, or if he wanted to, and Draco changed his point of view. We should give the man a place as an ambassador of the order. Where did the army come from dramatically? Count Kim Dae-hyun, he even has services about him as expected. He's just incredible. What a beautiful land. What a marvelous plain ahead. Behind majestic mountain ranges. A treat for the eyes. A setup of lands. And their name is a gorge of despair and sadness. Kim Dae-hyun agreed that the name suited the best. Even if now it is just a piece of land, but not even our. And it will spread its wings like a mighty phoenix. It is worth Lisa for the setting and immediately clear. Kim Dae-hyun asked what the rumors were. About how he defeated the demons that had taken over the kingdom. Evil tongues say that the count is in cahoots with demons and feel looted cities, but he need not worry about these delusions. Great heroes could not commit such a heinous act. Of course, these trophies are not taken away by demons. The count's oratorical skill is activated. He believes in his exploits, and rumors about him are spread throughout the kingdom. Speaking of which, he's decided to revive the order here about erecting a small temple on their lands, to revive the order in fee of divine favor. Even to imagine how great a cause it was, the Count penetrated could not deep respect. Count Marcel will build too or what? He needs to worry about other quotas. Nothing in their horde welcomes. In freedom and religion anyone can join if their order monopolizes. Then they'll start bidding on them. The next boat of drinking chains. If I'm not mistaken, those weapons were used by Sunin Guild warriors. So, they have a chance to purchase a weapon that belonged to an elite guild user and started to attach from 100 gold and even had 150. The bastards didn't take it away from him in the city. Why should he have to buy back his already weapons? Well, at this point the man offered 200 gold pieces. Some other player offered 250 gold. After that, he offered 300 gold pieces. The only thing he wanted was for Kim Dae-hyun to die. They did an excellent job of being the ringleaders. The more he looked at the strongest warriors, the more he was convinced they were not at all what they appeared to be. Kim Dae-hyun asked how much there was about it if you subtract the expenses. That's about 200,000 gold pieces. Are they sure they didn't miscalculate? Have her repeat it. The main thing is not any that he can mass develop the land. All that's left is to invest a lot of money to repay those useless lands. He hasn't paid any extra yet, but he doesn't feel sorry for the money, so he invests it all at once. Kim Dae-hyun confirmed his action at that moment. At this point a man came in and told him that something seemed to have happened. Kim Dae-hyun came out and started reading something. Rathan, the Orc Warden of the Blood War. The Orcs do not forget the battle, and the Warden remembers how the humans killed his son. Usually the Orcs act alone. The new Warden has successfully united the Orc forces in the Urklands. He has proclaimed this as a war of blood. It will not end until death. Let all those involved in the death prepare. The main one, of course, was surprised at this turn of events. Orc army attack. Their base is located in the territory of the Kingdom of Atalai, which found itself in an emergency situation due to the attack of a large army of orcs. Let him join the defense of the city. System alerts. Kingdom of Elance and Orcs. The kingdom is located in the west of the continent in relative safety from orc attacks. However, this does not give the inhabitants peace of mind. Let him persuade the aristocracy to increase the defense of the lands, or if he believes they will not attack, help lower the defenses. If his decision is correct, a great reward awaits him for the assignment. Everyone was excited that there was a new assignment. Did not bring his means of transportation. Flight. He will deliver wherever he wants for only 10 gold. Spells and teleportation over short distances. The effect of increasing the speed of a follower of the order. He thinks they have nothing to do here. He was right. Let him get ready to leave. It was at that moment that Kim Dae-hyun approached them from behind. He said he knows it's Uncle Won-jun and Uncle Cheon-shik. Even the appearance change didn't work. His eye is like, hi. Why is he calling out to kill them, wants to kill them or something? Their disguise is too obvious. At least let them take the items. Where are the sold items coming from? It's his cape. He just bought it at an auction. Why are there two? That one was a fake. He asked if Kim Dae-hyun had sold a fake. It's not always easy to discern a fake. Something to others is fake. To them will show real. Maybe it's real. He was in a crook, damn it. How could he do that to them? He didn't look at what he was selling. He just poured in the items and they bought. Is it his fault here? In truth, he arranged the auction to try out a new skillet fake outfit. Rasosi spend. Sold then truthfully useful. Was looking to not use this in battle. They would not fight. No way they would give him the satisfaction. They are orcs. This is a task they cannot avoid. Tell them to tell my father not to work too hard. Speaking of which, the Urklands are noisy right now. Why haven't we heard from Su Hyuk yet? It's not like he's been dragged into an orgy. The man asked what was the best course of action. Should we run away? It would be difficult to escape here. Then how can he calm the orcs? The man was displeased with the way the hero was looking at him at this point. He figured the one the orcs dream of was the strongest. But the man abruptly realized his mistake and said he was wrong. It's not like that. Let her not leave him. He didn't mean it. Just let him look at his profession. He's trying so hard. What Ben wasn't. It was his land. He decided to give it a try. There's no need to talk about it. It goes without saying. He would gladly help the Lord, throwing all his strength to protect these lands. They prepared such a thank you. Complete you have to pay. That asshole Marcel could roll without donating. But the principal announcement had to be doubly splurged. To begin with, he recruited the earls, and the merchant guild's hired guards are at the ready. Kim Dae-hyun decided to open the card, unless they climb over the mountains, in which case the kingdom's path lies through the Austin Kingdom. The kingdom is now in civil war. The orc armies have no one to stop them, judging by the fact that they couldn't even hold back without feeling the caner end. Well, the rabble. Damiano gave orders to concentrate all military power in the capital. If defeated on the border, it would open a direct path to despair and sadness. Is there no way to avoid the war? If the orcs attack the kingdom, the first to fall is an N fortress. At this moment, some orc was shouting very loudly. A battle was now taking place between them. They fought for the mighty Karak. At that moment, they surrounded the kingdom. The call of the orcs grows louder and louder, raising the morale of the army. He's gripped by fear, reduced all skill scores. Let them not fall with fear. Orcs are many, can't be strong. They're wearing armor that isn't pierceable and their axes are sharpened. The army is full of monsters though. Agreed to the end. An arrow flew to him. Commander-in-Chief, Lazajak. His skills are also top-notch. He just looked at this point, didn't say anything back. A commander's praise is the ultimate reward. At that moment, the very same Karak appeared. The attack of the fortress, the assignment of the continent with the orcs, what the future holds for the continent, the fall of the fortress and the situation in the surrounding area as the orc army moved on. The orcs who had besieged the kingdom split up and made their move. Some moved towards the kingdom of Jals and some went to Atalai. According to the information, an army of orcs has announced itself, crossing the mountain range and moving towards the gorge of sorrow and sadness. The main thing realized was that they were divided. Their target was not only him. Above all, who was the madman climbing over the mountain ridge? At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun was dialed by someone. It was a man. Why he hasn't been in touch, and he hasn't been tied up already. That's not the point. At this point we're really moving right toward the gorge. The information was correct. The advance team has already reached them. This is the speed where the features are. Warned by the idiots of the kingdom. Didn't concentrate all the forces in the capital. It can't be helped. You can't cover all the borders at once. But speaking of which, why did Su Hek ask to meet in the mountains? He caught a deadly poisonous millipede. If boiled it would have a good effect on mana. He offered to give it to a great caster. Among them, there is an orc as strong as he is. Apparently the most orcish of all orcs. I think this is it. That's when they saw Lupo. Let the great May try his piece. Can become even more powerful. They can eat it themselves. He doesn't mind. At that moment, he heard his mentor's voice. He just saw a guy who looked like him. Can explain how that came out. Besides, shouldn't he eliminate these orcs? They are here. His wife will blow as soon as they see them. Not at all. He won't have to fight. These orcs are acting on his orders. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand how this was even possible. The man was in the mountains at this point. A gang of robbers of the fire see all his life on the ship, and the entire coast of the kingdom. He cannot bypass the tribe of goblins, but mainly moves underground. He will never find them. The only thing left is the aboriginal prize. Come on, they're people too. They also have magic. They won't find common ground. It's better to be beauties. Time people using country and magic. Let them go to the top of the mountain. There they will be found. Those scarecrows with a nasty temper, let them go back to the gorge. They're there. The man didn't understand at all where he needed to go or what to do. That's when he heard someone telling the dumb orc not to grunt anymore. It was at this point that he noticed some man fighting an orc. He was telling him not to grunt one more time at the beginning. At this point, the man decided to intervene in their conversation after all. He's a traveler. Why he came here? He's basically a mage, not a believer in God. He's just in time. Let him use his magic. The man marveled that it was so sudden. The oldest native, the great mighty mage Wameo, had decided to give him a test in the lands of the orcs, an exodus to determine the attitude of the tribe. He's just started. He's already been given an assignment. He feels it's going to go like clockwork. Now he's going to show something. Since they know each other, he can go now. Don't let them. He won't make a move until his spell works. The man asked what the spell was so the orcs couldn't grunt anymore. The man marveled at such a spell. The elder couldn't understand about the gaze. There was nothing like that. He was engaging his magic. Then he used his lightning bolt. The orc was very much surprised and grunted after all. The man was furious, for he was at it again. He had forbidden him. These mages are no good. Does he know how many mages come to him to train? The man said he didn't come to learn. He came to preach. He learned all sorts of nonsense in that mage tower of theirs, and then they expect him to evaluate. It's disgusting to look at them. He thinks it's satisfied with templates. Magic. Magic by nature requires an island. Magic ingenuity. Let's say, like his fixing the language of the orcs. That orc's grunt is just a stereotype imposed by humans. Orcs are far more capable of having philosophical conversations than humans think. Trying to use his magic organically only exposes his wild nature. He, a highly intelligent orc, has to walk the same ground with such a low-grade race. This guy is above reproach, putting his guard down with a second-rate lightning bolt, while he cast another spell himself. That's what he understands. He at excellent has passed the test and his reputation has grown within the tribe. The tribe accepts his part. What he says must be done. Axis magic activated. Character change magic was used on an orc named Shamsk. He, an elder of a mountain tribe of aborigines, allows him to retreat to the ground and tells him he has come with a sermon. They do not believe in their own bodies. What good is this faith? Will it do him good or what? They don't need a god. Physical strength, overwhelming force, vodka, base magic. He's the god of the new world. Speaking of which, she has incredible potential, a perfect body to become a great mage like them. They offered to train together. Now he understood why orcs were so afraid of the aboriginal tribe. God, it's his. He seemed to even want to believe it. They set out to turn all the mages in the place into barbarians and not even one pretty girl. To believe God, he must prove himself worthy. Prove what? The elder asked. Or he made a decision. He decided that this mage would fight in their place. The assignment is a battle with the orc army. The orc commander-in-chief has united the orc tribes inhabiting the lands of Urk. He has issued an ultimatum to the aboriginal flames, always a thorn in the side. Either they participate with the orcs in the war or fight against them until death. The wise elder realizes that one cannot go up against a received army of orcs, but the cradle is dangerous. The business of fighting with former sworn enemies. The elder cannot trust the stroppy and unruly tribal flames. Let him pay for his faith. If successful, he will earn the unshakable faith of the aborigine. What is this business? What is this great? He needs a powerful force. Wants to fool him. Kid, this friend has, when it was he who lied. The quality is vouchsafed in the name of all the flame. It is the most unique mage. And the flame. He thanks for the praise. So strong when he said that he strongly called it unique. Just let him try not to annoy the orcs, and when the opportunity arises, let him run. And this way you can divorce or what? He should know that if the orc army has gone to war, it won't be coming back. He thinks along with the loot and wouldn't prefer to come back to capture them. human, though he doesn't like it. Let him follow them. It's like he was just sold. What he means to say is that this man represents an aboriginal tribe. Just one. Must be those nasty natives laughing at them. Human mage, let them show their magic. The man asked what kind of magic we were talking about. There, he's sure he has to explain everything to him or what? Speed increase magic should be enough. The man used the skill Rushing Wind. He noticed that it was as if his body had gotten lighter. Activated effect of magic and god. System alert. The magic of rage, anger, and boiling spirit activity has been applied to the orcs. At that moment one of them hit his comrade. They really started attacking each other. These idiots are crazy. Man, what he did to them he doesn't know himself. At that moment, they all looked at the two of them. He begged them to be spared. He just came to preach. At that point, one of them said he would admit it. He recognizes that he was a great magician. He is their master. They all said he was their master now. Through rage, anger and vigilance boiling over, the orcs swore allegiance to him. Increased orc loyalty. His name rattles among orc spellcasters. He can be sat by famous spellcasters. Orc NPCs. Incredibly human. Not for nothing the elder recommended him. Anyway, when he came to his senses, everything has already happened. Can consider the war orcs as his subordinates, and they do not follow only his orders. The horde punishes in classes. More and more influence. Although the orcs do not know what Axis is, but they think he is good, so they believe. Kim Dae-hyun asked, or is he messing with him? He apologized to his mentor. He tried to do his best with his powers to help, but good for him. It was well done. The level of devotion of the followers of the order at the current moment. Tribe of Lessons, Incipient Weak Faith. Tribe of Orcs, Revival of Weak Faith. Tribe of Aboriginal Mages, Incipient Weak Faith. Tribe of Orcs, Unshakable Faith. A mighty caster, an even mightier god. Gotta come up with a plan for what he's going to do about it. The orc army besieged the fortress. The kingdom, the guild entered the war. Part of the orc army has attacked the city of Tyrum, Kingdom of Jals. The guild has given orders to the orcs in the city. Ranker Johansson defeated the orcs that had invaded the border of the kingdom. Player Crawford took part in the defense of a city in the kingdom. The number of orcs that had attacked the kingdom had noticeably decreased, and now an army of orcs, according to Karak's preliminary reports, was waiting on the border of the kingdom. Apparently they had not yet decided where to attack. How did she know about it? It hadn't even been mentioned in the event log yet. Someone from the guild infiltrated the orc army, talked about the lack of abuse. Yes, a lower man will sell out for money. Some attacked Jals and others attacked Atalai. The main army under the warlord halted at the borders of Austin. In addition, the army tentatively spammed Suhek. Her faithful point. There's a chance they won't pull into his territory. That's when the main character was dialed by someone. He's calling about a running continental assignment. He thought for sure he'd do something about it. So if he lets him know his plans ahead of time, they can get the issue ready for broadcast faster. If something comes up, he'll be sure to let him know. By the way, why is there so many people in the kingdom? The influential guild and anchors have joined the fight against the orcs of the kingdom. Austin thought he knew everything, all because of the so-called looting that his subordinate Kane once practiced. Spotting the moment of rioting, they communicate and take over fortresses and cities. In addition to the civil war, the orc attack led to the current kingdom full of anarchy. All kitty. Which one won't promote the title? There are many restrictions for that. Here they chose the easy ones based on destruction. What good are these lands? One studies in trying to conquer them. Anyway, as he sees it, the kingdom is now the most popular place for all guilds. Players with little to no power. Even Lee Sun-noon is heading there now. Wow, he overreacts to her. However, the name makes him startled. They don't know themselves and neither does he. Doesn't explain anything beforehand. Always gives videos only after the material is built up. Had he thought about doing a joint broadcast with her? Immediately afterward, he dropped the call. The man couldn't understand what had happened and tried to connect with him again. Kim Dae-hyun was really disappointed that he decided to participate in the stream quest. It's not necessarily because of him that the land may have come to be conquered as well. The man was surprised that the girl had arrived. After all, she was aiming for the south of the continent. It was unlikely that she suddenly had a sudden urge to take over the land of the kingdom. Maybe other guilds had asked for her help, or maybe she had come to eliminate someone. The main thing he said was that he came up with a plan. For starters, entrust this land to the count. The orcs will look at the devastation here and won't attack. And even if they do, reduce your count will deal with them himself. Not taking too much risk for you if things don't work out, but he's got it all prepared. If stopping it doesn't work, they'll put it on a statue of head jewelry for the orc god. Jewelry and feathers and praise of Urk in particular can be seen in the temple. a statue in honor of the orc god. A bronze statue praising the orc god is often seen in a temple. They'll put items on the statue. The orcs will think it's their temple. He's prepared a few options just in case. Here they'll come in handy. Here he is, their great strategist, turning Sadiq into an ignominious rout. Amazing ability to adjust to a multicultural age. At that moment, the man sharply struck them both at the same time. How can he guarantee success? Let the orc units now attack other places, but the army under the prior command of the warlords is still active. Don't let him worry, he won't come in here. Most importantly, the cargo said that the best defense is offense. Instead of beating your fist in your chest to defend your lands and treading on the ground, it will be much more effective to attack your enemies first. Why? Because they have Cain. How is he going to use it? Who's going to use him? He's going to be the main factor controlling the course of the war. What does all this mean? Has he done something wrong again? He will lead the troops to the chief, and near the enemy, and on the grass of the orcs on the kingdom of Austin his army will surely follow him. At the moment, the situation on the king is that even kingdom NPCs can attack. He can't get help from NPCs from the destroyed lands. Someone shouted that he would kill Kim Dae-hyun twice as well. Not only did he cause trouble in Avalab, but the stuff for the auction turned out to be fake. Let him calm down. This isn't the time to think about it. It's purely orc anyway. Karak's warlord's son killed Keen after all. The Magi have thrown all their energies into searching for him. They're scouring every shred of the continent with search magic. I wish those two assholes would die together. Kanat Blackrock Defensive Fortress, Tala Absinthe Defensive Fortress, Igadan Chikin Fortress. It's only the guild guys that the orcs bring the fun. Someone started it abruptly and said that the nasty orcs other their fortresses. Besides, everyone looking the same. Nothing to worry about. After a while, the man started saying that he was giving up and was wrong, and he doesn't have a choice. Let him be right. He didn't think he would take part in this assignment. It must be fun. There's no point in getting involved in this kind of assignment. It's a loss. The leaders reported that the sweep is over. All the kingdom's warriors have fled the fortress. The kingdom has established hostility to the kingdom. Man needs to reclaim the fortress. Outline accusations because of asshole Kim Dae-hyun lost his base and had to cross the ocean. Roy is too petty a dryad to take out all his anger. He'll definitely make him pay for it someday. Once he sees Kim Dae-hyun's possessions, he'll definitely be jealous. Whether he thinks so, he used to be so grounded. The dissatisfaction of the people of the fortress is critically high. If the dissatisfaction continues to grow, it may provoke. Maybe a high-quality watermill has been destroyed. The people's dissatisfaction is growing. The central fountain has been destroyed. The people's dissatisfaction is growing. The people's dissatisfaction is growing. They're hated. So what will they do? The usual. Let them scatter gold and abolish taxes. And it's worth repairing the castle wall. Who's the successful architect there on the canal? He also said that all the interior decoration is better used for private colas. Coniferous wood. Now due to the civil war and orc attacks, trade routes are blocked, so prices will increase greatly. Since the kingdom is between Jlaz and Urk, be sure to let them take mercenaries on the road. Fantasy Fortress Architect Online. Mr. Jared. Who they are, how they got his number. Judging by the video, he specializes in customer protection devices. Take it or what? With what article of familiarity? Of course if they pay in gold. Just where are they territorially? He was told they were in the Kingdom of Austin. The man said it wasn't a good place. It's been rough lately. He wasn't ready. After that, he said he was paying double. The man was surprised and the man replied that it wasn't enough. Then he was paying twice double. Wow. Just let him look at those evil looks. That he, PC, that her pussy. Everyone needs to be on their guard. There is currently public disorder in the kingdom. The NPCs of the kingdom can attack him. He can't get help from the NPCs from the destroyed areas. Let the man open the map. They'll find a better place. Someone's already occupied the fortress. The restaurant guild are those cooks who arranged the Grey at the sea competition in the Battle of Avalaba. Of course the mother-in-law is empty. Where do the cooks get such power from? They have a Sunan guild alliance. That's what made him twisted. That they took away the fortress that used to be his. Not that he wants it back. From your what? Don't let him look at him like that. It means that he can do evil. But he can't. The question is not about evil or good. It's about whether it will be solved or not. But now he has understood perfectly well what he thinks of him. In any case, to attack them now is not the best idea. So that the cook to pile the fortress. He toothed not to call mercenaries or recruit other players. It is worth hesitating. And the guild will appear on the horizon. Plus they don't have to attack first. If at least find a gap, defeat them. He was born thinking like a scumbag. This is the moment someone put in front of them. This guy is at all sane, taking a leisurely stroll by himself when there's a war going on all around. He can't stand it, but that light apparently. Kim Dae-hyun said that it was Runker. Let him look at the lie. She's a breed of Rhea living in the wind. The vast plains are not of legend. There are only 10 of them in the game. And besides, the horse armor worn is a reward for the legend achievement. You can't even buy those. Unserious. Why would they show off and shine a raga using a horse? The king is the one who strikes first anyway. Why is he freaking out because he's handsome or what? That's when the man decides to turn to him after all. He jumped out right in front of him the moment he drove off. He said they came here first. Let him fuck off. So why is he so satisfied? The man at this point just looked at him, and then abruptly picked up his sword, then pointed it straight up into the air. The system alert activated the White Knight Sun skill. They were immobilized. System alert. The effect of the slave spirit skill reflected the attack. The man was furious at him and asked if he had decided to start first. At this point the man screams. He sees they have been overrun by orcs. He will protect them. Let them stand behind him. The important thing for him to realize is that he started talking now. I think he got it wrong. He wants him dead or something. Now even she treats him like a slave. That's not the point. There's something there. She said it was Smith, the second middle rank of the American Second World server. The player after Lee Se-yun who successfully completed the legend quests. The legendary profession that descended from the heavens. The Guardians of Justice. The White Knight of the Ancient Empire. Why did they bear their sword? He wanted to offer to fight the orcs together. No need for such a courtesy. But he thanked. Kim Dae-hyun said that those orcs were not his subordinates' loyal followers. It was all that guy's fault. He rushed in. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised that he knew him. It was his broadcast that pushed him from first place to second. Keen after all was with them at the time. He immediately started apologizing. So what is he apologizing for? Either way he's glad to meet him. He didn't think he'd meet him in a place like this. He's here on business. One Helia he obliged. Sent requests for help. What do you mean owed? What guild is it? Of course, maybe doesn't know. The little guild Blackrock. They somehow helped him with an assignment right here to pay them back. For such a world player, every second counts to personally come to the aid of some unknown guild is infuriating. Not only is he handsome, he's also the character of gold. Jesus. 2. Blackrock is the guild that captured Cantan Fortress on the map. It feels like he's heard from them but can't remember. In that case, let them allow the deviation. He sets off for the fort, wishing them a good day. He just took off at that point. At this point, the man became enraged. He was furious about the man scaring people and he almost died. What did those rocks do that he was on their run? Stop being distracted. He had nothing to do with them. Here and there they'll go that route. And then what will he tell them when he gets there? That's when someone's hammer fell. The orc recognized him immediately. He asks what he's here for. Kim Dae-hyun says he sees his father is alive and well. Everyone was surprised that it was his son, but when asked, he said it wasn't true. Let him take care of the fortress wall. He's paying him money to dope or something. He didn't think he would show up. He didn't think his father was here either. He's watching. The construction is going full steam ahead. Let him stall and get straight to the point. There are too many guilds in the area. He wanted to ask a favor. He couldn't figure out what favor he was talking about. He himself knows. He's already received a donation. Now he's rebuilding a new city or fortress. How about temples to honor Axis? That's when his father wanted to say something to him. He calmly asked him if he was out of his mind. He said no. Can you say that to your son? What will they do? It's best not to get involved. The kingdom had long since become a battlefield. In his opinion, the guilds here were weak. Let them threaten as much as they threaten. It wouldn't work. The main thing at this point was just shutting up and looking at him. Who knows? They're the only ones. They brought Keen. At this point, the man started laughing and asking what the heck this other asshole was. What his main weapon was. That's the guy the warlord is looking for. Now he's the one who's figured it out. What? Since when has he been walking around with it? Now he's got the urge to chat or what? He offered, and said they wouldn't complicate things. The more the man stayed here, the closer the orc army would get. It was at this point that Kim Dae-hyun started as if to tease him. Of course, the man became enraged by this behavior of his son. System alert in the fortress. Erected a temple in honor of the god. Increased reputation. Increased holiness. Growing influence of the order. Can appoint a cleric. Cleric of the order is responsible for solving all sorts of issues. Can appoint both player and NPC. Kim Dae-hyun believed the treat. He said as he went and wished him a successful trade. It was as if the man at this moment was still furious. He wished he could say something to his brother, but he told him he'd better not say anything. Kim Dae-hyun greeted them and said he came in peace. The man immediately asked who he was and told him to scram. He would only try to enter the city and they would attack right away. At that moment, they noticed Keen stalling for time. The troop leader would be here any minute. They have already given the gold and accepted the faith of the order. Let him take the orcs and leave. Where further on 50% of the lands of the kingdom advanced temples of the holy order. He tossed him more gold. Just let him scare the fortress with threats. Those assholes have plenty of gold. He can get 2 more from them. His followers of the order are fighting in the territory of the kingdom and he gets extra bonuses. At this point, Smith has already arrived. He is happy to welcome them. It was really him. Their league leader has great connections in life. He's even more handsome. He wondered what the reason was for calling him. It must be because of the orcs. Not at all. They can handle the orcs themselves. Their hearing is enough to protect the gates of such a small fortress. They called him and the Posem, which is located below the fortress. He was really interested in this dungeon. At that moment, it was as if it began to crumble before his eyes. The warriors of the ancient empire are awakening, their powers increasing this way and that, fueled by the energy of the dungeon. The invasion won't go away. Let him go back. Of course, the man was not ready to back down and wanted to fight them. At this moment, he was using the sun power skill, then used the skill slashing downpour. The blinding power of winter will pit you against such a thing. The man then proceeded to deal with them with his own hands. It was really incredible. This is the overwhelming aura of the prince, which is to be expected from the boss of the world's ranchers. They're not needed here. The man said he met player Kim Dae-hyun on the way. What's the matter? Nothing. How did the two of them just bump into each other by accident? They asked. Or Kim Dae-hyun is casually heading here? Not at all. The reward for the dungeon Crown of the Forgotten Dead. The artifact is suitable for dark mages. The main character has nothing to trust her, whether he knows about the existence of the dungeon. There are a couple of other much more useful tasks. He's no longer surprised at the share in it. He's such a busybody. Busyness is his concern. One must keep a promise. His grandfather had taught him that good things should always be remembered. His presence alone is blinding. Yeah, that's the monster that fired the cannonball. He used the core chopping skill. Let everyone be careful, for there is a second attack. The creature didn't want to give up and was intent on killing them. The boon thanks. He didn't know he was hiding there. He had helped them as it was. Let him tell them if he could be of any use. Not at all. He asks. Let him say anything, even a mere trifle. They had no problems. There's actually one problem, but he's unlikely to help him with that. In truth, he's been looking for the artifact of the Blade of Ice Weeping Profession quest for a long time now. At this point, the crows were literally eating the flesh of the dead warriors. At that moment, some sort of portal began to form in the sky. Then after a while some girl came out of it. After another while, the entire girl emerged from the portal. The skills of body storage, the imprisonment of souls. The girl at this point began to use apparently black magic. The entrance to the dungeon where the Crown of the Forgotten Dead is hidden seems to be under the fortress of Aralta. It must be there. The restoration is going faster than he thought. So the fortress is occupied by orcs. Apparently they have plenty of money. At this point, the girl was ready to address him and apologized. They couldn't figure out who was there. They said there's a woman's voice. It's probably Kim Dae-hyun. What an asshole. He'll make you neurotic. From the looks of it, I don't think so, they asked. Or she's a mage. The level is low. So far to go. So she'll just stand there. She doesn't want to join their guild. They've got business on the right. A live hitter. Let them. What brings her here? Not the safest place to wander around. She has business in the basement of the fortress. If they don't mind, can she come down for a bit? What's the big deal about it? There's a dungeon entrance in the basement of the fortress. There was a dungeon underneath them all along. Knowing this, he would take over the fortress. It was clear that they would constantly have players pestering them. That's when he suddenly thought that there were monster corpses in the basement when he cleaned up. There was no point in hiding the existence of the dungeon from them. Cooperating to get information would be worth the waste of time. So if they set it up, he'll just attack and lash out. After this conversation, the girl was told she could come in. She was surprised it had been so easy. How many dungeons she had been kept out of. She had made it here. Poor child. They have the lands as their main goal, so the dungeon they can concede. Let them wish for good luck in leveling up. Let it be strong. The girl was very much surprised, but thanked them nonetheless. They couldn't understand, or she liked them. She must be touched. They became kinder. They find whether he it. Let them go alive for mending the wall of time in the game. At that moment, someone shouted motherfucker very loudly. Kim Dae-hyun was almost scared himself. The man asked them, or was he seriously frightened by their reaction? Kim Dae-hyun said that he was just surprised that Suning was here. Yeah, he'd rather be dead than contact him. Are they not going to come out? So don't arrange it. Let them decide. Don't let them listen to what he says and don't link up in a fight. No need to indulge him. They are more important. The main thing. Thought they would come out. What are they going to do now? What are they up to? Why aren't they attacking? At this point, they noticed that the main player was literally busy cooking. And at this point, yeah, what's going on in his head anyway? The man asked what Kim Dae-hyun had said. Didn't notice the orc army? The leader was told that there was bad news. Kim Dae-hyun had gone around to all the fortresses in the area, threatening that he would bring an army of orcs. Nothing to worry about. If it was those orcs, they wouldn't quite be able to stop them. But it's not about them. The warlord's forces. Ambassador Kim Dae-hyun relayed to the warlord that Keen is here. The warlord ordered them to attack. The man was furious at this point and said that Kim Dae-hyun was a bastard. The girl said he's on top of them in a very mean way. Let her not sweat it. By the way, he's short on ingredients here. She has something with her. Asked if they have. Also no. Yes, but they go hunting to save money. How can they not have groceries? After they gave him the bags, he walked around in there. Very many items such as Beholder's Eye, a horned squid, an ant that ate lava concentrate, a paralyzing millipede, mandracoco. They said there's nothing. It's a little small. It won't be any bigger. Everything was ready. System alert. Experimental illuminated dish ready. Tonic dish for soldiers preparing for battle. Cooking skill level increased. And let them eat too. There's enough for everyone here. But they said they weren't hungry. Let them eat. He needs to pump up the skill. The leader was asked where she was headed. She said she somehow had no appetite. It's not like they don't know when they'll have to join a battle. They have to eat. Even through force. They can't. They eat intermittently. They'll be criticized. They'll say the guild doesn't have a pedigree. Since when did they have one? They usually don't even care about it. At this point, they literally forcibly shoved her food in her face. Surprisingly, it was actually tasty and she liked it. System alert. Holiness increased under the effect of experimentally consecrated dish. Simultaneously gains powers of holy defense. Wisdom and luck increased by 1 irrevocably. Strength, agility, endurance temporarily increased under the effect of the tonic dish for soldiers preparing. It's worth eating more. Really, it's worth it. Of course, let him think of it as oriental medicine. You can't even buy such a thing with money. Kim Dae-hyun told Soo Hyuk to feed the orcs. Let them get the effects before the battle. Orcs are very happy with his food. Gets the rank of cook who knows orc tastes. While the rest of the players are tormented by the disgusting taste of the food, he gets the ruinous cooking skill. At that moment, abruptly someone started approaching the hero and shouting his name. They were the very men from the guild. Kim Dae-hyun said it's an attack. Everyone needs to prepare for battle. At that moment, they smelled something. They realized it was poison. But where would it come from? But the monster control skill, the deadly poison spreading skill, did not have time to prepare for their exit. The man started to say that they had used an antidote. They attacked the enemy with small bombs. Beads increased in mechanics. Attached to the backs of the mice are anti-personnel mines. Moving mines. Glav said fine, asking how her trap tasted. Wanted to set them up with cowardly tricks. Where they got so much stamina from, whether they became or ate a 1,000-year-old Highlander. They wouldn't fall for his primitive mechanisms twice. They are more prepared offensively, and have used scrolls and elixirs that increase reflective defense. The man said that Kim Dae-hyun was getting ready. Just at that moment, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield. The man told him not to look there, and then the circle of bearing assault was used. He couldn't figure out who the bastard was. At that moment a man appeared and said he apologized for being late with the fortifications. How dare he even dare? But at that moment a slashing whip was used against him. At that moment, the man began to use magic. Then, the angry soul hurricane skill was used. Then the skill of rumbling rolling boulders and summoning a lightning spirit was used. Where did these orcs come from? He'd said they didn't have a mage. Couldn't be, since he looked like a mage. He thought the same thing himself. At this moment, a powerful battle was taking place. he will put a stop to the thief born in Awalaba. So that is his wish. Han. System alert. He hears a high-level masterpiece, a song cursing Kim Dae-hyun. Failed resistance attempt. He is temporarily debuffed. It was a mistake, to the point of cursing the dole. To declare his affiliation with the sacred ministers on the broadcast of what's his name. Axis, a consistently low-grade gambling bash, would sacrifice himself today. It must have been costly to make a high-quality song, costing a lot of money along with Alexander's reflective defense. At this point, he was actually playing this song. He couldn't understand where the lizard had come from during his day. And just at that moment, there was another explosion. Then the dragon turned into a normal dragon after all. For a pet, he was too strong. The man was telling them to head in. That's how they'd kill every last one of them. Kim Dae-hyun said he was attacking. He's not capable of anything but sooning anyway. Let him protect the caster. The great caster for Axis. The caster god of the orcs. Let them go the ways. Idiots. Orcs should know their place. Just where do they get so much power from with that skin color? The man used the molten gold curse skill. What a bitch. The strongest warriors. He'd seen her in action in the arena. Kim Dae-hyun used the shadow immersion skill. System alert. As a result of the talisman's action, the level's reflective defense is halved. He called him an industry bastard. It was impossible. But persistence. How much more did he put on himself? At that moment, the man noticed something behind him. Kim Dae-hyun was also curious about what that sound was. At that moment, a dragon approached him. Kim Dae-hyun asked what the matter was. The dragon informed him that the orcs were approaching. It was just as the dragon had said. A very healthy army of orcs was approaching. Of course, they were with their leader. The protagonist was realizing what to do now. At that moment, he noticed something not far away from him. He noticed that the gate to the fortress was open. Let him not be distracted. Dare him to ignore because he is immobilized. Where's he going? He's not gonna fight or anything? Kim Dae-hyun actually started running and told everyone to find it. He was asked where he was going. He said to the fortress. Quickly sees the fortress while Suning is tied up at the feet. What was it he said? That psycho? Let them update it. We can't let him get in. New God's favor. He successfully dodged the curse. Why doesn't it hit? He can't go up. The stairs are too slippery. Let him get out of the way. Have everyone run inside. Don't go in. Let them close the gate like that. At this moment, everyone else saw the gate to their fortress being closed. What to do now? The leader said it's calm. It's not over yet. The fortress is an important object of the central district, so there are restrictions on the time of capture. On the day Kim Dae-hyun's subjugation is mostly inscriptions, it will not be difficult to retake the fortress. Plus, judging by the noise, they've already arrived. He was prepared for this and requested the Fire Spear Alliance's backup. He peeked around the corner, not repaying Mr. Cossack's enemy. At this point, not everyone was deeply surprised. At that moment, they heard a grunt. The black wolf demonstrates the howl of a wild beast, slowing down the movement speed of the attack. What the hell is that? It can't be the warlord's squad. He can't field a holding formation. Let them field him. At this time he is taking over the fortress. People are not sitting idle either. This time, let him turn it to dust so it can't be rebuilt. He will give him an army and let him smash the fortress to smithereens. The warlord has no thoughts of giving up territory. The military during his absence. Fortunately, for some reasons he cannot participate in the siege personally, but his loyal and talented subordinate will lead the army to the fortress instead of him and prevent it. If he fails, only death awaits him. Fortress Games, Tala Fortress, Aralta's Fortress. They haven't even had time to rebuild the walls. Let them all gather at the fortress gate. They're so annoying. They haven't even finished the defense yet and they're already making assignments. After that started fighting this org. Incredible, though the enemy is worthy of recognition. Aren't the guys ready yet? Amazing, he thought. He's just a dumb dater. At that moment, an arrow flew straight at him. System alert. He joined the orc army. The orcs in the army were deeply impressed by the incredible strength of a tribesman in his person. If he accepted the offer, he could get the position of general. The lands in the domain would remain untouched. What the hell is that? This offer to join still in the general's seat, finally buying the whole investment. How does he feel about it? If he just accepts and washes his hands, even the orcs can't do anything about it. Really? Fine. Then he'll accept if he's lucky. If he's lucky enough to capture Kim Dae-hyun, that's just what he needs. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun stood and watched in the distance. The man wondered why a vault was needed when there was such confusion all around. They need to rather strategize how he's going to sweep up the huge army. All they have to do is make a bomb and wait for a chance to escape. Did you spend it all or what? Damn Sunin like locusts. Through sheer luck, he discovered a hidden entrance to the dungeon. The mentor was told that it was a dungeon. With the power of his luck, he discovered the entrance to the dungeon that could not be found. Luck boosted. I wonder what kind of dungeon it is that is so impossible to detect. Islam won't escape through the dungeon. At least he knows what kind of place it is. Then he offers to fight the orcs waiting outside. By the way, the winged demons are too big. They won't be able to get through. Have the first winged longtails return to the territory and report the situation. Let the rest of us wait in silence, pretending to be statues in the gallery. Everyone evacuate to the dungeon. At this moment, everyone was deeply surprised. He tore up the wall and made a passageway. There it was, the power of Smith's main weapon, the solar pole. The battle would take time. Won't go directly. Something's going on, but it's cool. Dead man's eye skill. The girl was walking through the dungeon at this moment, and at that moment just used her strange eyes. There were some creatures there as well. Then some sort of projection of this dungeon manifested. She was told it was an invasion. She used the skill Arrow of Darkness, soul imprisonment skill. Still, she was able to beat it. A new flaming black soul at the wisdom of eternity. A cursed sword. They asked her if she had betrayed them. At that moment, the girl turned around and looked. The girl asked, or was it all too easy, even making me want to wrap it up? Divine wisdom skill. With divine wisdom he will find the best path. On divine wisdom enhanced. On divine wisdom. Skill divine wisdom. I wonder what level this dungeon is. He doesn't know, but if it's the basement of a fortress within the kingdom, it's hardly his high one. They'll pass through here. It seems to him, or are they just going straight ahead? It's just a regular hole in the wall. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he was their leader. The man said he would go first. System alert. Discovered the writing of an ancient state. He cannot read them without the proper skills. The man informed the mentor that it was sort of an ancient writing. Apparently, the one who paved the way won. Can he read it? The man said no. Well, then let him waste his time. Move, move. By the way, if this is the writing of an ancient state, what kind of dungeon is this? To call this path the shortest way is strange to the one who made it. That's the moment. That girl's eye was flying right over the top of theirs. When he noticed them, he immediately started to kova. They couldn't realize that it was apparently the enemy attacking them. It's not an enemy, it's an attribute of a necromancer, and a high-level one at that. He realized that it was Lee Se-yun. She followed them with the dead man's eye. The leader was questioned as to what they would do. The girl is now in the same dungeon. Is she also looking for the crown of the forgotten dead? Let their guild dream of fulfilling the quest with the crown. But they can't throw Smith into trouble with their greed. It can't be helped. It won't end there. Let them hurry up. It's game time if their opponent is a girl. He offered to back off. They had helped them so much and they didn't want him to be in danger because of them. Danger always comes without warning. On the contrary, it's a lucky chance to strike first. He said there was no way he was going to lose to the girl and would even allow thoughts of backing out. Besides, he's got them, right? And they'll go with him all the way to the end. They'll prove that the guy is tougher than the girl. He hoped he could stretch out a little more time. Let his solar pole follow him. Transit the heavens. But if it goes on like this one cell will find the crown sooner. For nothing I'll have to step in and tie him up by the legs. Ancient warriors are here. Let them take care of their opponents. Ho-hum make way for them. They began to fight. One of the girls noticed something. What the hell? What the hell is this weird technique? At that moment, the man was standing directly in front of his opponent. He apparently realized immediately what it was. It was a girl. Rather have them all stick close to him. Dead man's Big Bang skill. At this point, the guy was trying his best to defend everyone. He asked the girl what this cowardly ploy was. But why cowardly? It's a skill of her profession. He'd better cede the crown of the forgotten dead to her. He wouldn't think twice about it. She should back off. He's still stupid. He's already forgotten how she stomped him in Fantasy Online 1. The past stays in the past. He's not going to lose anymore. Stays in the past. The moment was given. He changed his nickname and pretends to be a different person. Let him show himself. If he wants to fight, they will face off in a fair fight. That's a lot of self-confidence. She would praise him, only he's going to lose. And it's clear without a fight. His textbook behavior. What in the days of Fantasy 1 that now in the palm of her hand reads like an open book? He admits she has a better tongue than he does. But let them compete in strength. The girl said at one point that she didn't want to do it. The guy asked why not. While they were chatting with him, she'd gotten far away. He apologizes. He made a mistake. He's been told it's okay. He's done so much for them already. It's not too late to hit the road. Let her stop. He won't let it go. There it is, stupidity in all its glory. At this point the girl came in, then and there. In front of her was some sort of huge statue, judging by the size of the gallery. This is the final destination, and it confuses her that she got here so easily. There may well be traps or mobs here. Well, so far, there really hasn't been anyone here. Now, this is the moment the girl found what she had been looking for so long. You can't just take her away since Smith is still far away. With the zombies, let them get her the crown. She'll check the magic radar for what's nearby if she uses the scroll. In a moment, the girl was surprised by something. On the other hand, she must have spotted someone. Too narrow, sure of any, that they must be ways. What's he in for this suffering? Dungeon-like lands. One monster would like to fight someone too. She can see he's taking his time, dusting herself off. Enough talk, let him move quickly. At that moment, someone approached the guy. Kim Dae-hyun came back and asked what was wrong. He looked at the girl without any emotion at that moment. The girl similarly looked at him, but at that moment, a realization came to them. The man was surprised that someone had already been here, and the other asked him if he knew her. The girl asked, "He's Kim Dae-hyun, right?" "Of course he is. Who else?" "And she's supposed to be his fan. He's different on screen, whether she'll agree. The character of her life is shitty, self-absorbed." Right at this moment, Kim Dae-hyun punched him sharply. She must be mistaken. I wonder how that happened. She mistook him for someone else. She had long thought about what she would say to him if they met again, but he reiterates once more that they were mistaken. Kim Dae-hyun didn't know what would happen now. At this point, the man was pulling back from that blow. Of course, he was furious at the guy for such an act. He couldn't understand what his girlfriend, Kim Dae-hyun, was asking him so suddenly. Was he still delusional? Let him puff up his eyes. It's Lee Se-young. Everyone was very much surprised that it was her. The girl asked what the big deal was. Did she ask again? Or is he the guy? The main character said he was the one. Why did he lie last time? Something he didn't recall. He hadn't introduced himself as Kim Dae-hyun the last time they met. He was just embarrassed. So he remembers. But remembers the fact that now after the battle with the Red Zone, he had to reveal his identity. And such a person would drag the past Red Zone leader everywhere. Moreover, he forced him into submission but had to conceal his identity. It was like that back then, and it wasn't like he was randomly matched up with him at all. This is only their second meeting, but each time she has an incredible feeling. It seems like they've met before in Fantasy Online 1, doesn't he think so? The protagonist said she thought not. She analyzed, and looking at him again, she can say she wasn't wrong. I mean, he knows what she's talking about. She asked, would he join her guild? Everyone was very much surprised at such a drastic suggestion. Even the girl and the others didn't expect this turn of events. Kim Dae-hyun asked what she had just said. At this point, the man literally began to approach her. The girl was greatly surprised at such a thing. The man did not stop and continued to approach. Kim Dae-hyun will join her guild after him, and he'll go along for the ride. And then he would automatically become a member of the guild at the top of the world rankings. Best Dragons, Dragons Ascending, World IG. Such an offer cannot be rejected. Of course he will enter. The protagonist wondered what would happen if he refused. What has he done wrong? Let him prepare for battle. If she says she'll kill him, he'll just die. Why do they have to fight all of a sudden? Why would he turn down the offer? Let them listen to who's downstairs. The exit from underground in the third room at the end of the hallway. When she gives the signal, let them pick and run without stopping. Come what may. What other battle is going on? Let him fight at full strength. He wasn't going to slack off either. I should have at least trained on the Necromancer. The offer might seem rude, but the terms really weren't bad, and others would be horrified if they knew she'd offered him the deputy head position. The two men were actually surprised by this. The man immediately started saying she said for the chapter. They can't just join her or what? She's begging. Wants to hit the solar plexus again or what? Yeah, and she doesn't want to worry about him. She doesn't want to see him getting screwed over by everyone else, which is what she's talking about. Come on, didn't he know that the big guilds were uniting lately? Alliance was common. Guilds had something to do with it? You could say guilds are uniting if it's his fault. It's basically everyone who suffered at his hands. Maybe things are calm now, but imagine what would happen if the guilds with ears to his malice got together. Moreover, if they recognize and about what was in Fantasy Online 1, the enemies he has will increase exponentially, meaning that right now, Kim Dae-hyun's front line is forming. Now he understands why she called him out. Thank you, no need, just let him join the guild. Kim Dae-hyun said. Of course he refuses, and the two of them are not accepted. As it turned out, the girl knew she would. Still, she was pissed off hearing it live. Slave's willpower, slave's wrath, slave's shackle skill. What is this strange skill called? They're stronger than she thought. You can't relax. Ghost wall skill. It really helped her dodge all the attacks. She then decided to use the wandering skull skill. Afterward, the man marveled at what was moving at him. He tried to defend himself in every way possible. He was under the effects of the wandering skull. His arms were temporarily paralyzed. He was faced with a dark aura. He repelled the attack with the slave willpower. Though she reflected so, it made him uncomfortable somehow. Kim Dae-hyun realized that things weren't going according to his plan. Okay, they're already dead anyway, but the backs of their heads and in their eyes are there too. Weapon switching skill. It's that weird hammer she saw on the broadcast. Judging by the fact that he only uses it against zombies, it's a holy weapon. Then she's just using elemental magic. Kim Dae-hyun was very surprised when he saw what he saw. He immediately started running away from it. The girl said it was useless. She had studied his skills beforehand. Let him stop resisting. After all, it was pointless. At the first ranking now he was incapable of resisting her. At this point, the slicing stopped for some reason, and Kim Dae-hyun told her not to make him laugh. At this moment, she noticed that Kim Dae-hyun had just chopped her up like this. Didn't his weapon only hit zombies? How could he do that? The protagonist really succeeded. System alert, other, non-critical strike. He figured out the golem's trial, found the weaknesses, mechanics skill increased, swordsmanship skill increased. That's right, it's Kim Dae-hyun. Apparently she was too frivolous. She then decided to use the escape into darkness skill. The man told the mentor that the girl had disappeared, and a few seconds later, she reappeared. System alert, escape to darkness failed due to opponent's high luck. She couldn't figure out what the hell. System alert, she has been critically hit. The opponent's weapon is glowing. It has been enveloped by a devilish aura. It is being absorbed. Kim Dae-hyun. What? He's not done yet. After that, he struck her. Then the Abyss Tentacle skill was used. Kim Dae-hyun successfully dodged, and he said he was lucky. Curse of Chaos skill. What the hell is that magic eye? Shadow Binding Steps skill. Shadow like gum. It was an abomination. He successfully dodged. But the only problem is, it's all for naught. Seriously, what kind of sorcery is this? Dead Knight Awakening skill. Great. Not contacting at full strength at the preview. How long can he run? Not here, sure to die. Kim Dae-hyun realized that he would have to sweat with this already, but then he realized there was no need to panic. The main thing is, he said he wouldn't do it, and a couple of ambles. The girl was slightly surprised by the whole situation. The skill Absorption by Death was used. System alert, mono restored. Why the biceps with Dead Knights? He changed weapons, remembering exactly how she was attacked with a flaming sword. Does that hammer only do damage to inanimate objects? Does such an option even exist? Have them prevent the main character from changing weapons. The protagonist decided to use Defense Circle, Blast, and critical attacks. The main thing to understand is what it is. He has been exposed to the poison of the afterlife. He takes lasting damage. No matter how talented he is, it has no bearing on the long fight in his arsenal. Games are a 1 in 100 chance of working out. She watched as new people kept popping in and out. She couldn't understand who they were. The girl said they had to run. It was a girl. Where did she come from? Maybe Kim Dae-hyun was scamming her out of money, putting her on the spot. That can't be what they're talking about. That's when the girl realized something. Apparently, there, still bleeding. Yeah, that annoys him. Worthy of respect. He is now no inferior to the great necromancers. Just don't let him say he pumped his profession. And for old grudges, he's the one who wants to ask her. She has a grudge against him. He had no thoughts of messing with her. Malice, she says, only wanted him to join her guild. She hopes he'll understand her desire to play with him, even if it's pa. Now they feel spoken for in that desire. I didn't realize what the vibration was like. The girl said, here comes the latecomer. At that moment Smith appeared. At this point, he shoveled out a new girl. Kim Dae-hyun. What's that man doing here? He asked if it was necessary to go to such a sneaky length. Why is Kim Dae-hyun here? He said it just happened. He couldn't understand why even he was here. Were they all honeyed or what? What was so important about this pods? The man told him not to believe the woman. The main thing is, I said I never thought I'd be like you. the girl asked. Or is he not overreacting? This woman deceived him and got here first. Life is all about deception. Open up to her too. Let him not give the broadcast image. Let him listen. No one is fooling anyone. They're actually having pain here in the conversation itself. Let him stay out of the way. He knew it was her and Abdul's boyfriend, but it was the other way around. Let her not lie. There was no way Kim Dae-hyun would fall for her deception. Too much is too much. We need to get the artifact and get out of here. That's unlucky. They have a lot of competition. It's for the best. Why not explain the situation to the protagonist? Ask for his help? Since he and the girl were fighting, there's a great chance that he'll take them aside. Plus he's not as sneaky as the girl, and he won't cheat them. He thinks. That's it. He's a bit wrong. Smith is no judge of character at all. No, nothing dangerous. You can tell everything to the protagonist. You can just unite to defeat the girl, or each of their soon to be dead to each other. Where is the crown? There, in the middle, on top of the statue on the throne. There it is. Let them not let the girl get it. They can't dump all the work on Smith anymore, Kim Dae-hyun remarked. Afterward, he smiled. The man himself couldn't figure out what was wrong. At that moment, he grabbed Kim Dae-hyun. So that's it. Then, a statue. Why open access to the protagonist without a valid argument? The only thing left to do is to get it first by any means necessary. Just at that moment a man came upon her. She clearly didn't expect it and couldn't react, but then still used the energy leaking skill after all. I'm running out of energy. The cursed arrow ballista skill caught the girl's attention, for which he is very ungrateful. Damn class. His profession doesn't allow him to disobey Kim Dae-hyun's orders. Nice attempt at distraction. A little more and he would have delivered it. Let him ponder his entire behavior in hell. Hell energy blast skill. The man told them to try to withstand this attack. At that moment, the man was greatly surprised by something. He noticed that the man was starting to use magic. The enigma of contemplation. Temporary immunity to all attacks. The new totally protective profession of a servant of a god. His name is called, and his faith is unshakable. Everything is changeable and illusory, intangible and material. Just at that moment, his tooth literally bled out of his mouth. There is time, there can be no glass. He withstood her attack. But no matter, let Kim Dae-hyun touch the crown. There might be traps in the dungeon. Kim Dae-hyun inquired about the traps. System alert received. The crown of the forgotten dead. At this point, the girl was very much surprised that he had made it so easy after all. The man couldn't believe he'd done it so easily either. Just at that moment some kind of earthquake started. They certainly didn't expect this turn of events. The girl at this point couldn't understand what was going on. The others were also wondering what was going on. Kim Dae-hyun realized that he had simply stepped in shit. System alert. The crown of the forgotten dead is gone. The forgotten dead is awakening. How could he forget his torment on the pirate island? System alert. Thanks to high luck, the forgotten dead have awakened. Kim Dae-hyun was greatly surprised that nothing happened. Did he fall asleep again or something? The main character was clear. He was just praying. Boy, did he give him a big scare? He didn't hear he went back to sleep. If he wakes up again, is he liable or what? He apologizes. But I must say that this crown is not behind her. Though the girl interrupted him. They were the first to arrive here. They will reward them handsomely. Could he return that crown? Just at that moment, Kim Dae-hyun started to run away. The man was informed that Kim Dae-hyun had just run away. But we'll have to create order, since the Master of Order has decided to run away, and there's no catching up with him. The man started saying that it was all the girl's fault. Why was he suddenly snapping at her? Don't let it be a load of crap. Who in front of the protagonist was yelling at the top of his lungs that he came for the crown because she attacked him? He must have stolen the crown to get back at him. Does he even know who Kim Dae-hyun is? When the girl realized he didn't know anything, she understood everything. What was the matter? Why was she suddenly reluctant to reveal his identity to others? The man was told to follow him, to try to catch him and persuade him once more, though he was unlikely to agree. The girl at this point was just staring emotionlessly somewhere in the distance. She's not sure she'll win his affection herself. I wish I hadn't tried it anyway. Kim Dae-hyun was asked to stop at that moment. The man asked if it was accurate to run there. He walked them to the exit of the dungeon. He still doesn't believe it. Just at that moment, something exploded in front of him. At that moment, he was standing behind the wall. The man asked if he was there. It was very strange, like it had never happened before. This guy keeps chasing them. He's starting to get tense. The man told them to wait a while. Let him be for a moment and truly understand why he is running away. He should be frightened and not believe him, but he is different from that face. Doesn't he know that? He asks him very much for his crown back. Have them talk and clear up misunderstandings by including conversations about natural phenomena similar to science. Kim Dae-hyun asked what the situation was like. He doesn't answer him. At this point on the surface, a few seconds later, there was an explosion. Kim Dae-hyun said as they picked their way out of the dungeon and made their way outside. Reputation boosted. Experience points gained. It's not even a haunted house. It's heart like a raging well. They flooded the exits, but it's too early to relax. It's capable of piercing the heavens. There's no telling when he'll be able to get out. Avoided horror movies and ended up doing a monster movie. By the way, where's the rest of it? Let Alexei, who has the right to be treated politely, give it to him. At this point he stopped talking abruptly. Why is he stuck? Let him move before that psychopath. Just at that moment he noticed something behind him. There are more people here. They were very much surprised, for they saw the orcs in front of them. They were surprised, for it was the same scumbag Keen. He was discovered by a soldier of the orc warlord. He'll never back down until he kills him. He must not be killed in the name of the orcs. No way. This army is a warlord. What kind of day is today? At this point, the man climbed out and started calling for a mentor. What's he doing in there? 2 hours earlier. At that moment, there was some kind of battle going on, and they finally won. They were heavy, nasty orcs. Let them watch. Help has finally arrived. Does Kim Dae-hyun hear that help is on its way? He's dead. At this point, the leader was addressed. This is not backup. These are new orcs. They clearly didn't expect this turn of events. How the hell many are there? A whole army for one measly fortress. It's all Keen, not here to find him. It is they who must retreat. Let them vacate the fortress. He'll pay for it. At this point in the fortress, I haven't seen him at all. He asked the mages if they were thoroughly searching everything, and its location is constantly changing. Vessels all over the underground. Then they'll move to the head. They'll wait for that pathetic mole to poke his nose outside. At this point in the fortress, the demons couldn't figure out how much longer they were going to be stuck here. That's when someone ran out of it. He was asked if the girl and the man were really there. He almost died. I should have taken a screenshot when she almost happily ran into those players. The org at this point was surprised by something. It was only after a while that the girl noticed the surprise. She couldn't understand what was going on when she saw them from above. First world players, now orcs. Is this some kind of joke? They sure aren't being filmed by a hidden camera. What is most needed in these situations? Of course, it's speed. His name is Lee Soo-hek. He led the orc magician army instead of Wameo, knowing that the great warlord would come here, so he came running. If that's what the great caster said, then it must be true what he's doing now. Saves their asses. What are they supposed to do now? She is a representative of the mercenaries and the head of the strongest warriors guild. Though belated, she greets his lordship, the greatest warlord of the orcs. I mean, he did say that diversifying investments reduces risk. His followers from where they came from, hearing that they were searching together, wanted to get to him as quickly as possible, so they went through this dungeon. Then let them answer. In the dungeon no one met. They didn't even see a mouse. They successfully deceived the warlord. Their reputation increased. He gets the skill Axis tongue. He can name one skill and use another. Everyone was surprised, for he had really tricked him. So, he would be ready to ask, where is Kim Dae-hyun? How do they know them? That's what he thought he knew. He accepted the offer to lead the orc army, but it took its toll. Judging by his words, Kim Dae-hyun was now under them. Not at all. He didn't see him. He's really there. Okay, let him say what he says. He was furious and told him to come out to him and fight. Everyone was watching it closely. What's the matter? The entrance to the dungeon collapsed? Finally found. Keen, Karak's greatest enemy. The man told the mentor to rather go to him and use the acid downpour skill. This is the point really. Not everyone started taking damage, then used the skill like some kind of swarm. Fog. Well, that gradient suddenly stopped seeing. It was then followed by a new mess of snow. Whose work was it? It was him. He was the traitor. The great caster had betrayed them. Everyone told them to protect the leader, for the human mercenaries had betrayed them as well. The earth movement skill, the serenades, the retired flamed skill. First they attack that person. He is their ringleader. No one must leave here alive. The warlord used orders. System alerts. Orcs get the effect. Orcs don't back down. How do you deal with this horde? Should I dump the man and just take off? At that moment, a man appeared, telling him to please give Caro back to him. Kim Dae-hyun was confused. Orc army, what the hell is going on here? Let them destroy every last one of them. No one without his permission. Can't touch Mr. Kim Dae-hyun. He then used a skill called Thunder Pillar. Oddly enough, it actually started to work. Kim Dae-hyun was quite surprised at everything that was happening. Karaka was looking at him at this point. The orc leader was also laughing at this moment. The man then used the Sleipnir. He started fighting them almost simultaneously. Everyone could watch his horse. Even the dragon was surprised. What a cool name that is, even though it doesn't compare to his. At that moment, another creature appeared in front of him. Kim Dae-hyun is running away in every possible way. Then a girl appeared and told Kim Dae-hyun to give up the crown. It's the living dead. Kim Dae-hyun. What a scumbag. Where does the popularity come from? Yes, but it's more like hate. How could she summon the living dead in broad daylight? He's probably high level. By the way, the girl looks familiar. The man asks him to return the crown. It's their artifact, which is too noisy. He can't hear him. The people of the Black Spark Order were looking for a mission and put so much effort into getting it. He did a lot of tasks for her too. Even harder, by the way. Just have him wipe his saliva off. How did he even become second ranked with those skills? But he has no choice. He has to help the Order of the Black Rocks. If he doesn't give up the crown, he will be forced to attack. The Chief Thunder mentally used the Shadow Dive skill. He then used Stroke of Luck a great many times and said that you have to hit first and talk later. The Crushing Blast skill. There was a massive explosion on the battlefield. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised by something, and then used the Ancient Empire's eternal power. He noticed that the enemy didn't receive a single unit of damage. The man understood him. Then he too would not hold back. He used the Ancient Empire's eternal power to protect him. Looks like he has a passive attack defense spell. How long will the action last with this guy and me on my way? Is he thinking of cooperating? But Kim Dae-hyun replied that he didn't want to. The girl asked, is it true? Is he sure about it? He really doesn't want to be. And if he regrets it later, let her get the hell out already. Let him stop resisting or he'll be in danger. Kim Dae-hyun told them to attack and used the counter-attack circle skill. At this moment, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield. What a low technique. Attacking a mob on one, not low. The man said for everyone to step back. The mages, the warlord, are attacking from the air. When Kim Dae-hyun noticed this, he immediately began to dodge. He was clearly terrified by all this activity, judging by his facial expression. Karaka had been watching this incident closely the whole time. He uses weird skills. Have him make it so he can't dodge. System alerts, he has been hit by the curse of fallen energy. This curse cannot be avoided. All stats are reduced. Dodge attempt failed. He opened bleeding. He successfully blocked it with the powers of a saint's skill. Curse needing any way to break through the surroundings. That's when the dragon decided to help him. He can spend all the mana. Let him crush the mages. All the magic available. Let the man and everyone he brought with him bring the magic down on them. And the other man uses all the skills he has. At this point, the man began to attack. He couldn't figure out what it was all about. At that moment, he noticed something. That's when someone fell to the floor. The man clearly couldn't still comprehend what had happened, and Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what had already happened either. At that moment, they saw the warlord in front of them. He has been hit by Earth Fury. The warlord has failed resistance. He can't move. The military commander asked, is it that bastard? It's not him. On the contrary, it's the one over there who said attack. That org looks familiar. He's seen him somewhere. So he's the one who fooled him. The daring little man planned to destroy everyone because of the boss. Since he pointed out Sun's killer, he'd give him a chance to survive. Let him live from here. A military leader. A bunch of stuff to do. His life. He can leave the field alone. Is this really how he's going to end his life? That's cool. At least he can get out of here. Himself what he just said. Did he eat something wrong or something? Worry about him. He'll probably live a long time. He's taking care of them here. By the way, then let him suggest they all die together or something. He's just never done this before. Or is it the proximity of death making him talk? No, if he dies, he'll get a fine. I knew it. People don't change. You can't fix their nature. But I almost got emotional. Only it doesn't work that way. And the man was very much surprised. Even the warden himself was surprised. Just at that moment, his rage had no limit. He took to it at once. Smith couldn't understand what was beginning to happen at this point. He did it. The military commander was greatly surprised, for his helmet had been dropped. At this point, he apparently wanted revenge on him. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised. He saw that he was preparing to attack. Just at that moment, he grabbed him right by the scruff of his neck, at which point he started beating me as hard as he could. Of course, Kim Dae-hyun had an unpleasant feeling at this moment. Then he thrust it right into himself mutually. Even the girl, for some unknown reason, began to worry about him. His surprise at Kim Dae-hyun simply disappeared. A split second later, Kim Dae-hyun appeared behind his back and used the shadow dive skill. But the military commander was ready and had his weapons ready for it. He was easily able to fend off and not get caught by this attack. Burrowing doesn't work. It's not like he didn't think he'd fall for the same trick twice. Oh shit. Kim Dae-hyun realized that it had happened again. His legs didn't move again. Just at that moment, the protagonist flew from the military commander's blow. It was the same last time. Now he realized how he'd been caught twice. It was the stomping of a new adversary nearby. He uses this technique in close combat. It's useless to dodge at zero range. Don't be damned. Stats are reduced. You can hope for immunity to petrification. He used a skill called Cursed Flame, was able to point it straight at the enemy, but as if it didn't affect the military commander at all, for he absorbed it. Kim Dae-hyun could understand that. Yet more. He is sheltered by a mantle of flame, patronized by the wind. Some youngsters' games of fire can do nothing to him. He then used the shadow dive skill, then used the same skill once more. I'll catch him too. Let him get a breath of air. After a while, he grabbed him by the throat. Kim Dae-hyun realized that things were going badly. He might die at this moment. He'll ask him one last time. He gave him a chance, so why didn't he leave? If he's going to keep quiet till the last minute, let him go first, then he'll talk. All the matyaj were overwhelmed. Does he look like someone they can pull their strength with? They will become appetizers for his weapons. His word alone would have been enough. He would have asked for help. Kim Dae-hyun at this moment tried to resist him in any way. He called him a lowlife. He'd smash his head in first. Let them see how confused he is. Have you seen this? The item is sweet. Popcorn made by an outstanding chef. Even Kim Dae-hyun can be trapped. There's so much joy in an enemy being trapped. It's not just a giggle. It's better not to piss them off. The system alert has increased. The degree of submission of the orcs. The man couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. All shiny. Is he an idol or something? This isn't the sorceress who wasn't allowed into the fortress. Looks like that's why she's going to be so powerful. They say she's not a pocket. Ranked number 1 in the world rankings. And this clean-cut paladin is at number 2. But why the lousy guy doesn't run away? He doesn't know. They watched it closely. Then one of them sighed heavily. He said and suggested that they debuff him. They didn't use the swift step skill and the patronage of the 6 fires of the ancient spirit. Hand hesitation. He was quite surprised at what he was doing. He asked what they were doing. Not that they were doing it so he could do whatever he wanted. Won't they regret it? Even if they don't, they will. They themselves often say if they will regret it anyway, then let them do it first and regret it later. At this point, he went on his way. Just at that moment, he was ready to attack the military commander. At that moment, they both heard him, and just at that moment, he attacked him. He was surprised that Kim Dae-san was here. He said he was the one who called him an asshole. He trusted him, betrayed him into the submission of the orcs. How dare he betray him? He never said he was under his command. Not only did he take over his peaceful fortress, but he's playing the benefactor. How shameless, how carelessly he thought he could take all the orcs if he defeated him. Why would he need those pieces of pork? He didn't recall keeping a meat low. Then why did he betray him? After that, he just stopped talking. His son, maybe just him. What did he just hear? Son? Then that man is father in Kim Dae-hyun. He lost his land, wandered off into the wild. All he got was a subordinate to the orc commander. He knows he's exhausted all his resources, so stop talking and get lost, or plans to die. The corpse of some pig. What do you mean pigs? That's right, he likes to be called a pig because it's true, but he can't tolerate a pig being used as an insult. The dragon was telling the master that the mana was depleted. Is he going to die like that? The death of a great dragon. What a shame. Well, that's when someone caught him. The man asked what had already happened. Where did this crowd of orcs come from? What of the Lord? As he sees it, you can tell they've failed. Speaking of which, where has he been? Why is he only showing up now? As he left the dungeon, the Lord remembered that he had not forgotten the winged demons on the wall of the fortress. He was ordered to retrieve them. At this moment, the girl tied up and her guild subordinates were being rescued. Those were exactly the winged demons. Let him stop them and keep them from escaping. They were Kim Dae-hyun's friends. Let them clear the way for them. A couple of losers won't make a difference. All he wants is revenge. Again it is. If only it weren't for the mage's curse, he might have come back. There was a hero. At this point yelled very loudly, because it would be possible to win. At that moment he was surprised, for he saw his father before him. Yeah, he couldn't realize how much damage that was. Let them ignore the two who are doped up. He's in the middle of it now. Man, you should have used some restraint. In fact, let him look back. He used a skill called counterattack circle. After that, oddly enough, it worked against them. Then used the thundering spirit of an ancient orc skill. It was then followed by the shadow leap skill. The military commander thought it was impossible. Then the skill shadow diving was used. It doesn't matter how strong the opponent is. Having so, created his own opportunity up for grabs. If even the same skill is used in the right place and time, at that moment, his armor began to crumble. He noticed it, really hadn't expected that. Kim Dae-hyun ended the sentence by saying that you can make a crack if you stick to everything he listed earlier. Just at that moment, all of his armor collapsed. Smith was actually surprised by what Kim Dae-hyun did. The girl noticed that he had succeeded after all. The father was surprised that his son could do it. He can definitely handle one of these. Just at that moment, Kim Dae-hyun is so arrow-like. Orc said, not to support the warlord. At that moment, he saw a literal rain of arrows in his direction, but then he quickly used iron shields. It was Sungkyu's uncle, telling him not to worry, not to let all his friends escape. And yet there are too many of them. Even eliminating the commanders, they can't stand against an entire army. Let him run away first while their father delays with their means. When moving, they won't be able to run in at any moment, but let them go first. He couldn't understand why. Kim Dae-hyun said that he had a way to slay them all at once. The orc yelled for them to go to the front of the line. Just at that moment, someone appeared in front of them. They couldn't figure out if it was something else. The dead contemporaries began to attack them again. They realized it was the work of that necromancer. Let them aim for her, the souls of noble knights. Let them turn to 1,000 spears and strike down his foe. Ghostly knights. They realized there was no way to stop them. For starters, they bought time when they didn't think they'd be cooperating with them. What can you do? The most annoying orcs around here. Speaking of which, why would someone who almost escaped but stayed behind choose to put up such an unequal fight? Maybe he has some other plan. A little more. Right, let them run that way. At that moment, someone grabbed his leg. It was Keen, and he couldn't understand why he was still here. Randomly, the task for a slave is to protect the master. A slave of Axis. A profession not every passive can possess. Only those who are loyal can be with her. As long as she is loved, she will protect her master even at the cost of her life. It cannot run away first, before the weight of its master's death. Let her stay by his side. Protect him. A penalty will be given if the quest fails. The main cargo noticed that the Curse of Devi. Had I known such a great skill existed, I would have used it beforehand. Debuff shifting skill. Anyway, he's done his duty. Now he can go in peace. Let him not dare to die in front of his eyes. Look for another place. In the end, he was able to avenge his son. We should thank the dove who didn't run away. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he was sure about that. Not two or well didn't get along. They helped him by time. But it's not worth it. Let him just return the dice. He apologized, but he can't afford to do that because now they all are. I'm going to have to compete in a running contest. At this point, explainable things began to happen. System alert. The breath of a demonic fire beast wishes to use the item. Kim Dae-hyun replied to the system that he wishes and let her use it. Just at that moment, some demon appeared. He immediately turned his attention to Kim Dae-hyun. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised that it was him. So that's what this thing was. At this moment, the devil was very fierce. He immediately swept everyone in his path. Even the military chief couldn't resist him. He turned to the great ancestors. May they send blessings. But that didn't save him at all. He was torn to pieces. Because of the breath of the demonic fire beast, 134 orcs died. The words, bad reputation enhanced. The girl couldn't figure out what else it was. It's coming. You have to dodge it. They all summoned their pets to dodge. Don't look back. Just keep moving forward. What did Kim Dae-hyun do? The orcs must run away too, for there is a need to be saved. That crazy little man sent flames into the plane. The military commander was exposed to the breath of a panicked beast of fire. Let them protect him. The military commander is seriously injured. A military commander under the influence of Sodic's eternal flame curse. Failed attempt at resistance. The warlord is unable to move, and the morale of the orc army is fading. The mechanic's skill increased significantly. He was given the title of subversive mechanic. He couldn't be killed. System alert. The perimeter is studded with flaming spears. The flames of anger enveloped him, and he successfully dodged. He's hit by Sodic's heat. Evasion is impossible. His health is impaired. He's surrendering. He is being sidelined by the ICDS in such situations. Tell the man to stop yelling. He's not going to die, so make him shut up and drink the elixir. they seem to be busy. 2. He was attacked by an evil spirit summoned. Have him contact the protagonist. Horo, don't wait. At this point inexplicable things started happening again. Don't let him worry. He'll be sure to see them from here. Don't ask what's wrong with the military leaders. He replied that they could not be contacted. Just think, the military commander is defeated. That bastard is no longer worthy to lead. The orcs will act on their own. Level up. He received the title of hero, becoming in the Great Orc Army. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun was trying to help everyone. The man asked if he was alive, and Kim Dae-hyun told him that he was. He successfully defended the incarnation of God. He won the title through great self-sacrifice. He's got the title of Walking Away Meat Shield. Holy shit, let him try that again. He gets a special reward for the task. Level increased. God Slave passive skill level increased. Accelerated healing time. He asked if there will be more hazards. The doctrine is not going to. What is he saying? Or is he accusing him? And yet, he's glad everyone managed to survive. If it weren't for the winged demons, they would have died by now. Why did the leader tell them to follow the protagonist? They promised a long, easy life. And this is what? She suggested, thinking positively. Now, after this sweep, the orcs wouldn't attack for a while. However, wouldn't they be in danger when the military commander went from his wounds? He asked if it was necessary to ruin the mood by thinking about something that hadn't happened yet. If she understood, have her gather the guild members. She wondered what it was for. The whole plain is strewn with objects. Why not find a host for them? She'll give him the title of leader. Just have him concede to their guild. By the way, he doesn't know when the flames will go out. It should die down soon, but the fire doesn't go out at all. It's probably even getting hotter. Somebody get some water. At this moment, one of them started using water magic. A flame endowed with the power of Sati cannot be extinguished by ordinary water. That's when you have to do what to make it go out? At this point, they all got an assignment. Mission, the Kingdom of Otsun. An eternal flame has surfaced in the kingdom. Toto released the eternal flame on the plane of the kingdom. The flame-containing essence cannot be extinguished by normal means. On the contrary, it would flare up stronger and bring more destruction. Let him study the order and find a way to extinguish the flame before it consumes the kingdom. Kim Dae-hyun thought about this assignment. To study the order and find a way to extinguish the flames before they consumed the kingdom. The girl asked what they should do now. Anyway, his lands aren't in the kingdom, so everything apparently can't be staked. Just avoid it. Plus it looks like the orcs are scattering, trying to survive. What will happen to Kim Dae-hyun if he does something like that and runs away? She doesn't care at all. Mistress said he was too weak and apologized. They did their best, and yet he couldn't get Caro. The rest of US will figure it out. At least he's thanked for destroying the dungeon. He must be busy. I dare not disturb him. How's he gonna get the material? Are they laughing at him now or something? They say it takes steel blessed by the Pope to forge a sort of chilling howl. Yes, but to arrange a meeting with such a high-ranking person, not even Mr. Smith has the connections. He has an idea of how many tasks he has to accomplish, so he'll pretend he didn't hear. If a meeting is needed, and again someone could use the blessing, and the user. Who does he mean? Kim Dae-hyun. You don't nominally know him, do you? If you ask him for help, maybe he should get a free tear out. 2. He'll keep that in mind. It was hopeless anyway. Mission, Kingdom. Give chase to the retreating orc army. The orc army attacking the kingdom has split up, retreating due to a change in the warlord. Thanks to the incident on the plain, many have been defeated, but there is still a sizable portion of warriors left. If left unchecked, they could be a danger in the future. What the hell is going on? Why are the orcs succeeding? And what could have hurt a military commander so badly? Said the flames came up. What's the order doing here? Since the orcs retreated, this fortress belongs to them now. System alert, a plan empowered by force cannot be extinguished by ordinary water. After that, they didn't realize it wasn't what they thought it was. The fortress was engulfed in flames. Let them sooner, they have barely captured it. Where did those flames come from? At this moment, some creature was flying in the sky. It would be pointless to pursue Kim Dae-hyun right now. She was dialed in and asked how it went. The girl said she failed and asked what happened. It's a long explanation. If she wants to know who this is about, this is it. It's all from Smith. Damn that asshole. She'll finish him herself. Let her take it. She knows she's weaker than him. It's more important to make a new golem now. Will she prepare the materials? Of course she will. Crown of the Forgotten Dead. In the entire old server, there wouldn't be an artifact that increased mana recovery by 50%. According to this, Seiyan is looking for her. Most likely, she was given a task by the Dark Mage to break the seal of a similar characteristic of his sealed equipment. The Coming of the Forgotten Dead skill for a certain amount of time allows you to use skills while ignoring the cooldown. What kind of rogue skill is that? I wonder what the curse is, but there's no way to test it. He'll probably ask the girl. Now it's time to look at the spoils. What will they do with the fire? It's not gonna work. Something to think about. Lie down and surrender. He's received word that the enemy is approaching from afar. He said they should run away then. Suddenly someone recognized that he was the one who had let the flames loose on the plain. There were opponents on the other side as well. One would expect the long tail to catch on. He was approached and asked if he was the count. He said he was. They were just looking for him. He asked who they were. His name is Charlie, and he is the captain of the garrison guard of the first prince of the Kingdom of Austin. And he didn't? Poors have heard of his valiant name. And, alas, a middle name. The first prince would like to meet him. That's why he's here to pick him up in person. Let him listen and tell him first what the prince wants from him, and then let him pick him up. Let him stand aside. Some man once more came running up to him and asked if he was the count. He presents His Highness the Second Prince. At that moment, the two representatives looked at each other. He's been asked who he's going with, so both princes want to see him. By the way, judging by the atmosphere, they don't have a very good relationship. The main thing was wondering if it would work out to use it. He doesn't have that kind of power. He should follow whichever of the two of them is stronger. The protagonist asked if they were willing to do that. Without even answering him, they began to fight at once. One of them told the other that they would see who was who. How dare an insignificant insect interfere with the cause of the first prince? Let him retreat if his life is dear to him. Let him rough up his head and compare it to the ground. Let him retreat. The honor of the first prince depends on it. They'll take another look. The boys reported that they won and proved they were stronger. And the first prince's stronghold, Cannon Fortress? He was welcomed, asked if he would support him. How dare he? Even if he doesn't like him, you can't pull out the sword. Needless to say, he would throw everything he could to support him. His intuition didn't let him down. He had heard that a temple of the Holy Order was being built in the city of his kingdom and within the fortress. Was he planning to build one here? Naturally, but if he allows it. There was dead silence at this point, even wielding a weapon. Artificially trained as a warrior. During the siege of the kingdom by the orcs, he hid quietly in this fortress. Thankful the prince was no bigger than a grain. That's how much he wants to build the temple. How much does he give for it? All gold is not pity for the prince. He is only concerned lest his endeavors be insufficient. He has the title of aristocrat. The first prince's relationship to him changes. Due to the god's charm, he gains a bonus to the first prince's relationship. He has the skills of a mid-level orator and gains a relationship bonus to the first prince. You can't find such a loyal person like the Earl. If he had a subordinate with such talent, he would have already been able to unify the kingdom. It's a shame to give him this scoundrel from the kingdom of Italii. How about we go under his command? Then he'll give him the lands. It's not much. All the territories of the kingdom already have an owner. He can't give him all the land. However, his loyalty will bring him here for him without any land. When the man in charge said he was, they raised that he was definitely dead. After a while, Kim Dae-hyun was strolling through the corridors of the castle. At that moment, someone appeared behind him. It was a man, and he asked if it was Kim Dae-hyun. He's come a long way. He had heard that he had crushed the orcs. He doesn't know how he accomplished it, but he is incredible. Let him accept his congratulations. So what business did he call him for? Must be a message from a man of great brevity, unbending patience. He rules. Kim Dae-hyun said he was dumping something for him. The man was surprised that he had called him in for this very purpose. He's a great con man, of course, but there was one but. He asked if he wanted one and immediately changed his mind and agreed. They were even given means of transportation. Apparently, this lowly prince trusts the guy a lot, which is why she said you can hide a big score if you follow him. By the way, where are they headed now? As he understood it, they had received permission to leave to collect tribute for the prince, the stronghold of the second prince, the kingdom, the fortress of Beale. But this is your prince's fortress. Why are they here? Do they really trust the first prince or what? You can tell he's a scoundrel. You should have gone to the second prince from the beginning. He should have a head on his shoulders. Whether he really thinks so, but it can't be. Both brothers turn out to be with the quirks of the kingdom of Austin, the darling of the rabble. He is the true king. His feckless brother is unworthy of the throne. So he thinks. A king is an innate talent like anything else. Let him look at him. This is what he looks like. A real king. The protagonist realized that this country was hopeless. but business is business. The first prince's subordinate threatened him with a sword. He couldn't do anything about it, but sincerely believes that the second prince is the true king, so he avoided risking his life. If he gives him a chance, he wants to not lose the first prince's trust and help him. That's loyalty. What does he want? Let him just say. Could he look around in the fortress treasury and take what he needed? But that was impossible. Calm down. Just calm down. There's another way to skin him. Tricking the first prince isn't a bad problem, but he needs an army. Might pay him if he brings wa. The second prince requested a larger army from him. Hire their skills. The more satisfied the second prince would be. He met a specialist. To hell with those stingy brothers. He had planned to use the enmity between the brothers to sever all ties in honor of them, but only in vain had stirred up their feelings of rivalry. How to get away from them now, plotting so diligently to commit another mischief. The man couldn't figure out what it was. A merchant of Beale's fortress, cargo. He asked if the guy knew anyone he was trying to steal from. The protagonist immediately recognized the count. The man immediately began to apologize and acknowledged his title. Bowing his head, he trembled in fear. He is too polite for a rich man from another kingdom, but he has a high reputation. If he made a disturbance in the kingdom of Italy, the other nobles and the king would definitely attack him. But what about the kingdom of Austin? Kim Dae-hyun told the man to stand still. He will say straight out, he needs gold. For what purpose does he need gold? He doesn't think he wants to line his pockets. It's all for the second prince, and the second prince gets gold from the citizens. The second prince's reputation is decreasing. The discontent of the fortress is growing. If he continues, there might be trouble. The second prince's bad reputation is increasing. The only way he came up with is to cheat on behalf of the prince. Kim Dae-hyun thanked for the gold. By the way, are there any good plots in the area or what? He's going to build a temple here. Let him get an architect. Sure, he pays. He says there's no gold left. Then let him bring other merchants. The second prince's bad reputation is skyrocketing. The second prince's good reputation is skyrocketing. He almost builds the temple the way they want it to be, as luxurious and grand as possible. Might even make walls in gold. But he has no gold. Nothing. From each sequence to the world by a thread. So they will gain. Since when have not become followers? Either way, why serve those you're going to cut ties with? That's why it's important to change the way you think and are going to purge them and dump them. Sir is back. How did it go? Here, profiles, which means a thief has broken into the vault, and he calls himself the Royal Guard. Kim Dae-hyun said to get him more water. And what's he talking about? There was only one. Really? Then let him do more. Let him stand. Can you treat a man who has done a great job like that? The girl looked at him at this point. Sir, the first prince. Here is the tribute. He gave financial support to the first prince. He began to be ranked higher in the prince's influence series. Kim Dae-hyun promised to become a spy for the second prince solely for the sake of his highness. This was to infiltrate his entourage. However, this evil prince was not so simple. On the contrary, he ordered him to gather an army to prove his confidence. The first prince will not make their soldiers look like traitors and send a warning to the second prince. He proposed a plan to the first prince. If it fails, his grade in the first prince's entourage will drop. A warning if the plan is revealed could worsen his relationship with the second prince. So what of it? It was really a great way. They would do so now. He had successfully convinced the first prince. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he could make one request. But he's not going to ask for gold or anything like that. That's ruled out. Let him be calm. He's not about gold. He builds a temple. Would like to ask for help from the people of the fortress. He doesn't care about that. He can use whoever he wants. He requisitioned the gold of the citizens. Only the reputation of the first prince has increased. The discontent of the citizens grows. The fortress is overrun. Panic can activate several additional quests. There are not enough people to build the temple. So let him bring more. Or can't he? Then he'll have to work for two. If he doesn't want to, let him bring more people. The construction of the mid-level Axis temple in the fortress has been completed. It is the most luxurious temple currently built. The reputation of the order has increased. The sanctity is elevated. Too luxurious a temple can have a bad influence. They hire paladins for the moment in the fortress. Can occupy a lower-ranking priest? Gold required to hire one priest. He hired lower-ranking priests and paladins as the supreme tenant might give orders. Kim Dae-hyun says they are moving out. They will go around the kingdom and spread the will of God. What are they doing? They have hired a priest with such difficulty. The more they stay in the temple, the more people will come. Won't he do that because he can't provide for them? At this point he has written a lot of phony checks, so they will not have a stable base. But this way they will increase authority and the number of believers, and they'll do it for free. Let them spread the name of the god. The lower-ranking priests preach the will of the god throughout the kingdom. Paladins of lower rank travel throughout the kingdom, upgrading their skills. The order's influence in the kingdom increased. It could be oppressed by other ecclesiastical orders. He was titled solely as a middle manager. He is able to raise the dead and give them commissions, leads his subordinates on time, will get a bonus for each action. His subordinates won't give up easily. Come to think of it, this skill he already had. These soldiers he asked for. It's the evil, arrogant, nasty, sneaky second prince. Be himself the first prince. He's sure to lead the scoundrel around. By the way, after tricking the second prince, he'll have another pora. His vaults have been broken into by a thief. He suspects the culprit is someone in his entourage. However, he should be well informed. Let him find the culprit. This moment in the night, someone approached the gate of the fortress. Undercover. The security guard won't be able to expose him personally. He provided him with a pass. Nah, well, what have they done that everyone is chasing them? And let him be quieter in news of the flames that broke out in the kingdom. They traveled a long way and took the divine banner. The man wondered if it was Sadiq. Which dish mentioned? It's obvious they're in cahoots with the arsonist. Let them keep him on his toes. Having to hide one's identity is a fatal blow to the order's revival. The man was surprised by something at this point. Kim Dae-hyun was near the warriors at this moment. That guy, where did he come from? He recognized him immediately. It was an enemy of their order. Just at that moment, some sort of fight started between them. What's he doing? Last night's defeat taught him nothing. He thinks if they attack him now it will work out. He wants to trade with him too, but it would be suicide now. He still doesn't realize it. The guy literally cried at this point. They will wait and build up strength until they can defeat him. At that moment he looked up and noticed something. He really wasn't in the right frame of mind for what he saw in that moment. Come on, there's no such thing. He saw the statue of Kim Dae-hyun in front of him, so the order had already gotten here. He was quite surprised, indeed, that he was standing here. He contemplated setting him on fire. Let him be calm, but he had already forgotten about it. He forgave Kim Dae-hyun. Better he get more information rather than indulge in useless fire. He was knocking on the door, asking if anyone was there. System alert. There are currently no meetings in the temple. He can't go out. There's no one in such a luxurious temple. What does that mean? What is he up to? Well, no. And Nay is already barely making ends meet. Thinking is difficult for him right now. First, you need to mop up the task in the fortress city. He will look for people who need help. He approached the man, asking if there had been any inconvenience or difficulty recently. When he was told that such had arisen, he said okay. He understood and left. The first prince decided to rob them blind. Why is Kim Dae-hyun doing this? Why would he ruin his own reputation? Is he going to help or not? He offered him gold. Let him take it at least. The task is completed. His reputation in the water has increased. His reputation in the fortress has increased. The influence of the order of the fortress has increased. Not that they heard that he helps people like them, right? It's not like he's helping people selectively. Now he's going to count gold. Adventurers are some bullshit lately. Kind. That's right. Much more concerned about them than this Axis or whatever his name was. That bastard. The guy was mouthing off about some god. What was his name? Kim Dae-hyun informed the second prince that he had brought soldiers. He provided the second prince with the disguised army of the first prince. Well done. It worked. It couldn't have been any other way. Accidentally discovering the relationship with the second prince would spoil it considerably. Well, he didn't care how he ended up doing things here. He's kicking everyone to the curb under his. He informed the second prince that in this place, the fortress security is weak. If he sent elite soldiers here, he would be able to strike hard. It was great. Would not do as he wished. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun was fighting someone. Let him listen to him here. Why is this temple not yet completed for his coming? They were going. The second prince ordered the fortress wall to be repaired. They are talking a lot. Let them do as commanded. If they continue to be lazy like this, the second prince won't be able to take the throne. And yet their construction continued. At that moment, someone appeared behind them. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand what kind of bastard this was. Some man appeared to him and asked if he was an earl. Kim Dae-hyun asked if he was a mercenary. Did he just agree or what? Not at all. He added, why would he kill him? Most importantly, asked who he was. He was escorting the third prince. He doesn't buy anything. Let him fail. Let him listen to the end. At night clearly not bored. There will be a 4th, 5th prince, 6th, 7th, 8th further down the list. The 4th prince is not. However, let him keep quiet. He's had enough of the first 2 off the top of his head. He'd be a complete idiot if he ever messes with that whacked out family again. Let him fuck off whether he lives or gets stabbed. He had heard that the Count was a respected man, asking about imminent doom and the continent reviving a forgotten god. Well, what kind of bastard spreads those rumors? He has already riddled his nerves when he got involved with the 1st and 2nd prince. He doesn't want to believe since he's slaving away for free. Their prince is nothing like the first 2. He asks only once. Let him meet with him once and decide their prince is different. There's a lot of eyes here. They'll talk to a friend in a quiet place. We went someplace quiet after all. Kim Dae-hyun said that they would get right to the point. It works with prepayment. If it doesn't, then there's no point. Their prince doesn't have gold like the first 2 princes, then let him earn it. Nothing is given for free in this world. Even though the 1st and 2nd prince have shitty characters, but there are plenty of people among them who know why it's all about the gold, bending their backs for free again, which is all they were hoping for when they turned to him. Afterward, the prince literally cried. Kim Dae-hyun realized that they had made him think of the past. They'll see what an incredible request he has. Local kingdom building and the migration of the 3rd prince. The 1st and 2nd prince threaten the life of the 3rd prince. The death of the previous king. The 3rd prince has lost all support and decided to flee to another kingdom. If the princes, the other kingdom can intervene in the civil war. Therefore, the 1st and 2nd princes try to capture the 3rd prince by any means. For the help of successful immigration to another kingdom will follow a worthy reward. Kim Dae-hyun thought he would ask to be made king like the other princes, but he doesn't dare ask for something like that. Not at all. Strangely enough, it was even easier. The prince was a little surprised at this answer. If both princes die, all that's left is this aristocrat's kid lugging around after him. He asked if the 4th prince existed for sure. I'm not afraid. I'm sure he'll show up with some surprises. Kill the whole trio. The 3rd prince asked what he could do for him if he became king. If he says what he wants, he will do it. Kim Dae-hyun was ready to narrate what he truly wanted. Come on, he says. He can do it or not. He's alive. He likes it. Great. It's a bargain. Let him make the Church of Axis the state religion of the kingdom and banish the other orders from the kingdom. But the other religious bodies of the kingdom will be very angry. But if they don't want to, then let them ask for help. The prince said he would do it. He was right. The other orders wouldn't help him, so it was none of his business if they were angry or not. They have no choice. And if he elevates him above the throne, makes the church state church, he will have the best title in the kingdom. When did that weak little boy get so big? Kim Dae-hyun prepared a contract. Then they'll sign the treaty. He's so tortured because of his older brothers. In the name of a god, he contracted a PC high title, a reputation for holiness by elevated. Local kingdom assignments in the world. There is a man who does not look for easy ways. Someone who could have gotten a decent reward if he just helped the prince to immigrate. However, he decided to make the king a man who has no influence and support. This is the kind of person who doesn't look for easy ways, but it can't be helped. He will make that choice himself. Let him make the 3rd prince king. If successful, he will become the king's benefactor. If everything works out, he will give the kingdom under him for free and get rid of the rank of petty order as they are going to make their prince king. Kim Dae-hyun said that there will always be a way. He had gotten so close to the 2 stupid princes that they would trust him, even if the concoctions of shit dried up. How would he eliminate them? Put them together. Well, to then bomb or have them kill each other. Then how to sort it out? Realize it. The raid on the royal family is already tanking with anticipation of making his devious plans again. At that moment, they noticed something. They were the courtiers of Perrin the prince. They're having a conversation with him. Kim Dae-hyun was interested in this conversation. Yeah, why the hell aren't the flames going out? Cryo magic had brought down a whole Eldon, while everything without a meaningful crawl towards them, closer and closer. A silent zombie. A special reward awaits the person who puts out the flames. Didn't it say there was a sacred ring? Who found it? And did someone find it? Even if they did, the ring was already hidden. You're with the cameras. Odds are the ring is in the hands of a follower of the order. That's right. Plus the order took a huge hit in the last battle and went underground. No matter how hard you try, it's all in your hands. He received information that the order has already divided into 3 armies, lurking in the shadows. You just need to focus, carry the ring in his hands. It's Jack's cyber sniffer that he's been researching. Expects him to keep his finger in his mouth. Let him pretend that he knows nothing. After all, he already knows the location of the order. He trembling pupils of his run. His eyes will prompt the beginning of the analysis. Apparently he has been figured out. Whoever gets into the board first, whoever needs the ring will be the winner. Don't let him look down on it, even if it's far away. I'm sure he'll be done with everything in 3 days. 3 whole days, and he won't be able to do it in 2 days. Speaking of which, how do you even use this ring? Maybe throw it on the auction site. They're having a conversation with him. The man coughed at this point. The second one did it too. Unclear for what purpose. Kim Dae-hyun also let out an emotion that he wasn't happy about this news. Kim Dae-hyun said he went. Well, let him stand and wait. They called him to ask His Highness the First Prince of Yerzan not to jest because of the congregation and the treasury in the palace. Whatever it is, His Highness suspects them. He must have called him separately. He's right. He commissioned the culprit. And that someone is one of them. Come on. Well, why doesn't His Highness believe in them? To tell the truth, if there is a criminal among them, it is Baron Zerno. He is their nobleman. He thinks. He does not know how he embezzled provisions for the soldiers. It was a mistake. But everyone knows that he is up to his ears in debt because of gambling. Have them both stop making a scandal in front of the aristocrats of another kingdom. He apologizes to him. It's unusual to behave this way. He starts to feel guilty. That's why Kim Dae-hyun is asking him to put in a good word for them, so that His Highness will stop suspecting them. The rule of the first prince is a bit despotic and on top of everything else terribly greedy. He himself has a sack full of money. He only knows that gold demands them. They would have been better off swearing allegiance to the first prince to someone else. He would have agreed to it. True to form. Not so much already sacrificed. He doesn't believe him yet. So wrong. They're just easier to deal with, which is all it means. Kim Dae-hyun said it's nothing like that. Maybe just get them to ditch the first prince and offer a dazzling future. He'll leave it at that. First we need to prepare a speech for the first prince. Take shoes suitable for the role of a criminal. And if the list of merchants donated to the temple construction, why would he want to do that? Finding someone who has sacrificed the least doesn't make them a criminal. God, there's a limit. How can he go for one of those? What if even a dry squid is crushed? The dragon turned to his master. What was the matter from the man who had just passed by? They are conducting an inspection on the orders of His Highness. The discontent in the fortress has increased. The bad reputation of the first prince has increased. What they do, even if it's the first prince's order, since the first prince ordered it, it's his fault. Received an item, an ordinary-looking statuette. The most ordinary-looking statuette, most likely depicting one of the continent's many gods. Where did he get it? If he doesn't answer, he'll start with him and then switch to his family. Friends, family of 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 friends, and here's the ambush. Just rake it all up. Take it to the first prince. He gets an extra bonus for the mid-level orator skill. Increased new intimidation skill level. Increased low-level intimidation skill. Changed new medium-level intimidation skill. He got the title Devil Tongue. On impeccable threats, he is able to intimidate even without any information. Influenced by oratory and intimidation skills, they've almost used up all the gold. How much is left? 420 gold pieces. If they forsake support from the order won't help. He doesn't have gold either. How would the gold that Mr. Antonio has helped them now? They have to suck up to this man. Missed out on the kingdom. What good is he? At that moment, there was a tremendous explosion. Who dared to do that already? Oh well, I'm the same cruel bastards and orders. Let them do evil, showering gold on the good poor townspeople who know nothing. Was it evil? If an act is evil, then it is evil. Comparatively speaking, the kicked gold and kind awakening his act is incredibly great. He can persuade. Don't let him fall for his talk. That's the main GE. The one who stole his ring from the royal palace. It was him. Kim Dae-hyun told him to give him back his ring. At that moment, someone stopped him. Everyone was very much surprised by this. Wasn't it too much of him, even though they had been defeated and banished? But not everyone was still order. He also didn't think that their loss in the valley was due to them not daring to engage the player. If only the numbers of the royal army and other orders would have wiped them out. He was generally right. They are bastards. Even among paladins they are considered the strongest. How good it was that he was caught. Today the flames are blazing. You can think of her. Nothing would have been prepared. The flames engulfing the entire plain. He is sure it is a sign not sent by the order. They will consume the kingdom and it's become from the ashes. They see, the coming of their god is at hand. Anyway, he's the one who started the fire. Anyway, Kim Dae-hyun repeats once again that he's the reason the fire is blazing. Everyone, of course, was very much surprised by this information, and it's not like they think he came alone. He never gets into a fight he's going to lose. Let them take them all down. At that moment, the battle began. The guy was really surprised, though, from the way the action started to unfold. Crazy, he actually brought an army, because she has the public treasury of the royal palace. The first prince, so much angered, even lent him an army. Treasury? What treasury? What treasury? Nothing stolen. Of course he stole. Let him think well, but there was no such thing. Apparently, there was a misunderstanding. Then they soldiered on his scouting. Can't see anything ahead of him why he's attacking him. There's a secret passage in the floor. They're well prepared. There's nothing to fall for their tricks. They're surrounded anyway, so let him keep his head up. He gets command bonuses due to his above-average leadership skill. With the cold-blooded command skill, he brought the confused soldiers to their senses. He raised the morale of the soldiers with the skill of believing in an outstanding commander. If they hesitated, he would be let in. He would tell the first prince that it was their fault. A brutal storm under the effect of the skill brutal wood. The soldier's health is temporarily reduced while increasing other stats. They must at all costs grab them if they want to survive. He captured the thieves as promised. They feign indifference. Let them return all his gold they stole from his treasure. They were, of course, surprised that they had stolen anything at all. How dare they? He will spend mercy on them, torture them until he tells them where their gold is hidden. They don't know anything. The damn prince is not a believer. Will go to sin. They don't even deserve to talk about believing in God. The task has been successfully completed. The nobles of the first prince are quite grateful to him. Gold has been obtained. They are immensely grateful to him. He orders them to return the gold. He doesn't know what it's about, how stubborn they are. They'll see who's who yet. At that moment, the prince came out. These people were extremely strong. However, they do not know where the gold is. The protagonist wondered if it was true. He sees that they are villains who will stop at nothing. Thought so, without letting the incident steal. The whole atmosphere around them shows that they are the ones. Here's why. That's why he needs to put out the fire in the fields. Why he suddenly chose him. He has perfectly demonstrated his loyalty to the first prince. He is very angry with the order. He intends to destroy it by putting out the flames that are blazing in the fields. Let him obey the first prince's order and put out the fires. If the task fails, the first prince will be extremely disappointed. This means no reward will be paid. It's all getting very complicated. How does he put out the fire? Maybe these streamers know something. Infiltrated the order's secret temple in order to find the sacred ring. The link to the broadcast interested him. The sacred ring. First of all, patience to endure boring tasks, but also enthusiasm to achieve your goal. Positive emotions from the completion of the task. That's the beauty of the life of adventurers. Their guild for adventurers is about to become the winner in this race for the sacred ring. When Kim Dae-hyun finished watching, he reached into his pocket. A sacred ring, a relic of the order. This ring contains power. If the requirements are met, we'll be able to summon to God. If the bearer does not believe in God, a curse can fall on him. So this is that. He can't look at his country. Not in the least. It's not his fault. So let him blame it on Bufford. He didn't realize who he was. There are a lot of scammers around. Better let him concentrate and get a job. Kim Dae-hyun actually came to this level. If it's really possible to control the flame, it's only thanks. Kim Dae-hyun decided to equip the ring, but it was impossible to do so. His divinity parameters were too low, but he still has a new smith on the outfit. He equipped the ring using the violent item equipping skill. He does not believe in God. He will be cursed as an incarnation of God. He successfully avoids the curse. He cannot summon to God as inappropriate. He can control the flame. Every attempt to control the flame will consume the divinity parameters. Let's just see. He's really controlling that flame. Kim Dae-hyun said it's actually fun. What's the deal? He runs it. Divinity parameters are absorbed when the item is used. Its divinity drops, so now he can put out the fire. If it is indeed true, then let it be dramatic. It will become a no-brainer. It would be better if everyone knew who put out the flames. Why all this? This news is going to spread anyway without broadcasting, and I think he said he wasn't going to broadcast this assignment. The influence is in the force. They gather people in all sorts of places. They guys have no influence. Everyone just hates them. Every king is freaked out over this blaze. It would be a huge loss if they put out the flames, but they didn't let everyone know who to thank because of it. He's actually the one who started this fire, but no one will ever know. There's nothing to lose anyway, so why not? And how many viewers does she have? About 1,200 people. Is she more popular than he thought? The comments are usually nasty. How embarrassing it was. Today she wants to introduce them to a special guest. Everyone was surprised that it was the main GE. It's a guild after all. They probably brought in a similar guy to pro everyone. He thinks it's true. He's even a pet there. And keen. He heard that contact with him. Apparently it was true. Where did he hear this nonsense? He's a member of that guild. He jumped under the main GE. 10,000 people. It was really a lot. Of course, at the stream of the most famous players gather from 3 to 40,000 people. He gets the feeling that she looks at him as a source of money. He just gets the feeling. What's with the stream? Everyone in his neighborhood is freaking out. It's even creepy. What they think he's doing in the kingdom is all because of that fire. It takes a princess to get rid of him. In general, he sees this ring, and now he's going to put out those flames. Kim Dae-hyun started to put out the flames. What's the other thing he's doing? How's he doing it? Did they see that fire striding straight up into the sky? Fire from all over the neighborhood gathers in one place as he does. The flames are dying down, and indeed, shit the Lord. He extinguished the flames in the fields. His fame increased. He earned the title "I am the one who stopped the flames of Sadiq." The people of the kingdom are grateful to him for the successfully completed task. The approval of the first prince has increased. He stopped the flames through self-sacrifice. The flames no longer obey him as an opponent. He gets 50% fire resistance and the skill of creating holy water. He produces holy water by the powers of the god he now believes in. The tax depends on the divinity index. Currently his deity is Axis. Using the skill will create holy water. As an incarnation of the god he gets bonus effects. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun began to start a fire. What is he doing? Kim Dae-hyun replied that he's making a fire. If he doesn't put that out, the fire will reignite. It's okay. He can still put it out. The fire in the fields is fully extinguished. Bye everyone. We'll see them next time. Likes are always welcome and goodbye. He just walked in. He just wanted to watch Kim Dae-hyun, but the broadcast was over. Said he was perfect to start the arson. He has arrived in the center of the second tier of the temple basement. This place is famous for its danger even among the other hideouts of the order. Does he see those statues? It's a golem. Over there they are. If you touch the platform, they live. Did he see Kim Tae-hyun stream? He's a jerk. Let him read the chat room first. The flames have been extinguished. As expected of the count. His only hope. He's exaggerating. His Highness. Come on, he has a plan in mind. If he has something in mind, he's willing to listen. It's a plan to trap a healthy prince. They will launch a night raid on the second prince. He runs in terror to his hiding place. This was planned. It seems to them that his scheme will work as expected of Kim Dae-hyun. His ingenuity piercing the mountains and going to the skies. So be it. Then, he'll be back soon. This is the moment near the fortress. The count was asked if he was sure they were going where they needed to go. They pierced the verse without anyone noticing them. The second prince's men won't realize it's a trap until they fall into it. At this moment, they were all circling the fortress together. Kim Dae-hyun shouted that they had to go there. This is a secret tunnel that runs through the entire castle. If he goes through here he can easily deal with the first prince and deal with everything else will be easier. The murderer about them at the residence of the former. How this boar learned to open the gate is not coming back. At this point, the battle began. Let them kill everyone. He spares no one. That's where the first prince was spotted. Have them capture him. The count was asked how it happened. He apparently never realized anything. The count was originally on his side. What nonsense. He tricked him. He's his ally. Let them finish him off sooner rather than later. Everyone was waiting to hear from him, for they could figure out what they should do. Who did he think had led him into the castle? It was the count. Let the second prince die. He was quite surprised by this. Your Highness said it was dangerous to come from DS. What's he doing? Is he crazy or something? The prince informed him that his men had been infiltrating his ranks for a long time. Let them be no nonsense. These soldiers were brought by the count. Things are going better. Every man's stupidity must have a limit. He will tell them which side he is on. The first prince was sure to be on his side, of course, and the second prince was sure to be on his. Kim Dae-hyun says they can both go to hell. The sick assholes. After that, he threw out the torch, the flames spreading. How dare he do that to him? Successfully evaded. They can't believe he betrayed them. How could he do that? The protagonist asked very vehemently. Or are they also asking? There are limits to decency. To be so shameless, you still have to try. Did they even pay him once? The prince ordered Charles to finish him off. The first prince's relationship is reduced to a minimum. The second prince ordered Cal to kill him. His relationship is also minimized. He could be a wanted man in the kingdom. Kim Dae-hyun says he simply doesn't care about that. They're all dead anyway. They were waiting for them to start attacking. But the men couldn't understand why he would attack. At that moment, Kim Dae-hyun gave him a critical blow. Now he has only one enemy left. How could he listen to him? Let it pile up. He wouldn't have listened to it before. Successfully applying the skill would settle the opinion of the soldiers. Sweep away. Let them go on their way. The first prince's dog is dead. The flames are spreading. It has engulfed 1/5 of the castle. What to do now? Why is he doing this? He's not going to let it get away that easily. Escape into the darkness. A shadowy plunge. At this point, the prince was quite surprised. If he's determined to catch him, he should try much better. They couldn't believe he had actually betrayed them. And at that moment, the crown flew off the prince's head. She rolled very far away from him. He defeated the first prince and got the item. Fame increases. Bad words increase significantly. Level up. No one could believe that the first prince had been defeated. Then the hero used a critical hit. He defeated the captain of the royal guard Charles. He got an item. Fame increases. Bad words increase significantly. At this point, they began to run away in fear. Then the skill generally on God's land was used. Just at that moment, the prince slipped and began to fall. Someone started yelling for help and to get it done faster. Kim Dae-hyun defeated the second prince. He defeated the captain of the royal guard Cal. He received items. Fame increases. Bad words increase significantly. Level up. Received the title Assassin of Kings. His work is done, but the mess seems to be getting out of control. And what should he do about it? At this moment, someone was experiencing an inexplicable feeling. Kim Dae-hyun shouted something about the Sadiq order. Then his bastards attacked under the roof at night. How dishonorable it was. He blamed it all on the horde and said they were the ones who killed the prince. It is true, it was. At night the second prince, supported by the order, attacked the castle where the first prince was. Said it right, and they both died as a result. The man couldn't believe it. What were they going to do now? Let them hear it. Everyone, the third prince has arrived. Everyone was surprised that the third prince had arrived. Well, now that things are rolling, how does he feel about serving the third prince, heir to the throne? Third prince, may he lead the kingdom to glory. He didn't expect him to just kill his brothers. Does he know it was very difficult? What kind of a gift is this? Let him forget. He is extremely grateful. He keeps his promise. The national faith of the kingdom was changed to the Church of Axis. System notice. The national faith of the kingdom has changed. Other orders and guilds have been expelled from the kingdom. What do you mean the winner gets immediately? Have them call the admin. The attitude of all exiles with the order worsens. Just tell him what kind of place he wants. The third prince offers him personal land. It was a profitable investment. The third prince is true, not the kind of country. Let him show respect. At that moment, the protagonist realized something. Orak invasion. Fires. Civil war. This place is already occupied by other players. There are no good places here at all. The kingdom is still in chaos. Let him grant him land when the situation becomes calmer. Of course, if he stays at his side, even without receiving the reward. He has so many nobles. I'm sure he will become an excellent king and rule the kingdom skillfully. In the meantime, let him be careful. His Highness, the kingdom will never forget his favor. Now that he's gotten all he can get, he needs to get out soon. There's definitely no one following them. Exactly. He's sure of it. They need to hurry up since they already have everything they could take. Kim Dae-hyun is trying not to miss a dime. That's worthy of respect. It's something. The comparison to the land he missed. He still stood for everything even if he had gotten the land. By this point, players in the kingdom should have picked up on the hype. But of course, given all these sudden reports that the civil war was over, finally can get to work on developing his lands. Hopefully nothing happened in his absence. At that moment, some man was placing the forts on top. They couldn't figure out what else it was. The girl asked, "Is he naked?" Kim Dae-hyun was surprised and assumed he was crazy. At this point, the man began to fall and shouted that he was finally free. Of course, after a while he fell to the ground. System message. Going offline. What's the deal? How would he know? The girl told the protagonist to watch. They were welcomed into the Valley of Despair and Sorrow. Instead of a building site, a place to produce instead for random items. Axis watches over them. Let them fear him. Kim Dae-hyun could understand what it was. He wondered which bastard had done it. He immediately began calling the man to him and asking where he was. He'll definitely be lucky this time. He's sure. The bronze lower grade treasure box is for sale. Faster to buy it here than to go somewhere else. No luck again. No luck again. Someone shouted again that freedom at last. Kim Dae-hyun couldn't understand the truth of the matter. Then he did find a man to explain to him what was going on here. The man said he did everything he could, if he did his best. Not even knowing it could have been worse. He really tried hard. He collected a lot of taxes. Due to all the orcs flocking to the kingdom, it wasn't safe here. While he was away he did his best. Of course he had to get busy improving the area. That sounds very confident. And by all accounts found the best way to develop these lands. A futile endeavor. It seems to him, if he believes in this god, he has better luck. It feels like when you believe in this god, better random items fall out of the treasure box. So he suggested that adventurers who didn't have enough gold to support the order should instead try their luck. So that's why the billboard. That's Las Vegas. Due to this there was a surplus of gold. Please let him check. He tried his best. And he knows. He'll still show leniency. It's not that bad. We should jump at the chance. They develop and improve the item. Bronze statue. Bronze statue will be built in the region. The effect depends on the amount spent. The item God Fountain. A God Fountain that gives special effects will be built in the region. Coins thrown into the fountain will be given to the lord of the region. There are not enough workers to build the structures. He can start a task to hire workers. By happy coincidence, many users here have experience as a builder. He can gather them here if he starts giving out tasks with good monetary rewards. Well, that's not it at all. Well, they will hold competitions. If the reward is the Lord's blessing, they themselves will come running. The Lord will bless the one who achieves the best results in construction. It was a great idea. How good is he at these things? He produced holy water. He produced low-ranked holy water. He produced medium-ranked holy water. The skill level of holy water production is increasing. Low-ranked holy water. It is holy water created by the highest tenant of the order. With it he will feel a surge of luck. It is holy water created by the highest priest. And the effect is stronger than low-ranked holy water. When used, divinity will permanently increase by 5. Having even an insane amount of holy water, he can produce as much as he wants. This case is a real fraud. One drop is enough to illuminate all the water. Let Kim Sung-dal call him. When he was approached by a man, Kim Dae-hyun asked if he could see that he was busy. Whether he can see, he doesn't know how busy he is. But an ambassador from the Order of Damar has arrived. The guy stood in front of the table. Kim Dae-hyun was sure, but he still came out to him. The boy immediately called out to the count. He'd heard rumors that he'd recently pulled off something big. He was able to change the national religion to the church. That's impressive. Kim Dae-hyun's point of view. Who is he to kick them out? It's not like he wants to do that. It's the king. He was very modest in any case. Did he know the reason for their visit? Kim Dae-hyun said he guessed as expected from the count. He heard that he's quite perceptive. Apparently that's true. Then they'll get right to the point. They want compensation for being kicked out of the kingdom. He doesn't expect to leave anytime soon. He's willing to consider it. Except he agreed even before they agreed to the terms. He's all aflutter. Kim Dae-hyun was surprised that he didn't want compensation but something else. The attitude between the order and his order has improved. What kind of attitude? They don't usually improve if someone has a deep resentment towards them. Let her tell him more. He thought he already knew. Just wanted to hear the details again. The mission of the Central Continental Church is to put the monster from the continent to sleep. Is there a legend of a monster that devours gods? In the past, the Order has suffered greatly from this monster and is now watching its every move. After receiving the report of the monster's awakening, the Order gathers people to seal it again. If he stops a few threats to the continent, he is fit to participate. Of course, if he doesn't want to participate, a monster that devours the gods. Kim Dae-hyun was really interested. Checking again, even though he already knows everything, he's probably trying to make sure of their intentions. The high priests of God are not simpletons. What's the reward? What will they give them as a reward? Axis earring is the earrings worn by the old incarnation, and the order has kept. He believes this item is important to them. Kim Dae-hyun realized that it was an artifact after all. Why would this guy's deity throw away artifacts like that? He could have just kept them for himself. What's the difficulty level of the mission? The guy said the difficulty level is legendary. It makes sense. It's a legendary monster. the monster that devours gods. He has a bad feeling about it. Kim Dae-hyun was thinking about something. He continued to sit at the table and think about something. This flag symbolizes the values of the kingdom. It is passed down within the royal family. Performing a retreat, though it's not clear if anyone else can use it, unlocks a skill for their flag. This ornamental sword, when hanging on the palace wall, was not too tall, but very economical and graceful. If someone found out that he wielded this sword, the royal family would be very surprised. It's the stone from Austin's crown. No one thought anyone would ever think to steal it. Armor worn by kings. Royal blacksmiths and wizards joined forces to create this armor. If it is used by someone outside the royal family may perceive it as a hostile action. Opens the royal blessing skill. Opens in front of the king. Health regeneration is increased by 18% when the property is obtained. It's already a religion worn by the prince. If someone else wears the necklace, the reaction cannot be predicted. Unlocks the skill Reflect Curse. Unlocks the repetition skill when using skills and sets 50% of mana spent on skills. Did he just pack the king set? If someone sees that, he might be mistaken for a king. What kind of madman would create a crossbow out of orichalcum? Archaeologist. Isn't that a material that can be used? The maximum skill level of item consciousness. It would take an odd amount of money to make such a crossbow, and how much would it cost to melt it down and extract the orichalcum? The camel of royalty at the rose depends on the bound characteristic. The tied characteristic of luck is a great weapon that amplifies from the luck parameter, for the first time since the start of the game, but arrows are used as ammunition. For some reason, there's only one arrow. Where else can he get more? Kim Dae-hyun got word that he had a visit. Yeah, they're so frequent today. He made up his mind. He intends to find Kim Dae-hyun and ask for his blessing. He said it was a great idea. The protagonist would definitely accept his help, and there was nothing else to do. Let him not worry. It's not like he's the type to remember grudges for long. And really, nothing washes out in people. And nervous. The Bollards advised us all to apologize together. Everyone just recently got together. No, he can definitely handle it. And he must be the crybaby looking for the Sword of Ice Tears. They already know each other. Just don't let him hit him again. He knows he was at fault. It's alright, we're over it. Well, that's the way it is. Friendship above all else. Of course, he knows sometimes he can feel the wound Smith inflicted on him again. Okay, all kidding aside, if he came, he must have something important to him. He just wanted to. Kim Dae-hyun readily agreed. He asked the man if he could even make blessed steel. The blessing of new ones is inherent in any high priest. So yes. And here it is, the blessing of objects. Except, well, what will the deer be able to give him in return? That's when they were headed somewhere. Turns out it was some man in general. The look in his eyes was clearly not the kindest. It was the Black Stone group that was waiting for him. Great friends, he was shocked. All for the sake of one sword for one guild member. They had indeed come all together. So they promised to help him with his mission. If he helps their friend out, he can't back out. Clearly, he's always been like this. He didn't act like this on the broadcasts. Looks like Sungwoo was right. Let them forget about it. They shouldn't have involved Kim Dae-hyun in their affairs for no reason. If it's needed for the outfit, everyone should help. I think he said something about not taking money for help. He's just asking for help with a task instead. Kim Dae-hyun's assignment is hard to even imagine. It's a bit more than what they're willing to do. Let the man get the furs. He'll do anything right now. System alert, blessed steel has been produced. The blacksmith's skill is increasing. He was extremely good. There is no doubt that Kim Dae-hyun was a blacksmith. Let him not stand over his head. Not that he's in his way, but still. What his specialty is, that's what he told him. If he wanted it to go public, he would have told him on the broadcast a long time ago. He realizes that he is just curious, but just by looking he hardly understands anything. He is hiding something unequivocally. Maybe there is some hint closed in his eyes. The blessed steel was produced. He can create his Sword of Ice Tears, and he himself wonders what will come out. The guy couldn't believe he was finally getting it. No way. And all for this. Well, here it is and his steel. We need to get this sorted out quickly. That way he'll be more at ease when it's time to hunt monsters. He finally has all the components. Would he mind crafting a sword? The man looked carefully at what he was providing him. Maybe Kim Dae-hyun would be better. Why would they think it was overkill? Why get into more debt? He wants something. Kim Dae-hyun asked all that and agreed. Just thinking about how they will suffer later makes it instantly easier. He's definitely got some secret, some hidden skill. He's smart. Notice, the Sword of Ice Tears is produced, but it doesn't seem to have any special properties. It was impossible. System notice, he has received divine blessing. He received the blessing of a deity close to the creator of the object. He had Axis's blessing. At that moment, the guy shouted no loudly and sharply. Just to think that Axis. I note he's leaving this game. What's wrong with this god anymore? He himself asked him to bless him. He can at least look at something positively. There was a blessing even better than the blessing of other gods. But the problem is not this god. But then what is the problem? He doesn't want the sword to have anything to do with him. He's not going to pry at him anymore. What? He thinks he cheated him over such a small thing. Sure, he gives him his word. Out came the priestess. It must be hard. She suggested, better to treat him appropriately. He feels so sorry for Axis because of him too. But he finally got his sword of ice tears. This sword was long forgotten. It was once used for the master of ice tears support blades. The characteristics of the sword depended on the characteristics of the wielder. He received a blessing from a god. The god's blessing is applied to the sword. Based on the wearer's characteristics, critical strike bonuses will be applied. And it's not all bad. The divinity score is lower. It will become possible to get the bonus. You have to be a follower of Axis to get the bonus. He was very much surprised by this. Are they seriously mocking him? What's going on with him? Let him get his act together. What is it? Is he happy or is he pissed off? They couldn't understand.